Sam Oliver Lawrence, known to most players as Solar, was in serious trouble. He stood inside a small outpost trapped between two massive armies. Both sides wanted the same prize, a newly discovered magical crystal mine valuable enough to start a war. And thanks to a certain friend, Sam had ended up right in the middle of it. "Just gather a little information," he muttered bitterly. "Easy money." Easy, right. The battlefield had been sealed off. Escape was impossible. Around him, guild leaders looked strangely calm, even though defeat would cost them everything. That was when Sam realized the truth. They had already sold them out. Bastards. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Sam turned. A blazing sphere of fire rushed toward him. "Then darkness, you are dead." Sam ripped the VR helmet from his head and threw it across the room. Years of spying, stealing, fighting, and risking his life for his guild. All for this, one final mission they had promised. Complete it and he would finally be free. Another lie. Trying to calm himself, Sam walked into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. When he came back, someone was sitting on his couch. Mike, his closest friend. Mike casually closed one of Sam's notebooks and smiled. "I have to admit, Solar, you collected some incredible information." "What are you doing here?" "I heard about the battle, I'm sorry." Something about the smile felt wrong. Then Mike reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. Sam froze. "What are you doing?" "Cleaning up loose ends." "I don't understand." Mike sighed. "You're too good at what you do. The information you've gathered is worth a fortune." "But we had plans." Mike laughed. "We did. Then I got a better offer." Sam felt his blood run cold. Another betrayal. His parents had abandoned him. People he trusted had walked away one after another. Now the last friend he believed in had sold him out too. He wanted to argue, to beg, to fight instead. Bang, pain exploded through his chest. He collapsed onto the floor as Mike walked toward the door, carrying one of the notebooks. "There was never another ending for you, Solar." The door clicked shut. Sam reached out, but his body refused to move. His vision darkened. His final thoughts burned with anger. At Mike, at the guild, at everyone who had betrayed him, at fate itself. Then Sam Oliver Lawrence died alone. Samson Little had a completely different life. He was an ordinary programmer with a quiet apartment, a steady job, and a small circle of friends. Lately, though, he had felt empty. Hoping to lift his mood, he left home to buy some fresh bread from his favorite bakery. He never made it. Someone shouted a warning. Sam looked up. A massive steel beam was falling straight toward him. Everything went black. Sam woke up gasping for air. He was alive, but he wasn't in his apartment. The room around him was old and unfamiliar. As he tried to stand, a wave of unbearable pain crashed into his mind. Memories. Someone else's memories, a lifetime of them. A young man obsessed with a virtual reality game. A talented information broker. A player betrayed by his closest friend and murdered for what he knew. When the agony finally faded, Sam sat in silence. He knew what had happened. He hadn't survived the accident. He had awakened inside another person's body. And as the borrowed memories settled into place, another realization struck him. He hadn't just crossed into another world. He had arrived before the other man's death. A second chance. A chance to change everything. Sam looked around the shabby room and took a slow breath. Now what? Chapter 1. After extricating himself from the low-quality bed and its ratty blankets, Sam spent nearly an hour in the shower contemplating the existential dread of his own death. At intervals, he found himself kneeling before the porcelain throne, trying to hold back the vomit that threatened to rise every time either his own death or the previous owner's resurfaced in his mind. With considerable effort, he eventually wrestled his scattered thoughts into something resembling order. The memories, tinted with rage and despair, were shoved into a deep mental pit. Still, Sam knew that sooner or later he would have to confront them. He couldn't live like this. First, though, he needed information about this new life, the resources available to him, and the general direction his future might take. Sitting before the futuristic computer, or, as it was known to the people of this world, a piece of junk, He began doing rough calculations based on the memoirs he could access without triggering another emotional backlash. He could, of course, invest in a few companies using knowledge of future developments and live off that while deciding what to do next. Or he could make use of the gaming knowledge he had inherited. He could enter Magic Unbound early, invest on the side for financial security, avoid the pitfalls that had led to the previous Sam's misery, and leverage both his foreknowledge and his understanding of the genre. A quick internet search confirmed something surprising. There was a glaring absence of virtual reality novels in this world. That path, however, carried risks. The game's inevitable popularity would attract all sorts of powerful figures, just as it had in the other Sam's memories. And even with foreknowledge, avoiding every entanglement would be difficult. Looking up the company responsible for the game's release, Sam found that Future Unknown would launch Magic Unbound in 3 months, on January 1st, to celebrate the new year. With a name like that, Sam felt it was a little too on the nose, but looking at the mouth of a gift horse and all that. Satisfied that the information matched his memories, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. Standing over the bathroom sink later, he studied his reflection carefully for the first time. The body was remarkably similar to his previous one: tall, average features, black hair, and the beginnings of a dark stubble. The differences were stark, though deep dark circles under his eyes, a gaunt frame bordering on malnourished, and nearly 30 kilograms less weight than he had carried before. A sedentary life behind a screen had not been kind to his previous body. Unfortunately, Sam was inherently lazy, but if he intended to excel in Magic Unbound, he would have to maintain his physical condition. At higher levels, physical health influenced in-game responsiveness and the ability to last longer when playing. A healthy mind and a healthy body and all that jazz. And as he expected, the elite players had discovered this long before it became common knowledge. And as he stared into his own eyes, he realized it wasn't really a question of what he should do. He had been given a second chance, a new world, a new body, and access to a game that had been nothing more than a dream in his previous life. He leaned forward, bracing both hands on the sink. Then he nodded. A decision was made. It took him a week to get a handle on the life he had been granted anew. He went to the bank and consolidated his accounts, changing the passwords just to be safe. He ensured everything was aligned with his plans. Death and taxes were the only true constants, after all. He also bought some books to help process traumatic memories, purchased a set of new clothes, and began searching for a new apartment. According to the inherited memories, the first major event that had driven the other Samuel into deep poverty had been the burning of his apartment building. Later, it was revealed to be arson, committed to clear space for a high-rise development. But all of that required money. Thankfully, he had effectively traveled back in time. The knowledge rattling around in his head provided more opportunities to earn money than he could reasonably pursue. The real question was how much attention he was willing to attract. There were betting opportunities that would soon become infamous. Certain investments would skyrocket in value. Any of those could set him up comfortably. But they would also attract scrutiny he wasn't comfortable with. In the end, he chose something subtler, something even the other Samuel would never have expected to become useful. After Magic Unbound rose to dominance, other games inevitably declined. Before their fall, however, they had been highly profitable and riddled with secrets. Once their popularity waned, longtime players began monetizing their expertise and experience. They released online videos explaining game histories, hidden mechanics, efficient money-making routes, combat strategies, and long-concealed exploits. Among these videos, the most famous were those that exposed the glitch, exploits, and loopholes players had used to dominate their respective games. The previous Sam had watched them for relaxation, laughing when they covered games he hadn't played and groaning when they were revealed as missed opportunities in ones he had. Now, Sam could capitalize on these exploits before they became public knowledge. Sitting at his computer, he navigated to a website dedicated to buying and selling gaming secrets, Shadowland. It wasn't exactly legal, but it also wasn't illegal either. They operated in a gray zone. For Sam, it was perfect. He created an account and uploaded the required proof of legitimacy, a small but verifiable piece of information that would become publicly visible upon registration. The site used such proofs to discourage fraud. Of course, money could still bypass most safeguards. Then he waited. His first upload was modest, a detailed guide on acquiring a small space skipper in Conquest of 9 Realms. It wasn't the most powerful ship in the game, but small ship racing through asteroid fields had become wildly popular. To compete effectively, players needed specific technologies to upgrade their vessels. And the easiest way to obtain those technologies, rip it out of existing ships. One of the most coveted models was precisely the ship Sam's guide described how to acquire. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't worth a fortune, but he knew that the same information would leak in about a month, released by a disgruntled guild member. The guild was the only one who had access to the small ship. The previous Sam had once cursed himself for missing the opportunity. This time he wouldn't miss it. To be thorough, Sam briefly logged into Conquest of 9 Realms to confirm that nothing had changed. The simple space fighter, trading, and exploration game failed to hold his interest. He liquidated the materials and equipment on the account and never logged in again. After ensuring his post on Shadowland had gone through, he browsed the internet while waiting for responses, checking the news, looking up movies, and so on. He barely had to wait an hour before the first thank you message arrived, followed by confirmation that his registration had been approved and he could fully utilize the site. He deliberately waited another hour to build credibility before uploading more prepared guides. Then he opened the list of active requests and went hunting. In 2 weeks of relentless work, Sam earned enough money to pay the deposit on a better apartment in a safer part of the city. In the process, he also made both enemies and friends across several gaming communities. He shared dungeon locations, mount acquisition methods, material gathering routes, hidden quest NPC coordinates, planetary jump points, fighting game combo chains, and so much more. Watching entire communities erupt in chaos every time he released new information was endlessly entertaining. Still, he was careful not to reveal the truly dangerous exploits, the ones used by players with serious economic influence and potentially real-world power. Shadowland claimed anonymity, but Sam knew better. If enough cash or enough intimidation was applied, identities would surface. Standing in the middle of his cramped apartment one final time, Sam took a long look around. Within a week, everything inside would be reduced to ash. Not that he would miss it. The neighbors were loud. Something perpetually smelled on the floor below, and he was fairly certain the tenants upstairs were manufacturing something illegal. For a fleeting moment, he considered anonymously tipping off the police about the planned arson. But according to rumors in the other Sam's past life, the police were already in the pocket of the developer responsible for the land grab. Interfering would be pointless. Or worse, the other Sam hadn't paid attention to news outside of gaming, but the few relevant details had burned themselves into memory. As he walked toward the door for the last time, Sam half expected something to go wrong, some twist of fate forcing him back onto the original timeline. But nothing happened. No accident. No emergency. He stepped outside, closed the door behind him, and headed toward the nearest public transportation station. His new apartment was on the 7th floor of a skyscraper. The rent was reasonable, the soundproofing excellent, and the neighbors practically non-existent. They even had a reception desk with a guard who was below the age of 40. The unit itself was modest but functional. A living area with a small workout corner, an open kitchen, a bathroom equipped with an absurdly advanced shower system, a bedroom, and a separate room dedicated entirely to gaming. Currently, that room held a desk, an upgraded computer, and a comfortable ergonomic couch for VR use. In the future, full immersion capsules would become available, though only 6 months after Magic Unbound launched. The previous Sam had suspected early access units existed for those with connections. Sam agreed. That sounded about right for this world. Sweat glistened down on his naked chest as he raised the weight in his hand, illuminated by the fall sun through the windows of his new apartment. With great willpower, Sam managed to keep to a simple exercise routine with some cardio and weightlifting. And thanks to his new income, paying attention to his food, while also trying all the new foods a new world revealed. And the exercise itself. His former gaunt and sickly body graduated to a normal, somewhat healthy one. He had more meat on his bones, and the black circles under his eyes were almost a thing of the past. Sam would say that he almost looked handsome. Placing the weight down with a small grunt, he took a towel from the stand next to him, cleaned his face, and walked to his window. The sight that greeted him still took his breath away, even after a month of living in the new apartment. The futuristic city that he now lived in was amazing to see. There were no flying cars, but the buildings were definitely reaching higher than he was used to. The styles of the buildings and the lights illuminating them distinctly reminded him of the many cyberpunk novels and movies he read and watched before his death. He had only spent a few months in this new world, but Sam could already tell that while it wasn't a full-blown cyberpunk dystopia, it wasn't sunshine and optimism either. Every day, the news, both televised and online, carried stories of powerful individuals exploiting those beneath them. The little people had limited chances to rise. Sam intended to be one of them. Based on the notebooks filling his gaming room and the plans he had drafted for launch day, his odds weren't bad. Now he only needed to see what consequences his interference would create. For Christmas that year, he visited a small cemetery near his apartment. Inside stood a modest shrine, not dedicated to any specific religion or deity, but open to all. Shivering slightly in the winter cold, he brushed snow from his jacket and stepped inside. The interior was quiet and dimly lit. He removed a candle from his pocket, lit it, and placed it on the shrine. Bringing his hands together, he bowed his head. "Mom, Dad, I don't know if you can hear this, but I'm okay. Didn't even feel the steel beam." He let out a chuckle at his own morbid humor. "I'll make the most of this second chance. I'll make you proud." He stood there for a few quiet moments before lighting a second candle. This time he glanced around discreetly to ensure no one was listening. "Sam, God, it's strange saying that. Samuel, I'll remember you. I'll make sure everything you worked toward, everything you hoped for doesn't go to waste. I can't promise revenge. But if an opportunity presents itself, I won't ignore it. Rest easy." As the final word left his mouth, a faint breeze slipped into the shrine, carrying a trace of winter chill. Strangely, Sam felt warmth instead. He straightened, ensured the candles were burning safely, and left. Only a few days remained until launch. He had preparations to finish. On January 1st, Sam lay on his couch with one monitor displaying the countdown to Magic Unbound's release. He fidgeted with his VR helmet as the timer ticked down. 2 minutes remaining. He exhaled slowly, reclined fully on his comfortable couch, and secured the helmet in place. Darkness swallowed his senses. Then a single line of white text appeared, "Please wait as the game loads." The message barely had time to register before the world shifted. He found himself floating in nothingness, facing the grand opening screen of Magic Unbound. Magical in every conceivable color swirled around in the background. A colossal warrior clashed with a titanic dragon. A circle of robed magicians chanted ominously, adding to the cacophony. A blacksmith feverishly hammered a white-hot steel while a noble in finery was observing with icy detachment. And at the center of it all, gleaming in silver light, Magic Unbound. Below it, the prompt he had both anticipated and dreaded since reincarnating. New account registration. He hesitated for only a second. "You only live once, right?" he chuckled. Then he pressed the button. The title screen dissolved into a new prompt, "Please choose a name." Sam didn't hesitate. Solar. Chapter 2. After choosing his name, he spent a few minutes on the character creation menu. The game itself only allowed up to a certain level of modification to the user's body, as they wanted to avoid people getting mental issues about their new body, or even causing real-world problems, though there were ways to request drastic changes via the support chat. Aside from the standard privacy filter that scrambled people's look a minimal amount to make sure everybody was anonymous, at least for a while. Sam simply set up his preferred hair length. It grew a little in the game. There were even hairdressers that one could pay to change the appearance of their hair, and added a little electric light to his eyes but left everything as it was. Electric blue looked just too good to be left out. Then he clicked on the accept button and another small text showed up. Starting the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was a moment of silence, then a gentle voice sounded coming from nowhere. Welcome, Solar, to Magic Unbound. Then Sam was blinded by a flash of light, and suddenly he found himself standing on rough ground, yet still surrounded by the very same darkness. The only source of light providing illumination was the portal swirling in front of him, while on the other side the rough, dirty road continued in the distance, ending in a small town. And next to the portal stood one of the most famous characters of Magic Unbound. The greeting fairy Selena. She was tall with luscious silver hair that cascaded down on her back. Her face was symmetric, yet not as much as to trigger the uncanny valley feeling in people, adorned by small red lips, a cute nose, and eyes that were swirling with light that reminded Sam of pools of gold. Her body was art made real, and in the future many paintings and poems would be created based on it. And upon seeing her for the first time, Sam had to agree with that sentiment. Whoever designed her body clearly knew what they were doing, and on her face was a smile that radiated the fact that she knew more than Sam or anyone else, which didn't really surprise Sam, as the greeting fairy was actually an AI that acted as the external guardian of the world of Magic Unbound, or in layman's terms, she handled the cybersecurity of the game. So he simply nodded and returned the greeting with the first thing that came to his mind. Hello there. Selena's smile grew a little, then reached into her clothing, though Sam couldn't spot any pockets, and took out a small, brown sack, which she immediately threw at Sam. As he caught it, feeling the sting of the hit, as the sack contained some amount of coins, he looked back at the woman standing next to the portal. This is your starting money. It will be enough for you to start your adventure. Anything else will need to be acquired by you, came the calm explanation. At the same time, the brown sack in his hand began to shine, then a second later dissolved into pixels that rose into the air and then vanished one by one, leaving him with an empty hand. It will be added to your inventory, which you will be able to check out after you step through the portal. Despite knowing all this from the inherited memories, Sam was still a little underwhelmed by this simple tutorial. He looked at where the coin bag vanished, then back at the still smiling, beautiful fairy. That's it. Yes, came the answer, accompanied by an enthusiastic nod that did wonderful things to the woman's anatomy. Magic Unbound prides itself on the freedom it provides to the players. You could step through this portal and do whatever, or follow the road and enter the town you can see. Everything is up to you. Sam stared at the woman, his eyes straying a few times, but then nodded. All right, any last-minute advice? Selene's smile grew extra wide, showing off her pearly whites, and threw her hands in the air to cheer. Yes, have fun. Then suddenly a suction force seemed to grab his body, preventing any movement, and the next moment Sam found himself standing on the proper dirt road with the portal snapping close behind him with only a small voice escaping it. Good luck. And then he was in the game proper, a little winded. His hair and simple clothing of white shirt, gray jacket, brown pants windswept and surprised but raring to go. Then text notifications started to appear in front of him. Welcome to the game, Solar. Please enjoy your stay. Future Unknown wishes you an enjoyable playing experience. If you come across any bugs, glitches, or errors, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team at. Sam just waved them away and spoke only one word: menu. Another screen appeared in front of him. Character status, skills, inventory, quests, logs, settings, log out. It was rather barebones, but with time and effort, it would expand. For example, founding a guild or merchant company or even a permanent party would have their corresponding menu appear on the screen. And just to be sure, he quickly tested that the log out button worked. To his relief, it did. Then Sam quickly went through the settings, set the screen colors and such, their responsiveness, and the control options of the screens. Sadly or luckily, depending on who you were, the game couldn't really read minds, so saying menu or status in your mind would do exactly nothing. But if Sam were to set a movement macro, for example snapping his fingers or clicking his tongue for opening the menu, then he could use the menu silently, which was always a plus, as yelling menu out loud sounded really stupid and would be detrimental when stealth was important. Checking his inventory, he found the generously provided money. You currently have 1 gold, 42 silver, and 27 bronze coins. Sam nodded, dismissed the inventory screen, then opened the status screen. Name, Solar. Level 0%. Title, HP 100-100. MP, SDR 5. Dex 5. AGI 5. VIT 5. End 5. Mag, Per 5. WIS 5. Luck 7. It was all very basic. The only thing new to this game was that nobody started with magic and mana ready to use. They would have to unlock it some way, then they would get a starting mag stat and would be able to use mana. Strength, dexterity, and agility were the physical stats. Vitality and endurance governed health and health-related things, while magic, perception, and wisdom were the mental stats. And with luck, everybody started with a 7, and nobody could increase it on purpose. Only random events and accidents could increase and decrease it, respectively. Finding a rare flower in the middle of a meadow covered with flowers would increase it. And falling for a trap in a dungeon could decrease it, depending on the situation. Satisfied with his status screen, Sam closed the window and began his trek towards the town in the distance. Thankfully, Future Unknown set it up so that people in the same geographical location would start around the same area in the game. So Sam's starting town was the same as in his memories, despite his move, which made it so that he could make use of the other Sam's memories, and the first step was to unlock his mana. Trudging up to the town, Sam couldn't help but express his admiration towards the game developers, as despite only needing to walk for half an hour, he was lightly sweating and taking larger than usual breaths. It was amazing how they managed to reproduce all these sensations. Standing a few meters before the town entrance, he beheld the unfamiliar yet familiar sign of Greenwood Town. Nodding to himself, he approached the entrance and noted as the lounging figure of the guard slowly rose from his seat and stood there, making a motion with his hand for Sam to approach them. "Ahoy, traveler!" came the greeting from the soldier. He was wearing old but well-cared-for chainmail with a helm, and in his hands was a spear. "Well met," returned Sam the greeting. "Do you have any identification?" "Not yet, sir. That's why I came." "Then that will be 5 bronze for the entry." Sam nodded again, expecting it, and handed over the requested amount. The guard checked the coins, pocketed them, and then moved to return to his seat, but Sam interrupted him. "Excuse me, do you have a mage tower in your town?" "Huh?" The guard looked back at him, clearly expecting to return to their napping without interruption. But after a second, he managed to process Sam's question. "Oh yeah, just follow this road. It leads to the main square and the tower is there." And with that, he took a big step as if telling Sam that he did his duty and please let him nap. Sam just chuckled and followed the road. He didn't really need the directions, but building rapport with the locals was always useful. Greenwood was a rather standard starting town, or as some called them, tutorial town, with simple stone, wood, and brick houses. Most only had a story, but a few here and there had 2 or even 3. They even had a few nobles, mostly rich merchants who bought their titles living on one side of the town in mansions situated around the town mayor's home, which was naturally the biggest and fanciest mansion. The people were mostly farmers, some crafters, people working in the shops, and a few retired people. But overall, everybody seemed relatively happy. And as far as he could see, no other player was present yet in the town. Standing before the building that was definitely not a tower but a simple 2-story building that was called Mage Tower out of respect and tradition, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. This would be the first step in the plan he painstakingly prepared. Then Sam took a big breath and pushed open the door. Inside was cooler than outside, with a few plants that desperately needed watering against the walls and a receptionist area with a stereotypical bored receptionist who couldn't have been older than 19. "Probably an intern," chuckled Sam in his mind. The young woman sitting behind the receptionist's desk, intently reading something, didn't even bother to look up upon his entry. Sam cleared his throat. "Hello, miss. I'm here to get my mana unlocked." The young, homely-looking woman still refused to look up, just lifted one of her hands toward him, palm up, and spoke up in a droning voice. 10 silver. Sam chuckled and placed the requested money into her hand, knowing full well that in the future this price would rise to several gold coins, as the influx of new players would overwhelm the Magic Association. Though the guilds would be able to take over from them, helping new players, but that help came with a different type of strings. There was a moment of silence, then with a long-suffering sigh the silver coins vanished from the young woman's hand into a drawer, and she closed her book, which after a glance looked like some kind of romance novel to Sam, and pulled a big book towards her. Opening it, she began to browse through it, still not looking up. Master Simon is free. First floor, third door on the left. Goodbye. And with that, she closed the book that contained the availabilities and returned to her own book. Sam said a quiet thank you and left towards the mentioned room. He knocked softly on the door, and upon hearing a quiet "come in," Sam opened the door and entered. Inside the room, he was met by the sight of an older man with messy brown hair, almost taken over by the gray strands sitting behind a desk weighed down with massive tomes. He looked up as Sam stepped into the room and gave him a small smile. "Welcome, young man. How can I help you?" "Hello, Master Simon. The receptionist lady directed me to you. I wish to have my mana unlocked." The master magician nodded as if he was expecting him, then slowly stood up from his seat, and motioned for Sam to take a seat in the middle of the room that was suspiciously empty, only covered by a simple carpet. "Sit down cross-legged, young man, and leave everything to me." "Thank you." As Sam sat on the carpet, eyes closed, he couldn't help but think about what would follow. The developers solved the usual yelling out the attack or spell name with this deceptively simple mechanic. Every character started with their mana locked, and they would have to have it unlocked by somebody, and when that happened the gaming helmet, or capsule, would make a connection to the player's brain, and thus they would attach magic to the brain as an appendage, capable of being controlled with just a thought. Yelling out the spell names would still be a way for people to play, but the top players or anybody who wanted to play the game well would spend hours in the game practicing with their new phantom limb. And the more they practiced with it, the more they would be capable of. Sadly, this one was one thing that his inherited memories didn't help with. This was purely a muscle memory. At least he knew how it worked, and that would allow him to use the best practices that would be developed in the future. And after reaching a certain level of mastery, he would be able to go after some advanced mana control abilities. But for now, he waited excitedly as the older man, taking his sweet time, stepped behind him and placed a hand between his shoulder blades. "Don't worry, young man, it won't hurt." And then, Sam tried to enter the meditative state learned from his memories, and practiced in his new apartment after an exercise session. After a moment of focus, his practice paid off and he could feel himself slip into it, losing access to his senses, only paying attention to the weird feeling as something unknown entered his body, then began moving around. Sam felt as what he knew as mana circulated in his body until, after minutes of seemingly aimless wandering around in his body, it finally reached his head and something clicked. For a moment, he felt lightheaded, as if he had held his breath for several minutes, but then the feeling of mana in his body slowly went away, leaving a slight itch behind his eyes, or at least seemingly originating from there, and leaving Sam oddly disappointed. Mana felt awesome. Then he felt himself shake lightly, and he snapped open his eyes, only to see the old magician staring down at him with a small, self-satisfied smile. "It seems you have a great aptitude for mana, young man." His eyes gained a faraway look as he continued. "I haven't seen such ease at unlocking since." Sam made sure to smile back, then slowly stood up, stretching his legs, while the other man stopped his reminiscing and slowly shuffled back to his seat behind the desk. Master Simon took up a scuffed pen and looked at him. "That's done. Anything else I can help you with?" Sam shook out the last tingle from his limbs, then turned fully towards the magician and bowed. "Thank you very much, sir." The other man instantly seemed happier at the clear demonstration of respect. "If it wouldn't be a problem, could you maybe sell me a copy of the Mana Shield spell?" I didn't know young people still knew about that spell," exclaimed the older man before starting to grumble. It seems nowadays, everybody using that new mana armor spell, they have no respect for the old. Sam cleared his throat, and the old magician snapped out of his grumbling and gave him an apologetic look. You know what? I think you would do well with that spell, so here. He waved his hand, and an unremarkable tome floated off one of the shelves lining the room into Sam's hand. I think what was your name again? It's Sam, sir. Right, Sam, I think you have the talent to make it work, so go ahead and show the world what you are capable of. At the end of the proclamation, the old man was almost yelling, but he seemingly caught himself, coughed twice into his fist, then hunched over his desk a little. But I have to continue my work, so if there is nothing else. That's all right, sir, answered Sam respectfully, inside giddy at the thought of gaining the spell for free. I'll see myself out and thank you again. You're welcome. And with that, the old magician's attention was on the tome in front of him, as if Sam didn't even exist. He slowly opened the door, not wanting to disturb the other man, and stepped into the hallway. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, a new prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, you've acquired the Mana Shield spell book. Do you want to learn it? Sam looked around to see if anyone was watching, then simply spoke up. Yes. Instantly, the book in his hand, like the coin bag that Selene had given him, turned into light, then into pixels that began to swirl before him, but instead of simply disappearing, they swirled around for a moment and then rushed into his chest. He jumped a little from fright, expecting it to hurt, but he didn't feel anything. Then, as if a dam has been opened, a deluge of notifications popped up. You've unlocked your mana. Gain the magic stat. You gained 5 mag. You handled your mana, unlocking exceptionally well. You gained +1 mag. Mana is available to use. You're lucky, the bitter old man gave you a spell book for free. You gained 1 LUK. You gained the first name, Sam. You learned the spell Mana Shield. Mana Shield, level 0, 0%. Using mana, you can form a simple shell around yourself, which decreases the damage you take. Damage decrease depends on the amount of mana invested. Chapter 3. Stepping outside the Mage Tower, which was actually a nice townhouse, and maybe generously could be called a mansion if one squinted. He could still see the people of the town bustling around, intermixed with a few players here and there. The true popularity of the game was still some way away. But despite that, a lot of people still wanted to try out the game that promised to deliver everything everybody ever wanted in a virtual reality game. By the time he, or rather the other Sam, joined the game around the end of February, things were already in full swing in the game. The cities, towns, and villages, no matter how small or big, were filled with players, both young and old, wanting to experience the wonderful world of Magic Unbound. But for now, he was one of the few who were playing the new game. With that thought, he stepped away from the door of the Magic Tower and headed towards the weapon shop. After all, if one wanted to be an adventurer, one needed to have a weapon to kill monsters. Unless one wanted to be some kind of monk who fought with only their body. While Sam knew a few excellent builds for monks, he wasn't talented enough with martial arts to develop in that direction. The weapon shop was amongst the other shops, mostly catered towards local and traveling adventurers. And despite what he had read in his previous life, one would never be able to meet a master forger or tailor in any of these buildings. These were run by merchants or merchant companies, staffed with disinterested teenagers or older people who were bored sitting at home, who bought up ready-made weapons from a bunch of crafters and resold them for a profit. Meeting a master forger would be an exercise in frustration, and probably a gigantic quest chain, as they were protected by many layers of well-wishers, economic barriers, and greedy merchants who wanted to use them, and rarely by lords or other nobles. Stepping inside the appropriately named weapons for every occasion, he was met by another bored young lady, but this one, instead of reading some romance novel, was leaning her head against her hand, while her elbow was on the counter, and seemed to be staring at nothing. Apparently retail was the same no matter what dimension or reality or even game world. Sam greeted the girl ignored the grunt that left the girl's lips, and headed for the racks of swords. He could have chosen some other weapon, maybe a spear, as they were much easier to use, but Sam wasn't here to play the game in the most optimized way. He was here to have fun with a game type that was just a dream in his previous reality. And of course, swords were cool. Finally, after going through a few, testing their weight and balance, fully utilizing his inherited memories, he chose a simple steel sword with decent length, and that was already sharpened. Probably made by a journeyman and not an apprentice, he thought as he placed the sword in its scabbard on the counter in front of the spiritless girl and went back to look for a proper utility knife. In the end, Sam came up with a sharp knife with a cutting edge on one side and a serrated edge on the other side and a nice, comfortable hilt. Placing it next to the sword on the counter, Sam waited a second for the young woman to react, but she was still ignoring him, so he simply cleared his throat. I'd like to... The salesgirl's hands snapped out, taking the sword and knife from the counter with well-practiced ease, taking a look at them, then looking at Sam. She spoke slowly, her tone of voice clearly communicating her boredom and how much pain her life was. "That would be 62 silver coins, sir." Then she continued in a monotone voice, reading from a small scrap of paper in front of her, not even attempting to hide what she was doing. "Would you like to purchase a care bundle for new and fabulous equipment? If you do, we're offering 10% off from your entire purchase." She looked at him as if already expecting the negative answer, but Sam just smirked. "Sure, add it to the total." There was an entire minute of silence as the young sales girl tried to process that her sales tactic actually worked. But then she jumped into action and began quickly tallying up the merchandise, dipping below the counter to bring a hastily packaged care bundle. Then she told him the final price. "That will be 58 silver and 50 bronze coins, sir." He instantly put the required money into her waiting hand, happy with his purchase. The famous 3 silver care bundle was well known amongst the early players of the game. Some merchants miscalculated, and every time they sold it, they lost money. Sadly, by the time the player population increased, the merchant owning the shop selling the wrongly priced care bundles, containing some weapon oils, cloth to clean them, and whetstones, and a few other odds and ends, wised up and increased the price, thus demonstrating that the NPCs weren't perfect and could be played or cheated. Leaving the weapon shop, he added the sword to his belt and stowed the knife in his inventory. He then did some window shopping while walking towards the armor shop, making sure everything was as it was in his inherited memories. In the armor shop, he was met by an older saleslady who didn't understand armor and was rather slow to count the money, but thanks to his inherited knowledge, he still managed to buy a plain, reinforced glove and a pair of bracers. While he would have preferred to leave town with better protection, for now, his budget was only good for these. With a quick detour to the general store for a water skin, a few odds and ends, and some rations, he finally headed to acquire his first quest. For the next step of his plan, he would have to finally step outside of the town and start hunting the numerous beasties around Greenwood. And on the way, Sam would pick up a few quests. Opening the door, he ignored the small bell that went off and walked directly to the blood-stained counter, already making eye contact with a visibly frustrated butcher. "Good morning," he greeted him, while the man just grunted in response. "What do you want?" "I wanted to ask if it is possible to bring beasts here that I hunted and get them cleaned up." The man grunted again as an answer, but the frustration was visibly replaced by something that seemed to be a mix of hope and annoyance. "Ye can do that, kid," came the terse reply, and Sam cheered inwardly that once again his inherited memories were confirmed. "Tell you what, you seem like a halfway competent person, so here is the deal. I'm in need of some fresh rabbit meat, and my usual supplier is out of town. And of course, this is the exact day some fancy schmuck wants to have a fancy dinner. So if you get me some clean rabbit meat before sunset, I'll clean the rest for ye free." Sam thought about it for a second, then nodded. "Exactly what I needed." "Deal." The butcher grunted again and reached for a dirty rag to clean his counter with while glaring at Sam. "Then, what are you still doing here?" Sam chuckled and quickly left the store. Outside of the store, he stepped away from the windows that showcased some prime cuts to prevent the butcher from seeing him standing around, and took a look at the quest screen. New quest acquired. "Help a butcher out. One of the butchers in Greenwood has had a bout of bad luck. A well-paying customer has ordered very fresh rabbit meat, but the butcher's regular supplier, one of the hunters, is out of town for some reason. This is where you come in. Gather the meat of a dozen rabbits, but be careful to keep the meat clean and not in pieces. The better the quality of collected meat is, the better the rewards. Time limit until sunset. Looking up at the sky, wishing for an enchanted clock, Sam nodded to himself, and with an errant thought, headed for the same gates that he used to enter the town. "Let's see how good I am with the sword," he thought sarcastically, while frantically going over everything he could find out from his memories. Leaving the town was an easy affair, but the surprisingly awake guard told him that he should get an ID made if he planned to leave the town a lot. These IDs were unique to each location, though some of them could be used in multiple countries or areas. But if you wanted to do anything more than exist in a place, it was highly recommended to register at the local office that handled such things. For example, in Greenwood, this could be done at the mayor's office. But for now, he was good with the guard, simply knowing his face. IDs were more important in bigger cities where guard rotations happened frequently, and the populace was big enough that no guard could, or even cared to, remember anybody's face. Sam headed directly to a field that was south of the town, where no areas were being worked by farmers. Just the slightly tamed nature, tall grass with a few wildflowers, and a dense forest awaited him. The entire forest was kept as a reserve, for the population to have something to hunt in, and of course, it helped that the forest was home to several beings that would erase Greenwood with their mere snort if the humans even thought about removing it. Thankfully, he didn't have to worry about those high-level monsters, as they lived way deeper in the forest, but there were several occasions in the past that one of them wandered closer to the town, and not just in Greenwood. One of the famous events at the beginning of the game was at the town of Evergreen, up north, sadly too far away for Sam, where an ancient ice fox chasing one of its kits wandered too close to the town. And the players, of course, decided it was a bonus boss or maybe an event boss. The area was renamed Ice Plains, and until the highest-leveled players reached around level 100, nobody even tried to get near that place. He had a few tactics to deal with such monsters, which didn't include fighting them, as you couldn't even cheese the fights, but to his best knowledge, no such monster approached Greenwood around this time. So he only had to deal with the local equivalent of rabbits. While their fur was indeed cuddly and soft, they were extremely territorial, yet placid. They would only attack, even a dragon, some ranger with rabbit pets tried it, if they were provoked. And of course they were gigantic. The males sometimes reached 4 feet in length, while the females varied between 2 feet and 6, depending on the age. Thankfully, they were kept in check by the local predators. Curiously, Sam couldn't see any other players out on the field. Maybe they already out-leveled the area. Not that Sam cared. They were all racing for the highest level, and he was here to build a foundation. Walking a good distance away from the town, yet close enough to run back if he encountered something big and nasty, he looked around, took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. So amazing! Compared to the VR games in my previous life, this is miles better. Shaking his head, Sam then turned his attention towards his goal, namely killing the cute bunnies. They weren't exactly running around freely like in other games, where the tutorial town always had a field full of level 1 monsters for people to level up and try out their new abilities. He actually had to hunt for the rabbits, but once again, he knew something that most people didn't. The rabbits near Greenwood had a favorite flower they liked to nibble on. So he spent a few minutes gathering said flowers, which looked like marigolds with slightly fewer petals than the ones found in the real world. Sam simply ripped their flowers off the plants, easily crushed them in his hands, then placed the resulting mush onto a flat rock in the middle of a clearing where the grass wasn't as high as everywhere else. Then he took a few steps back and stood in an unfamiliar stance. Making use of his memories, he unsheathed the sword, grabbed it with both hands, then waited patiently. Sometimes he moved a little, trying to find the most comfortable position that the stance allowed. In his previous life, he never once held a sword in his hand, yet the other Sam used the sword for years. And with that came a generous amount of memories and experiences about sword wielding. Luckily, only after a few minutes of waiting, Sam spotted one of the giant rabbits sniffing around on the other side of the rock where he placed the bait. The size of the beast was truly surprising. From where he stood, it looked at least 3 feet long with short but seemingly very fluffy brownish fur. Judging that the rabbit was close enough, he took a hesitant step forward, only for the rabbit to raise their head in alarm and look directly at him. Then the rabbit growled. He tightened the grip on the sword and waited for the perfect moment, according to his memories, to strike. Then he took another step forward. The rabbit growled again, then fell silent, but Sam saw its leg tense. There was a moment of silence, as if the entire field and forest fell silent just to witness the titanic battle between man and rabbit. Then the rabbit jumped, and Sam slashed down. Sadly, he only managed to catch the rabbit with the flat of his blade, and by the time he realized this, the rabbit gathered its wits and once again jumped at him, aiming at Sam's torso. They danced around like this, with Sam slashing at the charging rabbit, either missing the animal entirely or only nicking it with the tip of his sword. Finally, after minutes of draining jumping around, Sam was breathing heavily and his hands holding the sword were shaking slightly. But the rabbit was in a similar situation. Its hide was in tatters, bleeding from numerous small holes, and was glaring at Sam with the strength of 1,000 suns, the bait on the rock long forgotten. However, it was clear that the animal was too exhausted to move again. So Sam, swallowing heavily, took a big step forward and raised his sword with his shaking hands. "Sorry, little buddy," he told the rabbit while trying to calm his hammering heart. "This game is too realistic." He swallowed again, looked into the rabbit's eyes, and swung his sword. The sword landed with a heavy thunk on the ground, and the rabbit's head fell silently into the dirt, blood flowing freely from its neck. "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real." Sam closed his eyes and took a few calming breaths, trying to ignore the stench of blood originating from his first kill. For a long moment, he reconsidered playing the game. After all, if the death of a simple, albeit gigantic, rabbit was this realistic, then what would happen the first time he fought people? Would he be able to handle it? Then he heard a crisp sound originating from inside his head, and as he opened his eyes, he saw a new screen. You killed a giant forest rabbit. You gained 10 experience points. Broken out of his thoughts, he waved away the screens, retrieved some rope he bought from his inventory, and began the process of hanging the rabbit up to drain the blood properly. While this was a game, and some processes took a much shorter time, some actions still had to be done to get the best quality items. He could have simply taken the corpse of the rabbit as it was, put it into his inventory, then handed it over to the butcher. But he would get a much better quality of meat back if he were to take the time to do some basic hunting activities, like draining the blood. Then, as his first hunt was being drained on a nearby tree, Sam squared his shoulders, quelled his hammering heart, and stepped back towards the stone where he left the bait, as he could already see another rabbit sniffing around. He had some hunting to do. Sam had truly returned to the beginning. He was only level 0 with a small mana pool and a single beginner skill, mana shield. His body was weak, but one thing stood out: his natural talent for magic and an unusually high amount of luck. Unlike everyone else starting from scratch, he carried the knowledge of an entire future. This time he refused to make the same mistakes. Chapter 4. Immediately after finishing with preparing the rabbit and burying the blood and viscera that escaped the battered body of Sam's first kill, placing the body into his inventory, he once again took out his steel sword, took up his stance, now a little more familiar, and waited for the next rabbit to come closer to the bait laid out. While the memories of the other Sam were useful, they sadly didn't come with any organization, and most importantly with any muscle memory. So Sam had to make the memories and experience his own over time. He couldn't get top-grade skills after swinging his sword for the first time. At least, while in real life he was rather lazy, and it took a serious mental effort to maintain his exercise routine. In games, Sam never shied away from practicing until he bored himself to death. And now, with virtual reality, the experience would be many times better than sitting in front of the computer screen and watching the numbers go up. He raised his sword and slashed once again, as a new rabbit jumped at him after getting spooked by stepping towards them. This time, The fur of the rabbit was in a marginally better state as Sam beheaded the poor rabbit after a small fight. He adjusted his stance once again, grabbed the handle of the sword a little differently, and waited for the next rabbit. Sam watched as the life left the eyes of the 10th rabbit, and he couldn't help but let out a shaky and exhausted breath. But then he immediately perked up as a long-awaited screen tsunami appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 1s. Gain 2 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 end point thanks to your perseverance. Congratulations. Thanks to your persistence with the sword, you've learned the basic sword mastery skill. Basic sword mastery, level 010, 0%. Passive shows that you are capable of wielding a sword. Mastering the basics will allow you to start learning advanced moves. Slightly increases the damage you do with a sword. Yes, whooping, Sam danced a little and quickly assigned his 2 new unassigned points, as he firmly believed that holding on to those points was the height of foolishness, especially at the beginning of the game where their worth was incalculable. One went to perception and the other to magic. He could make things work with his relatively low physical stats, but higher magic stats were important for his plans, and it was simply a necessity for making use of mana. And just to make sure, Sam closed his eyes and reached out to his new phantom limb, trying to sense his own mana. And to his surprise, even this 1-point increase allowed him a much clearer view of his own mana. Experimentally, he tried to move it around, mimicking the old magician back in the mage tower, and to his surprise, he actually could play with it a little. It was like taking sand into his hand and trying to move it in some kind of exotic pattern that he himself didn't really grasp, while the sand kept slipping from his hand, only to end with an empty fist when he finished the pattern. It was confusing, but at the same time exhilarating. To Sam, this new sensation, the feedback from touching the mana, alone was worth trying the game. Poor rabbits, but I'm not giving this up, he thought, then tried once again. He managed to reach 3 repetitions of the weird movement when his status screen reminded him with a harsh alarm that he had run out of mana. Sam shook his head, then ignoring his empty mana, he checked his latest victim, and after he saw that it was empty of blood, he put the rabbit corpse into his inventory, the hide in a much better state, and refocused on the hunt once again. Observing the bait and the area, Sam decided he needed to move, as the constant fighting has already disturbed the local wildlife. The grass was trampled and torn up, several pockmarks decorated the field, and a liberal amount of blood was soaking into the ground, deterring the animals he aimed to hunt, even with his bait. So he began wandering in a random direction, still keeping the town walls in sight. Along the way, he casually picked up the rabbit's favorite flower when he came across one to make a new bait, but he was focused on thinking about mana. Strictly speaking, a player didn't need to do all of what Sam had done. Most players could play the game without learning how to really control their mana. They would simply unlock their mana, get some skill or spell, and go on an adventure. Granted, they would have to yell the name of the skill or spell, or make a specific movement to activate it. But even that way, they could bring out 100% power of the skill. The thing was, by learning to control his mana, Sam would be able to activate skills without speaking, and would bring out more than 100% of the power of the skill. Admittedly, it wasn't so easy that anyone could do it, but the few who managed to reach the level where they could squeeze more power out of their skills than possible were the best of the best. So if he wanted to be one of the best, Sam had to buckle down and practice until his eyes bled and he was numb with boredom because, as with everything else, learning to control mana was reliant on talent. Some could learn it just as easily as breathing, and some would struggle for years just to achieve the basics. In this regard, the other Sam had a middling talent, capable of a lot, but never reaching the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, there was no universal test that would determine a person's talent, so Sam had to go in blind to see what he could achieve. Arriving in another clearing, Sam found another flattish rock, placed the mass of crushed flowers, took a step back, raised his sword, and once again waited. Sam swiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the giant rabbit carcasses laid out in front of him. After arriving at the second location, he kept at the hunting until he bagged his 25th rabbit. Then he sat down to rest for a while, exhausted, and now he was surveying his collection. Sadly, he didn't level up again, as while the first level only needed 100 experience points, the second level up already required 300 experience points. And it got worse from there. The first few were in tatters, and he even could see a few bones poking out of the low-quality fur. Those wouldn't be the ones he would hand over to complete the quest, but the last dozen or so were of much better quality. Thanks to his new skill and practice, he managed to defeat them with one swipe. Mostly at the neck, but sometimes he managed to cut them in half on his first strike. Sam, hoping that the butcher would accept them, collected the rabbits back to his inventory, organized them into 2 piles, tried to clean the detritus off his low-quality clothing with little success, and began heading back to the town. On the way, he continued his practice with the mana, feeling as if he was on a verge of discovering something. It was an elusive feeling, and it annoyed Sam greatly that he couldn't really figure it out. Even looking into his inherited memories didn't help, as according to them, everybody had a different reaction to the mana and felt it differently. Arriving at the gate, he greeted the guard, who was once again almost napping, received a grunt in response, then headed for the butcher. Sam stepped into the butcher's shop, the bell ringing as he shut the door behind him, only to be met with the scowling face of the butcher who was still standing behind the counter, aggressively cleaning it, though Sam could spot that some products were gone or moved around. "Back are ye?" asked the butcher without any greeting. "Did ye get it?" "I sure did, sir," replied Sam, keeping his tone even. The butcher didn't seem like a person who would appreciate Sam sucking up to him. "Where should I put them?" "The counter," came the dry answer as the butcher motioned towards it. Sam nodded, and one by one, he began retrieving the rabbit carcasses from his inventory, placing them in front of the butcher, who was already scrutinizing the first one with sharp eyes. He watched as the man hemmed and poked the carcasses for a few minutes, even going as far as to sniff them, probably for freshness. Then, after the butcher was finished with the last one, coincidentally the one in the best condition, he looked up from his work at Sam. "I knew ye were halfway competent, as these are halfway decent," he said in a gruff voice, but Sam managed to spot the light of satisfaction in his eyes. "With this, I can make the order." No thank you followed it as the butcher began hauling the carcasses to the back room for processing, but Sam didn't really care as he was more preoccupied with the screen that appeared after the last sentence of the butcher. "You've completed the quest. Help a butcher out. Your reward is free processing of any animal carcass you give to the butcher on this day." Sam nodded, happy with the reward, then patiently waited until the other man returned. The burly professional reached out with his meaty hand and gestured towards Sam. "Now, gimme the remaining and I'll do 'em quick." So Sam, with a slight smile, quickly dumped the rest of the rabbits on the counter. "When should I get back?" The other man, without looking up, just grunted again. "An hour." There was a moment of silence, then he continued. "These are shit quality. You need to practice, kid." "Yes, sir, I do," was Sam's only reply. And with that, he turned around and left the shop, confident that the person behind the counter didn't much care for small talk. Knowing that in an hour he couldn't really achieve anything of importance, Sam simply decided to enjoy the scenery. He walked back to the town square, where a very stereotypical fountain was surrounded by a little greenery and a few benches for the people of Greenwood to rest during their shopping trips, or just for travelers to take in the view of the town. Taking a seat on one of these, Sam continued to practice his mana control, until he once again ran out of mana, while participating in the age-old tradition of people watching. He saw workers heading to have a meal, women with giant baskets full of produce heading home, old ladies gossiping while slowly heading somewhere, peddlers walking around, a few pickpockets, stern-faced guards patrolling, and of course, players. Compared to the locals, they were much more excited, rushing to and fro, eagerly showing each other different pieces of equipment or breathlessly describing some amazing skill. The game didn't have an official rarity system, so it was really hard for beginners to determine the worth of items at first look. For example, when buying a sword, you couldn't just look at the color of the name. You had to check the material it was made from the crafter and take it into your hand and do a few practice swings. Sam even spotted a person walking around, gesticulating at the town while seemingly talking to himself. A streamer. Like always, a new game was always good for streamers, and Magic Unbound wasn't any different. Though initially not a lot of streamers tried to showcase the game, but even with those few who took the leap, it was enough to entice the population to participate in the game. According to his memories, if everything happened the same way, it would take around a month or so for the game to be picked up by the populace at large, which would give him around 4 months of in-game time to achieve his goals. Watching as the streamer walked around for a while, talking to NPCs and players alike, he returned his attention to his mana, closed his eyes, and focused. Sam could feel that he was close. To what he didn't know, but he was close. He once again took hold of the mana and began to move it in the same pattern the old mage did when he unlocked Sam's mana. But this time, he made sure to clench his metaphorical fist extra hard, and as he moved the mana, he could feel himself shake a little, sweat flowing down his forehead, but he kept his hold on the mana that was in his phantom appendage. The mana still fled from his control as he moved along the mysterious path. The mana, like granules of sand, slipped from his fingers, but with a Herculean effort, he managed to keep a hold onto a few of them. And then the path ended. Mana successfully moved in a circle, and for a moment Sam was surprised, but then he was distracted by what was happening in his body. The mana, previously sluggish, just hovering around, doing nothing, changed. It was now, still somewhat slowly, following along the route that flowed inside him. It was extremely slow. At Sam's estimation, it would take minutes for 1 grain of mana to move in a full circle. Even if it wasn't a circle, but some kind of esoteric pattern that was hard to describe with any of the languages he spoke. Scarcely believing that he managed to achieve this, Sam opened his eyes and checked out the patiently waiting screens in front of him. Congratulations! You've managed to learn the basic mana control skill. Basic mana control, level 010, 0%. Passive, you managed to gain basic control over your own mana. Mastering this skill will allow you to learn more advanced techniques. This skill also increases the amount of mana regenerated at a time, plus 1 mana regeneration per second. Congratulations! You've managed to learn basic mana control without any instruction or help. You've gained plus 1 PER, plus 1 mag. Whooping in happiness, Sam jumped up and did a little dance, ignoring as people looked weirdly at him, or as the players stared at him with speculation, then did a quick check of his status screen. Name, Sam Solar. Level 150%. Title, HP 100-100. MP 4280. SDR 5. Dex 5. AGI 5. VIT 5. And 6. Mag 8. Per 7. WIS 5. Luck 8. Skills. Mana Shield. Level 0, 13%. Using mana, you can form a simple shell around yourself, which decreases the damage you take. Damage decrease depends on the amount of mana invested. Basic Sword Mastery. Level 210, 6%. Passive shows that the person is capable of wielding a sword. Mastering the basics will allow the user to start learning advanced moves. Slightly increases the damage you do with a sword. Basic Mana Control, level 010, 0%. Passive, you manage to gain basic control over your own mana. Mastering this skill will allow you to learn more advanced techniques. This skill also increases the amount of mana regenerated at a time, plus 1 mana regeneration per second. Sam stared at it for a few seconds with satisfaction, then looked up at the sun, saw that it was time to head back to the butcher, stopped celebrating, closed the status screen, and began walking with a little pep in his steps, while his mind was still marveling at the feeling of mana moving around inside of him. The process of receiving the meat and tattered hides of the giant rabbits was smooth, and Sam could see that the butcher was already much happier. So, he simply put the meat and hides away, said his goodbyes to the grouchy man, and left the shop. Outside of the shop, he did a simple check of his equipment, making sure that there weren't any cracks on his sword. Thankfully, the beginner clothing was self-cleaning to a level, so there weren't any remnants of rabbit or his blood on it, and once again headed for the outside. But this time, he wasn't going to hunt. Sam had reached level 1. His mana reserves had grown, and his natural affinity for magic was becoming even more apparent. Along with improving his basic swordsmanship, he had also awakened the skill basic mana control, a talent that would steadily increase both his mastery over mana and the speed at which it recovered. Though he was still weak by the world's standards, his growth had already begun to diverge from the path of an ordinary player. Chapter 5. While on the surface the areas around the world of Magic Unbound were different, the developers were still good enough to make the tutorial areas the same in a sense. Each had a middle-sized town, several crafters that could be found and learned from, and a few NPCs that would teach the basics of archetypes if one went and looked for them, as well as several secrets that Sam would mercilessly exploit in the future. And the areas around these tutorial towns were also given the same treatment. Every tutorial town, like Greenwood, had an area around them that could be broken down into layers. Greenwood had a forest. The outer layer was full of low-level monsters that were perfect for beginners to learn the ropes. Going deeper, players would find monsters that would give them a challenge, but they would still be defeatable alone if the player prepared or was talented enough. Going one layer deeper for solo gamers would be only possible for the strongest or most talented, with parties dominating the monsters found there. And it was in this layer where players around the tutorial towns could find bosses. Of course, one could ask, how could the game prevent much stronger players from coming back to tutorial towns, dominating them, or simply causing chaos? When Sam experienced those memories, he really had to tip his hat to the developers of the game. If a high-leveled player decided to go back to a tutorial town, a lot of things could happen. If, for example, they had a valid reason to go there, like on a quest, then nothing would happen. They would simply go there, speak to whomever they needed to speak to, and leave. But if some miscreants decided to go back to their old tutorial town to grief beginners and low-level players, the game wouldn't stop them with barriers or warnings. No. Instead, they would be approached by some NPC and offered a quest that was more attractive than griefing noobs, or maybe some event would happen near them that would need their attention. Or sometimes the NPC wouldn't even approach them. Maybe their guild leader would task them with the job not knowing their intention. Thanks to the game's ability to gather data, analyze it, and make use of it, it could delay or distract any player that was aiming to cause chaos where there shouldn't be chaos. And what about those who were unaffected by these actions? Every area of the game was home to a being that was its guardian, and when those obstinate people arrived at these places, those guardians would get a revelation from a god and go and do a little cleanup. It took players a long time to put this together, but when it clicked, everybody was impressed. Sam couldn't blame them, as it was a good system. But his goal wasn't to cause chaos, but to head to one of the spots in the forest where he could acquire something he needed. So he left the town, woke up the guard who was napping with his greeting and ignoring the grumbling he left behind, and headed for the deeper part of the forest. Granted, with his level, the moment he stepped into the real deep part of the forest, the first squirrel would destroy him, but he had a secret weapon. Distraction. He had several chunks of fresh, prime giant rabbit meat ready to be thrown, and with a little bit of stealth, audacity, and knowledge from his memories, it wouldn't be any trouble to reach his goal. With that determination, Sam stepped over the imaginary line that separated the forest from the fields before it and started heading deeper, hands ready to throw juicy meat pieces at aggressive predators. Arguably not the greatest plan, but according to his memories, most really aggressive predators were nocturnal, and those who were active during the day had learned to fear humans, so they wouldn't attack him without due cause. Were he a little stronger, maybe with an aura spell, he would have been able simply to stroll through the forest. As it was, Sam had to check his every step, stop every time a bush bristled, and listen when he heard a noise. For a while he was all alone, the natural sounds of the forest surrounding him, then suddenly he heard a noise. A bush moved to his right. Sam froze, with one hand reaching for the meat in his inventory, the other approaching his sword, but not yet drawing it. Then an enormous hog stepped through the underbrush, snorting and honking with excitement. Sam could see the moment when the hog realized it wasn't alone. It also froze, staring at Sam. Then it took a big sniff and, to Sam's relief, snorted dismissively, looking away from him and restarting his movement, trotting forward. and to his surprise, followed by a succession of small piglets, excitedly squealing. It would have been adorable if Sam didn't know that the hog was at least level 5 and would have gored him to death within seconds, mana shield notwithstanding. He waited with bated breath until the small family vanished in the wild undergrowth and then continued on his journey. As he skulked around the forest, Sam couldn't help but feel that he should deserve to receive at least the basic stealth skill. Or maybe not, he thought as he tossed another scrap of meat at a snarling wolf. The wolf jumped a little, catching the meat while flying through the air, and while it was busy gorging itself on it, Sam beat a hasty retreat. Looking up at the approaching mountainside that rose out of this part of the forest, he felt relieved, as it meant he was close to his goals. At the beginning of the game, one of the guilds whose members were from the same city he lived in, managed to get some hints from the rangers in the Greenwood, and after some trouble, figured out a trick for something amazing. The local tutorial boss was a giant mother wolf protecting her cubs. Players could anger it by driving the population of animals she relied on to feed her cubs down, or by killing too many wolves as she feared the players would bring harm to her cubs, or by simply receiving a quest to kill it after completing a chain quest with the locals. What that guild figured out thanks to one of their rangers, and later mercilessly bragged about, was that if you were smart enough, you could lure the mother wolf away and tempt the little cubs with fresh meat to come with you. Just grabbing them never worked, as it would push the instant berserk button for the mother wolf, and even the rangers stationed at Greenwood would look down on the player who did that. But tempting them with meat was fair game. And Sam was here to try it with a little variation. He didn't have enough power or people to lure the mother wolf away, so he was planning on bribing it. Mostly because having an animal companion this early would be a godsend, and because in his previous life, Sam was almost deathly allergic to anything with fur, and he really wanted to experience what it was like to own a dog. Or wolf. He wasn't picky. Minutes later, he realized that the underbrush was clearing out a little, with the trees standing just a little farther from each other, and more rocks were littering the ground. Swallowing heavily, he put away his sword and knife into his inventory and retrieved a bigger amount of meat. Then slowly, not even trying to hide, he walked forward towards where, according to his memories, the cave housing the mother wolf was. Seconds later, Sam even began to hear the playful yips of wolf cubs as they presumably played around. Stepping around the last tree, he found himself in a clearing surrounded by rocks. Lying in front of the entrance of a cave was a giant wolf, with scraggy gray and white fur, very intelligent eyes that were looking directly at him, and giant fangs that Sam didn't really want anywhere near him. The half-dozen cubs around him were, however, incredibly cute. They were basically small balls of soft fur with snouts. Sam raised his hand, one empty and the other holding the meat, and took a final step forward and stopped at a decent distance from the small family. Then the wind shifted, and a small gust flew from behind him, bringing his scent towards the wolves. The small ones, so far ignoring or not even noticing him, suddenly stilled and raised their adorable heads towards him. Sam could see their little beady eyes trained on the juicy meat in their hand, as drool started to flow from their mouths. He would have chuckled if he weren't at the mercy of the area boss. The mother wolf spent a moment looking at him, then glanced at the cubs, then at him and around them. Then a moment later, presumably after making sure nobody else was around, she snorted and stood up slowly. With lumbering steps, she stepped forward and growled at him. Getting the clear message, Sam raised his hand and gently threw the meat in front of the giant wolf as it towered over him with its almost 8 feet of height. The wolf then spent a few moments smelling the meat, nibbling it a little, while actively trying to shove the cubs away from Sam's offering, before picking it up with her teeth and throwing it behind her with a lazy movement. The moment the piece of giant rabbit meat went flying, the cubs jumped and ran after it, and as it landed with a meaty thud, they pounced on it and began tearing it apart, while their mother simply stood there and eyed Sam. Sam, knowing his precarious situation, just gave the mother wolf a small, closed-mouth smile. Then he slowly moved his hand so that the wolf could see and retrieved another piece of meat. While reading the body language of a wolf was much harder than a human's, Sam still could see a small spark of delight appear in the wolf's eyes. So without further ado, he threw it at her. After half an hour of slowly throwing pieces of meat at the wolf with a few minutes of interval, to allow the cubs, and after that their mother to eat their fill, the mother wolf finally got used to Sam enough that she simply retreated to her previous position, laid down once again, and rested her not-so-small head on her paws that could probably pulverize his ribcage, and watched the cubs play while still keeping an eye on the surroundings and, more importantly, Sam. Sam, taking this as a sign of trust, swallowed heavily and took a step forward while eyeing the giant wolf. As the wolf didn't do anything, Sam took another one, and then another, and so on until he was standing next to a small, flat rock that was perfect for sitting down, which he did immediately, mostly to be able to relax a little, as holding so still was starting to stress his body. And as he sat down under the watchful gaze of the mother wolf, he could feel his legs shaking. It was one thing to see a wolf in the zoo, and it was another thing to see the same animal, just 3 times its original size in the game with magic, unbound's perfect recreation of the senses. Sam would freely admit to anyone if they asked that he was scared as hell. But he had a plan, and thus far it seemed to be working. Watching the freely playing pups, he couldn't help but let out an involuntary chuckle. They were just so adorable. Currently, they were fighting over a stick, with 2 of the bigger ones holding on to the 2 ends and the rest attacking the 2 wherever they could. Then he froze as he realized that the mother wolf instantly raised her head and looked at him, alerted by the noise. He slowly turned his head and looked into the eyes of the giant wolf, then shrugged and pointed at the pups. The mother wolf followed his finger with her eyes, and as Sam watched, he could see the tender care for her cubs in those eyes. Then the wolf surprised him by letting another snort that seemed to be more like a chortle, and the mother wolf simply laid back, half closing her eyes. Sam let out a sigh of relief and then refocused on his goal. As the cubs played around, they would inevitably come closer to him, which allowed him to reach out and simply pet them. The first time he did this, every wolf in the clearing froze, their intelligent eyes directed at him, while the pup he was petting shivered in fear. But as they realized what he was actually doing, the bigger cubs returned to their games and the mother just huffed. He kept this up for a while when something happened. The stick, already chewed thoroughly and incredibly dry, broke. Both big cubs took one piece of the stick, triumphantly howling at their victory, then trotted to their mother to show off their spoil while the rest of the pack of cubs followed them, yipping jealously. Except for the smallest one. During the tousle, one of the bigger cubs kicked it away, and as it lay there pitifully, it whined in a high voice at their mother, no doubt complaining about the unfairness of the game. Sam watched this in fascination, not daring to interfere. The mother wolf opened an eye, looked at the triumphant cubs, and the whining one then used one of its giant paws to bat the howling ones to the side, causing them to stop the noise they were generating, then looked at the small wolf pup, snorted derisively, and returned her head in a resting position and closed her eyes. The small wolf whined a little more, but no more attention came from its mother. Then it shakily stood up and looked around, and Sam could clearly see the spark of an idea appear in its eyes. Probably along the lines that if the mother doesn't help me, then the other thing that gives me food will help me, Sam thought with a wry smile as he watched the smallest cub slowly approach him with the most pitiful look on its head. Apparently, it was an aspiring actor. Sam just chuckled and retrieved a small piece of meat and held it out to the wolf cub. The fight was immediately forgotten as hunger bloomed behind the wolf's eyes, and it pounced so fast at the meat that Sam almost had no time to let it go. After that, it was pure bliss for the little wolf. Sam kept feeding it small scraps while petting it, scratching behind its ears, and then finally, after the wolf was almost comatose from happiness, scratching its belly. Keeping up the good work, Sam watched as the rest of the pups played while their mother napped, but nothing else exciting happened. Then, as he could clearly see the sun leaving its zenith and descending towards the horizon, Sam watched as the cubs one by one tired themselves out, simply laying next to their mother, either chewing on the stick they had one or half asleep. Except for the smallest, who somehow managed to worm its way into his lap, was getting his stomach scratched by Sam. Then, without any warning, the mother wolf stood up, scaring the wolf cubs awake, gave him a long look, growled at the cubs, then turned halfway around towards the cave. The pups, getting the message, slowly got up, sleepily yawning. Even the one in Sam's lap stopped, no matter how reluctantly, enjoying his ministrations, and jumped off his lap into their mother. Though both Sam and its mother could see it hesitate. The mother wolf once again surprised Sam when she sighed, gave him a piercing stare, and reached down with her snout and nudged the smallest cub toward him. The cub at first was confused. Then, as it realized what was happening, yipped happily and ran around excitedly its mother once, then dashed back to Sam's leg, looking up at him with adoring eyes. Sam looked into the eyes of the wolf mother and, still sitting, bowed his head in respect, then reached into his inventory, taking out most of his meat supply, followed up by throwing it towards her. Instead of letting it land on the ground, the wolf, with an almost impossible speed, reached up with her mouth and grabbed the pieces of meat out of the air. Then calmly nodded at him and followed the rest of the cubs back to the cave, leaving Sam alone in the clearing with one adorable and eager wolf cub. He leaned down and patted the wolf on its head, to which it leaned into with great enthusiasm. And as his hand left the wolf's head, the screen he was hoping for appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, you've tamed a juvenile gray forest wolf. Would you like to see its status page? You've acquired your first pet. Make sure to treat it right. Thanks to the way you've tamed the juvenile gray forest wolf, you acquired the companion sense skill. Companion sense. Level 0, 0%. This skill allows you to determine the direction of your companion relative to yourself. With the improvement of the bond between you and your companion, the ability of this skill will also grow." Sam smiled, then looked down at the small wolf that was still staring at him. "Let's go, little guy." He stood up, shaking the pins and needles from his appendages, and began heading towards the town, with the wolf excitedly running after him with its stubby legs and yipping in happiness. Status update. Sam quickly checked his status and let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had officially reached level 1. His mana reserves had grown, and his talent for magic was becoming increasingly apparent. Though his body was still that of a beginner, he could already feel himself growing stronger than an ordinary novice. His training with the sword had begun to bear fruit as well, laying the foundation for future combat. More importantly, he had awakened the skill basic mana control ***. It was a simple ability for now, but Sam knew exactly how valuable it would become. Better control over mana meant greater efficiency, faster recovery, and the potential to master far more powerful spells in the future. His defensive spell, Mana Shield, remained available, ready to protect him when danger came. Perhaps the most unexpected change, however, was the appearance of a new bond, Companion Sense. The skill confirmed what Sam had already hoped for. He was no longer alone. Somewhere nearby was his young gray forest wolf companion, connected to him by a mysterious bond that would only grow stronger with time. Looking over everything he had gained, Sam couldn't help but smile. He was still at the very beginning of his journey, but unlike his previous life, he knew exactly which path would lead to power. And this time, he intended to walk it without making the same mistakes. Chapter 6. The way back was much easier and way less nerve-wracking. Sam didn't know if it was because he still had the smell of the mother wolf, the boss of the area, on him, or that the young wolf that was now his pet wasn't even making an effort to remain stealthy. He would jump from tree to tree, trying to step lightly and move that way back to Greenwood, while the little ball of fur straightforwardly ran ahead, barked at everything, peed on things, or simply ran around him in circles, wagging its tail and yipping in excitement. Apparently, everything was new to the little one, as seemingly it had never left the clearing where Sam found the wolf family. So in the end, with a big sigh and a pat on the excited wolf's head, Sam simply stopped trying to be stealthy and began to jog towards the town. They were pursued by a few predators a few times, but none of them were too interested in really hunting them down after Sam threw a little giant rabbit meat in their direction. Thankfully, the developers made sure that the mobs in the tutorial areas weren't hyper-aggressive. In this way, the duo managed to reach the edge of the forest, with the walls of the town in the distance, within half an hour. Sam was breathing heavily from the exertion, but the little wolf was wagging its tail and tongue in happiness. He just shook his head in exasperation, then stepped into the open field. Sam was about to head to the town to continue his master plan when his new companion barked a little, then arched its back and began to growl at the tall grass. Sam sighed and retrieved his sword. A little more meat wouldn't hurt, and the day hasn't ended, so the deal with the butcher still stands, he thought. Then, with his attention on the grass, he called out to the wolf. "Be careful, little guy." The tail wagged with understanding, or at least Sam hoped so, and the growl intensified. But before Sam could provide any instruction, a giant rabbit, the same type he had hunted previously, burst out of the tall grass, crashed through the poor wolf who was half the size of the rabbit, and jumped straight at him, uncharacteristic rage on the face of the rabbit. Thanks to his previous practice, he wasn't late in swinging his sword, but it still wasn't the pinpoint reaction that was common among the heroes of the novels he had read in his past life. But the sword still hit the charging rabbit. Granted, only with the flat part of the blade, but it was enough to daze it, which in turn allowed the little wolf to jump to his defense and grab the leg of the rabbit in its mouth, looking funny, and for Sam to raise his sword again and cut the head of the rabbit off. Then he spent a few minutes praising the little wolf for its efforts, no matter how useless. Pets at this point and level, like the little wolf, were practically useless. They had no damage, their defenses were non-existent, and didn't have any skill that would support their owners. And if someone really wanted a pet like his, they could approach any of the rangers in the town, and after a small quest chain, they would be rewarded by the pet of their choice. This was mostly because the little wolf and other pets that could be gained in the tutorial town were simple, common animals or monsters. The developers themselves confirmed that there were no hidden super beasts or mythical monsters around the tutorial towns. But after some effort, they could be leveled up and would become useful in the early game and the early middle game. And once again, Sam knew something that other people didn't. He knew how to upgrade the quality of the pet. But one would ask, why would he upgrade a simple pet if, using his inherited memories, he could gather a menagerie of mythical pets? The answer was twofold. The first and easier part was because Sam actually wanted a wolf as a pet. He liked them back on his Earth and always thought if he could get any pet, he would get a wolf. The second part was that the pets learned. Thanks to how the game was developed, every pet was like a small AI that learned from the players, from how the surrounding people behaved, and from the instructions and orders it would be given. And the more time a pet had to learn, the more intelligent and capable it would become. So a properly trained pet was 100% worth being upgraded, and a pet acquired on the first day of the game, priceless, especially with his supernatural know-how. He was broken out of his musings by another growl. Sam looked around, trying to spot the approaching rabbit. Maybe a little more hunting wouldn't hurt. While the sun continued on its journey, Sam and his little companion also continued to hunt the local wildlife. Thanks to the nose of the little wolf and his knowledge about the bait, and of course the increase in his sword skill and experience, the hunting was almost twice as fast as previous. Though the little wolf mainly ran around yipping and barking at rabbits, or temporarily resting birds, or simply enjoying the wide-open world. The moment he heard the familiar alarm in his head, Sam lowered his sword, swishing it in a way to get the blood off, then sheathed it and called out to the young wolf. "Hey, little guy, let's go and rest." His answer was a happy yip, and the wolf ran up to his leg, tail wagging with expectations. They walked out of the tall grass, towards the road heading out from the town, until he found a few rocks that seemed perfect for a little rest, and led the excitable guy to them. The moment Sam sat down, the little wolf jumped into his lap and bared its stomach, expecting scratches. He couldn't help but indulge the little beast a little. Then, after a good minute of active scratching, he looked up from the wolf and inspected the new screens that caused the alarm to go off in his head. "Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 2. Gained 2 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 dex point, thanks to your perseverance. Congratulations, your pet, the juvenile gray wolf, has leveled up. Juvenile gray wolf is now level 1. Do you want to see the wolf status screen? Congratulations, thanks to your persistence with the sword, your basic sword mastery skill has reached level 5. You gained your first sub-skill. Thanks to your effort to be as accurate as possible with your strikes, you've gained the skill pinpoint accuracy. Pinpoint accuracy, level 050%. Passive, your strikes are extremely accurate. accurate enough that sometimes they slip through the gaps of the armor of your enemies. Plus 1% chance for an attack to deal true damage that ignores armor. Once again, Sam smiled widely as he read the screens that kept popping up. Once more, the game showed its difficulty by not explaining what a subskill was. Granted, a player could approach any of the NPCs, and after a little conversation, they would learn what they were. Thankfully, Sam didn't need that. Subskills, as the name implied, were the subskills of the main skills. In Magic Unbound, a player could learn any number of skills, only a few restricted to certain races or situations. But that would mean they wouldn't have enough time to level them up properly. And if one took care to level up a skill, just like he did, they would get a subskill every 5, 10, 20, 25, or even more, depending on the rarity of the skill and how they used it. So the players had to strike a balance between having enough skills to be able to advance, but not so much that they couldn't keep up with leveling them properly. The maximum level of the subskill was always below the main skill, and would always support the main skill in some way. While there were thousands of skills, the number of subskills was actually infinite, as they were generated every time a player reached the required level with a skill. And the generated subskill was always something based on what the player was doing with that skill. For example, if a player with an axe for a weapon and an axe skill would only use the axe to chop trees, then his first subskill would definitely have something to do with cutting trees or maybe destroying inanimate objects. By the time the other Sam died, there were precious few skills that had a clear guide on how to get the perfect combination of subskills. But at least people worked out a lot of subskills and the actions to get them. Pinpoint accuracy was one of the favorites, as a 5% chance for true damage in the late game was invaluable, and one only had to aim and try to be as accurate as possible with their weapons to gain this skill. And that is why he wanted the Mana Shield spell instead of the more modern Mana Armor. The Mana Shield skill had no maximum level. So every few levels, Sam would be able to get a subskill for Mana Shield, while Mana Armor had a max level of 50, and to upgrade Mana Shield, one would have to do an excruciatingly hard quest. More effort, but the final result was worth it. Satisfied with his own gains, Sam opened the wolf status screen. Name: Race, juvenile gray wolf. HP, 121-20. MP, Level 1. SDR 3. Dex 3. AGI 6. VIT 3. End 2. Mag. Per 6. WIS 2. LUK 7. I really need to give you a name, little guy? Sam mused out loud as he kept scratching the belly of the young wolf. The wolf just yipped at him in a low voice, basically comatose from joy. Sam smirked at that, but still didn't stop the pampering. He always wanted to do this, but his allergy and the fact that wolves in the real world actually ate humans stopped him. How about lucky? I'm pretty lucky to get you, he said, watching the wolf for a reaction. The wolf stopped its tongue wagging for a moment, looked directly into his eyes, and barked softly. All right, from now on you are lucky. He was rewarded by the wolf, Lucky, jumping up and starting to slobber all over his face. Sam laughed heartily, for a moment all his worries forgotten, then a small alarm broke him out of his celebration. You named your pet juvenile gray wolf Lucky. He really likes it. You've gained +1 LUK. Well, that's something. Then he took his 2 unassigned points and added 1 to agility and vitality, watching as his health points increased to 120, the same as Lucky. Pets, in general, had more health than any player, but they had access to fewer skills than the players in exchange. All right, Lucky, get off me, I need to do something, he told the little wolf, who answered it with a sad whine, but after one last scratch it slowly clambered down from his lap and simply sat down in front of him, looking back at him with big, soulful eyes. Sam just shook his head and closed his eyes to prevent seeing the wolf and giving up and just going back to play with it. Don't give me that look. His last task before he had to head back to the town to get the hunted rabbit carcasses cleaned was to acquire one more skill. One that was rather cliché, no matter what novel one read or show one watched. Meditation, which, thanks to his practice in the real world and his inherited memories, came rather easily to him. Maybe staring at the wall with empty thoughts in his past life as he tried to puzzle out some tasks for his job came in handy. For a few minutes he just relaxed, enjoying the sensation of meditation. Then Sam reached out to his mana, starting to move it in the pattern he grasped earlier. The mana that he was holding in his imaginary fist still slipped out of it like sand on the beach, but he felt he managed to get hold of more mana than previously. Then, after an unknown amount of time, sweating, he managed to complete the pattern once again. Sam was rudely broken out of his meditation by an alarm chime going off in his head. Annoyed, he opened his eyes and saw that the wolf was lying on its belly, slowly wagging its tail and looking at him. And in front of him was a simple screen. Congratulations. You've learned the skill meditation. Meditation, level 025, 0%. Passive, you are skilled at meditation enough that when meditating, it allows you to increase your mana regeneration. Usage of the skill causes you to lose all of your senses. Improving the skill will allow you to gain back those senses, plus 1 mana regeneration per second. He closed the screen a little upset that the game broke him out of his meditation. But then, Lucky, seeing he was once again paying attention, jumped up and into his empty lap. His annoyance forgotten, Sam spent another minute playing with Lucky, then reluctantly moved the little wolf from his lap to the ground and slowly stood up, shaking the pins and needles out from his legs. Come on, Lucky, let's get back to town. The wolf barked in happiness and began running in the wrong direction excitedly. Sam shook his head and simply began walking towards Greenwood, knowing that Lucky would soon realize he wasn't following and catch up to him. By the time they reached the gates, the sun was almost finished with its journey, painting the entire world with oranges, reds, and deep purple. Sam greeted the guard, who was once again napping, waking him up, earning a soft cussing behind his back, but he just smiled and headed for the butcher. The butcher was annoyed at him, but he kept to the deal and accepted the giant rabbit carcasses Sam and Lucky hunted. Though he told Sam that he would be only able to pick up the meat the next morning. Then Sam quickly visited the mayor's office before they closed and acquired an ID for himself for the low fee of 20 bronze. They even added Lucky's information to it. He placed the ID card, which was a thin plastic-like card that was made from some magically created material, into his inventory. The current ID was not the highest quality, but after the players would arrive in force, things would change, and the governments all over the world of Magic Unbound would have to upgrade their ID cards to prevent forgery and cheating. Those cards were much more magical. As he walked around the town, he saw the townspeople prepare for the night. Guards heading to the walls to relieve those there, workers heading home, or gravitating to taverns where he could already hear the snippets of music and laughter. Sam simply headed for one of the inns. Currently, he had no ability to go out of the town for the night and had no crafting skill or the ability to craft. So the only thing he could do was log out, get some quest that could be done at night, or what he was actually planning on doing, practice his skills. Stepping into the inn called Green Stump, he greeted the innkeeper. Good evening, do you have a room for the night? The innkeeper, a homely woman with dimples and crowfeet, dirty blonde hair going silver, smiled at him in response. Of course, honey. How long do you want it? Sam thought for a moment, then answered, How about for 2 nights? Excellent, replied the older woman, then reached out with her hand. That would be 2 silvers. Sam nodded and handed over the amount. He could have gone to a cheaper inn, but here his privacy was guaranteed, as well as the safety of his coin purse. The money vanished in a blink, and it was replaced by a set of keys in the innkeeper's hand. Here you go, honey. Room 212 on the 2nd floor is yours, she said while handing over the keys. Thank you. Sam was about to head for his room when he caught himself. He turned back to the still smiling woman and spoke up. By the way, my name is Sam. Then he motioned towards Lucky. And this is Lucky. The older woman's smile grew even bigger. Well met, young Sam and Lucky, the pup responded with a happy bark. My name is Sarah. I hope you'll have a good time in the Green Stump. Then she smirked at him. If you're lucky, I'll even tell you how it got its name. Sam nodded in thanks and said his goodbye, not telling her he actually knew the story, though he wished he didn't. He quickly occupied his room, set out food and water for Lucky, took a comfortable seat on the bed, watched for a while as Lucky sniffed around, curiously observing the new environment, then settled back into a meditative state and prepared to practice during the night. Status update. Sam took a moment to examine the changes brought by his recent progress. He had reached asterisk level 2. His body had grown stronger and more agile, while his instincts and awareness of the world around him continued to sharpen. Even his natural luck seemed to be improving, a small advantage that Sam knew could make all the difference in the future. His sword training had advanced rapidly. More importantly, his growing mastery unlocked a new talent, pinpoint accuracy . Careful, precise strikes now had a chance to slip through an opponent's defenses and land devastating blows. His magical abilities had improved as well. Basic mana control was becoming more refined, allowing him to recover and manipulate mana with greater ease. Combined with his newly acquired meditation skill, Sam could now restore his magical energy far more efficiently during periods of rest. His trusty mana shield remained at his disposal, ready to protect him when danger appeared. The bond with his companion also remained strong. Through companion sense Sam could always feel the presence of his young gray forest wolf. The little wolf, whom he had named Lucky, was growing alongside him, and Sam had no doubt that the beast would become a reliable partner in the challenges ahead. Looking over his progress, Sam nodded to himself. Level 2 wasn't an impressive achievement. Not yet. But every skill mastered, every battle fought, and every step forward was carrying him closer to the future he remembered. This time he wasn't simply surviving, he was building the strength to change his fate. Chapter 7. Sam spent the first part of the in-game night simply meditating, making use of the ability of the game to make meditation much easier. Back in the real world, Sam would have had to fight against himself, trying to lock out the environment and ignore the background noises from the building, the city, and the world. Here the game did that for him. It slowly removed his senses, leaving him alone with his thoughts. It allowed Sam to go over his thoughts, organize them, and just process everything that had happened to him so far. Because despite the memories he inherited, he was still way out of his depth. Hell, even the other Sam was out of his depth. The other man was a small-time information broker and contract slave to a guild. He had big dreams and big ambitions, but in the end, he was always pulled down by the people around him, and that colored his memories. Despite the memories feeling alien, Sam still occasionally got flashes of rage or frenzy at reading something random or seeing a name in the newspaper. He tried to distance himself from it, but the lure of the game was just too strong. Even if he had simply reincarnated into this world, Sam would have still tried the game out. Granted, with the memories, it was much easier, but thanks to the same memories, Sam knew that he would eventually face off against the same people that made the other Sam's life miserable. Could he avoid them? Sure, he just had to stop playing. Unfortunately, even after a day, Sam knew he was hooked. The fidelity of the game, the recreated senses, the feeling of swinging his sword and Lucky's fur. He wasn't going to give all that up just because some uppity second-generation rich heirs decided to play a cruel game of King of the Hill. Sam wouldn't play their game. No. He would play his own game, with blackjack and women of questionable morals. After that little heart-to-heart with himself, he stopped meditating for a little while to check up on Lucky, but the little wolf had seemingly scarfed down the food he left out and was sleeping on the bed in front of him. The wolf's little head was on its oversized paws, eyes closed, but Sam was sure the young cub was looking at him until it fell asleep. He gently reached over to run his hand through the animal's fur and watched as the young wolf yawned cutely. He logged out for a few minutes to take care of his own body, but he barely saw his own apartment as he rushed through the entire process before logging back into the game. It was practice time. By the time the sun's rays broke through the curtain, Sam opened his eyes to a very different status and skill screen. Over the night, he religiously practiced with his mana, trying to further his control over it, while also training his ability with the rest of his skills that he hadn't used so far. He circulated his mana, getting familiar with the feeling, while also practicing meditation to increase his mana regeneration so that he could finally practice the mana shield spell. The spell, in its effect, was quite simple. It blasted mana out of his body, and using that mana formed a thin layer that protected the user from damage. At higher levels, it didn't just protect from physical damage, but from magical, elemental, and if one was good enough, even mental damage. That was, if somebody used the skill without learning mana control. They would blast out the amount of mana that the current level of the skill described and go about their day. But with mana control, Sam could adjust the amount of mana that left his body, and if he got proficient enough, he would be able to form partial shields or even extend them from his body. Opening his eyes, he beheld the screens that popped up in front of him. Congratulations, thanks to your efforts, meditation skill has reached level 7. Thanks to your effort to practice deep meditation, you've acquired a sub-skill. Deep meditation, level 05, 27%. Passive, when you meditate deep. After 10 minutes of meditation, you will enter into deep meditation that will double the mana regeneration granted by meditation. Cooldown, 8 hours. Congratulations, thanks to your tireless work, basic mana control skill has reached level 9. Basic mana control, level 9-10, 99%. Passive, you manage to gain basic control over your own mana. Mastering this skill will allow you to learn more advanced techniques. This skill also increases the amount of mana regenerated at a time. Plus 19 mana regeneration per second. Congratulations, thanks to your effective use of mana, Mana Shield skill has reached level 6. Mana Shield, level 6, 11%. Using mana, you can form a simple shell around yourself which decreases the damage you take. Damage decrease depends on the amount of mana invested. For every unit of mana invested in the spell, the shield will protect you from 6 physical damage. As Sam beheld the results of his nighttime practice, he couldn't help but smile. While deep meditation wasn't the best sub-skill, it was still useful, especially in the early game when he still had time to sit down and just practice. He frowned a little at seeing the status of the basic mana control. Intellectually, he knew what he had to do to advance the skill, but somehow that knowledge in practice eluded him. He felt he was close to grasping whatever he was chasing, as it was really hard to put to words what controlling mana felt like. Sometimes it felt like grasping at smoke, sometimes he was shoveling sand in a direction with his phantom appendage, and sometimes it flowed like water. It was maddening, but at the same time exhilarating. Sam was stopped from thinking more about mana and his progress, because the moment he opened his eyes and began to move around, Lucky woke up, and the little guy was relentless in wanting some morning ministrations. He laughed gently at the excitable wolf, and without thinking began to play with his new friend. After satisfying Lucky's need for love, at least for now, he gathered the items he left out in the room, then went down to the main dining hall of the Green Stump, where the proprietor was already ready with his breakfast, and to Sam's surprise, she even prepared a nice meal for Lucky. He sent her a nod and a smile seeing the 2 bowls, but Sarah just winked at him and began serving the other patrons, who after a quick glance turned out to be all NPCs. As Sam shoveled the simple but rather high-quality meal into his hungry stomach, he couldn't help but chuckle, thinking about those poor fools who thought that, seeing that the game didn't explicitly state it, there was no satiety mechanic in the game. Oh, how wrong they were. Future Unknown managed to replicate all sorts of sensations, and players thought they would leave hunger and thirst out. Granted, with higher stats, especially VIT and End, one could endure more hunger and thirst, but unless some very specific skills were learned, or the player turned into undead, they would have to eat and drink just like in the real world. In the future that never will be, there were several guilds scattered around the world of Magic Unbound whose sole focus was on crafting better and better rations for the war guilds. Seeing his inherited memories, and in them the farming wars, Sam was impressed. After thanking Sarah for the breakfast, with Lucky's happy bark joining his words, He assured the woman that he would return later, and Sam stepped back into the hustle and bustle of Greenwood. For a moment, he watched as the people of the town went about their lives. Then he took a step and joined the throng of people walking about. First, he visited the grumpy butcher, picking up the promised meat, with a harsh reminder that the next time he wanted it done, it would cost him. Then he simply refilled his rations, picked up a simple collar for Lucky, just to show that the wolf wasn't wild. Then went to the town square to see if there was anything interesting there, before heading out to continue his quest to. Sam didn't really know what his actual end goal was, but at least he had parts of a plan. In the town square, he saw people setting up stalls to sell their wares, people sitting or standing around, talking with each other. Sam also saw a few more players. They looked properly armed and seemed to be walking with purpose. Probably professional players, he thought as he absent-mindedly played with Lucky while people watching. He was about to give up trying to get Lucky to give him a high five. The cute wolf just kept looking at him with a grin, when Sam heard a voice call out. "Hey, you!" He raised his head, looking around, until he found a man, a player, walking towards him with purposeful strides, covered from head to toe with basic leather armor. And to Sam's inherited expert eyes, it was obvious that every piece of armor was made by a different craftsman, though at this level it was impressive to achieve even this much. Compared to his simple bracer and gloves, it was miles better. Sam stood up and pointed at himself. "Me?" The man nodded in answer. "Yeah, you." "Okay, how can I help you?" The man arrived next to him, and Sam immediately noticed that while the player was talking to him, his eyes were on Lucky. "Ah, that makes sense." "Where did you get this, cutie?" he asked and leaned down to pet Lucky, but the wolf just growled at the outstretched hand and hid behind Sam's leg. The man sighed in disappointment, but straightened out and looked back at Sam, who was watching the entire thing play out with a small smirk. "So, where did you get the cutie?" he asked again. Sam thought for a moment, then answered, 10 silver. The other man opened his mouth for a moment, then simply huffed. Of course, nothing is free." Then he did a few movements with his hands, presumably to open his inventory, and 10 silver coins appeared in his hands. "Here, now can you tell me?" Sam reached for the silver coins, but didn't take them immediately. Instead, he began talking. "Yeah, find the nearest ranger and ask them for a partner, short chain quest." Then he scooped up the silvers and quickly deposited them into his own inventory. "That's it," came the incredulous reply from the player. "Nothing about the quest." Sam just shrugged. "Just standard bring back X loot and stuff like that, but it is always different." "Oh, that makes sense." The man nodded his head in respect, then began to turn around. "Thanks anyway, off I go to get myself something adorable." "Good luck." Sam watched as the man left just as fast as he came, and ignored as several people who were also listening in on their conversation left the area with haste. He couldn't help but smirk. There was actually a quest chain that rangers gave out, but without any help, it would take a new player around a week to finish it. They would probably come after him, but it felt nice to be a little petty. Giving Lucky a last pat and a last look at the now bustling town square, Sam shook his head and headed towards the gates of the town. If he wanted to realize any plans, he needed money. Sadly, he couldn't really head for any of the treasure troves he knew about because Magic Unbound had really robust defenses against them. In the other Sam's past life, a group of second-generation rich heirs used their daddy's money to get some juicy information out of some future unknown workers. They proceeded to use the information to cheese an important quest and skip a large part of it. The resulting lawsuit was harsh enough that it bankrupted several families and left an impression on everybody. Though later there were some rumors that the entire thing was a honeypot scheme by the company to establish a precedent, but it didn't really matter. The precedent was established, and nobody tried to cheat after that. So despite knowing all sorts of secrets, he couldn't just go directly to the treasure, because the AI would pick up on it. And while the company, future unknown, didn't have the same power, either economically or politically, right now as it would have in the future, Sam was still a small fry, and they would be able to go after him with impunity. Thus, he would have to go through every boring step of the quest chain to acquire the money he needed. Approaching the same guard who Sam had met the first time he entered Greenwood, he saw that the guard was once again trying to nap. He cleared his throat, causing the man to startle, then as the guard realized what was happening, glaring at him. "What do you want?" "Hi. I was wondering if you have jobs for an adventurer like me?" Sam asked with a forced grin and cheer in his voice, trying to appear as annoying as possible. "While I can't skip parts of the quest, it doesn't mean I can't force the NPCs to skip it for me." He pretended not to notice as something dark flashed behind the guard's eyes. After all, there was a reason Sam made sure to annoy the man as much as possible. "Adventurer, you say?" mused the man. "I might know something." "Really, that would be super awesome, sir," he chirped happily, watching as the other man's eyes twitched. Inwardly, Sam just smirked. "Excellent. Then why don't you head off to the forest in the east? The wolves there have been causing some problems. Bring back around 20 furs and the mayor will definitely reward you." "Really? Sure. Thank you, sir." Sam reached out and grabbed the man's hand and began shaking it up and down. The guard let it happen for a few seconds, then wrenched their hands back. "No problem. Now why don't you head out? You don't want to miss the wolves." "Sure thing, sir," answered Sam with a happy grin, then motioned for Lucky. "Come, Lucky, let's get hunting. Bye, sir." He turned around and began heading in the direction of the forest. But he never received a reply as the guard was once again laying back on their chair and attempting to fall asleep. Sam let go of the idiotic smile on his face, which was replaced by a self-satisfied smirk. New quest acquired. Hunt those wolves. A guard you are acquaintances with has given you a quest. Go into the eastern part of the forest surrounding Greenwood and hunt 20 wolves and bring back their pelts. Presenting them at the mayor's office will probably have them reward you. Time limit, none. It was sketchy as heck, but to Sam, it was perfect. He began softly whistling, and with one hand on his sword, Lucky trotting next to him, he headed towards the forest. He had wolves to hunt. Status update. Sam's level hadn't changed, but his strength had continued to grow. His mastery over mana had improved dramatically, bringing *** basic mana control close to perfection and making his magical energy recover much faster. His training in * meditation had also paid off, unlocking the first stage of * deep meditation ***, a technique that would greatly speed up his recovery during periods of rest. Meanwhile, * mana shield had become far more reliable, giving him a stronger defense against future dangers. His swordsmanship continued to improve, and his bond with Lucky, the young gray forest wolf, grew stronger with each passing day. Sam smiled. He might not have gained a level, but he was becoming stronger in all the ways that truly mattered. Chapter 8. While Sam headed towards the forest, he went carefully through his plan. "First, I need to level up, and Lucky also needs to level up." Lucky, somehow sensing he was thinking about him, looked up at Sam and grinned with tongue lolling, still trotting beside him. Sam smiled back, then continued to think. "Then I need to get some more armor, as a bracer and gloves wouldn't help much. But if I get some quality wolf furs, then that will not be a problem." Looking around to make sure nobody was following him, he simply continued to whistle badly, while sometimes throwing a stick for Lucky to bring back. All in all, he was perfectly content. As Sam and Lucky arrived at the forest, he quieted down. Lucky, following in his footsteps as if sensing that they would be hunting, was standing almost fully still, only moving his adorable little head with the smallest movements. Knowing that he had been playing for a long time, Sam planned only to hunt a few wolves, so he wasn't really worried about the quest. And that is what he did. He stepped into the forest, followed by his loyal wolf, and began to hunt. The first thing he came across was an angry hog and not a wolf, but Sam didn't mind. It was good to practice on something more manageable than a big wolf. He barely had time to unsheath his sword before the enraged animal charged at him. Damn! He jumped aside, barely landing on his feet, while Lucky growled at the monster that weighed at least 10 of him. Balancing on his feet, trying not to fall over, he watched as the hog snorted and slowed down from its charge. Sam was a little disappointed that the animal was smart enough not to ram into a tree. Still, Sam gathered himself and raised his sword before the hog had time to slow and turn. It pawed the ground, shaking its glinting tusk in threat. Though there was little chance that he would manage to cleanly separate the hog's head from its body, just like with the rabbits. It was a little too big for that. Nonetheless, he was prepared to try, or do as the saying goes. He watched as the eyes of the hog stared at him, the cold, calculating intelligence radiating death, and couldn't help but swallow. Couldn't have the developers made the animals stupider and less lethal. Sam raised his sword and prepared to strike. The hog pawed at the ground and prepared to charge. For a moment, both of them stared at each other. Then, swish, Sam jumped aside and the hog squealed as it ran past him, its side bleeding from the cut that he inflicted. For a moment, he expected the hog to flee, with blood flowing freely from its side, but then it turned around, and Sam could almost see its face turning red from rage. Apparently, there would be no peace. Sam sat on the ground, his back to a tree, panting with exhaustion as the aggressive hog was laying in front of him finally, dead as a doornail. It was bleeding from multiple wounds, and it was a minor miracle that it was slow enough that Sam managed to dodge every charge, every tusk strike and body slam. Poor Lucky was practically useless against the hog. He was dirty, drenched with sweat, and exhausted, but he killed it, and the feeling was rather exhilarating. I could get used to this, he mused, while slowly getting up and approaching the corpse of the giant animal, retrieving his knife. This will be perfect for bait as the hide is ruined. He stepped next to, kneeled down, and began roughly carving up the dead hog. Sam waited in silence behind a tree, physically holding back Lucky as they watched as a very big wolf, though smaller than Lucky's mother, approached the cut of the hog that Sam had left out. They watched as it sniffed around, walked around the piece of meat. Then finally, after a minute of indecision, it decided to eat it. And that's when Sam struck. He leaped forward, cutting down straight with his sword, right at the neck of the wolf. However, the wolf was faster than him and managed to jump aside and immediately strike back with its claws. Sam felt the claws hit his side. Thankfully, the mana shield took care of the damage, but it was still too close. He quickly renewed the spell with his shaky mana control and instantly moved toward the wolf, afraid that if he would let up with his attack, the wolf would get in a lucky shot or worse, run away. He struck once, twice, and 3 times, but the wolf always danced away, and only the last strike nicking it on its side, but it didn't even draw blood. Sam wondered for a moment if he bit off a little more than he could chew, and cursed the fact that acquiring a skill that would allow him to estimate his opponent's strength was a little beyond him when Lucky came to the rescue. The adorable little wolf let out a battle howl, shocking the wolf staring hungrily at Sam, and charged at it with reckless abandon. Lucky latched onto the hind leg of the bigger wolf, then began to chew on it. The wolf yipped in surprise and pain and looked back at the cause of its pain, while Sam, without hesitation, used the gap in the monster's defense to charge at it. The wolf had enough time to look back at Sam before it was impaled face first with his sword. Sam panted a little, then tiredly called out to Lucky, who still keeping hold of the leg of the wolf. "You can let it go, Lucky." The little wolf cub sent him a questioning growl, then sniffed once and let go of the furred appendage. Then slowly trotted up to him, sat down on the ground, and looked up at Sam with a truly wolfish grin. Sam chuckled and began petting his little hero while reading the screens that popped up. "You've killed adult forest wolf. Due to the adult forest wolf being 4 levels higher than you and your pet will receive increased experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 3. Gain 2 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 in point, thanks to your endurance during battle. Congratulations, your pet, the juvenile gray wolf, has leveled up. Juvenile gray wolf is now level 2. Do you want to see the wolf status screen? Congratulations, thanks to your persistence with the sword, your basic sword mastery skill has reached level 7. Congratulations, thanks to your accuracy with the sword, your pinpoint accuracy skill has reached level 1. Congratulations, thanks to your usage, mana shield skill has reached level 7. Reading over the notifications, Sam was a little disappointed that his mana control didn't go up. but it probably needed something bigger than him using it in a battle. Probably some kind of breakthrough, reminiscent of fantasy novels. He assigned the new points to wisdom and strength, dressed the corpse of the wolf, and then sat down for a quick meditation to recover his lost mana. After the first wolf, everything seemed to click into place. Sam continued to hunt the wolves and hogs that made the forest their home with Lucky, getting faster and faster with killing them as he learned how they moved and how to apply his own skills. By the time his internal alarm rang that it was time to go, he managed to kill a wolf in 2 strikes, or 1 strike if Lucky was, well, lucky enough to catch them unaware. He collected a sizable amount of wolf and hog carcasses, lots of random assortment of plants that he recognized from his inherited memories, and even 1 old necklace that was stuck into the dirty and matted fur of 1 very big hog. Sam finished dressing the last corpse and glanced at Lucky. The little wolf was still looking around alertly, but it was obvious it was beyond tired as it continued to yawn, cutely of course. "Come on, Lucky, let's go back to the town and have a rest." The wolf perked up, barked in happiness, and then immediately turned around, facing the direction where Sam knew Greenwood was. "Lead the way, then," Sam said with a chuckle, then began tiredly following his little friend. Thankfully, nothing interesting happened on their way back. A few wolves tried to cause trouble, but Sam just threw a small amount of meat at them, and while they were distracted by it, the 2 of them legged it. However, he made sure to enter the town from a different direction, not wanting to meet the guard who gave him his newest quest for now. He did a quick detour towards the butcher, haggled a little for processing the hogs, then headed directly to the inn and his room. Waving a tired hello to Sarah, who was sitting behind the counter reading a book, he asked for another 2 days of extension, paid, then trudged up to his room, Lucky in his arms, as the excitable little fellow's legs gave out around the time they left the butcher. In his room, Sam put out food and water for Lucky, placed him on the end of the bed, took off his boots and laid down. Then did a final check of his notifications. "Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 5. Gained 4 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 AGI point, thanks to your speedy actions. Gained 1 dex point, thanks to your def strikes. Congratulations, your pet, the juvenile gray wolf, has leveled up. Juvenile gray wolf is now level 5. Juvenile gray wolf has learned the strong jaw skill. Strong jaw, level max passive, the jaw of the wolf is strengthened. Do you want to see the wolf status screen? Congratulations, thanks to your persistence with the sword, your basic sword mastery skill has reached level 9. Congratulations, thanks to your accuracy with the sword, your pinpoint accuracy skill has reached level 3. Congratulations, thanks to your usage, mana shield skill has reached level 9. Thanks to fighting alongside your partner, your companion sense skill increased to level 2. Congratulations, thanks to your usage, meditation skill has reached level 9. Chuckling at the unhelpfulness of Lucky's newest skill, he opened his status screen. When he leveled up, he added 1 point to strength, 1 to magic, and 2 to vitality. Balance was the name of the game at the beginning. Name, Sam Solar. Level 5, 7%. Title, HP 16160, MP 9090, SDR 7, Dex 7, AGI 7, VIT 8, End 7, Mag 9, Per 7, WIS 6, Luck 9. With that done, Sam closed his eyes and triggered the log out button. He woke on his couch with the morning sun illuminating his apartment. He spent a few minutes just laying there, contemplating what he had just experienced. Then Sam slowly sat up, stretched, put the VR helmet on its stand, then slowly walked to the bathroom to take care of his hygiene needs. While it seemed weird that he had to log out from an in-room, it was good to get used to it. After the game reached its height of popularity, people would play it so much that life almost stopped in the real world. So the government mandated that the maximum playtime was 12 hours a day, for example, starting from 6 in the afternoon until 6 in the morning. This allowed people to plan around the game, and nobody's stuff would get stolen because they couldn't log in for some reason. However, the playtime could be restricted by health reasons, so most people only played as much as their body could handle. Finishing with his shower, Sam fixed breakfast for himself, grimaced at the taste of the healthy cereal, sat down in front of his computer and began looking up news about Magic Unbound. Magic Unbound has indeed unbound the magic, a new game that surpasses every expectation. A fantastic game for fans of the fantasy genre. Derivative and cliché. Just as he remembered, the first opinions were generic and didn't manage to grasp what made the game great. Then he clicked around a little, checked his account on Shadowland, answered the messages there, and posted a few guides and secrets, setting the price low just to get a little more income before people migrated to Magic Unbound. Then Sam went to a streamer site and began searching for streamers that played the game. After he was done with gathering intelligence on the gaming community, Sam puttered around the apartment a little, cleaning and organizing stuff. Writing down notes about his actions, making notes of his expenses and loan income, while also writing down the skills he and Lucky acquired, compared them to his notes while using this information to plan further ahead. Then Sam went through his routine exercise, hating the fact he had to do it, but knowing it was important if he wanted to remain competitive later. And when he finished, he took another shower, then simply crashed into his bed, asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Sam woke up late in the afternoon, hungry beyond reason. He shambled out to the kitchen, threw together a nice chicken salad, sat down in front of the television set, and began watching some kind of news, extolling some kind of government action, as his brain tried to start up. Finishing his meal, he took a bathroom break and made another check of the gaming news. Then when Sam saw nothing interesting happened while he was out, then laid down on the couch and reached for his helmet. He missed Lucky. The blackness was more familiar but still slightly disconcerting. Magic Unbound. Welcome back, Solar. Log in. Sam pressed the button without hesitation, and then within a second he found himself lying on the bed back in the green stump inn with Lucky snoring at the end of the bed. Thankfully, the developers of the game were nice enough to set it so that when a player logged out, the game wouldn't try to disturb them. For example, the game kept Lucky asleep, and nobody came into the room to bother him. He sat up, and the moment his bare feet touched the ground, Lucky was up, wagging his tail, grinning at him, ready for action. "Come on, Lucky, let's get some good food, then money, then we can hunt a little more," he said while patting the not-so-little wolf's head. Apparently, while he was asleep, Lucky grew up. Reaching level 5 allowed Lucky to turn from a juvenile gray forest wolf into a gray forest wolf. He was no longer small, but he was the size of a border collie. Sam was a little disappointed, as the little wolf with its oversized paws was super adorable. But at least this way, Lucky would be much more useful. He shook his head, patted Lucky one last time, then opened the door to his room, ready for another day of adventure. Status update. Sam had reached asterisk level 5 asterisk, and the results of his hard work were becoming clear. His asterisk mana shield had grown much stronger, while both his swordsmanship and mana control were nearing mastery. His meditation techniques continued to improve, allowing him to recover his strength and magical energy more efficiently. His bond with Lucky had also deepened. The young gray forest wolf had grown alongside him, becoming a more capable companion with every passing day. Sam could feel it. Step by step, he was building the strength he would need to face the future, and this time he intended to be ready for whatever awaited him. Chapter 9. Leaving his room, then descending to the ground floor of the inn, Sam was once again met with the hustle and bustle of the morning as people consumed their breakfast and Sarah flitted around, serving or even chatting with people. The moment his feet hit the last step, Sarah looked up and smiled at him, immediately approaching them. She smiled at Lucky, completely ignoring the rapid growth. After all, no matter how realistic the game was, it was still a game, and spoke up. "Good morning, young Sam." "Breakfast?" Sam simply nodded. "That would be nice, Sarah, thank you." She smiled at him warmly, then motioned to one of the free tables. "Take a seat, I'll be there in a second." And with that, she left, presumably to get the promised breakfast for Sam and Lucky. The two of them looked at each other, Then Sam shrugged and headed towards the indicated table, then took a seat. While he had eaten in the real world, inside the game, his character was rather hungry. Man, I can't wait until the game is properly synchronized to the real world. Keeping up with satiety will be so much easier, he mused as he waited for his meal. Looking around, he still could only see NPCs in the inn, probably eating trail rations and sleeping in stables to save money. He chuckled, then refocused on watching the door which hid the kitchen behind it, waiting for the owner of the green stump to return with her promised bounty. Before leaving the inn, he paid for another 5 days of stay, knowing that soon he would have enough money and he wouldn't need to penny pinch. After leaving with a warm goodbye from Sarah, who apparently appreciated people who paid promptly and didn't cause a ruckus at night, he headed straight for the butcher. While breakfast was filling, Lucky needed much more meat than was covered by rent at the inn. Sam paid the agreed amount of money and left with 3 packages of meat. One sliced into bite-sized chunks for Lucky, one into commercial-grade slices, and one into the highest grade the butcher could. After all, what was the point of gathering all these materials if he couldn't taste them? Sam planned on handing one of the packages to the proprietor of the inn and requesting steak for dinner. According to his inherited memories, the developers went all in with recreating senses, so the taste of the hog's meat would be probably divine. Wiping away the saliva that threatened to leave his mouth, he instead turned his attention toward the biggest building in the area. The commercial district of the town of Greenwood contained several streets lined with numerous shops selling all manner of products, though they were all basic, being a small tutorial town. And in the middle of that district was the Merchant Association's local headquarters. While in bigger cities, it would be a magnificent building where deals concerning millions of gold coins would be decided. Here in the small town of Greenwood, the building was simply used for administration and dealing with product ordering and such. But they also performed a basic service. As Magic Unbound decided to do away with the standard and rather cliché, even in this world where VRMMO novels and their ilk were non-existent, Adventurers Guild, this was the place where common people could come and sell their loot. They had all manner of experts on hand that would be able to appraise the brought-in items and then process them. And if not, then the association would call in somebody from the bigger cities or simply give the person a letter of recommendation and send them to the city. And of course, they tried to fleece the adventurers as much as possible. And this den of greed was where Sam headed to sell all the wolf carcasses currently in his inventory. While he could have dressed and tanned the hides of the animals, after all, in his memories, the other Sam did so several times. He neither had the time, materials, nor inclination. Much easier, at least at this time, to swallow the association's fee. Compared to the sleepy Mage Tower, the association was bustling with activity. Its giant doors were wide open, and people were streaming in and out. These people were both dressed in noble apparel, followed by servants, and in simple workers' clothing, clutching papers in their hand as if it was their lifeline. Next to the building was a giant warehouse, and an empty lot where a lot of boxes, crates, and all sorts of containers were piled high, while wagons came and went, and people kept unloading and loading them. At the same time, officials with very self-important looks on their faces walked among the towers of crates with clipboards, occasionally checking something off them. Sam took all of this in, then he squared his shoulders, dodged a few rushing people, some happy, some angry, and also entered the building. The inside was exactly as Sam imagined and saw in his memories. The floor was off-white marble. The walls were done with high-quality bricks and some wood paneling, and the ceiling contained several chandeliers that were illuminating the entire hall despite there being no windows anywhere. Opposite the entrance was a long counter dotted with active receptionists that were all wearing matching uniforms that showed a rather tantalizing image, a mandatory customer service smile, while behind them several assistants or other personnel were walking or rushing around carrying small boxes, scales, paper stacks. There were also several very well-equipped guards stationed around the room, keeping an eye on people, and Sam knew there were also a multitude of magical defenses in place, as well as one very high-level individual who was responsible for protecting the building and what it contained if the worst happened. Sam quickly got into a line that seemed to be dealing with regular people, not wanting to mix with the nobles, or their servants, who were all ushered through a side door the moment they reached one of the receptionists. Thankfully, he only had to wait a few minutes before he was in front of the very attractive receptionist. She gave him a quick once-over, noting the quality of his clothing, and spoke up. "Welcome, sir, to the Merchant Association. I'm Tiffany. How can we help you today?" Well, at least she called me sir, Sam thought wryly. He knew that the association greeting changed depending on how influential and rich a person was. "Good morning, ma'am. I'm here to open an account and sell a few wolf carcasses, fully dressed but not processed." Quick and to the point. He wanted to be out of here and back to his quest. The woman's eyes glinted a little at the mention of the carcasses and nodded. "Very good, sir. Then I will need an ID." Sam just sighed and retrieved the prepared documentation, while also lamenting the universality of bureaucracy. Leaving the Merchant Association, Sam was rather happy. His haggling techniques weren't the best, but thanks to the inherited memories, he knew exactly the limits of the association and what they tolerated from whom. After unloading his collection of wolf carcasses in the adjoining warehouse, Sam walked away with an even 10 gold coins and some change. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't much, but it was enough to get some more armor and prepare for his quest. Followed by Lucky, who was a big hit with the ladies at the association, he returned to the armorer and purchased a very flexible leather armor, high-quality boots, a hooded cloak, and a proper belt. After that, he hopped over to the tailor to buy something better than his beginner clothing, paying attention to making sure that the purchased clothing didn't make too much noise when he moved. Then after changing into his new clothing and armor, he left the tailor as a changed man, and of course once again with an almost empty coin purse. Shaking his head, Sam checked his clothing, did a few stretches while leaving the cloak in his inventory, then spent a few minutes once again looking around, trying to spot players. And to his luck, he did indeed spot them in even greater number than the last time. Apparently the game started picking up, but thankfully not much. NPCs still outnumbered players. It was only thanks to his inherited memories that he was able to spot them. Although with the streamers, it was rather easy. Nobody walked around with a weapon and that amount of cleavage while gesticulating at nothing. Seeing them, Sam became a little thoughtful. Should I stream? With my knowledge, I could be popular. But then he shook his head. Back in his previous life, he tried it once, but dealing with people and keeping up the commentary exhausted him beyond belief. Streaming wasn't for him. Plus, this way I can enjoy the world better. And with that thought, Sam signaled for Lucky, who was currently being patted by 2 old ladies gushing about him, and headed for the exit from the town. He was ready. An hour later, Sam and Lucky were back in the forest, though this time much deeper. He still made sure to take time to hunt a few hogs and wolves and pick up any plant that he knew was worth something. And as they headed deeper, Sam also made sure to make a little more noise than necessary. After all, somehow he would have to lure out those awful wolves that were causing trouble to Greenwood. And not even another hour later, just as he was packing away the remains of the latest hog they had killed, while Lucky snacked on a few prepared meat slices from the butcher, he heard them. Sam immediately shoved the remains of the hog in the inventory, not caring what happened to it, then lunged for Lucky and pressed the surprised wolf, while keeping Lucky's mouth shut with his hand, while also keeping his own body down and in the cover of brushes while sharpening his ears. "Where the hell is that guy?" "Greg said he'd be around here, right?" "That's right," came the prompt response from the second voice, tinted with frustration. "But seeing as the guy is not here, I'm going to have a really nice talk with that idiot." The other couldn't have cared less based on the voice. It's not a big waste. We were already heading out for patrol." "I don't care, Tim. That idiot wanted us to do his dirty work. Well, he should pay for it." "All right," came the placating answer as the 2 men stopped only a few meters away from Sam and Lucky. "Just make sure that you don't cause any trouble for the boss. You know how he is." Sam could practically hear the shiver in the answer. Right. They walked around a little more, and Sam heard as they rustled bushes and shook a few trees, but luckily, he glanced at Lucky, who seemed to be enjoying being embraced by Sam. They didn't even come close to his impromptu hiding place. All right, I can't see shit here, so let's go back and get something to drink before I go and have a nice talkin' with that idiot. Works for me. Sam listened as the voices got a little further away, then slowly stood up, though he kept hunching to make sure he stayed hidden. Then he retrieved his cloak, pulled the hood down, and motioned for Lucky to stay silent. SHH, let's go hunting. Lucky gave him a big smile, then let out an almost inaudible growl, and without any further prodding from Sam sniffed the air, and began leading him after the men. Good boy, Sam whispered, then after looking around, began carefully following Lucky while also swiping away a small screen. Despite being caught unaware, you weren't found by the mysterious men. +1 LUK. Sam and Lucky followed the two men, as they unknowingly led the two of them on a merry trip in the forest as they finished their patrol, before heading back to their headquarters even deeper in the forest, near where the mountains met the forest, and there was an ample supply of caves, and even cave systems for bandits to hide. Which these men were. In the other Sam's life, the bandits only attacked merchants away from the town, and sometimes robbed lone adventurers. But then the players attacked, and a few of them got a quest to deal with the local bandits. The incensed bandits, under the orders of their boss, decided that the best way to deal with this is to simply destroy the town. And thus, on a fine sunny day, they besieged the town. And the town would have held out with the help of the players, if it weren't for one lone guard that nobody cared for. Opening some hidden doors, Greg the guard, the one that Sam kept annoying, let the bandits in, allowing them to attack the defenders from behind. In the end, the bandits were defeated because a group of royal knights on a training exercise, probably the game arranging them to be there for insurance, came by and defeated the bandits. And Sam was planning to preempt them by going to the bandit headquarters and dealing with the boss. And of course, looting the entire thing to the bedrock. They have been operating in the area for a long time and amassed a very big fortune which the avaricious boss kept entirely to himself. Sam knew that he had neither the levels nor the experience to win a frontal assault against the criminals, as they were between level 5 and 10, with a few lieutenants around 15, and the boss probably level 20 or 25. But he had no need to attack head-on. Stealth was the name of the game. Following behind the two loud idiots wasn't hard. Even if Lucky wouldn't be able to follow them thanks to his nose, they were still loud enough that Sam wondered how they managed to stay hidden. Then, after taking another step, he froze, Lucky as well, as a wholly unfamiliar feeling swept over him, and suddenly in the distance he could hear some new sounds that previously were totally absent. He froze because he felt it with his mana. Then, before the panic could set in, Sam deep-dived into his memories, looking for the origin. A minute later, he let out a relieved sigh. That was close, he thought, then motioned to Lucky, and they continued on their journey. The thing that he had felt wasn't some kind of super awesome magical ward that identified everybody who entered it, but a simple silencing ward that swallowed up any unnatural sound. According to his inherited memories, the feeling of an identifying ward was much more invasive. Plus, usually they were paired to an alarm, so he would hear if he had tripped one. Still, this proved that there was at least one moderately competent mage in the gang. Probably either the boss or one of the lieutenants. Sam nodded to himself and continued sneaking towards the bandits' hideout. But just to be sure, he took hold of his mana and slowly began to expel it in front of himself in a small cloud. It wasn't the best thing he could use to detect magical defenses, but he didn't have time to spend creating a spell or even learning one from the mage tower. As he watched his mana slowly tick down, Sam hoped he had enough time until he arrived at the hideout. Status update. Sam's progress remained steady. His defensive magic, swordsmanship, and mana control all continued to improve, while his meditation techniques made recovering magical energy easier than ever. His bond with Lucky, the gray forest wolf, also grew stronger as the two advanced together. Though there were no dramatic breakthroughs, Sam could feel himself becoming stronger with each passing day, laying the foundation for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 10. Sam spent half an hour tracking the two bandits as they followed the trails in the forest to their hideout, while also making sure to pay attention to his surroundings, in case he had to flee rapidly. Lucky was thankfully staying silent. Apparently, the instinct of the hunt was enough to prevent them from being discovered through any stray noise he would make. Sam drew the cloak closer on his body and slowed down his steps as he saw the trees clearing out and the almost total absence of underbrush. Then, as he began hearing more voices, not just the two idiots discussing, of all things, the proper applications of high-proof alcohol on wounds, he stopped and crouched down. Sam was happy to see that Lucky followed along, laying down on the ground and softly sniffing the air. Then he slowly began half-crawling, half-waddling forward to see what he was dealing with. Upon reaching the edge of the clearing, which was clearly man-made, he beheld the entrance to the bandits' hideout. Surprisingly, there were not many fortifications visible from his hiding place. He could see the wooden door that was added to the cave entrance, but other than that, everything was left as it was. There wasn't even a watchtower. Seemingly, they believed in security through obscurity. Then why cut down the trees? He wondered, but then his eyes landed on the only thing that was not a guard snoozing, rock or tree stump. It was a thick wooden pole carved with all sorts of runes. And to Sam's barely developing senses, it was blasting the area with mana. While Sam had no idea what it was, his inherited memories, thankfully, were ready to share their knowledge with him. It was a very basic ward anchor, probably for the silencing ward. Made from wood, it wouldn't last long, as the mana flowing through the enchantments would slowly erode the wood, so it would need to be replaced pretty frequently. Which explains the trees. Instead of moving forward, as the guard was seemingly asleep, Sam instead took out a small notebook he bought with a small pencil and began etching the runes he could see on the anchor. Truthfully, the other Sam had memorized all the other runes, and Sam had them all written down in a well-hidden notebook in his apartment. But the game's anti-cheating system would instantly flag him if he were to use runes he had never seen inside the game. So for now, he would have to slowly acquire all the runes and proceed from there. The moment he finished writing down the last rune and closed the notebook to put it away, a screen appeared in front of him. It was so sudden that he almost jumped in fright. Sam spent a moment to calm his racing heart, then check out the guard, who seemed to be still sleeping, then began reading the notification. Congratulations, you have correctly recorded an entire rune scheme. You've learned the rune of cycle. You've learned the rune of mana. You've learned the rune of sound. You've learned the rune of boundary. You've learned the rune of silence. You've learned the rune scheme of the silencing ward. Thanks to your practice, you've learned the skill Mana Sense. Mana Sense, level 025, 0%. Active-passive, a skill that allows you to sense the mana in your surroundings and to make sense of any enchantment that you come across. It also allows you passively to detect magic that affects you. Thanks to your observational skills, you've gained +1 per. The moment he read the last sentence, Sam felt the cloud of mana in front of him that he used to make sure he didn't run into anything else magical to disperse, and in its place, a very solid ring of mana began to pulse around him. The surrounding mana immediately felt different. Hell, he could pinpoint the center of the silencing ward while also sensing his connection with Lucky. However, despite his wonder, he decided to shut off his skill, as with the upgrade came a very steep mana cost. Frowning a little, Sam made sure that nothing else changed on his status screen, then looked over to the sleeping guard and began planning. In the end, in the absence of any better idea about what to do in the situation, Sam went with a very simple plan. He would slowly go up to the guard and open the door even more slowly and slip in. But to be sure, he circled around the clearing, making sure to approach his goal from the guard's back, so in case they woke up, he would be in a prime spot to attack them. He readied his sword, patted Lucky's head. The wolf responded by extreme tail wagging for luck, then began creeping towards the door and the sleeping bandit guarding said door. Honestly, Sam felt that there should be a silly cartoon playing in the background as he slowly shuffled/tiptoed forward. While he was being careful, he wasn't that worried. This was a bandit hideout in the tutorial area. There would be no random returning group of bandits, stronger bandits attacking, or even random demon attacks. If he was careful and used his low-level skills carefully, he would be fine. A few seconds later, Sam was standing behind the guard, next to the door with Lucky following him closely. He stepped up to the wooden door that was added to the cave entrance, surrounded by a hastily and sloppily put-together brick wall. Then he turned on his mana sense skill to make sure there was nothing on the door, and when it came back negative, he placed his ear on the door and listened. After not hearing anything, just a few distant clanks and something that may have been laughter, Sam raised his hand and began slowly pushing the door in. Then when that didn't work, he began pulling it. Slowly, the door began to open, with Sam pausing after every second to make sure nobody heard it, and the guard was still asleep. Opening the door until it had space for him to shimmy in, he stopped and entered the hideout. After making sure nobody saw his graceful entry, he closed the door behind him with the same speed and care. Sam had no need for anyone to wonder why the door was open. Then he turned around and found himself in a pretty straight corridor with the walls showing signs of work done on it, and illuminated badly by a few burning torches. "Here we go." Sam swallowed, then motioned for Lucky to follow him and began walking deeper. The bandit cavern was fascinating. The first room he found was a guard station, unsurprisingly empty of anybody. Not that Sam expected any professionalism from bandits when the only guard of the hideout was fast asleep and nobody cared. Taking a cursory glance around the station, he pocketed a few daggers left behind, embedded into a crude drawing of somebody's face, but otherwise he left the room as he found it. He walked near the wall, ready to duck and hide, but it was so dark that, thanks to his cloak, he was able to perfectly blend in. And well, Lucky was a wolf, with dark gray fur that somehow blended in better than his black cloak. Sam suspected magic shenanigans. After half an hour of unimpeded wandering, Sam found several rooms empty of people. Among them several crude toilets, a few sleeping rooms, one trash training room, and one with an altar. Thankfully, it wasn't a creepy, covered with blood and dripping candles altar, just one simply dedicated to a local god. Trun, the god of wealth and acquisitions, patron of merchants and opportunistic bandits, which explained why the altar was simply a big stone slab with the picture of a gold coin carved into it. On the altar were several stone bowls, each filled with gold, silver, and bronze coins, respectively. Upon seeing this, Sam couldn't help but smirk. "It seems I'm lucky today." Because the moment he laid his eyes on the altar, his inherited memories brought up the name of the god, and the details of one of the practices of the people who prayed to the god, Trun. Stepping closer, Sam silently began to count the coins while bidding Lucky to stay as a lookout. Believers of Trun, or people hoping for wealth, would cast their money into the bowls on the altar as seeds. Then a year later, or when they really needed it, they would retrieve it and spend it, believing that using money that spent time under the eyes of the god would be lucky and bring in profits. And of course, every person in a group, family, merchant group, clan, would leave one coin. Leaving more would awaken the god's anger, as it would seem crazy, and not leaving one would bring upon them the curse of the god, as they seemingly wanted to profit without risking their own money. "Sounds like some kind of pyramid scheme," Sam mused as he carefully counted the coins. 27 coins in each bowl, that means 27 bandits, he calculated. One is out as a guard, that means I have to deal with 26 bandits. Great. Sighing, Sam turned around and left the room. While he would have loved to take the money in the bowls, the gods in Magic Unbound were real. And well, he was planning for financial success, and a curse from the god of wealth would make that somewhat hard. Stealthily moving through the corridors of the cavern system, Sam kept his eyes out for any patrolling bandits, but to his surprise and confusion, he met nobody. Then, as the sounds kept growing louder and louder, and he could definitely make out laughter and the clinking of glasses, which explained where the bandits were, his eyes found something that he really hoped he would find. A simple wooden sign on it, crudely drawn with chalk of a cylinder, with a simple line coming out of it in an S shape, and the line ending with a small star. Explosives. As Sam approached the room, his smile was rather vicious. After all, when in doubt, explosives solved most of life's problems. The room, as all the rooms he had come across, was unguarded and without a lock, though at least this one had a proper door, which was left open. Marginally better, but from a security viewpoint, atrocious. Opening the door, he was met with a small corridor that opened into an enormous hall, dominated by crates upon crates, Racks after racks of different weapons, armors, other implements, and a few boxes clearly marked as explosives, though nothing worth much at first glance. A treasury it was not, but Sam still had to make sure. He softly closed the door, and once again bid Lucky to guard it, which the adorable and no longer tiny wolf acknowledged with a quiet woof. Then Sam rubbed his hand together in anticipation and began his search. He first looked at the weapons, hoping to find something better than his simple steel sword. Ultimately, his goal was to find an enchanted sword, but thanks to his newest skill, the search was rather short. Nothing in the room was enchanted. Apparently, when it came to sorting their loot, the bandits weren't as lax as they were with their security. Undeterred, Sam still spent almost half an hour looking through the displayed weapons for a few pieces that he could take with himself. Netting 3 new swords, just in case, a dozen or so daggers, a very nice axe, a warhammer, a steel-capped staff, and for some unfathomable reason a steel cutlery set. But seeing it factory fresh in a gift box, Sam just shrugged and pocketed the item. Then he went over the armors and just chose a few backup pieces, as wearing metal armor wasn't really his thing, and it didn't really help with stealth, and without enchantments, his current armor was acceptable. Sadly, Magic Unbound didn't really give much information about any item without relevant identification skills. After all, why would a lay person know about the properties of leather armor without any education? Sam also spent a few minutes checking the crates, but most of them were full of simple everyday clothing or other items that the bandits didn't care for, though he made sure to liberate a set of noble-looking clothing for the future. Then came the most important part of the armory, the explosives. He almost skipped over to them, though he made sure to be careful when handling them. Upon opening the first box marked as containing an explosive, the previous vicious smile was nothing compared to the one that appeared on his face as Sam used his inherited memories to identify the piece of equipment he was seeing. A remote-controlled detonator. If I wasn't trying to be stealthy, I would totally laugh out loud right now, Sam thought, as he used inhuman strength to strangle his urge to do an evil laugh. Keeping an eye out for the merry-making bandits, he spent the next hour planting explosives packages along the main corridor and inside the containers for the explosives he hadn't used. He wanted to make sure that he was prepared for everything. Then, when he was ready and Lucky looked rather bored, he took one last glance around the armory, lamenting the fact that no inventory space was infinite. Pocketing a few more pieces to sell, he left the armory, and now much better armed, headed towards where the bandit party was being held. He wanted to see them in action, to decide what his next step should be. Standing behind the corner of the door leading directly towards another enormous hall, this one fully illuminated by several giant fires and torches on the wall, he leaned out slightly and took in the entire room with a glance. There were several rough giant wooden tables, surrounded by bandits that were making merry, playing games, but mostly just drinking. From glasses, from mugs, from jugs, or even directly from the bottles and barrels. Apparently, fantasy keg stand was a thing, and at the far end of the room was a simple throne hewn from stone. Upon on it, sitting the person who was undoubtedly the leader of this band of security geniuses. Though to Sam's genre-savvy instinct, something seemed off. The bandits were wild, loud, and without restraint. The man sitting on the throne was calm, collected, and was almost elegantly sipping from a wineglass. "Sue, I bet that's not a simple bandit, maybe infiltrator from another country," he wondered while his eyes sought out other details of the hall. There were several corridors leading deeper into the cavern system, as well as a giant door that, from his vantage point, seemed to lead to the kitchen. Though it helped with the conclusion that he saw several people enter through the open doors and return with something edible or, more than likely, something alcoholic. He was about to retreat to think up a plan when one of the bandits, sitting rather close to the man on the throne, stood up, mug in his hands. "Friends," he exclaimed in a booming but slightly inebriated voice, "enjoy the feast, you'll need thaw energy." There were several hears from those who were still cognizant. Another man, laughing, began yelling too. "Indeed, you will need the energy if you want to do more than my group." The first man snorted, then took a drink of his mug, half of it splashing on the ground. "Shut up, we always do more on the raids than you slimy sneaks." The second man just laughed, raised their own mug, and smugly exclaimed, We shall see tomorrow night." This was greeted by an enormous cheer from the surrounding bandits. To RAIDIN. Sam began slowly backing up as the fight transitioned from using words to blows, though from the laughter the bandits seemed to be enjoying it. "They are going on a raid tomorrow night. That means they will probably drink until they're out," he thought as he began moving back to the armory. "That's my chance." Status update. Sam's training continued to pay off. His existing skills grew steadily stronger, and he unlocked a new ability, Mana Sense Asterisk, giving him the power to detect magical energy and better understand the forces around him. His partnership with Lucky, the Gray Forest Wolf, also continued to deepen, making the two an even more dependable team. With every small improvement, Sam moved one step closer to the future he was determined to change. Chapter 11. Sam, retreating after surveying the hall where the bandit party was happening, followed by the surprisingly still obedient Lucky, slowly and carefully returned to the armory. They slowly crept to the back and began shifting crates around, creating a small hiding place behind them that couldn't be seen from the door. He could have wandered around more, but Sam felt he had already pushed his luck enough. He had a goal, and there was no need to jeopardize said goal for his curiosity. If everything went according to his plan, then he would have all the time in the world to search the cavern system. Sitting on a few pieces of clothing that he took out of the crates for cushioning, Sam watched for a while, smiling softly, as Lucky ate the scraps of meat that he laid out for him. Straining his ears a little, noting that the bandits were still making merry, he leaned forward and began to run his hand through Lucky's fur. "Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?" he murmured while watching as the young wolf closed his eyes in pleasure. "This is the best thing ever." After getting his fill of playing with Lucky, he did a quick bathroom run, quickly checked the news and some gaming forums for anything interesting, then logged back into the game. Still sitting in the shadows of crates holding an untold number of stolen merchandise and products, Sam began to meditate. After all, if he had to wait, why not spend the time usefully? He had acquired a new skill, one that he was hoping to get, and now Sam had to take some steps to further his build. The developers made sure that a person with just the simple skills, without learning to personally manipulate and control mana, or any of the energies used to fuel the skills, would be able to participate in the game competitively. But only those who mastered the very basic abilities, and those who went beyond the surface of the skills and plundered the depths of possibilities, would be able to rise above the masses and become legends. And now, thanks to an odd quirk of the universe and two tragedies, Sam had the opportunity to become one of those legends. All it would take was effort, tears, sweat, blood, and even more effort. But Sam liked it that way. Granted, it would have been nice if the game's AI was stupid enough that he could cheese fights and use shortcuts for quests, but that would result in a boring game. After all, he wasn't a speedrunner. He played games to enjoy them, or for the story. Or the skills, or the meta builds, or the characters. And now here was a game that would be able to provide him with every one of those things. He couldn't wait. Sam spent a minute meditating, calming his racing mind, discarding ideas, thoughts, and emotions, slowly reaching a calm equilibrium. With ever so much care, he gently reached for his mana and began to move it slowly, delicately, making sure to only move a little part, as he had other uses for the remaining amount. The moment he completed one circle with his mana, he kept the mana moving, thankfully advanced enough that the mana continued to move even without his input for a little while, and slowly reached out with another part of his mana, pushing it out of his body haltingly, but keeping it close. Despite his eyes being closed, Sam still saw himself being enveloped in a very fine and thin layer of mana spreading on his body like waves on the shore, while his mana also continued to circulate. He knew that if he kept this up for a while, he would achieve his goal, but Sam wanted more. He knew it was possible, so why not try for it? What are second chances for but giving things a try that he wouldn't have thought to try in his previous life? Or, as the ancient saying goes, Banzai. Keeping up the mana circulation, and the mana shield, feeling himself straining under the effort, his new phantom appendage was being stressed incredibly. The new growth, still not prepared for this kind of effort. But Sam knew it was possible, so he forged forward while marveling at how Future Unknown managed to create something utterly baffling but still amazing. Slowly, very slowly, he reached for the third part of his mana, instantly feeling the connection to the circulation and shield stressing. But Sam continued. He would do it, delicately wrapping the remaining mana the same way the skill did, though probably cruder than the automatic skill did. Sam slowly released the mana in a circular area around, methodically pulsing it with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He felt himself sweat and shake, and he could see the mana circulation stagger, while spots began to appear on the mana shield while the pulse kept missing the heartbeat. It was as if he was a fireman, but every time he doused a flame, another would pop up, and by the time he reached the new one, 3 more spots would be aflame. But Sam didn't give up. He knew it was possible, and by the gods, he would do it. I can't give up. Sam didn't know how long he sat there, ignoring everything but his own heartbeat and the pulses of mana. He forgot about his own breathing. All he saw was the mana and how it moved. One circle. One pulse, one wave. One circle, one pulse, one wave. Circle, pulse, wave. Then, in an unforgettable moment, it happened. The circle, the pulse, and the wave finally overlapped. Just as another cycle of mana began, a wave of mana began sweeping upon his body, while a pulse of mana left his body. Sam felt something click into place, and for an infinite moment, he was in total control of his mana. He moved it around his body, he protected his body, and he knew what was around him. Then the moment ended, and Sam found himself laying on his back, eyes unfocused, drenched with enough sweat that he felt he was swimming in his shirt, with Lucky curiously and somewhat worriedly looking down at him. And more importantly, his sight was almost fully covered by notification screens. Exhausted, he raised one hand and patted Lucky's fur-covered head. "I'm all right, don't worry." The wolf whined a little, licked his hand, and then walked closer and laid down next to Sam, their bodies flush against each other. Sam chuckled a little, then refocused his attention on the screens. A moment later, the chuckle turned into a full blow of laughter that was aborted after a few seconds when Sam realized he was actually hiding. "Congratulations. You managed to cast 2 spells at once. Congratulations. You managed to cast 3 spells at once. Thanks to your miraculous effort, you gain +2 mag. Thanks to your accomplishment, you've acquired the Mana Synergy skill. Thanks to your accomplishment, you've acquired the multitasking skill. Thanks to successfully utilizing every drop of your meager amount of mana, you gain the Mana Well skill. You successfully broke through with a skill. Basic Mana Control reached level 10 and upgraded into Intermediate Mana Control. Gained Focused Mana Control subskill. Due to your effort, you reached level 14 with the Meditation skill. Congratulations, thanks to your understanding of meditation, your Deep Meditation skill reached level 2. Your Mana Sense skill reached level 4. Your skill with magic allowed Mana Shield to reach level 13. Gained Controlled Mana Shield subskill. Reading the deluge of notifications, Sam couldn't help but think that it was a lot. He waited for a moment for the system to call him out for cheating, but when nothing happened, he smiled, and with a small smile still laying on the ground, he began checking his new skills. Some he knew from his inherited memories, and some were new. So exciting, he thought, then chuckled a little to himself. Numbers go brrrr. He first checked out his new main skills. Mana Synergy, level 010, 0%. Passive, thanks to your combining of compatible skills, you managed to find a synergy between them. This synergy is completely useless in battle, but when you train your skills and completely focus on them, the rewards from your training increase. When using 2 or more mana skills simultaneously outside of battle, the cost of their use is reduced by 1%, while you receive 11 times more experience in training. Sounded useful, and as he did a little math, it seemed after reaching max level with the skill, he would receive twice the result for 90% of the effort. Not the best skill, but still useful. Next came something he was very familiar with. Multitasking was a skill that everybody acquired after some time playing the game. Multitasking, level 0, 100, 0%. Passive enhances your ability to use 2 or more skills at once. It was short and sweet, but Sam cared more about the next skill as he had heard about it, but never knew how it was acquired or what it did. All he knew was that it allowed one of the most famous sorcerers to dominate every battle they appeared in. Mana Well, level 05, 0%, you grasp something deep and abstract. Mana is like clay in your hand. Your body is a wellspring of mana, increases how much mana a magic status point grants you. Current increase, 2 times increase. Sam had to blink several times after reading the skill description, then had to read it several more times to comprehend what he had gained. Oh man, that explains a lot. He chuckled and checked the other skills, incredibly happy with his gains. Intermediate mana control, level 015, 0%. Passive, you understand the basic concepts of mana control. You can now do more, achieve more, and gain more while manipulating mana. The skill increases the amount of mana regenerated at a time and decreases the cost of mana skills by 1%. The bonuses from the basic mana control remain, plus 5 mana regeneration per second. Focused mana control, level 05, 0%. Passive mana control when meditating increases. Decreases skills mana cost and increases mana regeneration when under the effect of meditation skill. Bonuses are increased when under the deep meditation skill's effect. Controlled mana shield, level 010, 0%. Passive, the cost of the mana shield decreases when focused on it, decreases even more when the meditation skill is active. Well, the last was a little useless currently, but later when Sam upgraded the meditation skill enough to use it while in battle, it would shine. Closing the notification windows, he checked his status screen. Name, Sam Solar. Level 588%. Title, HP 16160. MP 22220. SDR 7. Dex 7. AGI 7. VIT 8. End 7. Mag 11. Per 8. WIS 6. Luck 10. Marveling at his amount of mana, Sam spent a few minutes simply staring at his status screen as his mana began to regenerate at a speed that would surprise a lot of people. Then another few minutes were spent looking through his skill list. I have no offensive skills, Sam thought as he contemplated the screen in front of him. But the passives are nice. A few more and the synergy will be ridiculous. With that, he finally closed the screens and slowly sat up. He looked down at his drenched clothing, then chuckled. First a change of clothing, then let's check on the bandits. Lucky? The wolf just simply tilted his head and let out a confused growl. He snickered, then simply shucked off the drenched article and began to rummage through the nearest crate for something that wouldn't make him look like a Renaissance fair reject. After a change of wardrobe, he quietly exited the armory and headed towards the suspiciously silent hall. Quickly approaching the same position that he used to spy on the congregation of criminals, he couldn't help but smile. The hall was full of sleeping, or, based on their wounds, unconscious bandits strewn randomly across the room. Some were laying on tables, some under the table, some in between. Sam spied a few sleeping in empty barrels, a few big, burly bandits spooning each other, and one person even asleep while hanging from a wall mount where they have been affixed by their surprisingly sturdy clothing. However, Sam couldn't help but frown. Where is the boss? Shaking his head, Sam did a final check of his equipment, gave Lucky a pat for luck, then slowly but surely began to creep into the room, hood drawn down, hiding his face. For now, he ignored the comatose criminals and first headed for the kitchen. It wouldn't do to be surprised by an awake cook as he plundered the bandits. Nothing more embarrassing than being taken out by a frying pan. Thankfully, the cooks were also passed out, though from what Sam saw, it was more from exhaustion than alcohol. He did a quick tour of the kitchen and larder, pocketing a few expensive-looking liquor bottles, while also making sure that there wasn't some kind of hidden treasure there. Unfortunately, Sam didn't find any hidden treasure, aside from the alcohol and a box of high-grade tea. But thanks to his mana sense spell, he did find a small button that seemed to be connected to a wall that had nothing on it. Probably an escape route. Mentally marking the spot, Sam turned around and left the kitchen, heading for the other end of the hall where a few doors awaited him. Looking at the three almost identical doors, he was stumped a little. Which one doesn't have a sleeping boss behind it? He was about to flip a coin when Lucky growled slowly in the direction of the door on his right. "All right, Lucky, we'll go that way." He approached the door, opening it just enough to be able to slip through. Then when he found himself once again in a corridor mined from rock, he just sighed and began to move, hugging the wall. After a few minutes of uneventful walking, Sam noticed that the corridor seemed to be widening. Picking up the speed, soon he reached a wide cavern, holding to his surprise an entire stable and several empty carts. The horses in the stables neighed upon noticing him, or rather Lucky, but they quieted down real fast. Apparently they were well trained. "Good job, Lucky." The young wolf just wagged his tail as he looked up at Sam, proud. "Let's look around." Sadly, there wasn't much interest in the cavern aside from the horses, the equipment to service the horses, and the feed for the same horses. Shrugging, he sabotaged all the saddles and then placed several strategic cuts on the spokes of the cartwheels. "Nobody is leaving here." Nodding to himself, he motioned to Lucky and began jogging back to the main hall, ready to try another door. Status update. Sam's training had finally paid off with a major breakthrough. His control over mana reached a new level, mastering the basics and unlocking more advanced techniques that made his magic far more efficient. At the same time, his mana shield evolved, becoming easier to maintain and more practical in combat. His meditation skills continued to improve, and through constant practice, Sam discovered new talents that allowed him to train multiple abilities at once, combine compatible mana techniques, and expand the very limits of his magical potential. It was clear that his path was taking shape. Sam was no longer simply learning magic. He was building the foundation to become a true mage. Chapter 12. After the disappointment that the cavern holding the stables was, Sam was hoping that the other two doors were hiding something better behind them. Reaching the main hall, where the still comatose bandits were laying, snoring rather obnoxiously, he carefully tiptoed around the bodies on the ground while trying to hold back his laughter as his silly wolf pet tried to imitate him. A few minutes later, Sam was once again standing before the three doors, one he knew led to the stables. The question was, where did the other two go? Staring at the two doors indecisively as Lucky was sniffing the armpits of a nearby bandit, he was broken out of his procrastination by a sleeping bandit snoring loud enough that Sam could hear its echoes deeper into the cavern. "Right, I don't have days to make a decision," he thought, while still eyeing the doors and cursing their lack of identifying information. "All right, last time I went with the door on the right, let's go with the one on the left." Decision made, he motioned for Lucky and slowly began to approach the door on the left, hoping it would contain something more interesting than horses. It didn't. The door on the left led to another big cavern full of beds and chests filled with the equipment of the bandits. Despite his disappointment, he activated his mana sense skill and started to go through the chests that were of higher quality than the rest, deciding that those would contain more loot. After a good half an hour of looting, while occasionally taking a glance at the sleeping bandits, Sam managed to scrounge together a few handfuls of silver, buckets of bronze, and 5 gold coins. The equipment was the same as in the armory, so he left them behind. Sadly, aside from that and a lot of dirty laundry, he found precious little. His mana sense pinged a few times, but every time he got excited, Sam only found an artifact that provided reading light or glasses that cooled what they contained. Nothing important or something he wanted. Shaking his head, he made one last equipment check, then left the disappointing cavern and headed directly towards the last door. He wanted this entire adventure to be over. Carefully slipping through the door that was opened just enough for Sam and Lucky to pass through, they found themselves in a corridor lit not by torches, but by small artifacts radiating warm light and eliminating any possibility of skulking around the shadows. Frowning in disappointment, Sam motioned for Lucky to stay silent, then began slowly walking forward, making sure to make as little sound as possible. The only person he hadn't seen yet was the boss, and he definitely didn't want to wake him up if they were asleep. Eventually, their stealthy wandering found them before an enormous stone door, looking much stronger than the other wooden doors found around the bandit hideout. A few feet before the stone doors on the side of the corridor was a small door, this time made from the familiar wood. Sam tiptoed closer to the wooden door and turned his head and began trying to listen for any sound. He let out a sigh of relief when he could hear the slow and steady rhythm of somebody snoring deeply in the arms of Morpheus. Marveling at his luck, though knowing it was only this easy because he was low-leveled, and the game was making sure that he could complete his self-appointed mission. Dynamic difficulty rules. He thought with a small smile, then stepped away from the door that probably hid the thus far missing boss of the bandits and turned to face the stone doors. That has gotta be their vault. Sam then spent the next few minutes, with his mana sense skill active, examining the giant door. The door itself was unadorned, simply two slabs of giant stone wedged in the ground. Sam gave it a try, but as expected, he couldn't make it budge. Frowning at the expected hurdle, Sam took a deep breath and unsheathed his sword. The opening mechanism would obviously be in the most protected part of the hideout, which would be the boss's room. And given the sheer size of the door, there was no way that he could sneak in and open it without waking the man. The only option was to sneak into the room and kill him. Taking another fortifying breath, keeping his mana sense activated and coating himself with mana using his mana shield spell, Sam began walking towards the wooden door, instructing Lucky to stay and be on guard. The smart wolf understood immediately, and his continuously wagging tail stiffened as the wolf turned towards the hall where the feast took place. Feeling proud of his little friend, Sam made sure to remember to reward Lucky, then slowly began to ease open the door leading to the bandit leader. As soon as there was enough space for him to slip in, he moved through the crack, ready for anything. The room was much more decorated than any other room or hall that he had seen during his infiltration. There were delicate carpets all around the floor in a dizzying array of colors. The walls were covered by lovely paintings, and where there weren't any paintings, there were shelves filled with books and knickknacks. On one side of the room was a queen-sized bed, holding the snoring leader, while the other held a wardrobe and a desk covered, from what he could see, maps and notes. Probably plans for the upcoming raid. Shuffling forward, making sure that there were no traps or alarms that would wake the man up, he approached the desk and pocketed the documents on it. In case the assassination went wrong, as the bandit leader was defeated by NPCs in his inherited memories, so nobody had accurate information about his abilities, he wanted to have at least something to show for it. Done with plundering the secrets of the desk, Sam turned his attention toward the sleeping bandit. Holding his breath and trying to keep his hammering heart calm, he raised his sword and prepared himself. This would be the first time he would be killing a humanoid enemy. He didn't know how he would react. Plus, there was a chance that the strike wouldn't be able to kill the bandit. Before he could work himself into a depressing spiral, Sam raised the sword a little higher, tensed his entire body, trying to put his entire power behind the swing, then struck. There was a swishing sound, then a small thunk as the sword made contact with the mattress, and the head was separated from the body. As he was about to decide whether he should freak out, a few notifications appeared before him. Congratulations, you've killed the leader of the Greenwood Bandits. You are now level 7. Thanks to your tireless effort to improve your capabilities with magic, you gained +1 mag. Thanks to not charging in recklessly, you gained +1 WIS. You gained 4 unassigned status points. You gained the skill Calm Heart. Calm Heart, level 050, 0%. You are the epitome of keeping calm and carrying on. You will have an easier time staying calm and focused. Increases resistance against mind-altering effects. Sam quickly assigned his status points, 3 to endurance, wanting to increase his stamina, and 1 to agility, as speed was always nice. As those points went into effect, he could feel as if his body got lighter. Jumping in place a few times to get a feel for his new agility, he gave the headless dead body a glance, then turned around, ready to search the room for the opening mechanism. The room was a real treasure trove, even with Sam knowing that the vault was only a few feet away. He found a nice coin purse filled with gold, though he had to swallow a curse when he saw some dried blood on some of the coins. Shaking his head sadly, he threw the coin purse into his inventory, watching as the counter went up. During his search, Sam also found an enchanted sword, but when he tried to pick it up, he couldn't help but yelp when the sword seemingly bit his hand. Cradling his hand, he looked over the sword and saw his blood on the grip. Huh, bound to his blood? Well, that's a waste. Bound items were mostly useless, as breaking the enchantment that bound it to someone would take much more power than he, or anyone in Greenwood, had currently. Leaving the sword where it fell instead, Sam refocused his search on the still elusive opening mechanism. Sam found the opening mechanism inside the wardrobe, of all things, hidden behind the leader's undergarments. He spent a minute observing the mechanism, making sure that the small lever wasn't trapped, but neither his eyes nor his mana sense could find anything. Of course, there was a possibility that the trap or alarm was beyond his senses, but Sam doubted it. Now the only thing left was to open the stone doors. Quickly leaving the room, he spent a minute listening for any noise that would indicate that the bandits were waking up while patting the still on-guard Lucky's head. Then, when he couldn't hear anything, he sighed in relief and returned to the room, and simply pulled the lever, ready to sprint. To his surprise, there was no loud sound accompanying the opening of the stone doors that would wake even the dead. While there was a small grinding noise as the doors moved aside, apparently the bandits kept the mechanism well maintained. He waited until the door was halfway open, then stepped back into the bedroom that held the dead body and flicked the lever back into a neutral position, halting the opening. Then, with a big breath, left the room, softly called for Lucky, then stepped through the doors and beheld the vault. The vault was surprisingly well organized. Chests and crates, all marked with the insignias of well-known merchant companies, were on one side, while in the middle shelves were populated with all manner of artifacts. On the other side, armor stands were filled with all sorts of armor, though some of them were a little dented, and Sam spotted a few covered with blood. The vault itself was a fraction of the size of the hall where the festivities had taken place. This made sense, as no way a bandit group around the tutorial would amass enough wealth to fill a giant cavern that would make a small dragon jealous. The first thing Sam did, while bidding Lucky to guard the opening on the stone door, was to look for a certain artifact. He had every intention of walking out with everything in the vault no matter what it was, but his inventory wasn't big enough for that. While people's inventory could hold a lot, it was based on the person's strength and endurance stats. The rule of thumb was that the inventory held around 10 times the person's weight with normal stats. With increased strength and endurance, you could move literal mountains with the inventory. So Sam went looking for a bag of holding, and to his luck, after only a minute of walking along the shelves, he spotted one elaborately embroidered bag capable of being attached to the belt. Picking it up, he examined it for faults, relying on his inherited memories, then turned it over and checked the small note stitched to the bag. It provided the name of the company that created the bag and its capability. A few tons are enough, I think, he thought as he looked around while holding the bag. Nodding to himself, he took the bag and began to shovel everything visible into it. No matter what it was, artifact, armor, weapon, chest, or crate, it went into the bag. Sam wanted to check everything, but he knew he was running short on time. If he managed to escape successfully, then he would have all the time to inspect the items he just reappropriated. An hour later, Sam left the vault with Lucky flushed, with a giant grin on his face, happy with his loot. Quickly desiring to leave the place, he jumped back into the bandit leader's bedroom, switched the lever into a close position, then left. Watching the door close, he gave Lucky another pat on his head, then turned towards the door from where he came, raised his hood back, and began power walking towards the exit. However, he couldn't have taken a few steps when a soft voice spoke up, causing the blood in his veins to freeze. "And where do you think you're going?" Sam whirled around and couldn't help but gape at what he saw. Behind him, holding the enchanted sword that he had discarded, was the headless body of the bandit's leader. In the place of his head was a cloud of black gas that moved like fire, with two icy blue orbs where the eyes should be, narrowed into a glare directed at him. He was about to wonder where the being's mouth was, when numerous small triangles appeared on the being's face in 2 rows, forming a crescent shape, imitating a smile that would make a shark proud. "I think we need to have a discussion about respecting other people's property." Sam reached for his sword and couldn't help but gulp. This is not good. Status update. Sam had reached level 7 asterisk, and his steady training was beginning to show results. His magical abilities continued to grow stronger, reinforcing the foundation he had worked so hard to build. More importantly, he gained a new skill, calm heart strengthening his focus and helping him remain composed even under pressure. Looking over his progress, Sam felt satisfied. Every step forward made him stronger, wiser, and better prepared for the dangers that awaited him. Chapter 13. Looking into the dead and incredibly angry eyes of the being in front of him, Sam couldn't help but shudder. Intellectually, he knew he was in a tutorial area, and he was capable of defeating the shadow spirit, helpfully supplied by his inherited memories. But thanks to the high fidelity of the game and the sheer genius of the developers, he was feeling the spirit's aura. And what he was feeling told him that the being in front of him was ready for murder. Though he felt it was unlucky, a detached part of his mind noted that the presence of a shadow spirit possessing the bandit leader's body explained how the gang managed to be so successful, and why they had decided to take over the town. Shadow spirits were necromantic constructs, born from an amalgamate of emotions, mostly negative, though according to his memories there were a few that were born from good emotions, and they were no less dangerous than those born from negative emotions. And they always developed some kind of grudge or vice, no matter what. Seemingly, this one's vice wasn't greed, as it would have attacked the moment Sam found the lever to open the door to the vault. To Sam, it was more about the pain it caused to people, as it clearly was content to ride along in the body of the bandit leader, directing things literally from the shadows. And now he was about to cross swords, ruining whatever plans it had. "Great, just what I needed," he grimaced, but then straightened up. All was not lost yet. "What do you want, spirit?" The dark flames on the dead body flickered with anger, and Sam could feel the chill in the air. He began to slowly and carefully move his hand towards the grip of his sword. The eyes on the flame narrowed, not at his hand, but still at him. "You, dead," it spat, anger coloring its voice. "Whatever for?" he asked, intent on stalling as long as possible while giving a glance at Lucky, who was standing next to him, tail down and growling fiercely at the spirit, seemingly ready to jump at the moment's notice. The eyes on the spirit narrowed even further, and Sam expected an attack to come instead of an answer, but the spirit still answered. "You ruined my plan, human. Of course I will kill you." "What plans?" The spirit just scoffed in answer. "You think I'd tell a human my plans? Dream on." Hearing the answer, Sam tightened his grip on his sword and began to move his feet into something resembling a stance in preparation. "Can't we talk about it?" Nobody should accuse him of not trying diplomacy. The spirit, however, just slightly opened his shark-like mouth, showing that beneath a multitude of triangle teeth was just a gaping chasm, and grinned. However, the grin was not the fun-time grin, but one that sent another chill down Sam's spine. "Sure, I'll talk about it with your dead body." Came the cry, and with that the spirit launched at him, sword raised high, leaving Sam only enough time to cry out in alarm and hastily pull out his own sword, raise it horizontally in front of him, blocking the spirit's strike. There was a clang, and the spirit's grin grew. Sam grunted, then spat out an order. "Lucky, back off, wait for my signal." Then, with great exertion of strength, pushed the spirit's sword back a little. Then, without taking his eyes off the spirit, he lashed out with his leg. His leg landed on the thigh of the dead body, and while it wouldn't have hurt an adult human, he still saw the spirit flinch a little. Smiling viciously, he used the minuscule distraction to fully push the spirit away, and then transformed the movement into a slashing attack aiming at his opponent's arm. Sadly, the spirit was competent enough to meet his attack with his defense, but Sam didn't care much. He knew something that would definitely lead to his victory. There were two types of possession. The first one was where the spirit or being doing the possession would destroy the mind of the possessed, thereby fully taking over their body. And the second one is where they would possess an individual but leave their mind intact, living in their bodies as passengers. And now that the bandit leader himself was dead, the shadow spirit had to transition from manipulating his mind to fully possessing his body. Fortunately for Sam, that was where its weakness came into play. Possessing a body wasn't easy. There was a transitioning period where the spirit or being possessed would be extremely sensitive to things affecting the body as it harmonized with it. The grin on the spirit's face dipped a little, and the viciousness in Sam's increased, but they were still locked into a sword fight, while Lucky was on the side watching with eyes that promised pain to the spirit if it managed to harm Sam. The next few seconds were a rush for Sam. They clashed with their swords, attacking and parrying, sometimes dodging the attacks. Despite this, it didn't take long for Sam to realize that, after too many nicks that would have cut him if it weren't for his mana shield, he was the inferior swordsman. And by the look on the spirit's face, it also realized. It smiled cruelly and began to chuckle. It seems this is where we end things. Sam just raised an eyebrow. You think? I know, came the self-assured answer from the spirit. Bring it on, you up-jumped fart, yelled Sam while making eye contact with Lucky. The spirit let out an incoherent yell and jumped at Sam, intent on severing his head from his body. Sam thankfully managed to raise his sword to defend against the attack, but with the way his body was rattled and the amount of mana that was consumed from his mana shield, he knew he didn't have much time. Looking at the swords, he shuffled a little back, letting his sword slide down a little, then with a small twist, he locked the guards of the two swords together. There was a moment of surprise in the spirit's eye, but Sam didn't care. Now, Lucky, he exclaimed, then reached deep within, grabbing a good chunk of his mana and began to ready it. The wolf launched himself from against the wall of the corridor, jaw ready to bite down, eyes alight with anticipation. The spirit, to his detriment, looked away from Sam at the charging wolf. Sam used this moment to step back and to the side, untangling the swords, which caused the spirit to lean forward a little, making the spirit work for its balance for a moment. Unfortunately for the spirit, Lucky chose this exact second to land on its back, aiming his bite at the spirit's throat. Making a note to talk with Lucky about good targets for ambush attacks, Sam didn't hesitate. The moment the spirit fully lost its balance due to Lucky jumping on his back, he stepped forward, mana ready, and sword angled just at the right angle. Taking the mana he gathered, he crudely pushed it out of his body, wincing at the small damage it did, and with willpower he didn't know he had, he directed the mana to flow around the edge of his sword. Then he watched, almost in slow motion, as the spirit in the dead bandit leader's body fell forward, body wide open, and its heart lining up perfectly with the tip of Sam's sword. There was a moment when Sam saw the spirit's eyes widen and felt mana being gathered by the spirit, but it was too late. His sword pierced the body, and blood, still capable of flowing, began to escape. Sam let go of the control of the mana he used. The mana, relieved to be not controlled anymore, used the opportunity to go anywhere. Sadly, for the spirit, most of the sword was inside the body it possessed. Sam stood still in the corridor, with the wide-eyed Lucky, looking in disbelief at the remaining parts of the bandit leader, which mostly consisted of part of the pelvis and everything under it. The remaining body was everywhere. On the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling, and most importantly, it was covering both Lucky and Sam. The only thing moving still was a black cloud that was half fog, half flames, flickering with angry light, dark enough that it was sucking in the light, hovering over the scattered remains of the bandit leader. Taking a deep breath, Sam carefully swept something he didn't want to think about from his face and gulped. I need to be careful with that. Lucky just huffed in annoyance, while it carefully walked around the corpse and once again stood next to him. Sam stepped forward, observing the spirit, and saw it was breaking up. Spirits like this one, according to his inherited memories, were weak enough that if they spend enough time in a body possessing it, then they would become almost one with them, not having the power to stay in control and also stay a separate entity. And the destruction of most of the body caused the spirit to almost fracture. The cloud of shadows and darkness in front of him moved around, changed its shape, and a few times he saw a face trying to form, but in the end, it vanished just as fast as it appeared. And now Sam was in a pickle. He had no way to fully destroy the spirit, but he also didn't want to leave it around, as it would more than likely reform while also holding a grudge against him. Then he almost slapped himself. Sam quickly opened his inventory and began looking around in his inventory. He had bought a few things at the beginning, mostly odds and ends, but one of them was a set of vials with very strong stoppers that adventurers used to collect ingredients when they were out in the wild. He took one of them, flipped the lid off, and reached out with his mana gently, forming it into a net that he then threw around the almost vibrating cloud of darkness. Then, ever so slowly, he began to reel it in, funneling it into the bottle. He didn't know how long it took, but the moment the lid was put in place, he found himself drenched in sweat, shivering and sitting on the ground, Lucky looking at him in worry, and his mana pool dangerously close to empty. But he still smiled because there was a notification in front of him. Congratulations, you successfully captured the lesser shadow spirit, Fractured. Ignoring the other notifications now, he sat there for a moment, catching his breath, then slowly stood up. And now that he wasn't hyper-focused on the attacking spirit, he could finally hear the sounds coming from the direction of the hall. Apparently, the bandits were waking up. It only took him a few seconds to put together a plan for escaping. He took time to take out a clean cloak, and with Lucky following him, he began to run towards the hall. Before reaching the door, he took a deep breath, then smashed through them and immediately began yelling, "Attack! Attack! Somebody is attacking the boss." Then, without giving them time to think, he grabbed the nearest bandit, pulled him up from the ground, and basically tossed him towards the door. Then he continued yelling while pushing people towards the door that lead to the vault while he was slowly heading towards the corridor that lead to the exit. "What? Who? What's going on? Where are my boots? Mommy." The hall instantly turned chaotic as bandits began to stagger towards the door and yelling at each other. Sam, seeing as the chaos was well on his way, stopped yelling and began running towards the exit, while reaching for his sword and the detonator for the explosives. He barreled through the door that led to the forest, surprising the still sleeping guard, but he didn't give him the time to react, as his sword immediately struck down, ending the bandit's life. The moment the bandit's body hit the floor, he pushed the button on the detonator, throwing it behind him, not wanting anything on him that would link him to this place, and began running at full sprint towards where he knew the river was, Lucky hot on his heels. They were almost at the edge of the ward that constrained the sound in the area when he heard the first explosion, which was soon followed by many more, while the ground began to slightly shake under him. Despite that, he didn't stop running. They didn't stop until they reached the gently babbling river that cut through the forest. And the moment Sam stopped, he fell to his knees, exhausted. Lucky, panting with his tongue out, simply jumped into the river and began to wash himself off. Sam, taking a minute to catch his breath, did the same after chucking off everything he was wearing. Shirt, pants, armor, and cloak, and to Lucky's delight began to play with the wolf in the surprisingly not ice-cold waters of the river. After making sure they were as clean as possible, Sam quickly put together a fire, throwing his soiled clothing on it, then sat next to it, with Lucky lying on his belly, munching on meat scraps, and began to review his notifications while he was drying. Congratulations, you defeated a lesser shadow spirit. Thanks to the spirit being well above your level, you and your companion receive bonus experience. You are now level 9. Thanks to your quick thinking, you managed to surpass a stronger enemy. You gain +1 AGI. Thanks to your spontaneous planning, you gain +1 WIS. You gained 4 unassigned status points. Lucky is now level 8. Chuckling a little at the comments for level-ups, Sam checked Lucky's status screen, and when he saw that there was still only 1 skill, he changed to viewing his own and assigned the new points, 2 to perception and another 2 to wisdom. Then he began to review the other notifications. Mana Shield reached level 17. Controlled Mana Shield has reached level 1. You successfully broke through with a skill. Basic Sword Mastery reached level 10 and upgraded into Intermediate Sword Mastery. Intermediate Sword Mastery, level 015, 0%. Passive shows that the person is more than capable of wielding a sword. You've mastered the basics of the sword. It is time to improve upon it. Increases the damage done with swords and decreases slightly the mana required for sword-related skills. You gain the Stable Stance skill. Stable Stance, level 05, 0%. Passive makes your stance when wielding a sword more stable. Enemies will have to use more power to unbalance your stance. Pinpoint Accuracy reached level 4. Intermediate mana control reached level 2. Companion sense reached level 5. Mana sense reached level 7. Multitasking reached level 2. Calm heart reached level 2. Smiling at his gains and ignoring the notification about the guard he killed, Sam dismissed the status screen, then seeing as he was more than dry enough, took out another set of stolen clothes, dressed himself, and doused the flames of his fire with the water from the river, then buried the remains as much as possible, and then tiredly began walking towards Greenwood. He was exhausted, but logging out in the forest, just after he blew up a small mountain wasn't the best idea. He reached the town by the time the sun was setting. He greeted the guard, then tiredly he dragged his body to the green stump inn. Sam barely had the energy to give Sarah a quick wave before he entered his room and fell face first into his bed. In the real world, feeling the same tiredness, he removed his helmet and left the room to wash his face. Then, just like in the game, he fell into his bed and was asleep in minutes. Status update. Sam had reached level 9 and his steady training was beginning to pay off. His greatest breakthrough came with the sword. Having fully mastered the basics, he unlocked intermediate sword mastery ***, opening the door to more advanced techniques and a steadier fighting style. His magical abilities continued to improve as well. Mana shield grew stronger, while his control over mana and his awareness of magical energy became increasingly refined. His bond with Lucky also deepened, and the young gray forest wolf continued to grow alongside him, becoming a more capable companion with every adventure. Looking over his progress, Sam knew he was no longer just preparing for the future. Little by little, he was becoming someone capable of changing it. Chapter 14. Waking up in his comfortable bed, Sam was confused for a moment as he didn't know exactly where he was. Through the fog of wakefulness, he saw the medieval interior of the Green Stump Inn and seemed to hear the gentle snore of Lucky. Then between one blink and the next, his sight cleared, and he was back in his room, simple white walls looking back at him. Right, post-VR confusion, gotta be careful about that. Shaking his head as he clambered out of his bed, cursing himself for not taking his socks off, Sam headed for the bathroom. After finishing with his ablutions, he plodded to the kitchen, scavenged some breakfast, then back to his office and with a heavy thud, sat down before his computer. With one hand, he was eating cereal that was more sugar than breakfast, and with the other, he was browsing the net. Now more than ever, he could see the evidence that he was in a different world. News about countries that he had never heard of in place of well-known countries in his previous life. Historical figures quoted that Sam had no idea who they were, and so on. Following the celebrity news was already a lost cause, but at least he wanted to make sure he was on the up and up with the general going-ons of the world. The other Sam's memories of this time were rather sparse, as he was fully concentrating on playing games and making it big. He checked his investments, made sure that the bills were still paid and nothing snuck up on him, then answered the messages he got on Shadowlands, and posted several more prepared guides and secrets, knowing very well that soon all of them would be worthless with the ascension of Magic Unbound. He chuckled as he read a few posts below his guides, praising him for the information. Apparently, he had quickly risen to fame amidst the gamers. Maybe I could make use of that in the game. He murmured, then changed to viewing the news about the aforementioned game. Magic Unbound apparently was exploding. He trawled through websites praising the game or critiquing it, people making videos of it, though thankfully it wasn't at a level that would attract everyone on it, but it was hard not to see. Soon, the peaceful nature of the game would cease to be, but not yet. Finishing his meal, he stood up from the desk and headed back to the kitchen. He had dishes to wash, then a walk to take. Dressing up to keep the cold away, he stepped out of his warm apartment, locked the door behind him, then began walking towards the lift. On the way, Sam nodded to one of his neighbors, a woman who, thanks to the incredible amount of warm clothing, was only showing her face. A few minutes later, he was in a park, the cold wind chilling him, but he didn't care. The fresh air was enough to kickstart his brain. Returning to the game, Sam was met with Lucky looking at him soulfully, paws on the bed, legs on the ground, and whining a little. Cursing himself for forgetting to leave some food out for the wolf, he immediately produced some meat and water, then spent a few minutes petting the eating wolf, apologizing. Sorry, Lucky, I promise it won't happen again. Holy mackerel, can't wait for the synchronization. After making sure that Lucky wouldn't starve, he checked over his clothing, making sure it was extra clean and a little higher quality than usual. After all, he was going to be talking to important people. Leaving the room, he greeted the smiling owner of the inn, accepted the breakfast, scarfed it down, and then headed out into the big, wide world. Today's task was reporting the demise of the bandit group, without letting anyone know that he had already retrieved all that treasure. Walking towards the headquarters of the town guard, Sam straightened his clothes, made sure that Lucky was clean, then, without waiting for anybody to call him, stepped through the gate that separated the grounds where the guards practiced from the rest of the town. The guard at the gate gave him a look, but as Sam had no weapons visible and was dressed in high-quality clothing that he had liberated from the bandits, he let him through with a respectful nod. Stepping inside of the guard headquarters, he snagged the nearest person who looked like they knew what was going on. "Excuse me, could you tell me where can I find the captain?" The man, dressed in a sharp guard uniform, raised an eyebrow. "Whatever for, sir." Sam just gave him a simple smile. "I've news for him. It's somewhat important." "Right," came the skeptical answer. "May I ask what this news is about?" "The location of the hideout of the Greenwood bandits." There was a moment of silence as the guard processed the information, but his clearly skeptical look instantly cleared up and nodded. "All right, sir. I'll take you to him." "Thank you," replied Sam, smile still on his face. It only took a few minutes for the two of them to navigate the guard headquarters and arrive at the captain's office. The unnamed guard knocked on the door, then, without waiting for a reply, opened the door and ushered Sam in, closing the door behind them. "Captain," the man saluted to the older guard sitting behind the desk, working on some kind of documents. "This person claims to know the location of the bandits' hideout." When Sam stepped through the door, the captain, an elderly gentleman with short black hair peppered with gray, lithe but powerful build, looked disinterested in him. But the moment the words left the mouth of his guide, he sat up straighter, his intense gaze honing in Sam. "Is what Sam has said true, good sir?" "Yes, sir," Sam answered simply. After all the fewer words he spoke, the better the chance he would get away with the treasure. The captain spent an entire minute scrutinizing Sam while his guide stood respectfully to the side before speaking up again. "All right, take a seat and tell me everything." There was enough authority in the older man's voice that if Sam would have been a weaker person, he would have spilled everything. But instead, he smiled at the guard captain, took the offered seat, and began speaking. "Well, Captain, sir, it started with one of the guards. I can't remember his name, but he was always napping or sleeping." "Gregory." "Must be, I think the bandits called him Greg." "What?" "Well, sir, it was like this. He offered me a chance to go out and cull the wolves, and when I was hunting them, I came across." Sam put everything into weaving a tale of heroism as he came across the bandits, followed them definitely out of civic duty, and infiltrated bravely their hideout. Then he described how he came across the bandit leader, how they fought and how hard it was, but in the end, he succeeded. Only to be thwarted by the dead body rising once again, this time controlled by a foul spirit. Then came the tale of his daring escape, activating the bandits' self-destruct and burying them under a mountain's worth of rubble. An hour later, he had a parched throat, and while the guard captain was still watching him with his intense gaze, the man who guided him to the office was silently gushing about how brave and heroic he was. "Then I came back, collapsed into my bed, and as soon as I woke up, I came here," he finished lamely. There was another silence, and this time to time it was broken by the captain suddenly standing up and slapping both of his hands on his desk, rattling it and causing a few things to fall off. Sam recoiled and was about to strike the captain when the aforementioned man grinned and pointed one hand at him. "Samus. See, we all need men like this one in the town's guard, the bravery, the heroics, the duty." By the end of the small speech, the guard captain was almost yelling. "Yes, sir," yelled his guide with a fervor that was hard to believe. The guard captain put his hand down on the desk and leaned slightly over it, looking directly into Sam's eyes with a grin. "Well done, young man, well done." Sam had to scoot a little backward as the man was so loud. Tell me, young man. What do you want for this brave deed? Tell me and I'll make it a reality. Sam gulped a little at the fervor he could hear from the man's voice, but in the end he managed to get over his shock and smiled. No need, sir. I just did my duty. There was a moment of silence, and Sam feared he said something wrong when the captain, followed by the other man in the room, practically began to cry. Samus! Listen to this, how heroic. What a dutiful man, I simply can't believe it. I'm amazed, what a man. Sam just shook his head and stood up from his surprisingly comfortable chair. Then I'll take my leave. The captain nodded, still yelling at Samus about duty and going above and beyond. Go with my blessing, brave sir. Know that your bravery will be known by everybody. Sam spent a nanosecond thinking about telling him that it wasn't necessary, but in the end, he decided it was a lost cause. Instead, he bowed slightly, then as fast as possible not to seem disrespectful, he fled the room. As he basically walked out of the guard headquarters, he ignored the painfully pitying looks the other guards were giving him. Then, as he left the compound, he closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, and when he opened them, there was a notification window before him. Quest Hunt the Wolves completed. You followed the directions that your acquaintance gave you and found more than wolves. Through some quick thinking and luck, you managed to subdue the bandits and bring back news of their demise. Soon the entirety of the Greenwood will know your name. Reward, increased reputation in Greenwood. Sam dismissed the screen, and without looking back at the compound, from where he could almost hear the captain and his aide yelling, headed back to his room in the inn. He didn't even care that he didn't get anything as a reward for the quest. Probably the game decided that the treasure and items he got away with were enough remunerations for his trouble. After a small snack and bathroom break in the real world, he was once again in his room at the inn, with Lucky downstairs with Sarah, who wanted to play with the cute wolf. Seeing as he would be otherwise occupied, he didn't mind it. Closing the door, making sure that every gap was covered, then closed the curtains, and sat down on the ground to minimize anyone from seeing anything. The first thing he did was retrieve the chest containing the money and valuables. Going through the chests, he found thousands of silvers, more than enough bronze coins, and almost 2,000 gold coins. Not the biggest amount of money, but at the beginning of the game, before the inflation and the inclusion of real money, he was loaded. That wasn't mentioning the jewelry, which sadly Sam couldn't really sell, as there were ways to recognize where it came from even if it had no identifying mark, and he didn't need that kind of question at the moment. Then came the other stuff, leaving the magical artifacts for last. The armors that he had just simply swept into the bag of holding were all unenchanted, and sadly all used. To Sam, remembering back how they were displayed, the armors in the vault were there not because they were worth a lot, but because they reminded the bandits and their leader of somebody they had killed. Though after going through everything for a second time to make sure he didn't miss anything, he found that one pair of the boots was slightly enchanted. Taking it into his hand, he examined said boots. Leather boots enchanted. High-quality leather boots enchanted with some manner of enchantment. Very informative game, he thought, then took off his own shoes and tried on the boots. Standing in them, he couldn't help but sigh in pleasure. They were really comfortable. Looking at the boots again, the information window changed accordingly. Leather boots enchanted. High-quality leather boots enchanted with comfort enchantment. Happy with his find, he took out a smaller bag of holding and put all the armors for later use or sale. Then he turned his attention toward the crates. A few contained alcohol in carefully packaged bottles. Another tea and spices. One was simply full of sugar. One contained rolls of materials, silk, cotton, and more. Then came a crate that had him almost salivating. A crate was full of books. Carefully going through them, he separated the fiction books from the non-fiction, hoping that he would get lucky. Then, when he was almost done sorting the books, he found what he was looking for. 3 books mixed in with the other. Retrieving them, he carefully laid them on the bed before examining them. They looked just like other books, but to his magical senses, when he focused on them, they were filled with gentle mana. The first one was colored beige with black writing on it, called The Light of Our Lives. Observing it, he received a notification. Congratulations, you found a skill book. the light of our lives, teaches the basic illumination magic, light ball, and how to use it. Turning his gaze to the other two, he began reading the notifications that popped up. The sanctity of the body teaches the basic defensive magic, magic armor, and how to use it. See what there is to see teaches one of the basic magical arts, mana sight, and how to use it. Well, 2 out of 3 is not bad, he murmured as he began to pack up the crates, holding the products once again in a separate, smaller bag. The magic armor spell book went into his inventory, but for the other 2, he simply took them up one by one and slowly channeled his magic into them. Both books began to glow, then slowly dispersed into motes of light that fell onto the bed, while slowly vanishing. Instead, he was greeted by 2 new notification screens. Congratulations, you learned the spell Light Ball. Light Ball 010, 0%. Active, a simple spell that allows you to conjure a ball of light to illuminate your surroundings. Congratulations, you learned the spell Mage Sight. Mage Sight 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to visually observe the currents of magic. Happy with his gains, Sam finally turned towards the artifact he looted from the bandit's vault. There were half a dozen bags of holdings, a few enchanted canteens and flasks, a blanket that warmed up upon channeling mana into it, and a telescope enchanted for seeing very far away. He also found almost a dozen knickknacks, like music boxes, things that whirled or flashed in different colors. Probably toys for children. Oh. Despite being in a game, the realization that those bandits killed children still managed to sadden him enough that not even the enormous loot in front of him could cheer him up. He quietly packed up the items that were left out, making sure that toys were separate, then unlocked his room and left to find Lucky. He needed some fluffy time to cheer up. Status update. Sam's steady training continued to bear fruit. His mastery of the sword reached a new stage, allowing him to move beyond the basics and begin learning more advanced techniques. At the same time, his magical abilities continued to develop, strengthening both his defense and his control over mana. He also learned 2 useful new spells. One could create light in the darkness, while the other allowed him to perceive the flow of magic around him, giving him a better understanding of the world. Lucky, his faithful gray forest wolf, continued to grow alongside him, becoming an even more dependable companion. Sam could feel it. With every battle and every lesson learned, he was becoming better prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 15. For a while, he spent his time playing with Lucky, talking with Sarah about nothing particular. Then when a few neighborhood kids walked by and saw Lucky, watched as they played with the excited wolf. And while that happened, Sam tried to calm his raging thoughts. Because while he knew it was a game, it was still so lifelike, and the NPCs so human-like that the thought of children being killed made him so mad that he almost threw up. Seemingly, the game developers also understood the problem, as the game had a setting that turned off blood and one that made it so that dead bodies vanished to protect people. Still, he consciously decided not to engage those options, to train himself for the future. The feelings still weren't easy to reconcile. Probably why around a year after Magic Unbound became a worldwide sensation, the therapy scene for VR PTSD exploded. Watching as Lucky happily, with his tongue out and tail wagging, jumped around the courtyard of the inn with children laughing and chasing after the silly wolf, he couldn't help but smile. He was shaken out of his reverie by a voice talking behind him. Not getting up from where he was sitting, Sam craned his neck around and saw Sarah standing there with an understanding smile on her face. "It never gets easier, Sam." "Ugh." The woman just sighed a little. "Saw your face when you came back, and then when you came down from your room, I saw that same look on thousands of faces." The only thing he could do was nod. "Don't worry, honey. As long as you care and have that feeling, you'll be all right," continued the woman. Then she gently raised her hand and patted his shoulder. "And if you ever need to talk, I'm here." And with that, she gave one look at the kids playing with Lucky, then turned around and went back to the inn, leaving Sam alone with his thoughts. Huh. The next week, real lifetime, he spent running around Greenwood Town and doing small errands, quests, and getting the required levels to leave the tutorial town. and most importantly, collecting the skills he needed. The game handled the leaving of the tutorial town rather interestingly. In most games, you had to complete an event or reach a certain level. Then you talked to an NPC or artifact and you were teleported to the main city and thus began your adventure. Here in Magic Unbound, the tutorial town was truly part of the world, and people could visit whenever they wanted, thus the developers had to get creative. It wasn't currently known, but the game tried stopping everybody from leaving the tutorial town before level 15. True, one could leave before that, but on the way to the nearest city, there were some strategically placed high-leveled wandering monsters that would always find a player, sending them back to the tutorial town to resurrect. And how would the game stop them? In the same way, it would stop people from returning to the tutorial towns to cause trouble. NPCs would approach them, lamenting about lost pets, artifacts, or people. Or an NPC that they had a great reputation with would approach them for help with something secret, and so on. Or the game would generate some random event based on their interest in previous action. And as gamers were known to follow the shiny, it was really easy to distract them. Thankfully, Sam knew what he wanted, so the game didn't have to distract him. The first thing he did was visit the library and start to learn some new languages. In the beginning, everybody spoke the common tongue, but there were several other languages that one could learn. Sadly, the Greenwood Library was rather small, but it still had a few basic languages that players could learn. Sam started every day by reading the books that would teach him the language under the scrutinizing eyes of the stereotypical librarian. After that, he went out to hunt animals, to sell them, and to have something fresh to feed to Lucky and to get some experience for leveling up. By the end of the week, he acquired the Dwarven language, and he was well on his way to learning the basic Elven language. Then the rest of the day was spent either going to the Mage Tower, learning new spells, or approaching other people for lessons on certain skills. In the Mage Tower, he was taught, thanks to the power of money, a few basic spells that were required for life outside of civilization. Like the Firespark spell that generated a small spark of fire, excellent for starting campfires, or condense water, which, as the name suggested, allowed him to condense water from the surrounding air to drink. Then there was Clean, which obviously allowed him to clean stuff. According to his inherited memories, it was touted as the most used spell in the game. Following that, he bought the spells Mana Strike and Mana Slash, which allowed him to add mana to his strikes and slashes. They were very basic spells, but they were called the foundational spells that most late-stage skills were built upon. Mastering them would allow him to learn a lot of different skills. And most importantly, after proving to the Mage Tower that he was capable of casting all these spells, he was finally allowed to buy the Mana Body Enhancement. The spell was another one of the basic spells that were still in use in the late game. Simply, it enhanced all physical attributes of the user, and it synergized with all his other supporting spells really well. Then when he managed to cast these spells without the aid of the system, and he was confident he could maintain them, earning a few more points in MAG and WIS, he turned his attention to other teachers. The tutorial town had something for everybody. So after leaving the Mage Tower, promising the old man who taught him the spells that he would religiously practice them, he sought out the physical trainers in the town to learn other basic skills. Sadly, the people who were capable of teaching those skills were the guards. And when the captain heard that Sam was there to learn skills, he took over from an embarrassed guard, while all the others gave Sam pitying looks. So Sam had to endure the man extolling his virtues loudly to everyone who even came close to the practice ground, and when they were alone, asking him what his next heroic deed would be. Though he had to admit, despite the captain's eccentricities, he was a competent teacher. Sam learned the basic footwork in record time, and after asking for it, the basic breathing technique. Though he almost regretted asking about it, as the captain went off yelling about his instincts, and how great a warrior Sam will become, which he could understand a little. Breathing techniques weren't ultra-rare skills, but they were basically unknown at this point to the players, and no teacher would take the initiative to teach the noobs, as it would only be required at later stages. And when players reached those stages, the breathing techniques available were much better than the basic ones. But he was a gamer, and having an extra passive skill that decreased stamina consumption was always nice. Then he simply spent his time honing his skills and going out to gather experience. Sam wandered through the town, snacking on roadside meat, while Lucky, now tall enough to reach his hip, walked alongside him as people, mostly children, waved to them. Over the days he spent grinding on the mobs around Greenwood, Lucky reached level 10, getting the Lucky Aura skill that gave everyone around Lucky an increase of luck, while also evolving from Gray Wolf to Adult Gray Wolf. Lucky only had 5 more levels before he reached the apex, evolving into Alpha Gray Wolf. If Sam didn't know how to evolve the fluffy wolf further, then soon Lucky would lose his use as a pet. But for that, he would need to reach the city. But for now, he simply enjoyed the wolf's presence, and at night, he used the mountain of fur as a pillow. As he walked, he saw a number of players also walking around, either alone or with a largish group. The numbers have been steadily increasing, and to his knowledge, it was only small-time streamers and a few guilds that had migrated over to the game so far. The bigger guilds and studios were still waiting to see if the hype was real, but probably they all had a few people checking the game out. Thankfully, the secret of how to acquire a pet was leaked by somebody. Shadowland was starting to get requests for Magic Unbound, and several people were walking around with all kinds of pets. He saw adorable rabbits hopping after their masters, as well as birds circling up in the air, or giant bears lumbering after people decked out in mismatched metal armors. It was hilarious to Sam how seriously these people took these pets. While yes, at these low levels they made experience farming faster, and you could more easily solo things, they were limited enough that upon reaching the next city they would rapidly become useless. The great pet rage was something that happened in the other Sam's past life, and it would probably happen here too. Sam just shook his head, then as he watched slyly as a young talented woman sauntered by, he finished his snack, then headed for the nearest bench. He was so focused on training that he rarely checked his status page to make sure not to chase the numbers. Focusing on mastering the basic techniques was much more rewarding for him. Sam sat down on the bench, and Lucky flopped down next to him like a few 100 pounds of pure death and fluff. He pulled out a few strips of fresh hog meat. It was delicious as a steak, and Sarah had even commissioned him to go out and gather a few hogs for the inn. Then, as Lucky snacked away, he opened his status screen. Name Sam Solar. Level 14, 9%. Title: HP 200-200. MP 680-680. SDR 10. Dex 10. AGI 10. VIT 10. End 11s. Mag 17. Per 12. WIS 12. Luck 10. His status points have reached a nice level, with most of them over 10, and his mana had soared thanks to his passive skill. Lucky's status page was even nicer to look at. Name: Lucky. Race: Adult Gray Wolf. HP: 680-680. MP: Level 12. SDR: 16. Dex: 14. AGI: 21. VIT: 17. End 13. Mag: Per 18. WIS 9. LUK 7. Strong Jaw, level max passive. The jaw of the wolf is strengthened. Lucky Aura, level max passive. Those who are in the same party as the wolf receive a buff to their luck. It depends on their luck how big the increase will be. The health points at this level were insane, though the Lucky Aura was a little annoying. Every time the aura activated, it randomly increased his luck, and the game wasn't nice enough to show how much it was increased. Aside from those, Sam's skills also increased. Mana Shield has reached level 21, which granted him his next sub-skill, while Controlled Mana Shield simply increased in level. Sustained Mana Shield, level 0-10, 0%. Passive, thanks to the experience with maintaining the Mana Shield over long periods of time, the cost of the Mana Shield decreases. 1% decrease per level. It was an amazing skill for later, as the Mana Shield skill had no theoretical limit, though in practice after a certain time it was almost impossible to increase the skill level. Sword Mastery also improved, but as he had no opportunity to test himself against anybody in a real fight, As hogs and feral wolves surprisingly didn't really carry swords, there were no big changes in the skill and its sub-skills. The greatest increase was in his intermediate mana control skill, as he was almost always using it, almost becoming second nature. The cycling of the mana was becoming easier and easier, and the usage of skills required less and less concentration. Intermediate mana control, level 13-15, 7%. Passive, you understand the basic concepts of mana control. You can now do more, achieve more, and gain more while manipulating mana. The skill increases the amount of mana regenerated at a time and decreases the cost of mana skills by 14%. The bonuses from the basic mana control remain. Plus 63 mana regeneration per second. Focused mana control, level 5-5, max percent. Passive, mana control when meditating increases. Decreases skills mana cost and increases mana regeneration when under the effect of meditation skill. Bonuses are increased when under the deep meditation skill's effect. And Sam even earned an awesome subskill for it. Continuous mana control, level max, passive. The longer you control your mana, the more efficient it becomes. The cost of the mana control exercise cannot become zero. When he received the subskill, Sam spent at least half an hour laughing to himself. There was a similar skill in his inherited memories, but that was only when meditating, as the user was a meditation nut, and that allowed them to reach unprecedented heights. And now he got something even better. Companion Sense also reached level 11, as he kept spending time with Lucky, as well as playing with him every day. Though, surprisingly, he hasn't yet gotten a subskill for it. Probably after level 20 or 25. Meditation was also approaching the maximum, with Sam reaching level 21 with it, while also maxing out deep meditation. Mana sense didn't really increase much, as sensing his own mana was insufficient after some time. Though multitasking has increased to level 20, making him even more competent in battle. Then came the real gains. First of all, he managed to dig deeper and increase the level of Mana Well. Mana Well level 15, 1%, you grasp something deep and abstract. Mana is like clay in your hand. Your body is a wellspring of mana, increases how much mana a magic status point grants you. Current increase, 3 times increase. The amount of mana he could bring forth astounded the old man at the Mage Tower enough that he even offered to take Sam on as his apprentice. Sadly, as Sam wasn't planning on becoming a true mage, he rejected the offer. Though the old mage didn't give up, and every time they met, he tried to get him to accept to become an apprentice. Then, thanks to his almost non-stop training, Mana Synergy also leveled up. Mana Synergy, level 210, 6%. Passive, thanks to your combining compatible skills, you manage to find a synergy between them. This synergy is completely useless in battle, but when you train your skills and completely focus on them, the rewards from your training increase. When using 2 or more mana skills simultaneously outside of battle, the cost of their use is reduced by 3%, while you receive 13 times more experience in training. Sam smiled in satisfaction slightly as he ran his eyes over the list of his skills and spells, happy that he managed to achieve this much in such a short amount of time. Then he closed the window and spent some leisure time basking in the sun, watching people, and of course, practicing mana control. Later, after logging out of the game and a nice hot shower, he made himself a simple cup of ramen, then plopped down in front of his computer and began looking up news and discussions about the game. Gaming news sites were still preoccupied with other games, but a few smaller ones were talking about it. But to Sam, it seemed that they were just simply testing the waters. Then, as he continued to skim over the articles, a title caught Sam's eyes. Or rather, the author of that particular article, Unbound Wonder in a Fantastical World by Summerrose. He remembered Summerrose, or rather the other Sam remembered. At this point, she was a small-time streamer and journalist for a gaming website, but after a few articles and some excellent streaming sessions, she rocketed to the top of the world of the journalists of Magic Unbound. For a while. Clicking on the article, he began reading, while also wondering how he could contact her and maybe nudge her in the right direction. It would be a shame if he couldn't prevent her death. Status update. Sam's growth over the past weeks had been nothing short of remarkable. Now at level 14 asterisk, he had strengthened both his swordsmanship and his mastery of magic. His defensive techniques became more efficient, his control over mana reached new heights, and his meditation skills achieved a major breakthrough. He also learned a variety of practical and combat spells, from creating fire and water to enhancing his body and empowering his attacks. At the same time, his understanding of magic deepened, laying the groundwork for even greater achievements in the future. Perhaps the most significant change was the awakening of a rare talent that greatly expanded his magical potential, making every step of his growth more rewarding than before. Meanwhile, Lucky continued to mature alongside him. No longer a mere pup, the gray forest wolf had grown into a dependable companion with abilities that could aid both itself and its allies. Looking back at everything he had accomplished, Sam realized that he was no longer simply surviving in this world. He was steadily becoming a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 16. Absent of any better idea, Sam sat down and looked up Summer Rose on the Shadowland website, hoping that as a journalist and gamer she would have an account there, and lo and behold, he was right. Doing a little digital stalking, he looked through her posting history, at least what wasn't private, but found nothing interesting. Just the usual question about old games and such. But there was a new post about Magic Unbound. She was asking for any secrets that someone would sell her, or willing to show off on her stream. Sam looked at the post for a moment, then smiled evilly. Summer Rose started somewhere far away from him, according to her posts, though with the amount of money he had he could have quickly traveled there if he wanted. But she started somewhere where Sam knew one of the enemies of the other Sam started. Said enemy was propelled to stardom after finding a particular secret in the area, which he then bragged about, uncaring of the consequences. The guild war that resulted from that particular genius action almost destroyed the fool and his guild, but sadly, he had connections. And now Sam had an opportunity. For a moment he wondered if he should do it, but then Sam looked at his plans on the whiteboard, encrypted, of course. He wasn't a fool in his office, making sure it wouldn't interfere with any of his plans. Then a wicked smile appeared on his face and began typing. Hello. I have some information for you if you are willing to deal. A fan. He would have to be careful and make sure that everything he said was supported by information on the internet, as the game company would come after him if he seemed to be in possession of information that he shouldn't have been. But thankfully, after a quick search, he found enough data about the place the quest played out, with several streamers showing off key NPCs or items, unknown of their significance. It would be a reach, but it could be explained that he put the pieces together from those. He left the website open, turned the sound up to make sure he heard the notifications, then left to make lunch. Sam was in the middle of putting the dirty dishes into the dishwasher when he heard the notification sound go off on his computer. He smiled in satisfaction, then continued to put away the dishes. A minute later, he was sitting in front of his computer again with a chat window open. Summer Rose, hi, what do you have and how much? Lazy Phoenix, yo, you and Balor. Summer Rose, yes. Summer Rose, why? Lazy Phoenix, I found a quest I can sell to you. Summer Rose, what's the damage? Lazy Phoenix, 3 favors. The reply didn't come immediately. Sam didn't care. What he asked from a relatively unknown streamer was unusual, so he expected the other person to think it over. But he knew streamers always needed something to grab attention, so Summer Rose would probably accept it. And he wasn't disappointed, as a few minutes later he received a reply. Summer Rose, 1. Lazy Phoenix, 5. There was another pause, Sam watching the screen intensely. Summer Rose, 3 it is. Summer Rose, so? Lazy Phoenix, so you need to find the east gate of the city of. Sam spent the next half an hour describing the beginning of the quest, making sure to watch his words, not saying anything that would hint at him knowing more than possible, but still starting the streamer on a journey that would cause trouble to a future possible enemy. An hour after they began chatting, they said their goodbyes, and Sam leaned back in his chair and contemplated the screen and the discussion for a moment before saving it, and then clearing it from his account. Then turned the browser off and headed for his gaming helmet. He had a tutorial to finish. She stared at the discussion, showing that the other person went offline, and contemplated the information she had received. It was very vague, but the other person, somebody very well known and trustworthy on the forum, managed to support his explanation with several links to information on the net. It painted a rather complete picture of a quest that would grant something awesome. And she needed something awesome. She bet everything on the game, and she was nowhere near becoming famous. Mostly she attributed that to the game not being popular enough, but part of it was that she couldn't show off anything unique. The game was rather hard, and surprisingly it didn't shower the players with hidden and unique quests at the drop of the hat. Sighing quietly, she turned off the old computer, then hopped on her bed and put on her helmet, turning it on and starting the process to log into the game. After all, fortune favors the bold. Sam logged back into the game and immediately began his quest to finish the tutorial. Granted, with his knowledge and powerful skills, he could have left the town of Greenwood already, but he wanted to accomplish one more thing. And that thing was Lucky. He needed to start upgrading him before he left. Technically, he could have done that after leaving the town, but being a magical world, there were rules to rituals. And one of them was that doing rituals in places that are thematically connected to the subject of the ritual, or the ritual itself, would enhance the ritual. And seeing as the forest next to Greenwood was the place where Lucky was born, grew up, and learned to hunt, what better place to take the first steps to evolve beyond his limits? He spent a few hours just simply walking around the town, making sure he didn't miss anything, buying more supplies, a tent, some more cutlery, a bundle of firewood, and other odds and ends that could come in handy. He also said his goodbyes to Master Simon, the old mage once again lamenting at his refusal to become his apprentice. In the end, though, the old man surprised him. "Young man, I still cannot believe how much you've surprised me with your dedication to our art," the old man said, sitting with Sam in one of the rooms of the Mage Tower, sipping tea. Sam sat across from him, also drinking the surprisingly delicious tea. "I just did what felt natural to me," he replied, acting bashfully. "Natural, natural, you say?" the older man exclaimed, his eyes fixed on him. "What you've accomplished is beyond natural. Control such as yours is in the domain of geniuses." Sam averted his eye, acting embarrassed. "You exaggerate, Master." Master Simon just snorted. "I don't exaggerate, young man, I won't lie. There is a reason I'm here and not in any of the big cities," he said with a scowl on his face. "I don't care for politics or those fancy talks where people twist the truth of the world into fanciful tales of impossibility, just to feel better about themselves." "Oh, indeed, young man." The old man looked back at him, took another sip of his tea, then continued to speak. "I'll ask one last time, young Sam, will you become my apprentice?" Sam looked back directly into the old mage's aging face and exited eyes, and gave a firm shake of his head. "I'm really sorry, Master, but I have my plans." There was a terse silence as the two men stared at each other, but then it was broken by the older man deflating, letting out a long-suffering sigh, almost collapsing into himself. "What a waste," he whispered, but then he straightened up, though this time the excitement was missing from his eyes. Sam was once again struck by how lifelike these NPCs were. "All right, I understand. I tried, but it seems life and fate have different plans for each of us." Simon stood up and reached out with a hand, offering a handshake. "Go with my blessing, young Sam, and make sure to show the world your talent." Sam took the hand and shook it. "Thank you, Master Simon. I won't forget your help." "I hope so." Then the older man sat back and took up the teacup and looked out of the window forlornly. Sam, recognizing the dismissal and not wanting to further upset the other man, slowly left the room, closing the door behind himself softly. Ordinarily, he would have accepted the offer, as becoming an apprentice to somebody that was called a master by the Mage Association was almost impossible later in the bigger cities, but he had grander plans. And becoming an apprentice would make some of those plans impossible. He swiftly left the Mage Tower, waving goodbye to the receptionist who was reading another romance novel, and stepped back onto the street. However, before he could take another step, a notification popped up in front of him. Congratulations! You were recognized for your talent by a master of the Mage Association. You were granted the title of Magical Genius. Magical Genius. You are recognized as having incredible talent in manipulating mana by a respected professional. Decreases mana consumption by 5%. Due to not having any other title, Magical Genius was automatically equipped. Sam read it, then smiled. What a nice surprise. After leaving the town, he took Lucky and headed towards the forest. Both he and Lucky needed a little more experience, which was acquired rather fast. Deeper in the forest, there were bigger hogs and bigger wolves, while also they found bears, rabid squirrels hunting in packs, and a few cunning foxes. But to them, with his superior skills and Lucky's strength, nothing in the tutorial area could pose a risk. They spent almost a real-world day in the forest, only stopping for Sam to take bathroom breaks and have a quick nap. Sam stopped the hunt when he saw on the status screen that Lucky almost reached level 15. Upon reaching that, he would evolve one last time and would be unable to improve further. So before that, Sam wanted to try something. This time, the plan was fully his own. There was nothing in his inherited memories that hinted that somebody or the other Sam had tried it. He called out to Lucky and looked around. Lucky, hearing him, stood up from the corpse of the latest fox that tried to strike them from behind and trotted back to him, the fox carried in his jaw. Good boy, he praised the wolf, patting his head with one hand and taking the corpse with the other. And while Lucky barked happily, he quickly dressed the corpse. And when he was done with that, he turned to the wolf and spoke up. Okay, Lucky, let's go and do something potentially stupid. The wolf just howled in excitement. They hiked even deeper into the forest, avoiding what fights they could avoid, and if they had to fight, Sam made sure not to kill anything. He didn't want to accidentally level up Lucky. After almost half an hour's hike, they reached the part of the forest where the elevation began to rise, and the trees were exchanged for rocks and stone. After a few minutes of searching, they found a small path that led them to a clearing, surrounded by rocks. Sam looked around and nodded. It would be perfect. Then he began to set up a tent, as Sam expected to be exhausted after being finished, and he doubted he would be able to return to the town. Then he pulled out a big metal tub, big enough for Lucky, and slowly filled it with the condensed water skill. The wolf watched him curiously for a minute, then began to wander around the rocky clearing, sniffing things, even marking a few select rocks. When finished with filling the cheap tub he bought back in town, he called Lucky over, and to the consternation of the wolf, washed him thoroughly. The wolf whined, but Sam didn't care. He wanted this to go perfectly. After getting the wolf clean, he dried him with the application of several towels, and then simply directed the wolf to sit on a towel to avoid him becoming dirty from the dust on the ground again. The wolf was confused, but still did as he was told. Sam put away the tub, then joined the wolf and spent a few minutes just simply patting and playing with the wolf, scratching behind the ears and making sure he was happy. Then, when he was satisfied with the dose of Fluffy he gained, he put his hands on the back of the wolf and closed his eyes. Lucky, seemingly sensing the seriousness surrounding Sam, instantly turned still, though his tail wagged a little. Sam, eyes still closed, reached for his mana, slowly circulated once, and before the second cycle could begin, he directed the rapidly moving mana towards his hand, and threw his hand into the body of the wolf. There was resistance. 90% of the mana he pushed into Lucky's body was lost immediately, the body unused to it. But Sam pushed through and continued to channel mana until he could feel a small amount remain in the furball's body. He smiled, then grabbed the small amount of mana, and similarly to how the old man back in the Mage Tower did to him, began to move it around. It was slow, and based on the whine coming from Lucky, it was uncomfortable, but it didn't hurt the wolf. After an unknown amount of time, drenched in sweat, shaking from the exertion but feeling his grasp on controlling magic growing, he managed to complete a cycle of mana within Lucky, which was made much harder as the wolf couldn't help him. But he did it, and after waiting for a second, he sensed the mana in Lucky slowly transform, taking on a feral but still fluffy attribute. He grinned and removed his hands from the wolf, sat back, panting, and opened his eyes. Lucky was still sitting in front of him, but there was a small, almost imperceptible shine to his fur, and he seemed to be even more energized than usual. Sam just spoke up softly. Lucky, go and hunt a little. The wolf turned his head, looked at him, let out a short bark, and within 2 blinks he was gone, leaving only dust in his wake as he ran into the forest. Sam grinned, then while waiting, he checked out the notification screens. Congratulations! You managed to awaken the mana inside your companion. You successfully broke through with a skill. Intermediate mana control reached level 15 and upgraded into advanced mana control. Advanced mana control, level 020, 0%. Passive, you reached beyond the basics of mana control. You shape and bend mana to your will. The skill further increases the amount of mana regenerated at a time and decreases the cost of mana skills by 15%. The bonuses from the basic and intermediate mana control remain, plus 65 mana regeneration per second. Thanks to your care for your companion despite their limitations, the skill companion sense increased to level 20. You gain the Deep Connection subskill. Deep Connection, level max, passive. Your companion has a bigger chance to learn skills related to or complementary to your skills upon leveling up. Sam couldn't have been happier. The first step to making Lucky the biggest and most badass wolf was done. Then he simply sat back and waited. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait too long, as a few minutes later, he heard an eardrum-shattering howl from the forest and another window popped up in front of him. Your companion Lucky has reached level 15. Lucky, the gray forest wolf, has evolved into adult gray mana wolf. Animalistic mana control. Level max, passive. The wolf controls the mana inside him based on animalistic instinct. Would you like to see the status screen? Sam just shook his head, dismissing the screen, then sat up and prepared himself. It was lucky he did, because not a moment later, Lucky came bounding out of the forest, jaw bloody, but his entire body radiating happiness straight at Sam. As the wolf approached, Sam took a good look at him. The body size was the same. The fur looked a little fluffier maybe, but the one thing that stood out to him was how the eyes of the wolf seemed to shine with an inner light. Then the wolf collided with him, and for the foreseeable future he was content to play with his excitable friend. Status update. Sam's efforts were finally rewarded with one of his greatest breakthroughs yet. He earned the title of Magical Genius ***, a recognition of his extraordinary talent and dedication to the path of magic. His mastery over mana reached a new level as he completed his intermediate training and unlocked more advanced techniques, giving him far greater control over his growing power. At the same time, the bond between Sam and Lucky deepened. Their connection became strong enough to help each other grow, allowing Lucky to develop abilities that complemented his master's own talents. The young wolf underwent an important transformation as well, evolving into an adult gray mana wolf and gaining a natural instinct for controlling mana. As Sam looked over his progress, he couldn't help but smile. He and his loyal companion were growing stronger together, and the future seemed brighter than ever. Chapter 17. Having Lucky's race turn from Forest Wolf to Mana Wolf was a small boon. It would increase the level limit a little. Not much, as the maximum level of a Forest Wolf was 15, at which point Lucky would have turned into an Alpha Forest Wolf. Instead, his level cap would increase. Though Sam didn't exactly know by how much. Based on the general knowledge he got, the increase was maybe 5 or at maximum 10 levels. Even that would make Lucky more useful in the short term and grant him more time to prepare for proper evolution. Not that he would get rid of Lucky for any reason. The excitable fluff ball was coming with him, even if the wolf would become useless in fights. Fluff was love. Fluff was life. Sam watched as the energized Lucky tore through the monsters of the forest with a small smile. While the wolf's new capability with mana didn't mean much, with Deep Connection he would soon learn to use it enough to strengthen his body and maybe execute a few mana-based attacks. Sam absent-mindedly deflected an attack from a stealthy fox that jumped at him from a nearby bush, his mana sense pinpointing the position of his attacker before it even decided to attack him, as he thought about Lucky. Now that he was done with that, he would only need to reach level 15, get a courier mission towards one of the nearest cities, and get out of the tutorial. While he definitely wasn't the fastest to leave the tutorial, Sam knew that by dedicating oneself to grinding, One could reach the necessary level and leave the tutorial area within a few real-life days, and with the help of a guild or gaming studio. In mere hours, if they were good. But that was the magic of Magic Unbound. It didn't reward the highest-leveled people. The game designers were thinking long-term. Slow and steady exploration, building a proper foundation, and social connections were more important than the race to the top. And that would cripple a lot of currently high-leveled players. According to his memories, not an insignificant number of them would simply restart when they realized that they essentially gimped their characters. Not that they couldn't have corrected their build and learned the required skills to be useful, but the time investment required was more than anybody was willing to invest. But Sam wasn't worried about anything like that. He gathered the skills he needed, and some he didn't even know he could get, so he was happy. And the moment Lucky took down the latest oversized hog, a notification rang out and a window appeared in front of him. You are now level 15. Thanks to your daring handling of mana, you gain +1 WIS. You gain 2 unassigned status points. He read the window, then simply closed it. The game didn't tell him that he reached the level where he could leave the tutorial town. It would be handled in-game. Maybe a trainer would realize that he was strong enough to leave, or an important figure would find him to deliver something far away. But no matter what, the moment he returned to the town, his time was limited. Even if he stayed out of the town, sooner or later, the system would have had enough and would engineer some kind of event that would chase him out of the tutorial area. Not that Sam wanted to stay. He calmly added his points to dexterity and agility, did a final check of his status screen, then went to deal with the last hunted carcass. Name, Sam Solar. Level 15, 1%. Title, Magical Genius. HP, 200-200. MP, 680-680. SDR, 10. Dex, 11. AGI, 11. VIT, 10. End 11s. Mag 17. Per 12s. WIS 13. Luck 10. Nothing exciting, but Sam knew that having all stats above 10 would net him a lot of opportunities. Plus, it allowed him to become rather versatile. Nodding to himself, he closed the window and joined Lucky, who was dutifully guarding the carcass of the monster he killed. Sam returned to Greenwood without any fanfare. Granted, the area outside of the town was almost teeming with new players, while the wildlife was desperately trying to survive. Thankfully, the rabbits present were a hardy species and would bounce back once the locusts left. He greeted the gate guard, who was actually doing their job, and not napping, then simply headed for the butcher, where he deposited his loot for processing. After thanking the butcher for his help and receiving a simple grunt, he went to the Merchant Association and sold the hides, and while he was tempted to get rid of some useless loot from the bandit hideout, he knew that would be social suicide in this town. Plus, he had collected enough gold from the criminals that he had no need for more in the short term. Then he returned to the library to study a little more while the butcher worked. He still needed to say goodbye to Sarah at the Green Stump Inn, and Sam wanted to do it with a proper gift. A few hours later, he was standing in front of the inn, bag heavy with prime cuts. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and stepped through the door. For some reason, after arriving at this new reality, after having died, this NPC was the first person who he had talked with the most. Sam knew it was not healthy, but he couldn't help it. Most of the people that the old Sam knew were either crooks or would sell him and his secrets out to the first person who offered a hit or some money. Hopefully, he would be able to make some friends soon. He was an introvert, but he still wanted people to talk to. Inside of the inn was the usual. The patrons were sitting around the hall, either eating, drinking, or talking quietly with each other. And the owner of the inn was sitting behind the counter, calmly reading a book without a cover. The moment the door opened, she looked up, and when she spotted him, Sarah smiled. "Sam," she called out, placing the book down and standing up. "Welcome back." The people closest to the door looked up, but when they saw him and Lucky, they simply went back to their discussions or meals. He was, after all, a regular and nothing interesting. He returned the smile and stepped up to the counter. "Hello, Sarah. What can I do for you, honey?" asked the woman, giving him a once-over while also glancing at the visibly grown Lucky, who just gave her a wolfish grin. "I came by to say goodbye," he said haltingly. "Leaving town soon." Then he took off the bag he was carrying on his shoulder and held it out for her. "Also here a little gift." The woman gave him a tender smile and slowly took the bag. Notably, her arms didn't even quiver under the weight of the meat he packed into one of the smaller and cheaper bags of holdings. "Thank you, honey." Then she put down the bag behind the counter and reached down with one hand. When Sam could see the hand again, it was holding a letter. "Here, I prepared something for you." "You knew?" Sarah just snorted. "Young man, I've been here for a long time. I know about the call of adventure." Sam took in Sarah's impish smile and took the letter with a quiet thanks. "It's an introduction to a friend in the city of Ironwood," she continued. "She also owns an inn, though it's more for long-term lodging than temporary like mine. If you give her the letter, you can find the address on it. She will give you a discount, and maybe some more," she finished with a suggestive wink. Sam just stared at her for a moment before pocketing the letter. "Thank you for your help, Sarah. I appreciate it." "Don't mention it, honey. Just go and make me proud out there," she exclaimed, looking pumped as if she was the one going on an adventure. Sam nodded with a smile. "I will." "Thank you." And with that, he turned around and headed for the door. Lucky looked after his master, then at Sarah, and quickly darted behind the counter to rub against the owner of the inn, then ran after Sam, leaving a chuckling woman behind. Sam did a last check of his supplies, cleaned his sword, girded his loins, made sure his armor was properly on, gave Lucky a snack, threw a coin into the fountain for luck, checked his supplies, and then with a deep breath stepped out of the town of Greenwood for the last time for a long while. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, the wind was definitely not howling, and Lucky was happily chasing butterflies. They wandered forward, following the road laid with stone and dirt, and while Sam kept an eye out for trouble, he kept practicing his skills. He was mostly focused on Mana Sense, Mana Sight, and Mana Shield. He was trying to figure out a way to connect Mana Sense to Mana Shield so that if he sensed something that would hurt him, the Mana Shield would automatically activate. But he was having almost no success. "Probably need more levels in advanced control," he thought as the two spells once again fizzled out. Mana Sight was only used because he thought that seeing the spells in action would help him with the task. It didn't, though the lights were pretty at least. He must have been walking for around an hour, trees getting taller and taller on the side of the road, and the mountains getting a little farther away when he heard a sound. Sam looked up from his contemplation of the mysteries of magic and looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. Then it came again, and this time he could hear it clearly. "Hey, you! Stop!" He turned and saw two people in black clothing running at him. He blinked in surprise and was about to give Lucky the order to run, as he had a bad feeling, when an arrow whizzed past his face, coming from behind. For a moment he froze, but then Sam moved, surreptitiously taking a stance that would leave him stable and ready to respond to more attacks. He slightly turned his head and glanced behind him, seeing two people approaching, one of them holding a bow, both of them grinning. The two people running arrived in front of him, and while breathing a little heavily, they were still grinning while raising their weapons. One of them was holding an axe, caked with some mysterious material, though Sam had his guesses about its origin, and the other was holding a sword. The one behind him, not holding a bow, was playing with a dagger. Altogether, a pretty stereotypical bandit party, made up of players. To somebody new, they would be indistinguishable from the NPCs, but to Sam, thanks to his inherited memories, they were rather obvious. The random pieces of armor and their behavior were rather telling. And most importantly, they didn't know that the Knights of the Kingdom regularly patrolled this road, and were rather harsh with any bandits they found. No sane NPC bandit would set up shop here, and if an insane NPC would have settled here, Sam would have already been killed or teleported to some random location or plane, or maybe trapped in some nightmarish illusion. While his mind was racing, the bandits began speaking. The one holding the axe smiled at him. "Hello, friend. It seems you arrived at a place where you have to pay the new toll." Sam, for now, decided to play along while he stealthily began activating his skills. "A toll? Nobody said anything about a toll." The man just continued to grin, while the other, believing themselves stealthy, began to fan out around him. "It's a rather new thing, my friend," he explained, subtly raising his axe. Sam gave him a wry smile. "I see, and may I ask what this toll would cost me?" The grin on the bandits and his friends' faces grew even bigger. "Why, everything," came the predictable declaration. Sam just sighed. "You guys are pretty bad at this bandit stuff." The grin on their faces vanished, and the man with the axe scowled at him. "Shut up. There are 4 of us and 1 of you, and I know that those wolves only go up to level 15. Do as I say and you won't die. Don't and enjoy the timeout," he trailed off almost threateningly. But to Sam, it just seemed so stupid. Sam sighed again and blatantly looked at each of them, noting their position, then spoke up. "Next time, take some acting classes because this was pretty cringe." "What?" Instead of answering the confused wannabe bandits, he moved. Sam raised a hand and blasted the bandit holding the bow with a simple mana pulse, throwing him back, then called out to Lucky. "Lucky, kill." At the same time, he unsheathed his sword, coated it in mana, and parried a strike from the only bandit that reacted to his attack. The other 2 just stared at him with slack jaws, probably at his audacity for not giving up immediately. The weirdos. Their friend on the ground screamed as Lucky's jaw found the man's throat. And Sam had to parry a few more strikes from the man with a sword, while the other 2 finally shook off the shock and raised their own weapons. Sam grinned at them and gripped his sword harder, while his other hand glowed with magic. "This is going to be awesome." Solar has reached level 15 and retains the title of magical genius. His mastery over mana has taken another major step forward with the awakening of advanced mana control, allowing him to wield magical energy with even greater efficiency. At the same time, his bond with his loyal companion has grown stronger. Lucky has evolved into a level 15 gray mana wolf and awakened an instinctive ability to control mana. After countless battles and relentless training, both Solar and Lucky have become far more formidable, ready to face the dangers that lie ahead. Chapter 18. The 2 bandits, faces no longer filled with grins but with intense concentration, stood there glaring at him, probably surprised that their victim decided to fight back. Not that Sam cared. Compared to the shadow spirit that had possessed the corpse of the bandit leader, they were pitifully slow. No doubt their main stat is either strength or vitality, maybe endurance, he thought, as he danced out of the way of the bandit with the daggers, warned by his mana sense of the impending attack. At the same time, he raised his own hand, holding his sword, and attacked the one with the axe, while using his other hand to simply shoot a small ball of mana at the man with the sword. Lucky in the background was finishing off the archer. At this point in the game, mages were rather rare. While unlocking mana was an easy and simple affair, making proper use of it was a different thing altogether. Plus, learning spells cost money. And the stronger or rarer the spell was, the more it cost. And at the beginning of the game, not everybody had the money to spend on spells that they can't fully make use of. Granted, there were already a few gold farming guilds, as with every game, but while it was not known to the populace at large, Sam knew that the game system, the very same one that would chase people out of the tutorial towns, was doing its usual machinations to hinder the gold farmers and sellers. The developers didn't officially ban gold farming, but they sure as hell made sure the gold farmers would suffer. The moment the mana ball hit the criminal, he cried out in pain and confusion. "What the hell? He's a mage." Sam just smirked and took a step back, his sword up in a guard position, eyeing the 3 bandits, while they stared at him with one eye and with the other they watched Lucky, who, after finishing with the archer, kept stalking around the group, ready to pounce. "I thought he was a ranger," called out one of them with slight panic. "I don't care, just kill him," exclaimed the one with the daggers, then tensed his body and with a small roar launched one of his blades at him. "Dagger strike." Sam just focused more mana into his mana shield and tanked the hit. At this level, it was rather easy to calculate the damage it would cause, so he was confident he would be able to take it. The 3 bandits watched with sheer disbelief as the dagger hit Sam squarely in the torso, and then with a quiet clink, bounced off and landed on the ground. For a moment there was absolute silence. Even the forest surrounding them seemed to fall silent, the bandits looking between the dagger on the ground and Sam. Sam smirked at them, raised his sword, and then charged. One strike upwards removed the axe-wielding bandit's weapon hand. The strike following that as Sam turned cut the sword-wielding criminal's throat, and Sam finished the movement by impaling the gaping dagger wielder with his sword. Lucky, taking the opportunity, jumped on the back of the bandit with one less hand, and soon the only sound that could be heard was the chirping of the birds and the movement of the trees as the wind shook them. Sam cleaned his sword and took a look around to see if his attackers dropped something, but it didn't seem so. Shrugging, he motioned to Lucky and continued his journey towards Ironwood, leaving 4 cooling corpses behind. "Boss, we found something awesome." "What is it?" "A guy with magic swordsman class." "There are no classes in the game, you idiot." "I know, but he used a sword and magic at the same time, and he had a wolf pet." "And where did you meet the guy?" We were going to ambush him, but it seems he was higher leveled." "How much higher?" "Dunno, none of us had the skill to check." "Damn. What's his name?" By the time Sam left the forest, his inventory had a few more animal carcasses, mostly made of animals that decided that Lucky and Sam looked like a nice snack. They violently disagreed, and his messages were blowing up from several people who seemed to be after the secret of the magical swordsman class. He received everything from offers for in-game gold to real-life money and some in between. Apparently, the bandits spread his abilities far and wide. Thankfully, he made sure to only use the basics. Sam also received several invites to guilds that he knew wouldn't amount to anything, based on the fact that the other Sam never heard of them. And so much spam. Thankfully, the mail system was rather robust, so he could set up folders and filters for his mail. For now, he didn't block anybody, as he didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but neither did he want to answer them. For now, he had better things to do. Cresting over the last hill, finally out of the forest, the small group of man and wolf finally beheld the city of Ironwood. It was much like the town of Greenwood, medieval but bigger. Its houses were mostly made from its namesake, ironwood, a famously hardy and durable wood that can be harvested near the city. Granted, they were extremely protected and under constant surveillance, as over the years, the city and people of the kingdom almost caused the extinction of the tree. According to the lore, it was only in the last few decades that the newest leadership of the area decided to properly cultivate and protect the trees. Accordingly, the most important quests in the area had to do with the ironwood and the tree nursery, at least the public ones. As the road from the forest joined the bigger one leading to another city, and Sam walked forward to it, he could see countless people walking and riding towards and away from the city. Sam joined the throng of people heading towards the city, keeping Lucky close, as the young wolf kept trying to get away from him and smell everything. A few guards to bigger carts, either filled with merchandise or important people, gave him and Lucky an odd look here and there, but he was nowhere powerful enough for them to worry about him. Sam didn't mind. He just simply enjoyed the walk, watching people, taking note of the symbols of the merchant carts, looking through his memories to try to figure out what they might be transporting, practicing with his mana, and simply enjoying the game. Almost an hour later, he was standing at the civilian entrance of the city, being greeted by a very bored guard. "ID, please." "Here you go, good sir," he replied, handing over his papers. There was no room to play nice with these guards, Sam knew very well. In his inherited memories, there was a very special fail video compilation about the Ironwood City guards. The guard took the card, took a look at it, then at Sam, then finally he waved some kind of artifact that reminded Sam of the metal finders at the airport in his previous life, over the card. When the artifact let out a small, almost silent beep, the guard grunted, tossed the card back at Sam, and motioned for him to move on. "Have a nice day," he said with no enthusiasm. As Sam stepped through the gate and beheld his first sight of the massive city, he heard the guard call out behind him. "ID, please." For the first half an hour, he just wandered around, taking in the sights and smells, making sure to familiarize himself with the map he had seen in his memories. Then when that was finished and Lucky, and Sam finished their snack that was bought at a roadside stall. He cleaned his hand with his small spell and headed for the nearest government office. After all, if he wanted to go forward with his goals, he needed to register. Ironwood was in the same kingdom as Greenwood, obviously, but being a bigger city, there were more levels of bureaucracy than back at the tutorial town. Then, when that was finished, he dropped by the local mage tower, which for a change was actually a building with a very spiffy tower built on it. Opening the door, he was met with a crowd of people all standing around talking, or standing in line waiting to get the attention of one of the girls standing and sitting behind the counters. Most of the people that were standing around and talking, or rather complaining, were of course the players. No doubt, they expected the NPCs to make their first priority to serve the players. Instead, they were met with long lines and surly officials. Oh, and Sam could hear them talking to each other about the ludicrous prices that the Mage Association demanded of them for the spells. Of course, they weren't forced to pay for them. There were several alternatives for learning spells. Number one was finding a teacher outside of the association that would teach them. The second one was to find spell books, and the last one was to figure it out themselves. But as nobody, at least publicly, had figured out how to get basic mana control, they were basically shit out of luck. Obviously, they could also steal from the association, but at this level, the thieves weren't good enough to circumvent the defenses of the tower. Probably. Sam just shrugged and simply stepped into the line, motioning Lucky to stay next to him. The dog wuffed in a low voice in agreement and plopped down next to him. Stepping out of the tower with a simple booklet in his hands that contained the services offered by the association and the spells that were for sale. Actually getting a meeting with one of the masters would need Sam to reserve a spot for a week in advance. Fortunately, Sam only had one thing he was interested in at the tower, the ritual room. Renting the ritual room. Renting one of our state-of-the-art ritual rooms consists of a quick security assessment, then a deposit, and selecting the required room. Materials for the rituals can be purchased at our in-house merchants. We do not take any responsibility for any mishaps with the performed rituals, and, happy that his memories were correct, Sam put away the booklet and began heading towards the commercial part of the city. He had loot to unload and merchants to make miserable. Plus, while he was there, he might as well pick up a few unique artifacts. Chuckling to himself, he began purposefully walking towards his goal. At one merchant, he unloaded all his unwanted clothing. Another one bought all the trash weapons. No doubt, after some superficial cleaning and inspection, they would be heading towards the same town he had just left. And he sold the artifacts he had no use for at a few scattered merchants that specialized in artifacts. The spices and food, and most importantly the alcohol, were not sold, as Sam had other plans for it. For now, he was ready to hunt. Walking through the winding streets of Ironwood City, he headed for one particular shop. And this time, it wasn't because some big-brain type bragged on the internet about something awesome they picked up. No, he was here because, in his inherited memories, there was one assassin that was too good. Nobody could find them, nobody could spot them, and nobody could prevent them from reaching their target. Thus, a few guilds pooled their resources, both in-game and in the real world, to figure out how it was done. And when that happened, the details inevitably leaked. Spotting the alley he was looking for, Sam walked in, his eyes on the board spelling out the shop's name. Rick's Rickety Racket. Chuckling a little at the name, he opened the door, ignored the bell that went off in the back, and stepped into the shop. The shop itself was old, and chock full of even older things piled up on each other and on shelves around the room, and in the middle several metal baskets were holding a truly staggering amount of random items. Across from the door was a small counter, and as Sam finished his survey, an old, stooped-over man with an honest smile stepped out behind a curtain. "Welcome, Sonny. I'm Rick and this is Ma Racket," he exclaimed with a cackle as if laughing at his own joke. "Tell me if you find something interesting, young man." And with that, he sat down on a stool and turned his attention to something that Sam couldn't see. He just shrugged and activated his mana sense. Instantly, his senses lit up with a multitude of items that radiated mana. But Sam discarded all of them, as he knew that what he was looking for was almost inert. Though to make a show of it, he started walking around and examining the items that his senses marked. To his shock and maybe a little surprise and a lot of disgust, most of these items were sexual aids and not anything that he was currently interested in. Though he managed to find a box that seemed to hold something that had a similar signature to one of the skill books he had used recently. He examined the box in his hands, noting that it was very well made, but there were no seams on it. Finally, he held it up and called out to the owner. "Yo, old man, know what this is?" The old man looked up, squinted a little, then shrugged. "Haven't the foggiest, sonny. I told you this is a racket. You buy what you buy, nothing more, nothing less." Sam snorted, but he didn't put the box back. He might as well try his luck with it. Then after a few minutes of browsing and a brief argument with Lucky, who wanted to really gnaw on something unsanitary, he finally found it. A generic off-white mask under a pile of fur cloaks. The only thing special about it was a small, stylized chameleon drawing on the bottom of it. Sam was careful to hide his smile, then, as if nothing happened, he continued to browse. He picked up an old bag of holding that was able to hold a mountain's worth of materials, but sadly had no weight reduction on it. Probably why it ended up in the shop. Then finally he stepped up to the counter and placed his haul down. "I want these, how much?" The old man took a look at the items, hemmed and hawed for a minute, then raised 3 fingers. 30. It was Sam's turn to snort. "Don't be ridiculous, 10 at max." Rick gave him a big smile, his eyes shining with a predatory gleam. 25. "They are rather scuffed up, 15. 20. Sam thought about it, then nodded. 20 it is. The smile on the old man's face grew, and suddenly a hand was thrust into Sam's face. "Then ma payment, sonny." Sam grumbled a little, but forked out the required silvers and watched as the man carefully counted them, finally nodding. "All right, they're yours, young man. No complaints and no buyback." "Understood." Sam swept the items into his inventory and turned around, Lucky dutifully following him. "Thank you and have a nice day." Outside of the shop, he stepped aside, and in the shadows of his cloak in the alley, he took out the mask, placed a finger on the chameleon symbol, and began channeling magic, while watching with anticipation. Sam didn't have to wait long, as after a minute of channeling, the chameleon symbol flashed in a rainbow color, and the mask changed from the dirty off-white color to pure white, shining with an inner light. Chameleon Mask. Created by a hidden master, it allows the user to craft a new face for themselves. Can store a maximum of 3 different faces. After activating, the mask can stay active for an hour unless charged. Creating a new face has an hour delay. It was extremely hard not to break into evil laughter. Solar's growth had reached another milestone, level 15. New title, Magical Genius. His mana reserves and magical abilities continued to surge. His biggest breakthroughs included: Mana Shield became even stronger. Intermediate sword mastery improved, sharpening his combat skills. Advanced mana control neared completion, giving him even greater efficiency over mana. Mana sense grew stronger, allowing him to perceive magical energy more clearly. His bond with Lucky deepened as well. Companion sense became highly developed. Lucky had evolved into an adult gray mana wolf, retaining his powerful luck aura and instinctive mastery over mana. With every battle and every day of training, both master and companion were becoming far stronger than ordinary adventurers. Chapter 19. After logging out for a hot minute and indulging in evil laughter, Sam logged back into the game and headed for the government office dealing with real estate. He planned to buy a few properties. As all Ice Guide people knew, the real power was in real estate. Granted, Ironwood wasn't the capital city. It was at most a mid-tier city in the Kingdom of Emerald Crown. They really liked the color green, but the name came mostly from the emerald mine it was founded on. But naturally, Sam knew more than the average person. By now, most people playing the game noticed that it lacked one important thing that almost all role-playing games had: dungeons. Magic Unbound had no dungeons, no instanced content, no creepy caves to delve into, and nothing to farm. But as the game was extraordinary in its quality, nobody complained yet. as they expected that a game of this magnitude would probably make them work for it. As Sam walked through the crowded streets of Ironwood, he couldn't help but grin when thinking about how the developers would implement the dungeon system. The first event of Magic Unbound, the fracture, and the first thing it would do after, of course, causing untold chaos everywhere, was making living around the capitals almost impossible. And not because they were destroyed or anything like that. No, instead the greed of players and NPCs would make living there impossible. Staying near a mid-tier city like Ironwood for now was much more profitable in the long term. Plus, the quests were much easier to gather the required reputation to purchase a property. Sam looked up at the building he arrived in front of, then nodded to himself, Lucky dutifully following him while also curiously watching the people around them. Stepping through the gate, he didn't even take a few steps before somebody called out to him. "Hey, you with the wolf. Stop right there." Sam stopped and turned towards the speaker, who was one of the guards stomping toward them. "Yes, sir. Is there any problem?" he asked politely. The guard, grumpy and glaring at him, stood in front of him and exclaimed, "Indeed. Pets are not permitted in the area bureau. You either have to leave your animal out here or can't enter." Sam stared at the guard for a second, then shrugged and turned to Lucky. "Lucky, be nice and wait for me here." Lucky instantly plopped down where he was, tongue lolling out, giving Sam a wolfish grin. Sam chuckled and returned his attention to the guard with a raised eyebrow. "Will that suffice?" The guard, still grumpy but a little surprised, nodded. Yes, that'll do." And with that, he did an about-face, probably to return to his station. Sam just shrugged, gave Lucky another look, and continued towards the building. The area bureau was a giant building, at least compared to the buildings back in Greenwood, with at least 5 stories above ground, and who knows how many underground. It was decorated in the same vein as all buildings in Ironwood, with iron and wood. Very original, Sam thought as he beheld the wrought iron columns and wooden inlays everywhere. Still, he had set a task for himself, and no bad interior and exterior design would distract him from it. Thankfully, the part of the building he entered wasn't filled with people rushing around, trying to swim against the relentless tides of bureaucracy, as it was the property acquisition wing of the building. More than likely several people tried their luck here, but according to Sam's memories of watching the internet and game historians analyze the past property trends of the game, most of the players who could afford, or think they could afford, buying lands were heading for the capital. And of course there were the quest requirements. He quickly stepped into the thankfully very short line, and barely a minute later, an exceptionally dressed young lady was leading him through the registration. "Now that is finished, good sir," the young woman spoke up with a polite smile after organizing the papers on her side of the counter. "There are some issues that I must bring to your attention." Sam just smirked at her. "I don't have enough reputation to purchase land in the city." "Right." The woman blinked in surprise, but her training must have been great, as she immediately recovered and gave him another smile. "Very good, sir. I'm glad you've done the research before contacting us." She took a little breath, then ran her eyes over him with Sam feeling as if the woman was looking through him. "So, if you know about that issue, then how may I help you?" Sam gave her his best smile, though based on the twinkle in the woman's eyes, it really wasn't working. "I was hoping that you'd be able to point me in the right direction for increasing said reputation." The administrator in front of him considered for a minute, and this time, Sam was pretty sure the pause was for the game to make a decision. Relationships with NPCs were tricky. Your stats could affect it depending on the NPC, as well as your look, clothing, and such, just like in real life. But the most important thing for generic NPCs like this administrator woman was how you treated them. A lot of people tried, but not many people could treat them like real people. Understandably, even Sam struggled at the beginning, but thanks to Lucky and the Fluff and the owner of the Green Stump Inn, he could actually see the life in the NPCs. Finally, the young woman nodded and reached under the counter and retrieved a small pamphlet. Sam carefully took it and gave the woman a thankful smile. Of course, the entire thing was a farce. He knew every way he could increase his reputation, from hunting down bounties of bandits to finding metal deposits, or even finding ancient seeds of the trees the city was named after. But as always, there was no shortcut taking with magic unbound, at least until he could assemble a proper information network. But that was far away for now. He had to follow the same path as the other players. Ice Guide and even got foreknowledge, and I can barely do anything about it. He grumbled to himself as he said goodbye to the woman and went to find Lucky. However, as he stepped out to the courtyard patrolled by grumpy guards, what he saw caused him to stop in surprise. Out in the courtyard, surrounded by several confused guards, dressed differently than the guards of the bureau, was Lucky, who was currently at the mercy of a young noble lady based on her clothing. "Who is a good boy? Who is?" she exclaimed softly as she kept scratching Lucky's belly, while the wolf rolled around on the ground, his entire body radiating happiness and satisfaction. Sam looked on, trying to identify the young woman. She was definitely a teenager, dressed in very high-quality clothing that screamed nobility and not even the garden variety. She had long blonde hair, an appropriately aristocratic face, thin lips, cute button nose, and as she worked on sending Lucky into wolf heaven, Sam could see her deep brown eyes. Still, nowhere in his memories could he find her, and Sam was sure that a future beauty like her in the later stages of the game would have been memorable enough. "Lucky, you are really my lucky charm, the only thing to decide if you are a good luck or a bad luck charm," he grumbled, then began walking towards his pet. The moment he started walking, the guards tensed, but he just nodded at them, then called out, "Hey, Lucky. Have you been good?" The wolf, hearing his voice, froze for a moment, stopping his happy wriggling, while the young woman also froze. Then Lucky twisted his head so he could look up at Sam, gave him a wolfish grin, then returned his attention to the still frozen young woman, batting at her hand as a small kitten would. Sam just snorted. Truly a fearsome and murderous creature, the king of the forest. He turned towards the girl and gave a short bow. "I apologize, my lady. I hope Lucky wasn't bothering you." The girl let out a small breath and, to Lucky's devastation, stood up, patting her dress a little, then turned her gaze at Sam. "Not at all, good sir. I was just waiting on my father." She glanced down at the almost silently whining wolf. "Lucky, you say?" "A good name," she murmured, then continued. "Lucky was just keeping me company." Sam gave her a smile and nodded. "He is good at that, my lady. Perhaps I could bring him around later for you to play with. After all, even fearsome wolves like Lucky need to relax." The young girl giggled at him, calling the wolf on the ground fearsome, and dipped her head a little. She opened her mouth, probably to answer him, but they were interrupted by a boisterous yell. "Lucretia!" Sam watched as a man, taller than him by several heads, and shoulders wide enough to use as a billboard, the noble clothing almost stretched to its utmost limit on his muscled form. Sam's gaming senses were practically screaming at him that this was an important NPC, though the fact there was no mention of this man in his inherited memories, as the history of Ironwood was pretty well documented, confused him. He watched as the giant man fussed over his daughter, and he simply made eye contact with the girl and mouthed "Lucretia" at her. She just rolled her eyes back at him while reassuring her father that no, it wasn't torturing to wait for 5 minutes. Then the man finally deigned to notice Sam. "You!" he yelled, apparently only knowing how to communicate at ear-shattering levels and pointing at Sam. "My daughter told me that your pet has entertained her." Sam simply bowed his head once again. "Yes, my lord." "Lucky is good at that. Back in Greenwood, he used to run around with the local kids." "Aha, I see," yelled the man, looking between him, the wolf, and his hopeful-looking daughter. "She also tells me that you have offered to visit us so that my darling daughter, father, could continue to be entertained by him." "That is correct, my lord. Lucky seems to like your daughter, and if he likes her, then he likes her." "Who am I to stand in their way?" he finished with a wry grin. The noble stared at him for a second, then threw his head back and began to laugh. Loudly, of course. "Excellent. Then come to the Silvercrest Manor in a week's time, young adventurer, and we shall have you as a guest." He turned around and immediately began to walk away, not even waiting for Sam to answer. "Come, Lucretia, your mother must be waiting." Lucretia looked at him with an apologetic smile and gave Lucky a fond look, then hurried after her father, their guards quickly following them. Sam stood there for a minute, ignoring the pitying or jealous looks from the guards of the bureau while he searched his memories for the name Silvercrest. Finally, after a few minutes of frantic search, he found it. Ooh, now it makes sense, he thought. Then, shaking his head, Sam motioned for Lucky and left the area with great haste. It was finally time to upgrade Lucky, and as he left the courtyard, he checked out his latest quest. New quest acquired. Visit of the highest order. Lord Silvercrest has appreciated that your pet managed to get his only daughter to smile. He wants you to visit him in a week and do it again, and won't take a no as an answer. Bide your time and visit his manor at the appropriate time. Time limit, a week. Penalty, failure to present yourself at the correct time will result in Lord Silvercrest hunting you down. A curse or opportunity, he wondered as finished reading while rejoining the crowds tussling in the street. As he already had access to a ritual room, he simply went by the Mage Tower and reserved one of the neutral ritual rooms, then began to hunt for materials. Truly, he could have waited until he managed to gather ultra-super rare materials, but that would fall into the shortcut territory, and the system would penalize him for it. So for now, he was working with the highest material that somebody could have intuited based on his previous actions. A few magically charged crystals to provide power. A few vials of blood from swamp shadow mercs, a fang from a shadow wolf, and a tiny piece of mithril, famous for being the best at conducting magic. Though they were just mere additions, in reality, upgrading a pet at this level only needed one thing, an essence, something related to the preferred evolution, if you wanted to evolve something that was made of metal. An elemental core. You wanted your pet to fly? Air elemental core, or maybe the essence of some flying magical creature. And wouldn't you know, he had found a shadow spirit just lying around. Grinning to himself, followed by Lucky, Sam eagerly climbed the stairs of the Mage Tower towards his rented ritual room, while leafing through the small booklet the receptionist handed him. It contained the basic rules of the ritual rooms, the do's and don'ts of rituals, and a few basic rituals that everybody should know. He couldn't wait. Solar had reached another important milestone. At level 15, he still carried the title of Magical Genius, and his magical talents continued to grow at an astonishing pace. His defensive magic became even stronger, while his swordsmanship steadily improved through constant training. His mastery over mana advanced further, bringing him closer to complete control over the magical energy flowing through his body. His ability to sense magic also sharpened, allowing him to detect and understand the forces around him with greater clarity. Meanwhile, his loyal companion Lucky had fully matured into an adult gray mana wolf. Together, the two continued to grow stronger, their bond deepening with every challenge they overcame. Chapter 20. The room was a rather traditional affair. The building itself was made of stone, with wooden inlays and floors. The walls were adorned with simple scrolls or basic paintings. Nothing that screamed wealth, more like it whispered about an overworked interior designer who ran out of ideas after the reception hall. Sam hung the small sign that told people that a ritual was taking place on the doorknob. Then, after making sure that the door was locked behind him, he turned to the room, ignoring it for a moment as Lucky curiously sniffed around and took in the ritual room. A simple stone surface, elevated slightly in the middle, surrounded by wooden flooring that was found everywhere else in the building. Next to the walls were several desks, empty, with only one covered with simple writing utensils and a few reams of parchments. And next to the door on the wall was a small cabinet that, according to the booklet Sam was given, contained some basic ritual materials that were needed in almost every ritual. Chalk, salt, and a few more reagents and such. On the ceiling was a dark hole, right above the short stone plinth in the middle of the room. Probably for ventilation, or maybe it opens and allows the sky to be seen, he wondered as he curiously gazed at it. But in the end, he just shook his head and took out the booklet. Thankfully, it contained the basic ritual that the natives of the world called evolution ritual. Naturally, there were better and more intricate rituals, but he was in a position where he could only use this. Opening the cabinet, he retrieved some chalk, gave Lucky some snacks to allow him to work without distraction, then began drawing the ritual circle on the stone platform. One big circle to encompass the ritual, and setting a boundary for the magic. Then a smaller circle with even smaller circles placed on it, equidistant from each other to hold the reagents, followed by a few important runes between the two concentric circles. Coincidentally, one of the runes that he drew was one he already knew. The rune of magic. After all, this ritual was nothing more than channeling the mana of the world through certain filters, the reagents, into the pet or familiar to evolve them. It took him around an hour to draw all the runes out painstakingly, ignoring how every time he perfected one, his notification chimed in that he learned a new rune. He would have turned it off, but the notification was needed to tell him when he was finished with a rune. Then, after the ritual circle was fully applied to the stone, Sam took a quick breather, making sure he was as ready for the ritual as he could be. Then he simply stepped up to Lucky, lifted the silly wolf into the circle, then squatted down and looked directly into his eyes. "Okay, Lucky, I need you to stay very still." "All right." The wolf looked at him for a moment, then simply licked his face. As Sam cleaned the slobber off his face, he hoped it was the lick of agreement. Sam watched Lucky for a moment, and when he saw that the young wolf had no intention of leaving the ritual circle, he let out a relieved sigh and began walking around the ritual circle. In the smaller circles, he began placing the reagents. Into the bottom two went a small shadow wolf fang and a tuft of Lucky's own fur. The next two received the blood of the swamp shadow mercs, which were creatures from the swamp that blended into the shadows from where they ambushed their victims. And the top two received 2 tiny pieces of mithril. Finally, at the top, into the 7th circle, he placed the bottle of the fractured lesser shadow spirit essence. Originally, he planned to hunt down a shadow merc, but this was much better. Now he just had to pray to the RNG gods that he chose the correct reagents, and Lucky would get the skills he wanted. Stepping around the wolf sitting still, curiously gazing at the surrounding stuff, he kneeled down behind the ritual circle and placed one hand on the shadow wolf's fang and the tuft of fur. Then Sam took a deep breath and began channeling mana. He closed his eyes and concentrated fully on the mana as it left his body, making sure to extract every last ounce of mana from his body. With his senses, he followed as the mana flowed from his hands into the items he was touching, saturating them, then following the circle drawn with chalk continued into the runes, filling them, causing them to shine strong enough that he could feel them through closed eyes, then continued into the next circle. Watching through his mind's eye, he waited as his mana infused the blood, then continued to travel further in the circle. The pieces of mithril barely took a second to fill with mana, proving their capability with conducting mana, and then his mana reached the most important reagent. The shadow spirit, however fractured, still had its own mana, so for a moment that felt like years, Sam felt his mana straining against the spirit's own mana, the two warring against each other. Thankfully, the mind was destroyed by its defeat, so Sam only had to dominate the instincts that were inherent in such a being. But in the end, it was just a fractured remnant of a weak spirit, so he managed to overwhelm it. And the moment the spirit's defenses broke, Sam felt the ritual circle complete, and the drain on his mana increased. He didn't hesitate and gave everything freely. After all, he was investing in the future, so he couldn't afford to be stingy. Plus, it was just mana it would regenerate. So he dug deep, dragged up every last mote of mana, and channeled it into the circle. Meanwhile, the circle, which previously shone with light, began to turn dark, and as he opened his eyes, he saw as if the very darkness was swallowing the light, birthing shadows. Shadows danced on the wall, and even though the room had a few windows, they were obscured by the shadows that seemed to be erupting randomly from Lucky, who became a big ball of darkness that seemed to be pulsating to a weird beat. It took Sam a moment to recognize that it was beating to the rhythm of his own heart. For a while, he just knelt there and watched, amazed, the spectacle as mana was drained out of him as soon as it regenerated. After an unknown amount of time, the pulsating dark mass began to die down in intensity, and the dark ball of nothingness in the middle of the room began to shrink. Soon it lost its globular shape and began to take the familiar shape of Lucky, albeit a little smaller. Lucky's body, instead of sinfully fluffy fur, was made of black shadows that seemed to dance a little every time Lucky as much as twitched. Otherwise, it was still shaped like a wolf and had the same adorable face. For an entire minute, they stared at each other, Then at the same time, a multitude of notifications popped up, and Sam felt himself being hit by exhaustion that he had never felt, and Lucky pounced on him and began licking his face. Sam couldn't help but laugh out loud, then bury his face into Lucky's fur. Thankfully, it was still as soft as previously, more like it was even softer and more delicate. For a moment he let himself loose in the sensation of Lucky's fur and played with his friend. But then, still laying on the ground, exhausted, he began going over his notifications. Congratulations, you have correctly recorded an entire rune scheme. You've learned the rune of direction. You've learned the rune of health. You've learned the rune of control. You've learned the rune of assimilation. You've learned the rune scheme of the ritual of evolution. That little addition to his rune dictionary was a nice bonus. He would have to get some skill that would be able to make use of it. Though if the exhaustion meant what he suspected it did, then he would have enough time at a library to get the skill. You attempted the ritual of evolution with your pet, Lucky. Compatibility check. Your ritual of evolution was a success. Lucky, the adult gray mana wolf, level 15, has successfully transformed into juvenile shadow spirit wolf, level 1. Lucky lost the strong jaw skill. Lucky gained the animalistic shadow control skill. Animalistic shadow control, level max, passive. The wolf controls the shadows around him just as easily as it breathes. Lucky gained the shadow spirit body skill. Shadow spirit body, level max, passive. The body of the wolf is part shadow and part spirit, which makes it much more malleable. Name, Lucky. Race, juvenile shadow spirit wolf. HP, 945-945. MP, 285-285. Level 1. SDR 21. Dex 25. AGI 30. VIT 21. And 18. Mag 19. Per 31. WIS 14. LUK 7. Sam read the skills and couldn't help but celebrate. He got the skill he wanted. Granted, he was just aiming for the shadow body skill, which was a well-known pet skill in his inherited memories, but the addition of the spirit prefix couldn't hurt. And the stats? They were amazing, showing clearly that without the evolution ritual, poor Lucky stood no chance. Then, while scratching behind Lucky's ears, he started reading the notifications about his own skills. You have successfully finished the first ritual you ever tried. You gained +1 mag and +1 WIS. Thanks to keeping calm during the ritual, the basic breathing technique reached level 8. Advanced mana control reached level 6. Mana sense reached level 11. You gained the focus sense subskill. Focused sense, level 05, passive. The more you concentrate your sense on something, the more you can sense. Multitasking reached level 22. Mana synergy reached level 4. Thanks to drawing deep and long from your well of mana, keeping nothing back, and supporting your companion, your mana well skill reached level 3. Calm heart reached level 5. Your skill companion sense, and its subskill, deep connection, transformed upon your companion's evolution. Companion sense and deep connection transformed into the skill Spirit Link. Spirit Link, level 0100, passive. You have a connection to a spirit, and this connection is based on the deep bond you two share. It allows you to know the location of the spirit and their feelings, and gives you a general idea about their well-being. The spirit is capable of the same, still provides the bonuses of the subsumed skills. Sam stared for a long minute at the notifications happily, but then his smile turned into a frown as he beheld the last notification that popped up. Due to overdrawing your mana, you have been struck by mana exhaustion. Mana exhaustion. Physical abilities -90%, mana control -90%, mana regeneration %. Using mana could result in all manner of other negative effects. Duration, 99 hours 49 minutes. Which neatly explained why he was feeling so exhausted. Sam scowled a little but then shrugged. He already suspected that it would be the case as nothing was free. And Ironwood's library was much better than the one back in Greenwood, so he had things to do while recovering, but it still felt shitty. But before he could do anything, he had to check something. Carefully, he sat up, still patting Lucky, then took a deep breath and called out to the changed wolf. "Hey, Lucky!" The wolf immediately looked up, eagerly waiting for his words. "Could you do me a favor and jump into my shadow?" The wolf cocked his head to the side, as if contemplating his request, but then barked out happily and jumped up and, with a picture-perfect dive, jumped into the shadow his sitting body was making on the wooden floor. For a moment the shadow was still, then two big eyes opened and began staring at him as if expecting praise. He wasn't one to hold back. "Good boy." After cleaning up the ritual room, one of those little things that made NPCs hate the players for if not done, he left the room, told the receptionist that he was finished, and left the mage tower. If anyone noticed that he left without the wolf he entered with, then nobody mentioned it. Lucky, thankfully, managed to understand the concept of staying in his shadow to ambush people, though he expected to have to explain a lot in the future why his shadow was staring at people or panting. It was still much better than the person who did in the other timeline, and from whom he got the idea. That person was a fan of tentacles. Knowing that he was exhausted mentally, and his in-game body was pretty much useless, he took out the letter he got from the owner of the green stump, checked the address, and began walking towards it. Sam navigated through the winding streets of Ironwood for a while until he found himself standing in front of a 3-story building with the same iron and wooden decorations that were present everywhere else in the city. Over the door hung a sign proclaiming the building to be the Cloudy Day Inn. Weird name, Sam thought, but then shrugged. Sarah was nice and had a rather eccentric name for her inn. Stepping through the door, he was immediately hit by the scent of well-made food and the sound of chatter as people enjoyed the aforementioned food. Dodging people as they rushed around, taking note of a few beautiful women that seemed to delight in displaying themselves, he stepped up to the counter, manned by a bored man dressed in slacks and a white shirt. "Hello, sir, and welcome to the Cloudy Day. How can we help you today?" came the bored greeting, the man barely taking the effort to look at him. Sam just gave the man a smile. "Greetings, I'm here to deliver a letter to—" He looked down at the letter and then back at the man. "Andrea." The man let out a deep and long-suffering sigh, nodded, then turned around leisurely and walked through the door behind the counter. A minute later, the door slammed open, and a big woman with black hair put up in a delicate bun, wearing what Sam would call a stereotypical barmaid dress. "It is I, Andrea," she exclaimed, standing proudly at the door while the receptionist just sighed behind her. Sam now could understand a little better the man's attitude. "Who has the letter for me?" she continued to yell, looking around until her eyes found Sam. "That would be me, madam," he stated humbly, then held out the letter. "It's from Greenwood." The woman's eyes lit up, and she practically teleported next to Sam, snatching the letter from his hands. "Oh, Sarah, I haven't heard from her for a while." Then she fell silent as she got absorbed in reading the letter. A minute later, she silently folded the letter and slipped it into a pocket on her dress and turned towards Sam with a small, mischievous smile. "So, I heard you are looking for a room." Solar's power had taken another dramatic leap. Still carrying the title of magical genius, his mana reserves grew to astonishing levels, while his control over magic continued to improve. The greatest change came from his bond with Lucky. Their connection evolved into a true spirit link, allowing master and companion to sense each other's location, emotions, and condition. Solar's understanding of mana deepened as well, strengthening his magical potential and making his spells even more efficient. But the biggest surprise was Lucky himself. The wolf underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into a juvenile shadow spirit wolf. No longer merely a mana beast, Lucky gained an affinity for both shadows and spirits, becoming an even more mysterious and powerful companion. Together, Solar and Lucky had taken another step toward becoming something far beyond ordinary adventurers. Chapter 21, Interlude 1. She looked at the message that was blinking in the browser window and took another glance at the name of the sender. She knew who they were. Everyone who worked in the same circles as she did knew who they were. Lazy Phoenix rose to infamy just like their namesake. They knew things nobody should know and had access to things nobody should have. The speculations on the forums and in private ran rampant, with everybody trying to figure out where they came from, and who pissed them off that they were so generous with what was, more than likely, insider information. Personally, before today, she didn't care much. People like Lazy Phoenix popped up now and then crashed and burned when their fame got into their head, and did or said something inadvisable. But Lazy Phoenix didn't talk to people. They didn't brag about their knowledge or fame on any social media. They were only active on one site, and even there, their interaction with people was businesslike. They sold information and nothing more. And now she was here, staring at a message from the aforementioned person offering her information. 3 favors from her, a person who was at best a small-time streamer. For a moment, she even thought it was some kind of scam, but she couldn't exactly point out what kind of scam it could be. In the end, she couldn't help it. Her curiosity overwhelmed her, and she accepted the offer. She expected a well-formatted document with a list of tasks or something along those lines, but apparently the game was new enough that even Lazy Phoenix couldn't showcase their usual meticulousness. Instead, she was practically treated to a few videos, with parts highlighted, links to stories from people, and even some clips from her own stream. It was definitely weird, but Lazy Phoenix was the guy who knew. So she just shrugged and wrote down the instructions. It was worth the try. Sometime later, she stared down at the stone tablet in the middle of the cavern, decorated with crystals jutting out of the ground and the ceiling, all pulsing with mystical light. The cavern itself was humongous, as she couldn't actually see its end, only the twinkling of the crystals in the distance like stars on a clear night. The journey to reach the place wasn't arduous, but without the hints she was given, she would have never found it. And as she saw several people near the locations while she was doing the requisite quests, she knew she only had a small window to acquire it. So, with a small trepidation, she reached out for the tablet and prayed that the quest was true, and it would really give her the thing she was promised. As her hand got closer, she could hear an audible hum coming from the crystals, and the pulsing sped up. Then her fingers touched the stone tablet, and a deluge of notifications appeared in front of her. Congratulations, you found one of the tablets of creation. Thanks to your luck and attention to detail, you gain +1 LUK, +3 per, and +1 WIS. The tablet of creation reaches out to you. The tablet of creation finds you worthy. The tablet of creation grants you the knowledge of crystal geomancy. Crystal geomancy. Level max, passive. You are able to summon an ethereal book that contains the knowledge of how to build artifacts, items, and most importantly, golems out of crystals. She stared for a moment, and while she was reading the screens that appeared, the stone tablet, which so far looked like an ordinary stone tablet, began to shine with the same light as the surrounding crystals. Then it began to pulse, and before she could react, it flashed brightly enough that she went blind for a second. And when she managed to blink the flashes out of her eyes, the tablet was gone, and crystals were losing their own shine. Instead, she was greeted with another notification. The tablet of creation found your lonely journey worth a reward. The tablet of creation granted you the crystal heart skill. Crystal heart, level max, passive. Your heart turned to mana crystal, and while it will operate the same way your old heart did, it will also confer you several blessings. Your base mana gain from magic will be doubled. Your base mana regeneration is doubled. The base number of crystal creations you can control is doubled. Grants you the crystal affinity skill. Crystal affinity, level max, passive. You have a great affinity for crystals. Crystal-like beings will be more favorable to you. The cost of the spells and skills dealing with and using crystals is halved. She stared for a long moment, and the next moment the rapidly darkening cavern was echoing with curses that would make a ship's worth of sailors blush. Now I can't even show it off on the stream? Fuck. Dave liked money. However, he didn't like to work. That is why he found the perfect compromise: crime. But Dave also liked games, and that was how he found out about gold farming groups and their associated activities. It didn't take long for him to shift his own group into a professional gaming group, while those who were a little behind on their rent were asked to play a game for a while. It was a win-win for everyone. He made money, didn't have to work, and got to play video games. And then Magic Unbound came out. It was the latest in the lines of the revolutionary VR games, and while everyone waiting on seeing if it was actually worth the hype, Dave smelled an opportunity. Role-playing games always needed thugs and bandits, and he had a decent collection of them. And while they were away doing what they did best, or at least trying not to fuck up, he could take his main group and create a proper guild that would be the face of his business. And look, he was right. The game was amazing, didn't need people to race for the highest level, and there were secrets everywhere, which meant there was money to be made everywhere. Then one day, he received a message. Some of his boys were killed. Dave didn't really care, as this was a game. He cared more about how they were defeated. A player with amazing skills and spells that they haven't seen yet. Now that was more interesting. He looked up from his tablet at his assistant. Get the info from the guys and tell our people to keep an eye for the guy. I want to know where he got the skills. The man standing in front of him nodded, then made some notes on his own tablet. Should they ask or, he replied leadingly. Dave thought about it a little before answering. Now we are at the beginning of the game. Just follow him and see if we can steal his quests. Yes, sir. Do you want us to offer him money for it? Dave just simply waved the man away, annoyed. What for? It's not like he expects us. And our boys are good. He thought for a second, then nodded a little. If all else fails, we can just kill him until he gives up his secrets. The other man nodded. Understood, sir. I'll make the arrangements. Stephen, at first, was annoyed with the guy that had that adorable wolf with his short and basically useless description of the process of acquiring a pet. But in the end, he just shrugged and put it behind him. True, he was out of a few silvers, but now he knew where to go. In his previous quest, he talked to one of the rangers, so he naturally knew where to find the woman. Though it was a little annoying that if he hadn't asked that guy for it, he wouldn't have known to talk to the ranger to get a pet. As he walked toward his destination, he couldn't help but talk out loud. Man, this game is hardcore, but such fun. A random guy next to him also exclaimed. Right. They exchanged a high five, and Stephen continued on his travel, while the guy began to extol the game's good points to an unfortunate bystander. Stephen approached the small building on the outskirts of the town, opened the small gate, and stepped into the courtyard of the house, surrounded by a low stone wall. Inside the courtyard were several people preparing to head out, maintaining their gear or talking to each other. Stephen ignored the collection of rangers and headed directly for the severe woman standing in the corner of the courtyard, observing the activities. He made eye contact with the woman, and when he received a small nod, he approached her. Hail, Ranger Rose, he called out, offering a deep bow. Young Stephen, well met, came the deep and husky voice of the ranger in front of him. How can I help you today? She asked, then smirked a little. You need more help with differentiating weed from herbs. Not today, Ranger Rose, he answered, his cheeks pinking a little in embarrassment. Then what brought you to my yard, young man? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Stephen almost answered with milk, but in the end he managed to control himself. Curse those memes. He cleared his throat and began talking. I was wondering if you could help me acquire a pet. There was a moment as the ranger stared at him, then she snorted. That's it. Well, yeah. All right, we are preparing to head out. Come with us, and I'll show you the ropes. For the traps. For the traps. Stephen stared at the beast in front of him, taking it in as its eyes glinted intelligently back at him. He observed as its fur rose and fell as the creature breathed. He slowly reached out with a hand and began to stroke the creature's very soft and delicate fur, wondering at its dark gray color. As he continued to caress the beast, he took in the horn as the tip of it looked sharp enough to get through his armor. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you asked, the beast had no claws. Just as Stephen was about to talk to the creature when he heard a twig break behind. Knowing who he was with, he was pretty sure that the noise was deliberate. The creature in front of him froze at the sight, and he simply turned around, his hand continuing to caress the soft fur. Yes, Ranger Rose. The woman gave him and the creature behind him a long look, then looked back at him. Is this your final choice, Stephen? Yes, he answered without thinking. The moment he spotted the beast, he knew it was meant to be. All right, in the end, it is your decision, but I must warn you, your path will not be an easy one. Stephen just nodded. I'll make do. The ranger gave him another long, measuring look, then nodded. Very well. Then this is what you need to do. Stephen walked back into the town of Greenwood with a pep in his steps, pride in his heart, and the most adorable and fluffy bunny in his arms. Slather the Younger, destroyer of worlds, ending of universes, or for short, Slathy was a big, fluffy, horned rabbit, common around Greenwood. And the reason Stephen chose him, and not a wolf as he originally planned, was because the little bunny was able to evade all of his traps when he went out to gather food for dinner, under the orders of the head ranger. The bunny was too intelligent for wildlife. And as he approached his friends, who upon seeing Slathy, immediately gathered around him, including several girls, which included his crush, and began to pet and coo at the bunny as he sat in his arms imperiously looking at the surrounding people, just as an emperor would look at their subjects. I really need to thank that guy, Stephen thought, then with a smile turned to Julia and began to tell the slightly embellished tale about how he acquired his adorable rabbit. Chapter 22. The first thing he did, after a rather exhausting negotiation with the woman running the show at the Cloudy Day Inn that he suspected was something more, he walked up to the second story, where his room would be for the foreseeable future, he rented for a month, inserted the key and opened the door. The moment he was fully in the room, alone, and the door locked behind him, Lucky in his shadow jumped up, almost high enough to reach the ceiling, then landed right next to him with an unnaturally quiet thud. The now black wolf looked up at him, with an appropriately wolfish smile, then began to sniff around the room. Curious about his future accommodations, Sam followed after his companion while trying to parse the bursts of feelings coming from him. Currently, it was mainly happiness, though he could tell that by looking at Lucky's tail, curiosity and a little hunger. At least that was how he interpreted the feelings. It was all sorts of new feelings and experiences, and while they were incredibly confusing, Sam loved every minute of it. It wasn't a fantasy, Ice Guy, but with the technology used to create magic unbound, it might as well have been. The room he rented wasn't anything special, though, while Andrea called it a room, it was actually a main room with a bed, dresser, and a table next to a small shelf. It had a small bathroom, and another small room that was, based on the shelves and boxes, used for storage. All in all, it wasn't the highest quality, but it was secure, and based on what he got from Andrea's personality, it was pretty safe. Nodding happily, Sam fed Lucky with the usual meat scraps and a little vegetable added to it for the wolf's health, then took off his dirty armor and cleaned it with his clean spell, though he made a note to take it to an armorer as the clean spell did not repair it. Or I could go for the repair spell, he thought, then he shook his head. Nah, too much trouble for now. Lucky looked up from his meal hearing Sam speak, but he just smiled back. Go on, finish it. Lucky barked quietly, then returned to messily munch on the hog meat. When Lucky was finished, Sam took out a few clothes that would suffice for sleeping and got into the bed, Lucky following him, settling down at his foot, forming a giant ball of fluffy darkness. The last thing Sam saw as he logged out was Lucky yawning and settling in for the night. Removing the VR helmet, Sam laid there for a minute, as his body and mind adjusted and chased away the phantom sensation of the mana exhaustion debuff. He shuddered a little as the bone-deep exhaustion left his body, leaving behind normal exhaustion. Realizing that he had been playing for a while, Sam put the helmet onto its stand, then stood up and stretched a little and looked around the room. Right, I need a little break, he spoke out loud, still stretching a little, then headed for the shower. After taking a long, hot shower, he dressed up in warm clothing and left the apartment. On the way out of the building, he once again ran into the bundled-up neighbor, nodding at them and receiving the same back. Leaving the complex, Sam looked up at the sky, where for a change it wasn't snowing and spring was peeking through the gray clouds. Looking around, he searched for inspiration for something to do. Not finding anything that sparked an idea, he was almost ready to turn back when his stomach growled. Food it is. Returning to the game, after a little break in the real world, where he ate some good noodles, exercised a little, checked up on his investments and other administrative matters, and made sure that everything was heading in the same direction with the game, he woke up with Lucky snuggled up to him. Chuckling slightly, he extricated himself from the wolf and out of curiosity took a shower. While a simple clean spell would have been enough, Sam still wanted to know how it felt to shower in the game. The water was at best lukewarm, but the feeling was the same as if in the real world. After dressing up and coaxing Lucky back into his shadow, he left the room for the eating hall of the inn. Getting a meal, he sat down along the wall, observing as people around him ate, chatted, and consumed their own breakfast. Similar to how back in Greenwood he could barely see any players at the inn, the clientele of the Cloudy Day Inn was mostly made of NPCs with a few scruffy-looking players munching on the cheapest breakfast option and staring at nothing, their status screens. The hidden satiety system was already known to the players and the community, but at this point, everybody thought that spending the least amount of money was enough. So the order of the day for most people was water, maybe some tea and hardtack. Maybe a few people who had access to fresh meat would use it to make jerky. Sam wished them the best. Magic Unbound gave only the most basic information to the players, forcing them to discover the details on their own. That was why the status screen and skill descriptions were so vague. After all, while a person knew their body, not everybody was a doctor. Conversely, if somebody would get training as a healer in Magic Unbound, they would get more information about their body from the status screen thanks to their skills. As of now, it wasn't in the focus, but later getting information-providing skills were considered one of the most important things. People lived and died by the information they gathered. That was why the other Sam was killed. He was good at collecting, collating, and extrapolating from data. Plus, access to a few niche skills, and he got a recipe for a disaster. The only reason Sam didn't go after those types of skills was because at this level he practically knew everything that he needed. Later, of course, he would need to get those skills, but for now, he could navigate the world of Magic Unbound quite easily. And with his debuff in play, what better time than now? Finishing his meal, he returned his plates to the counter, thanked the serving girl, and getting a sparkling smile back, he left the inn and with slow but deliberate steps, practicing his footwork and breathing. First, he headed for the armorer, leaving behind his gold and armor after a short conversation, then still leisurely walking, took a quick circuit of the market and general shops, refilling his inventory with general items, while also keeping his eye open for anything worth buying. He threw a few longing glances at the auction house, but in the end, he turned away and headed for his ultimate destination for the day, the library. Sam read enough web novels to remember that most main characters started their rebirth by monopolizing several materials and making bank when those materials inevitably become the hot topic items. Sadly, maybe he could get away with one item, maybe if he was careful. But the moment he started to hoard items that he had no way to know would become important, the system would strike him down. Frustratingly, he would need to play the game properly. The library in Ironwood was naturally bigger and better equipped than the one in Greenwood. The building itself was built in the same style as the town, though Sam could see a few repairs there were made recently. Stepping into the library, the first thing he spotted was an elderly woman, more than likely one of the librarians, struggling with a cart, heavy with enough books that a small library wouldn't have enough space to fit them. Smiling slightly, Sam stepped close and called out to the woman. "Excuse me, miss, do you need some help?" The woman jumped a little, but then turned to him, gave him a once-over, then smiled back at him. "Ah, young man. Please be careful, my old ticker can't take much stress." Sam bowed his head. "My apologies." The librarian simply waved it away. "No worries, no worries. Now you mentioned some help." "Yes, ma'am." "Then I would respectfully accept it, young man. My body is not as it used to be, and my helpers are off today, and some inconsiderate out-of-towner left all these books here for me to return. Would you be so kind and help an old woman out?" Sam simply nodded, took another step and grabbed the handle of the cart while thanking the nameless and careless player who gave him this opportunity. "Of course, you lead and I follow." The old librarian chuckled, then turned on the dime, showing much more spryness than was natural, then began walking forward while Sam followed after her. "Onward to face our adventure, young man." Sam continued to push the cart laden with books forward, straining ever so slightly thanks to his debuff, while taking a quick look at his new notification window. New quest acquired. Toil, toil, toil. The elderly librarian of Ironwood, you should really learn her name, is in need of help after some inconsiderate and uneducated fool disrespected the books. Help her clean up her domain. Time limit. Penalty, she will be disappointed in you. Reward, the knowledge that you did a good deed. Maybe a cookie. It only took a few hours following the librarian around, whose name was Martha, to put the books back in their rightful place. Help clean up the reception desk after one of her helpers left it covered with crumbs and drinks, and bring out a few new books, sort some paperwork, and fetch lunch for them from a nearby eatery that the library had to deal with. But in the end, Sam completed the quest and even got a cookie. It was a pretty good cookie. Librarian Martha was rather thankful, and after they were finished, left him alone with a few books to learn from. Throwing a glance at the elderly librarian as she hummed an unfamiliar song while dusting some shelves, Sam chuckled a little and turned his attention towards the book in his hand. Learning new languages couldn't happen without any effort after all. What are you doing, young Sam? Sam looked up from his notes, a little frustrated, and eyed the librarian standing above him as she stared at him with an inquisitive look. Trying to make sense of these runes, but I think I'm missing something, he complained. And for once his complaint was genuine. Runes were never something that the other Sam made use of or researched. They were too time-consuming and hard to learn. Especially for somebody who didn't have the resources of a guild at their beck and call. But his gaming senses, enhanced by the fact he got Ice Guide, told him that it was a useful thing to learn. But without his cheat, it was rather hard, thus his frustration. The woman reached out and took a quick look at his notes, which were full of the runes he had learned, and a few other basic ones that he copied from the books during the last few days while he waited for his debuff to disappear. He tried to put together a few rune schemes, but apparently he was missing something because none of them worked, and none of the books in the library contained any working rune schemes. Even replicating the one he saw at the bandits' hideout refused to work. A conundrum indeed, murmured the woman, then turned towards him, placing his notes back on the table. Your runes are excellent, but you're missing something important. I know, but none of the books says what, he exclaimed, grabbing his hair. And none of them will, came the calm reply from the librarian. Sam practically froze, hands still in his hair. What? Indeed, working rune schemes are extremely valuable. Nobody would share them. Not at this kind of library, explained the woman, aiming a disapproving glare at nothing. Creating one requires effort beyond the capabilities of most people. Sam slowly lowered his hand, then looked back at Martha thoughtfully. That actually makes sense. Do you know what is actually missing, ma'am? She gave him a long look, then nodded. Indeed, I know. Would you be willing to share it? There was a small silence, and then the librarian chuckled. I like this about you, young Sam. You don't demand like those fools, you ask. Sam didn't even have to ask. Over the days he was banging his head against the wall that was the study of runes, he witnessed several times as players of all types came in and treated the librarian as one would treat an NPC in other games. No courtesy, no respect. Most left without getting anything for their trouble. The rest were thrown out after the librarian called the guards. The local forums back in the real world declared the library and the librarian a forbidden area, impossible to enter. Before Sam could say something, Martha stepped forward, pulled out a chair next to him, took a seat, and pulled a clean paper towards her while picking up a pen. What you need is an anchor rune, or as they call it, a heart rune, which is unique for everybody. Without it, you can't connect a scheme to yourself and can't control it, she explained while starting to sketch out something on the paper. Pay attention because I won't explain it again. Over the next several days, when the old librarian had time, she gave him a few lessons on runes, while Sam twirled and tried to create his own heart rune. He needed to review hundreds of runes, sketch them out, and see which one resonated with his own magic. Then he had to take those runes and merge them into one all-encompassing rune that was more than the parts it was created from. In the end, he found 7 simple runes, and after some sweat and tears, he managed to put together an equally simple heart rune. Staring at the symbol on the paper, while Martha stood behind him, he felt elation. He was finished. Then, as he was about to ask his newest teacher about the next step, the rune began to glow lightly, pulsing with a rhythm that after a second Sam realized was the same as his heartbeat. It flashed strong enough to cause spots to appear in his eyes, and the rune went inert. Instead, he was blinded by a few notification windows. He ignored them for a moment and turned toward his teacher. "That was supposed to happen, right?" "Indeed, young man, and might I say congratulations. You just became a journeyman runecarver." "What?" "An apprentice can carve runes for the master to power, while the journeyman has their own heart rune constructed. A master can create and undo rune schemes whenever they want." "That's amazing indeed." The woman smiled and reached into the pocket of her robe, retrieved a small scroll and placed it on the table. "You impressed me with your dedication, young Sam. This is my own small reward for a task well done." With that, she gave him a small pat on his head, then turned around and left, leaving Sam alone with his thoughts and flashing notifications. "Congratulations. Thanks to the teachings of the librarian Martha, you became a journeyman runecarver." Journeyman runecarver. Level 050, 0%. You have constructed your heart rune and are capable of carving and drawing runes without an error. The cost of activating rune schemes cost is reduced by 25%. Increased chance of recognizing hidden runes and rune schemes. Thanks to you skipping over being an apprentice runecarver due to your hard work and luck, you receive +1 LUK and +1 per. You learned the following rune schemes. Silencing Ward, Ritual of Evolution, Basic Shielding Scheme. Closing the list of schemes that he had apparently managed to put together while he studied, he picked up the small scroll and unfurled it. Upon it was a small skill, and the moment he began reading the scroll flashed and burst into an ethereal fire that burned up the scroll, leaving him holding nothing, and once again blinking spots out of his eyes. Congratulations, you were given a gift from librarian Martha. You learned the skill Grimoire. Grimoire, level max %, allows you to summon your own ethereal grimoire, which automatically records the spells, runes, rune schemes, and recipes you have learned. Can summon a simple ethereal pen that allows you to record your thoughts as well in the book. Every spell, rune scheme, and recipe costs 10% less mana to cast and use. Well, that looks useful as hell. Pity I can't level it, he thought as he processed what happened. When Sam looked up, he caught the librarian's eyes, who just winked at him. Sam reached level 15 and retained his title of magical genius. His mana pool expanded dramatically to 1,080, while his mana regeneration rose to 7.7 per second. His magical talent and overall attributes continued to improve. His mastery over mana advanced even further. Mana shield became stronger, advanced mana control developed significantly, and mana well increased the growth of his magical power. His bond with Lucky evolved into the powerful spirit link, allowing the two companions to sense each other's location, emotions, and general condition. Sam also achieved a major breakthrough in rune magic, becoming a journeyman runecarver and gaining the ability to create and understand complex rune schemes with greater efficiency. In addition, he acquired a magical grimoire, a personal spellbook capable of recording every spell, rune, recipe, and magical discovery he learns. Lucky underwent an extraordinary evolution, transforming into a juvenile shadow spirit wolf. The spirit beast now possesses natural control over both mana and shadows, with a body formed from spirit and darkness itself. Overall, this chapter marks one of Sam's greatest leaps in magical power, rune mastery, and spiritual companionship. Chapter 23. Mana exhaustion has expired. Sam looked at the notification gratefully, then dismissed it. He then spent a few minutes flexing and stretching, glad that he had the same feeling he grew to enjoy back in his body. Being struck by that horrible debuff was worse than some of the sicknesses he had been struck with. He hadn't been playing for very long, but the new feeling of the magic coursing through him, even though Sam knew it was not real, still managed to get him hooked. Sam knew he had to be careful because it was exactly this feeling that was labeled as one of the newest addictions not long after the game reached its first anniversary. Still, There were techniques that would let him get a handle on the process. Sam expected, thanks to his inherited memories, that sooner or later he would have to deal with it, but he didn't expect it would happen so soon. Shaking his head, he gave Lucky a look, thankful that the fluffy and now shadowy wolf was still content to sit in his shadow, only sometimes poking his nose out to smell something interesting. Then took the book he was reading and closed it with a quiet sigh. After finally making progress on his runes, he briefly went over all the books that contained standalone runes, making sure to note them down into his new, nifty grimoire, then turned his attention back to his original goal: improving his language skills and acquiring a skill that would help him get more information more easily. Some skills were much more convenient to get, for example, Combat Eye, which allowed one to read their enemy and pinpoint weak spots or attack trajectories, but he could collect those any time. What he was after needed much more time and a certain amount of relaxed atmosphere. By the time the other Sam joined the game, the secret of the libraries were out, as well as the fact that you needed to actually learn languages to communicate with other races. Boy, were the elf fanboys mad. And the libraries were actually fought over by guilds as they would fight over farming spots. Even obtaining a few books to study was a great accomplishment at that time. Sam wanted to make as much of the time as he had available at the library. And with the librarian predisposed to help him, he wanted to maximize his gains. Opening the book somebody he didn't much care about wrote about the language of the dwarves. "I'm in a freaking game that makes every game look like it was drawn by crayon, and I'm studying," he grumbled inside his mind. Then he refocused and began to read. Excuse me." "Yes, young Sam," the librarian replied, turning away from the shelf she was dusting. "I was wondering if you ever heard a spell that would let me analyze things." Sam debated about trying to be circumspect, but in the end he just shrugged and went ahead. It wasn't like his request was such a weird one. Analyze or observe skill was a staple skill of every other MMO, so it was natural that players would want to get one here in Magic Unbound too. The librarian raised one hand and started tapping on her chin with a finger. "Analyze? Analyze him, let's see. I wonder." He watched curiously as the older woman began to mumble to herself, waiting to see if he needed to get more involved. But in the end, the woman stopped her mumbling, her eyes lit up, and a big grin appeared on her face. "I remember," she exclaimed, then reached over and grabbed Sam's hand. Then, without any word, she began to drag him towards the back of the library. Sam didn't protest, just grinned at the success and let himself be dragged. Being friends with NPCs was really worth it. A few seconds later, they were standing in a shadowy corner of the library, covered with even more dust. The librarian tutted disapprovingly and mumbled something about her helpers. Why don't we clean up a little before you show the spell to me?" He didn't want to clean, but it was a perfect moment to raise the librarian's evaluation of him. And he was proven right when the woman gave him a tender smile but shook her head. "Don't worry, I'll get to it soon. While I appreciate the sentiment, it's not your job, young man, so allow me to do my job and provide you with knowledge." Sam simply bowed his head in understanding, then watched as Martha stepped up to one particular shelf and began to browse it. Then almost a minute later she removed a medium-sized book, covered in dust, but to Sam's magical senses it sang with mana. Holding the book gingerly, the librarian turned to him and held it out. "Here you go, young man, the spell you asked about." He reached out and just as gingerly took the book with a thankful nod. "Thank you, ma'am." The older woman just patted his head. "Don't worry, young man. It's never a problem to help a splendid gentleman like you." After taking the received book back to the table that over the last week almost became his table, he sat down and for a moment stared at the book. He had hopes for what was contained in the book, but Sam was sure it contained at least a rare or higher rarity skill. With a slightly trembling hand, he reached out and under Lucky's shadowy gaze opened the book. Surprisingly, there was no light show, no flashes or other mysterious lights. So with a heavy sigh, he began to read. An hour later, he closed the book with a heavy thud and just stared at the book and table. What the hell did I just read? The entire book was incomprehensible mumbo-jumbo about mana, mana sight, and how it interacted with the world. Some of it made sense, some went right over his head, and some he only understood because he had his inherited memories. Just as he was about to shake off the confusion, the notifications appeared, derailing his thoughts. You have read the book of Fluxus Vitae et Mortis. Your mana sight gained the mana flow subskill. Mana flow, level max, max percent. Your mana sight has sharpened beyond the normal. You can discern the greater flows of the mana. Thanks to your tireless search for knowledge and diligence, in studying you gain +1 WIS. Thanks to your research, you gain the skill, discernment. Discernment, level 010, 0%. Your eyes are trained enough to discern the relative strength of those on who you lay your eyes. Thanks to also having the mana sight skill, you will also be able to gauge their relative mana level. Not bad, he mumbled as he read the skill. It might have seemed weak and useless and was actually useless at this level, but with a few supporting skills, the synergy it would achieve would propel it among the godlike skills. Plus, that was without leveling up the skill. After getting the best skill he could, he finished his study of the languages, reaching level 5 in the Dwarven and Elven languages, while also beginning to study the Dark Elven language. Sadly, he couldn't improve beyond level 5 without actually using the language, but for now, that was enough. Then, while he prepared for his meeting at the Silvercrest Manor, he began to run around the town. Sam opened an account at the bank, depositing a small part of the haul he gained while robbing the bandits. It was nice to see the stuffy bankers treat him with much more respect than when he previously stepped into the bank. Following that, he bought some new, more modern, and most importantly in fashion clothes for his visit. There was no need to commit some kind of lame social faux pas by showing up in adventuring garb. That was followed by Sam going around and knocking out a few basic reputation quests. Getting herbs for the city guard barracks from the nearby forest, getting some fresh meat from the nearby forest, reducing the population of the moss snakes in the nearby forest. Basically, he went out to the forest and with Lucky's help decimated the local fauna and flora population. He and Lucky got a few levels out of it, but nothing exciting happened. Sam mostly concentrated on increasing his skills and trying to master them. He got 2 points for endurance, 1 for dexterity and 1 for agility on his level-ups, and the bonus points went into magic and perception. The skills' basic footwork and basic breathing technique were, as their name suggested, basic, but they were absolutely crucial and were the foundation for pretty much every offensive martial art. And thanks to his hard work, he managed to raise both of them to level 9, and they were only waiting for a breakthrough. Sadly, as they were combat skills, his breakthrough would have to come from a fight. Or if he took the effort to get a proper teacher from them. But as of now, that would be a too big commitment. Returning to the town, he unloaded the loot he gathered from the forest, earning the adoration of several green soldiers and the grudging respect of their superiors. The captain of the guard even nodded at him like he wasn't disgusted by the very concept of adventurers. Sam counted that as a win. Satisfied, he decided to take a quick trip to see if anything could catch his interest in the auction house. Of course, only after patting Lucky on his head. He needed all the luck he could get. The auction house looked like any other building in the city of Ironwood, but interestingly the population inside of it, and around it were a much higher percentage of players than NPCs. Granted, the workers were NPCs, but almost all the people inside were players bidding on items or looking for opportunities. Sam watched as people from several well-known and not so well-known guilds and workshops were lounging around, staring at the auction house screen. He could even spot a few people wearing symbols from the hidden guilds that were biding their time. Aside from them, the entire building was full of people yelling, cursing, laughing, and generally just lamenting the fact that nobody had much money. He just smirked, then quickly took a seat somewhere where people weren't jumping around and opened the screen for the auction house. As of now, one could only search for simple items, materials, and artifacts. But in the future, they would be able to auction off services, guild memberships, and so much more. In some areas, auction houses even transformed into slave shops where guilds sold the services of their members. That was another can of worms that Sam wanted nothing to do with. The solution the company behind the game came up with was good enough for him. Quickly running his eyes over the available merchandise, Sam couldn't help but scowl. Why are they selling all this shit? Those main characters in those novels always find easy gold the moment they open the auction screen, he complained to himself as he continued to peruse the rather lean selection. Eventually, getting bored with the collection of random steel weapons and barely used armors that he could buy at any armor shop, he opened the skill book tab. And as he beheld that rather expected spread of common skill book, he sighed but began to scroll down, hoping to find something at least useful. Or, if not useful, at least cheaper than buying it anywhere else. Apparently, Lady Luck was with him, because he managed to find a few basic skill books for basic spells cheaper than he knew he could buy them from the Mage Tower. Not hesitating, he quickly bought the Wind Blade, Electric Spark, Earth Wall, and Water Bullet spells. He mostly wanted the Earth Wall and Wind Blade, as they would harmonize with his current build very well, but the other two would also become useful soon. Then, after a moment of hesitation and a quick glance at Lucky, who was curiously staring at all the strange people, he decided to bite the bullet and bought the Shadow Cloak skill book. It was not cheap at around 100 gold coins, but it was easier than going out and doing the quest for it, or simply hoping it would drop as loot. Standing up, he was about to head for the counter to receive the goods he bought when he heard a commotion quickly spreading among the people of the auction house. Holy shit! Have you seen this? How much? Sam looked up and watched as the entire populace of the auction house stared, tense and excited at their screens. He quickly opened the screen and went looking for the item that caused the tizzy. Sam didn't have to look far as his screen was still on the skill books, and on the top of the listings was one book set for 10 golds. Book of the Life of Blood. Life of Blood, level 010, 0%. Passive grants the user of the skill Incredible Regenerative Blood, increasing their regeneration by 1% for each level in the skill. It was an amazing skill. At a maximum level, it granted a flat 10% health regeneration. But Sam could only laugh at himself, then continue towards the counter to his new skill books. The skill was amazing and incredibly rare at the moment, though when people get stronger, then killing trolls would be much easier. Sam knew one thing that made it one of the shittiest skills. It was technically blood magic, and it tainted the person's own magic with blood magic, and a sufficiently good blood mage could make use of that taint. And thanks to people not knowing this itty-bitty little tidbit, they simply almost farmed trolls to extinction for the skill, which was followed by the blood dance, when two enterprising brothers realized the significance of almost the entire player base being tainted by blood magic, and only around 5% of them having any defenses against it. The hunt for them was, or will be, legendary. Exiting the still buzzing auction house, Sam headed directly towards the Cloudy Day Inn for a quick cleansing shower and a change of clothes. Throwing another small glance at Lucky, he decided a quick grooming session was also in order before the visit. Character Progress Update. Sam reached level 17, further strengthening his position as a magical genius. His mana reserves expanded to 1,140, while his magical abilities and overall attributes continued to improve. His bond with Lucky deepened through the growth of Spirit Link, and his mastery of mana became even sharper with the advancement of Mana Sense and Focused Sense. Sam learned several new elemental spells, gaining control over wind, earth, water, and lightning magic. He also mastered Shadow Cloak, allowing him to conceal himself within the darkness. His mage sight evolved further, awakening the passive ability Mana Flow, which lets him perceive the greater currents of magic. In addition, he acquired Discernment, a useful spell for estimating the strength and magical power of others. His knowledge of Dwarven, Elven, and Dark Elven languages continued to expand, while his talents as a journeyman runecarver steadily improved. His magical grimoire also continued to grow, recording every new spell and magical discovery. Meanwhile, Lucky advanced to level 4 as a juvenile shadow spirit wolf, becoming an even stronger spirit companion with his natural affinity for shadows and mana. Overall, this chapter focuses on broadening Sam's magical versatility, improving his utility skills, and strengthening the bond between him and his spirit companion. Chapter 24. Standing before the imposing gates of the Silvercrest Manor, eyed by 2 guards and the city behind him, still abuzz with the news of the Lifeblood skill book, Sam felt a lot of things. He was laughing at the idiots that fought over that not-at-all rare book that would cause their demise in a year or two. He was annoyed that he had to dodge fights that randomly broke out in and outside of the city over the book. And most of all, he was curious what was the purpose of the Lord calling him for a meeting. Because Sam was 100% sure that the excuse that his daughter liked Lucky was just that, an excuse. A man like Lord Silvercrest could buy hundreds of fluffy wolves for his daughter to play with. More than likely, he didn't want anyone to know he was talking to an adventurer. Sighing quietly, throwing a glance at the rapidly counting down clock for the quest, he finally squared his shoulders and approached the gate guards. "Halt, stranger," called out one of them while the other tightened their grip on their spear. "State your business." He bowed his head a little, then answered. "Lord Silvercrest requested my presence," he said simply, while the 2 guards exchanged a glance. Finally, after a few seconds of silent communications, the other one shrugged and began walking towards the gate. "We will inform the Lord. For now, I would like to request that you wait here." "Understood," Sam answered and watched as the guard slipped in, while the remaining one was still eyeing him. He didn't have to wait long, as a notification window popped up not even a minute after the second guard went inside. "The quest Visit of the Highest Order has been completed." They didn't have to wait long as the guard returned with a very stereotypical butler at their side. The butler opened the gates enough for him to comfortably step through, while the guard who played the messenger returned to his post. "If you would follow me, sir," motioned the butler, their face neutral and their voice almost devoid of emotion, though Sam thought he might have heard some kind of tightness in the voice. Keeping his observation to himself, he quietly thanked the butler, nodded to the guards, and entered the manor grounds. The manor looked exactly like Sam imagined a manor of a lord in a fantasy setting would look like. Marble, gold, and weird paintings were everywhere. The wooden paneling was, of course, made from ironwood, and the candle holders were made of ironworks. There was, of course, a lot of silver filigree and family crests around the halls, of course, also made from either silver, ironwood, or simply iron. Sam never understood the taste of the rich. Soon they arrived in a room that looked like every other room they walked past, but Sam just shrugged. At the polite behest of the butler, Sam took a seat and began waiting. The butler bowed perfectly from the waist and left the room, closing the door. Sam was about to wonder how long he would have to wait when the recently closed door almost exploded, and he was once again face to face with the bombastic Lord Silvercrest, with the stone-faced butler standing behind him. The man was dressed in fancy clothing, practically radiating wealth, though his blonde hair was not very well put together, and he could see something that suspiciously looked like shadows under the man's eyes. Sam stood up and gave a small bow. "Greetings, Lord Silvercrest. As you have bid me, I've returned." The man let out a boisterous laugh and then grinned at Sam. Then he squinted, and the smile on his face decreased a little. "You did, my young friend, you did good. But my new friend, it seems you're missing somebody." Sam just grinned and motioned for his own shadow. The man, followed by the butler, stared at it, and 2 eyes of a wolf blinked back at them. The butler let out an almost silent huh, and the grin on the Lord's face grew 2 sizes. "Ha ha, what a marvelous development! Come, my friend, let us join my precious daughter." And with that, the other man turned on a dime and left the room, leaving Sam blinking at the spot where the Lord stood. The butler simply spoke up. "If the good sir would follow me once again." Sam just sighed and began walking. The garden was rather refreshing compared to the interior of the manor. Sam expected sprawling hedge mazes and precious flowers in stupendous arrangements, but what received him was everything but that. There were at least 3 different sparring rings, made of sand, at least a few sheds made of wood, ironwood, of course, probably holding weapons, Sam suspected. And while there was a very tastefully arranged gazebo, it was designed for comfort instead of beauty. And currently, it was hosting the young Lucretia with an older woman looking exactly like the young friend of Lucky, just well older. Though now that Sam was getting closer, he could see that the older woman was moving as little as possible and looked rather faint. "Ah, sick mother, boisterous father, probably enemies out of the wazoo. I bet I'll need to retrieve a medicine, Sam speculated as he approached the family. Or maybe remove a curse. The Lord, heads taller than anyone else in the garden, was standing next to the gazebo, and the moment Sam stepped close enough that the women of the family could see him, he began speaking. Though for him, speaking was yelling. The young lady of the manor winced and sent him an apologetic look while the man's wife just smiled indulgently at him. Look, my darling Lucretia, look who came to visit us. I can see, father, and could hear you from inside the house, came the deadpan reply. The man just laughed harder. Though I do not see the wolf, she turned to him. Sir adventurer, could you perhaps explain? Sam just smiled and simply called out, Lucky. There was a brief pause, then there was a quiet bark and Lucky resurfaced from the shadow beneath Sam. The wolf jumped up, pranced a little in front of Sam, then stuck a pose and let out a howl. Sam watched as Lucretia stared with sparkling eyes, then simply stepped back as the howl ended, and the girl let out an ear-shattering squeal, proving her ancestry beyond a shadow of doubt, and pounced on the eagerly waiting Lucky. It's Sue Fluffy. Sam watched for a minute as the young girl and wolf played together, then looked up at the lord and lady of the manor, who were sitting in the gazebo, watching the playing duel with a smile. Lord Silvercrest motioned for him to join them, so he did so. He calmly walked up and took a seat opposite the pair. However, before he could speak up, the lord reached forward and gingerly touched the abstract decoration in the middle of the table. The moment his meaty fingers touched the decoration, it lit up with gentle white light, and Sam felt some kind of magic activating around them. He raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Worry not, friend, just a little magic to make sure what we say stays here, came the loud explanation from the lord. Sam nodded in understanding, suspecting that the people in the manor must be a master of that type of magic. I understand, my lord. Now perchance you may share with me the reason you called me here, he simply said, then leaned back, looking directly into the man's eyes. Smart man, exclaimed the lord, then his entire demeanor shifted. Gone was the boisterous and happy lord. Instead, Sam was sitting across from a lord of a family with an edge to them that made Sam a little nervous, though the voice level didn't go down. I called you here, young man, because I needed someone unaffiliated with anyone. And the best ones are adventurers that work for money. That makes sense, my lord. Then how can I be of service to the house of Silvercrest? Good attitude, the man proclaimed, slapping the table, rattling the entire gazebo while his wife continued to sip her tea as if nothing interesting was happening. I shall be direct. Enemies of my house grew jealous of our wealth. They desire our silver mines. Thus they conspired and managed to place a foul curse upon my wife. And you want me to help you to lift it? Excellent deduction, young man. Do you know the name of the curse? This time the grin was replaced by a frown on the man's face. Sadly, no. We scoured libraries all over the land, but we could find no mention of the curse. All we know is that it saps my darling's energy. Every day she grows weaker. By the time he finished, he was almost whispering and throwing a worried gaze at his wife. I see, Sam said simply, then raised a hand at the woman. If I could. There was a tense moment as the lord eyed him, but at a gentle touch from his wife, he relented. Go ahead, young man. Maybe you could see something that countless wise men have not. Sam nodded and activated several skills. The first one was mana sense, focused on the woman, then discernment, just to be sure, and finally mana sight. Staring at the woman with both of his senses and eyesight, he could immediately spot the ugly, pulsating, and rather foul black ball of mana in her body, right at the level of her stomach. The pulse of the black ball of mana was the same as the mana circulating in the woman, but every time the woman's mana circulated, it came back less and the black mana grew in size. It was a slow process, but as Sam focused on it, the surroundings started getting out of focus, and he could only see the woman. Then even the woman was lost to his sight, and he was directly staring at the blue mana, infested by what was definitely some kind of foul mana parasite. As he tried to make sense of the mess of tangled webs of mana in the woman's body, he also tried to sift through his inherited memories, trying to figure out if the other Sam ever came across something like that or maybe heard about it. He was about to give up and curse the fact that the inherited memories didn't come with a convenient search engine when he found it. Right. The Ironwood monster break. Somehow, a portal was opened in the city and foul monsters started pouring out. At first, he wasn't sure that it was connected to this parasite, but then another very faint memory resurfaced. If I remember correctly, there was a mention of battles for the silver mines after the monster break. He closed his eyes, slowly turning his skills off, then leaned back and began to consolidate what he figured out. If I'm right, then more than likely, this ball of mana is what would open the portal. Probably will use up the life force of the lady, then bam, monsters everywhere, but how to remove it? And wasn't that the million-dollar question? Sam opened his eyes and glanced at his notifications. You have discovered something new but horrible with your senses. Your skill mana sense became level 15. Your subskill focus sense became level 3. Your skill mana sight became level 5. Dismissing them, he turned his attention to his hosts. Well, from what I can see, you don't have much time left. That thing is eating the lady's life force. I can't even fathom what it will achieve when it consumes the last drop. I assume you have a basic plan. The man nodded grimly, while his giant hand engulfed one of the woman's tiny ones. Indeed, young man. Through research and contacts, I found an artifact that is capable of housing and transferring such spirits without damaging the previous host. However, you need somebody to get it, and you can't leave her because then. You are perceptive, young man, burst out the man, and the woman gave him a small smile. Let me tell you the details. Before the man could start, Sam held up a hand. And what makes you think that you can trust me with this? By all accounts, I could be a plant by your enemies. His only response was laughter from the man and an elegant chuckle from the lady. Nobody who has a pet like that could be an evil person, came the baffling reply. Plus, I have this nifty thing here. With that, the lord of the manor placed a parchment radiating magic in front of Sam. He immediately recognized it, and not for good reasons. The parchment was yellow with dark red, almost black edges, and to his mana sight it was almost as if it was bleeding mana. A blood contract. Sam left the Silvercrest Manor in a daze, with Lucky, exhausted, back in his shadow, staring at the window in front of him. You signed a blood contract. If you break the terms of the contract, your life is forfeit, along with several other punishments. You are marked by the magic of the contract until you fulfill it. You received a new quest. A shadow in a shadow of a shadow. Lord Silvercrest has entrusted you with retrieving the chalice of restraint, used for housing and transporting belligerent spirits in the olden days. However, the House of Silvercrest has enemies around every corner, so be careful. You also signed a blood contract with Lord Silvercrest as a sign of trust. Beware of the terms, lest you suffer a fate worse than death. Time limit, as long as Lady Silvercrest lives. Failure, Lady Silvercrest dies. You don't deliver the chalice of restraint. Penalty, death. 1 year 90% EXP penalty, and the permanent loss of 1 from every base stat. Reward, the undying gratitude of the House of Silvercrest. You can hire young Lucretia as a follower. Additional rewards are possible. He stared at the sentence, additional rewards are possible, and couldn't help but feel happy, but still wanted to spare. It was a rather famous sentence. It basically meant that the quest had some hidden elements that he would need to solve if he wanted to finish it. Which meant complications. At least it was an early quest, so it wouldn't take much time. And based on how developed the parasite was, he had at most 1 month in game time before the monster break occurred if he was right about that. Sighing and lamenting his weird luck, Sam ducked into an alley, and if somebody were watching that alley, the man that came out on the other end looked nothing like Sam, be it their face or clothing. Character update. Sam, also known as Solar, has reached level 17 and continues to hold the title of Magical Genius. His mana pool has grown to 1,140, while his magical power, perception, and wisdom have all improved. Several abilities have advanced, including Mana Shield, Advanced Mana Control, Spirit Link, Mana Sense, Mage Sight, Mana Slash, and Mana Body Enhancement. Sam has also unlocked a collection of new spells. Wind blade, earth wall, electric spark, water bullet, shadow cloak, and discernment. His rune crafting continues to develop with the journeyman runecarver skill, while his grimoire keeps expanding its magical library. Meanwhile, his companion, the juvenile shadow spirit wolf, has reached level 4, growing stronger with its innate shadow and spirit abilities. End of character update, Chapter 25. After leaving the manor, disguising himself, and losing at least 2 people who followed him after exiting the gate of the Silvercrest Manor, Sam went around the city, periodically changing his looks, doing odd things, and walking in circles for a while. Then, when he was sure that nobody was following him anymore, he shed his latest disguise, returned to his original look, pocketing the chameleon mask. Sam began to whistle gently and began walking towards one of the general shops. The information provided by the Lord was somewhat vague, with the only thing being known about the chalice, that it was hidden in one of the old ironwood forests around the city. This kind of made sense, but also made his job much harder as all ancient groves of trees were either heavily guarded or so hidden, nobody knew where they were. And if that wasn't enough, Lord Silvercrest was sure that his enemies also knew that the only thing capable of saving his wife was the chalice, so they would either hinder him or search for the chalice themselves. Thankfully, there was a silver lining to the story. Sadly, it wasn't that he knew exactly where the artifact was. This was a completely unknown quest to him, as the other Sam only knew about the probable after effects of the quest. But the other Sam spent a lot of time in Ironwood, and by the time he arrived in the city, the guilds had already explored big parts of the area and guides were available for cheap. And those guides were currently rattling around in his head, ready to be used. Let us see what will happen, he thought as he continued his preparations. It was getting easier to handle, but logging out still left him a little confused and with a little uncontrollable body. Thankfully, the exercises he had been doing, and knowing about the issue and how it was handled in the future made it so that Sam just did a few stretching exercises and other movements, and the confusion was gone and his appendages were back under his control. After going through his usual log-out routine, he sat down in front of his computer dressed in fresh clothing, hair still a little bit damp. He checked his emails and other assorted notifications, pointedly ignoring anything related to Shadowland. He knew what it was mostly about, but first, he wanted to deal with the general stuff. A quick check showed him that the official stuff was doing okay. His shares in Future Unknown were doing really well as several other investments in companies that would become bigger and more profitable with the rise of the game. Another check at the official site showed that the timeline hadn't deviated yet, as they hadn't posted anything that the other Sam hadn't seen. There were the usual video compilations of the funny, sad, and awesome moments, and he spent a little time watching those, trying to spot people that would be important. But sadly, the company did a good job in anonymizing the player without decreasing the quality of the videos. There were even a few scenes of Lucky in action in one of the compilations. Sam made sure to download that one. Then he turned his attention to the forums. Aside from the local sections that were focused on the conflicts and actions of certain towns, the main page of the game's forum was occupied with the Life of Blood skill. It was a good skill. Hell, it was an excellent skill. 10% base health regeneration for practically free, plus the subskill at the 10th level. It was basically a godly skill, if it weren't for that minuscule drawback. As Sam scrolled through the forums, reading people overreacting or praising the skill, while several people were calling for nerfing it, if not outright banning it. But the developers were silent. Probably because they knew about the blood magic aspect. Then, as Sam read another jealousy-filled rant, he had a wicked idea. Grinning ear to ear, he switched over to the Shadowland website, ignored all the requests for more Life of Blood skill books, and began typing. It was a simple message. Trolls, you idiots. Under it, he added a few wiki-like articles about the mythology of trolls, highlighting and quoting the parts about their superior regeneration and blood, then set the price of viewing the post the lowest amount possible. He added a few tags, just to make sure even more people saw it, then clicked on the upload button, leaned back in his chair, and watched as the chaos unfolded. For a moment nothing happened, then as people realized that he had posted, they began to flock to his post, while happily watching as the viewer counter ticked up. It was just the cherry on the top that he got paid for it. He gleefully read the responses. Lazy Phoenix TA checks as always, you are the bro. As always, quality content, thanks. Thanks bro, this will allow us to dominate the area. Mighty Wolves go. Mighty Wolves suck, Raging Ducks are the best. And so on. Eventually, as with all forum threads, it devolved into name-calling and other nice things. So the mods intervened and locked the thread, while Sam just cackled in his apartment, watching the counter tick up faster and faster. He made a good chunk of money and even hastened the approach of the blood dance, probably. But at least most people would be concentrating on hunting down the trolls to make as much money as possible. And wouldn't you know? Ironwood had several areas around it, especially in the mountains, that contained trolls. A perfect distraction for my mission. Ironwood City was abuzz around him as he collected the necessary supplies for his quest. He eyed as the proto-guilds, mercenary bands, gaming groups, and other collections of greedy players moved around him, tense, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. While he was enjoying a nice dinner in a restaurant near his home, a guild found the trolls around Ironwood. There was a brief clash with two other guilds as the information naturally was leaked immediately. As of now, there was an uneasy truce as the guilds geared up for a fight, and Sam couldn't be happier. He already saw several groups of soldiers belonging to the noble families that the Lord of Silvercrest named as their enemies leave the city, heading, presumably, to support a group that earned that privilege. Or to take the troll hunting ground for themselves. One can never know. And while the chaos was brewing around him, he stocked up his perishables, had his armor and weapon repaired, got some potions, and copied the local and other maps he gathered into his grimoire. Standing in the middle of his room, he looked at the collected items, making notes, trying to figure out if he missed something while Lucky lazily lay on the bed, watching him with sparkling eyes. After half an hour of internal debate, he finally decided that he had everything he needed, so he put everything away into his inventory and bags of holding. Turning to Lucky, he spoke up softly. "Are you ready, Lucky?" His answer was an eager bark. "All right, then hop into my shadow and we can go." The wolf nodded, then slowly stood up and rather comically jumped into the air and dived headfirst into his shadow, which was followed by a small notification window. Thanks to the growing connection between you and your spirit companion, Spirit Link has reached level 7. Smiling silently, Sam dismissed the window and with determined steps left the room. His first step was to find an old man. At least according to the Lord of Silvercrest, the old man he found was an old ranger that used to walk the hidden woods around the city of Ironwood. The Lord managed to get an approximate location at the eastern part of the town, but the remaining legwork was left to Sam. Sam could have started to canvass the area, but why work hard when there was an easy way? He simply donned a dark cloak, used the chameleon mask to change his looks, this time into a pretty blonde, and sought out one of the darker areas of the city, where crime was still the king. Not as blatantly as in many seaside cities, but there was definitely a stench in the air that told him that not everything was all right in the area. Even the mana in the air was tainted a minuscule amount with darkness. He purposefully strode forward, not too fast or too slow, just with enough speed to show that he knew where he was going. And when he spotted what he was looking for, he slowed down and then stopped. Turning towards a small alley, he activated his defensive skill just in case and called out, "Hey kid, want to make some money?" For a moment there was no reply or even movement in the alley, but then a small voice, hesitant but with a hidden spine, answered, "What you want?" Sam, knowing the rules, instead of answering just raised a hand that held one lone silver coin. Thanks to his somewhat advanced stats, he managed to hear a small gasp from the shadows enveloping the alley. "Looking for a man." "Name?" "No name, a ranger." "Old." There was another silence. He added another silver to his hand. "Might know some." Sam simply nodded. "5 now, 10 if they are who I'm looking for." He had no need to negotiate here. He had all the money he wanted, so why not make use of it? There was a flurry of sounds in the alley, and then, hesitantly, a dirty-haired head belonging to a young urchin poked their head out. Sam honestly couldn't tell if they were a girl or a boy. The look on the face of the kid was pretty serious. Sam could see the light of greed in their eyes. He just snorted and nodded. He wasn't feeling pity for them, as he knew from his inherited memories that kids like these dressed up as street urchins to make money from clueless people. They had homes, were fed, and were surprisingly well educated, mostly to be able to con even more people, the little monsters. And surprisingly, every city had one of these child organizations. The prevailing theory was that the developers didn't want to show starving kids in a game. "You swear, Mista?" "Drop the horrible accent and I will raise it to 11, Sam replied dryly. The kid didn't even blink. "Of course, mister," replying with an innocent-looking smile and a glint in their eyes. Sam snorted, "Show me." "Yes, mister, follow me. I'll show the way to Old Marak." Nodding silently, he threw the 5 coins at the kid, who caught them, and they instantly vanished into their rags. The kid nodded, and they began walking with Sam following after the excitable kid. Maybe they are not even kids, but fae, he thought as he went over what he knew about the Kid Conorg, as the forums called them. Making deals, tricking people, showing up everywhere, and just altogether being mischievous. Should I? They were in another dark part of the city, walking by dilapidated houses, old shops, and generally areas that had a serious need for a facelift. While the kid excitedly led him through the streets and alleys of the darker side of Ironwood, he couldn't help but notice that they were somewhat walking in a circle. "Kid." The little menace turned around, and he could see in their eyes that they were trying not to laugh. "Yes, mister." "Whatever is the issue?" Sam couldn't help but snort again. "I thought Faye tended to keep to their deals," he said, finally taking a stab in the dark. For a moment it was as if time froze, and then the smile on the kid's face grew into a disproportional size. He couldn't help but shudder a little. "We do," came the reply, though instead of the squeaky voice of a child, it was an eerie and echo-why voice. "Then why are we going in circles?" The Fae in the kid's body just shrugged, the freaky smile still on their face. "You were being followed, now you aren't." "And you're helping me? Why?" "I'm not helping you. I'm helping the city. This is where I store my stuff." "I would like if it stayed as it is," came the clipped reply. Sam thought about it for a second, and in the end he had to agree with the kid. "That makes sense." With that, he motioned for the Fae to continue towards their goal, but the kid didn't move an inch. You asked a question. And there are no freebies here." He cursed internally, while also making a note to read up on the rules of the Fae. But he didn't reply, refusing to acknowledge his debt. The smile, as if possible, got even wider on the kid's face. "How about a question for a question?" Sam nodded in agreement. "Excellent, my question is as follows: how did you know?" He almost chuckled at the question. "No street urchin behaves like you. Fae are notorious for making deals, so I made an educated guess. You just confirmed it," he answered with a smirk. The eyes on the kid went round in surprise, but then the kid flashed him a smile that contained more teeth than what was possible, and once again, between 2 blinks, the dirty street urchin was back before him without the creepy smile. "Let's continue our journey, good sir." They spoke up as if the previous discussion hadn't happened. Sam looked around, but somehow nobody walked by or showed up while they had their conversation. He shuddered again, and while walking behind the kid, he berated himself for being careless. That could have gone worse. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at a surprisingly nice building. The kid stopped before the door, then turned towards him with a hand held out, waiting for their pay. "Are you sure?" "Yes, sir. The man you are looking for is inside." "Good." He pulled out the promised 6 silver and placed it gently in the kid's hand. However, when he pulled back his hand, 1 coin seemed to be stuck to his skin. As he stared at it curiously, the kid spoke up. "A little memory for our first meeting." He looked at the coin, which, instead of the seal of the kingdom, now was totally unadorned, except for a simple butterfly symbol. He looked up, but the kid was gone. Instead, he was greeted by several notifications. Congratulations, you figured out the secret identity of a Fae. You may choose to gain 1 WIS and lose 1 LUK, or gain 1 LUK and lose 1 WIS. Sam stared at the screen for a moment, then spoke up. I choose neither. There was a moment of silence, and another screen popped up. Congratulations, you made a smart decision. You gain +1 per. Nodding proudly, he continued to read. You received a token of friendship from a Fae. It is up to you to decide if it is a good thing or a bad thing. Token of friendship, Fae, a coin bearing the mark of the Fae, can be exchanged for favors with the Fae. Be warned, they are not obligated to accept it. Well, that seems supremely useless, Sam thought, then with a shrug put the token into his inventory and turned towards the house. He had a nice lady to save. Character update. Sam, known as Solar, remains the magical genius and has reached level 17. His mana pool has expanded to 1,140, while his magical talent continues to grow. His perception has increased to 15, making him even more aware of the world around him. His defensive and combat abilities continue to improve. Mana Shield has become stronger, while his swordsmanship, footwork, and breathing techniques are approaching mastery. Mana Slash and Mana Body Enhancement have also advanced. His understanding of mana has deepened through advanced mana control, and his bond with his companion has strengthened as Spirit Link reaches a new level. Sam's magical senses continue to evolve. Mana Sense and Mage Sight have both improved, unlocking greater awareness of magical energy and hidden flows of mana. He has also learned several new spells. Wind Blade, Earth Wall, Electric Spark, Water Bullet, and Shadow Cloak, giving him access to a wider range of elemental and stealth magic. A new ability, Discernment, allows him to judge the relative strength and mana reserves of others. His studies continue as a runecarver, while his grimoire grows alongside him, preserving every spell, rune, and magical discovery. Meanwhile, his companion, the juvenile shadow spirit wolf, remains at level 4, developing its natural mastery over shadows and spirit magic while supporting Sam with its lucky aura. End of character update. Chapter 26. The house from the outside looked old but well cared for. A few potted plants were hanging from the upstairs window. The walls were clean of the usual grime that became really familiar to Sam during his short journey with the little Fae. The only thing that was really unusual about the house was the complete lack of decoration made of iron. Instead, every facet of the house was made from the famous ironwood. Even the doorknob was made from the material. This alone convinced Sam that he was in the right place. Squaring his shoulders, taking another look around, he stepped forward and, with a hand that hesitated only a little, knocked on the door. He waited for almost a minute when he finally could hear someone walking very slowly towards the door. And when the door opened, he almost expected an extremely old man in a bathrobe and slippers, which was almost true. The man who opened the door was wearing something like a robe, though it was definitively not a bathrobe, and the shoes on his feet were more like very fluffy loafers than slippers. He was also wearing a rather respectable beard and mustache combo, all of it in silver white with a few blacks, and for some reason, green strands of hair mixed in. The old man also had rather impressively bushy eyebrows that rose the moment he saw Sam standing at the door. Sam also felt a very delicate and gentle mana pulse go through him, no doubt looking for anything that could be a danger to the old man. They spent the next dozen or so seconds staring at each other when the old man just sighed and spoke up. "Well, what do you want?" His voice was old, but the expected weakness that was ever present in every old person Sam ever talked with was not present. Instead, his voice radiated a certain power that caused a small shiver to run down Sam's spine. "Good day, sir," replied Sam, followed by a respectful bow of the head. "I'm here to ask you a few questions." "About what?" "The ironwood, sir." While Sam wanted to be circumspect, he knew that the only in with the old man was by being truthful. And who knows, maybe he was powerful enough to see through his lies. The old man's eyes narrowed at him the moment he spoke, and Sam could feel the gentle magic settle around him, now with a slight edge to it. "I know nothin'. The answer came out more of a growl than actual speech, while the magic around Sam turned from containing a slight edge to being a literal storm of magic, poised to destroy him. So he talked, fast. The Silvercrest family sent me to help them recover the chalice of restraint, finished the old man for him, a scowl on his face. And to Sam's relief, the mana surrounding him quieted down a little. But then the older man fell silent, looking directly at him, and Sam would have sworn that he looked through him, searching for something. Finally, after several minutes of uncomfortable silence, the man sighed, the mana vanished, and he began to turn around while spitting out a few words. "You better come in then." Sam let out a relieved sigh, shook himself, and stepped through the doorstop while desperately ignoring the haunting laughter originating from somewhere in the street. The interior of the house was reminiscent of the exterior. Simple but well kept. Lots of potted plants, several comfortable chairs, a merrily roaring fireplace, and shelves full of books that were no doubt full of mysterious secrets that most mage guilds would sacrifice the firstborns of their guild masters to possess. The old ranger, Marek, led him from the door through a corridor to a living room and bade Sam to sit in one of the armchairs in front of the fireplace, while he gingerly sat down in the other one. He watched as the old man let out a content sigh as he eased himself into the chair with closed eyes, then turned his attention to the rest of the room, waiting for the other man to call on him. He was very aware of the fact that as far as the other man was concerned, he was practically nothing on the power scale. Even his skilled discernment was only telling him that there was no chance of a snowball in hellfire that he could defeat the old ranger. At least the skill leveled up. After another uncomfortable silence, the older man finally opened his eyes, and Sam felt another pulse of mana sweep through him and then through the room, finally stopping at the walls. Probably for security. He thought as he looked apprehensively at the ranger sitting across from him, while the fire merrily burned, letting out a few sparks and odd cracks. "The artifact you seek, the Silvercrest family seeks, exists," began the ranger, looking directly into Sam's eyes. "However, there is a problem." "Of course there is a problem," exclaimed Sam, rolling his eyes. "What is it? Was it stolen? A powerful monster decided to nest at the place it was hidden. Let me guess, there was even a prophecy about it." The old man stared at him for a few seconds, then chuckled a little. "No prophecy, young man, so you don't have to worry about that." "Then what do I have to worry about?" "There is indeed a powerful monster." "Well, great, what is it? And why is it still alive if the chalice is where I think it is?" Marek's eyes narrowed at him at that, but he still answered. "It is alive because we don't know what the monster is. It is a powerful illusion user, and none of us are that good with them." "What do you mean us?" asked Sam, now officially curious. He wasn't really worried about the illusion monster. At this level, it could only be a few things, and the area allowed him to further narrow it down. "The guardians of the woods," came the simple reply. "We walk the woods, protect them, and make sure the cycle of life continues." "Why not call in some outside expert?" The old ranger shook his head. "Too big a chance that our secret would get out. Plus, the monster was content to stay there. Nobody needed that area." "Until now." "Until now, yes." There was another silence as the two of them stared at each other until Sam sighed. "Let me guess, you want me to go there and try to get rid of the monster?" I suppose, if you want to," came the answer with a slight smirk on the man's face. "Well, I don't particularly want to, I need to," replied Sam, thinking back to the blood contract he had signed with a slight ache in his heart. And based on how the smirk widened on the old man's face, Sam was pretty sure the man also knew he was under the contract. Curse his bleeding heart. Indeed, sometimes the need for adventure is just too great. Were I a few decades younger, why, I would be joining you right out of the door, such is the call of the adventure," spoke the man, his entire tone filled with laughter. "Very funny," retorted Sam, glaring. "Now tell me what you want me to do, and I'll leave you staring uselessly at the fire." The old ranger snorted, but the grin didn't leave his face. "Very well, my young friend. I suppose an adventurous spirit like yours should be rewarded," he exclaimed, then jumped out of his chair, completely ignoring his age, and stepped up to one of the shelves that was filled to the brim with books, scrolls and stray sheets of papers and parchments. Sam watched as the man searched for a few seconds before exclaiming, "Zalhag." Then he retrieved a scroll wedged between a book titled Bounciest Places in All the Kingdom and another titled You and Your Tools, How to Protect Them But Still Keep Them Useful. Sam just shook his head. Pervy old man. The man thankfully couldn't read his thoughts and returned with the scroll and with a quick and decisive motion unrolled it on the small table between the two chairs. Sam leaned forward and quickly took in the map that was revealed to him. "The city is here and you need to go there," pointed out the old man, his gnarled fingers moving through the map as Sam scrambled to memorize the route. "And what am I doing when I get there?" he asked, not daring to look away from the map. The grin on the old ranger's face was even bigger. "What else? But what do you need to do? Deal with the monster, retrieve the treasure, and save the damsel. You know, my young but foolish friend, standard adventurer stuff. Any other helpful information?" "Yes." Sam just stayed silent. "Make sure to prepare to deal with illusions." He threw an incredulous look at the other man, who simply raised his hands defensively. "Just wanted to make sure. You never know with adventurers. Most of them are in the belief if they swing their swords hard enough, they would get through everything." Sam just sighed again. "All right, just tell me what you know about the monster." A few hours later, he found himself in the eating hall of the Cloudy Day Inn, angrily eating his dinner while staring at his screens. "You received a new quest. To peak or not to peak. Master Ranger Marek has told you of a mysterious illusion using monster plaguing the area where an artifact you seek resides. Your task is to scout out the monster and hopefully deal with it, in any way you decide. Time limit, as long as Lady Silvercrest lives. Failure, Lady Silvercrest dies. The Chalice of Restraint gets destroyed. Penalty, death. The Fae will be angry with you. Reward, chance to retrieve the Chalice of Restraint. A reward from Master Ranger Marek. Additional rewards are possible. Because, of course, the sub-quest could be complicated. At least the rewards were good. As Sam thought about it, he realized that based on the tropes that were prevailing in his last life, he wasn't supposed to kill the monster, but rather befriend it and turn it into an additional defender of the city of Ironwood. Probably. Sadly, the information he received from the old man wasn't enough to narrow it down enough to make sure his preparations were 100% successful. Finishing his meal, he stood up and began to murmur, "Welp, time to do some research." It was mostly for the game system to know what he was thinking, as it would be rather hard to explain how he knew how to deal with dozens of different illusion-using monsters. Then bidding goodbye to the waitress, thanking her for the food, he returned to his room, played with Lucky a little, then laid down on the bed and simply logged out. Sam went through his routine, then after angrily eating something to sate his hunger, he sat in his office for a few minutes and stared at his whiteboard, trying to divine some kind of information from it. Sadly, the other Sam didn't have anything on his current quest. By the time he joined the game, the city of Ironwood was already rebuilding from the effects of the monster break. Sighing, he shook his head, stood up from his thinking stool and went to his computer. Might as well cheer himself up by checking on how the troll hunt was going. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. The moment he pulled up the first news site that talked about Magic Unbound, he was instantly bombarded with headlines. Troll hunt gets trollish. Magic Unbound is the new game to troll people. Trollalalo, the hunt is on, and so on as far as his eyes could see. Apparently, the game exploded. Sitting up straighter, he began to browse the net, checking everything out. Minutes later, he sat back and began to massage his temples. Apparently, by revealing the secret of the Life of Blood skill book, he set so many guilds against each other that the fights and skirmishes between them caught the attention of a few big-name streamers, and of course uncountable no-name streamers, and from there it was like a runaway train. Based on the official number on the official site of the game, the number of players already jumped by a magnitude. He stared at the counter as it slowly but surely ticked up and couldn't help but curse himself. "Architect of my own demise," he exclaimed softly while leaning back and putting his hand on his eyes. "Why couldn't I keep my mouth shut?" Stupid, stupid, Sam, the butterfly effect. The more you do, the more things change, he lambasted himself. Then, with a growl, he returned his attention to the screen and began his research anew. If things changed, then his plans would also have to change. He returned to the game in a foul mood. Barely giving Lucky a quick pat on his head, he immediately headed out, leaving the staff perturbed, as he was usually very kind to them. Thankfully, the new people were still stuck in the beginner towns, but soon they would be let loose. He took a quick trip to the alchemist, buying some sparkle-scale powder, which allowed one to cover invisible enemies, causing them to become sparkling, which allowed people to hunt them. Then a few more potions, and then simply began power walking towards the gate that would allow him to begin his journey to the area where old Marak told him the monster was. A few people stepped away in fright as the young man stalked through the streets with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Character sheet update. Name * Solar. In-game name * Sam. Level * 17. Title * Magical Genius. Sam's growth continues at an impressive pace. His magical power and perception have increased significantly, while his mana reserves have reached new heights. core progress. Mana pool *1 140. Magic * 19. Perception * 15. Wisdom * 15. Dexterity * 12. Endurance * 13. Luck * 11. Key skill developments. Mana mastery. Sam's mastery over mana continues to improve. His advanced control makes spellcasting more efficient and further increases his mana regeneration. Spirit link. His bond with his spirit companion has grown stronger, allowing both of them to better sense each other's location, emotions, and overall condition. Mana sense. His ability to perceive magical energy has improved greatly, and he can now focus his senses to examine magical objects and phenomena in greater detail. Combat training. His swordsmanship, footwork, and breathing techniques continue to develop, while his mana-enhanced combat abilities have become more effective. Newly learned magic. Sam has expanded his magical arsenal with several new spells. Wind Blade. Earth Wall. Electric Spark. Water Bullet. He has also learned Shadow Cloak ***, a spell that conceals him within the shadows. Discernment ***, allowing him to estimate the strength and magical power of others. Rune crafting and research. Sam's understanding of runes has advanced, making him a capable journeyman runecarver. His grimoire faithfully records every spell, rune, and magical discovery he acquires. Languages. His knowledge of Dwarven, Elven, and Dark Elven languages continues to improve. Companion. Sam's ** juvenile, shadow, spirit wolf * has reached ** level 4 ***. The wolf retains its unique talents. Lucky Aura. Natural mana control. Shadow control. Shadow spirit body. Growing alongside Sam, the spirit wolf is becoming an increasingly powerful and reliable companion. As Sam's magical knowledge, combat ability, and bond with his companion deepen, he steadily moves closer to becoming the extraordinary mage that many believe he is destined to be. Chapter 27. With Lucky in his shadow, his so far trusty sword at his side, and his repaired armor on him, Sam stepped out of the city, dodging the crowds that seemed to have swelled another size since he posted his stupid post and began heading towards his goal. Thankfully, dungeons weren't a thing yet, so he knew he would have to fight the unknown monster out in the wild, which made things easier and at the same time harder. Understandably, dungeons made things easier because they were instanced content that somewhat scaled in difficulty to the number of people that entered them. And this instanced content ensured the security of the people who entered them. But with this came the danger. More powerful monsters, more traps and environmental hazards, and so on. While in the open world, monsters were easier to attack, ambush, and defeat due to players being able to make use of the environment. Yet, at the same time, this made it much harder to do it. Because if you could ambush the boss monster, other people could also ambush you. Or if you are very unlucky, then simply a party that was traveling by would spot you trying to fight the monster. In the best-case scenario, they would acknowledge your right to the monster and leave. In the worst, you would be fighting two battles at the same time, if you saw them coming. As Sam walked along the road leading away from the town, once again wearing a different face thanks to his awesome mask, he couldn't help but smirk, thinking about the chaos he caused with his post. The guilds around Ironwood and anywhere where trolls could be found were at each other's throats, fighting tooth and nail to acquire the Life of Blood skill book. It was such an amazing skill that everyone wanted it, which was a little deviation from his inherited memories. In the future, that was the Life of Blood skill was famous, but it didn't get such enormous fame as it did in his current timeline. Probably his post helped with it. His smirk turned into a chuckle at that thought. Can't wait until those two idiots figure out blood magic. While he walked, acting as if he was oblivious to the world, he was actually using all of his skills to make sure he wasn't followed or there weren't any random monsters or bandits hiding around. His senses stretched as far as he could, feeling the mana in the air, in the forest, and in the ground under him. His eyes were straining to see the smallest anomaly in the eccentric tapestry that the mana he saw was. His mana ticked up and down as he continuously used his skills, while the levels of Sam's skills slowly but surely rose. After an hour on the road, whistling and seemingly traveling towards the next town over, he finally ascertained that nobody was on the road that seemed to be interested in him. Granted, the other travelers on the road, single people like him, a few merchant caravans or lone carts drawn by all manner of beasts were there, but everybody was engrossed in their own lives. Even the players were more interested in talking about strategies and skill compositions, or bragging about how many trolls they had already killed. Nodding to himself and spotting a rest station, which was basically a cleared part of the forest a few dozen yards away from the road proper, he slowly left the road and headed towards it. He made a great show of stretching and groaning, despite not sensing anyone around there, but in case somebody was watching from the road, he wanted to make sure they only saw what he wanted them to see. Probably wouldn't fool a professional, but I'm not dealing with professionals, I hope. Sam thought as he glanced around. After all, it wasn't paranoia if they were out to get you. He spent a few minutes sitting on one of the logs that were in the rest station, drinking and snacking. Then, as he spotted a lull in the traffic on the road, and luckily a cloud hid the sun behind him, he stood up and softly exclaimed, "Shadow cloak!" Instantly, his shadow shot up from under him, enveloping him and creating a sort of haze around him. At the same time, he jumped backward, then twisted in the air and began running through the forest, away from the rest station and road. He changed directions a few times, making sure to let the cooldown of Shadow Cloak go down, and restarting it every time he lost it. Finally, after running through the forest like a demented, but rather edgy squirrel, he stopped in a clearing, breathing heavily but grinning in happiness. He always enjoyed playing ninja, and what he did was the same thing he did as a kid while playing around, but with superpowers. As Sam caught his breath, he took a quick glance at his notifications. He couldn't help but be happy with what he saw. Your skill, multitasking, has reached level 25. Thanks to reaching level 25, with the multitasking skill, you gained efficiency subskill. Efficiency, level 010, 0%. Passive, everything you do through multitasking is much more efficient. Decreases mana consumption of spells when using them simultaneously and stamina when using physical skills simultaneously by 1%. Efficiency was a rather common subskill still. It was a rather good skill for his build, so Sam was happy with it. Your skill, Mage Sight, has reached level 6. Your skill, Mana Sense, has reached level 16. Your skill, Discernment, has reached level 3. Your skill, Advanced Mana Control, has reached level 7. Nodding in satisfaction, he took a last, deep breath, then took out a compass and map from his inventory and took a few seconds to orient himself, then took a few seconds to close his eyes and take a few deep breaths. Following that, he took out a simple black cloak, pulled it on, making sure that the hood of the cloak was covering his entire head, then turned on the mana shield, shadow cloak skills, covering himself head to toe. Then with a last flex of his will, he ignited the mana body enhancement skill and shot off towards his destination. He left behind a small clearing and a very surprised squirrel that fell out of the tree over him, as the sound of Sam's departure managed to shock him. Because the chalice was hidden at a place that was also hidden from the general public, the old ranger couldn't exactly give Sam directions straight to the area. Instead, Sam was given several landmarks to find and follow. The first landmark was a rather simple rock, called Candle Rock by the people of the area, on the account of it looking like a melted candle. It was on the border of the forest around Ironwood Town and one of the mountains called, quite creatively, Ironspark Mountain. It mostly contained iron and coal, with a few rarer metals here and there. So nobody cared about it, until now, because recently a tribe of trolls had moved in, and with them came the players. As Sam hid behind a tree thick enough that it would need at least 4 people to reach around it, he beheld a group of players apparently patrolling the area. Further up, he could hear the sound of battle. Cursing to himself, he waited until the patrol moved further away. Then, after making sure his skills were turned on and Lucky wasn't about to jump out of his shadow, he darted towards the next tree. Holding his breath, he watched the players for a clue they saw him, but they continued to walk away, carelessly talking about some kind of pop star. Releasing his breath, he steeled himself and began darting from tree to tree toward his goal. Soon, he found himself watching as a large group of people battling an equally large group of trolls. But while the trolls were wielding wooden clubs and primitive stone axes, they were bombarded by steel-tipped arrows, swords, spears, and all manner of other weapons, while a small collection of players, guarded by a few serious knight types, were lobbing fireballs and balls of electricity at the trolls. While the spells looked rather anemic to Sam, and he winced every time he heard one of the mages cry out, "Fireball!" The players facing the trolls cheered whenever one of the spells hit the monsters. He spent a few minutes just observing them, and the trolls wanting to gather intelligence on the current average combat capability. Sam was getting ready to move, and he just waited for the shadow cloak to expire, while the group he was watching was celebrating a drop of the infamous skill book. The skill expired, and he was no longer cloaked in shadows. Staying absolutely still behind one of the trees, he immediately renewed it and launched himself towards his next hiding spot. Sadly, it seemed his luck ran out. As he was midway between the 2 hiding spots, one of the people fighting the trolls cried out, "There is someone here." Instantly, the entire guild became tense, and different yells filled the air. "What? Who dares? Which guild wants our spoil?" Thankfully, before they could properly react, he managed to reach his newest hiding spot. He crouched down, ready to launch himself away, and listened carefully. "Are you sure?" spoke up one of the guys. Sam suspected the guild leader. "Yeah, boss, my skill pinged because it sensed somebody going by." Sam listened as the first man cursed up a storm, then asked another question. "Where are they?" "Sorry, boss, I lost them instantly." Another curse session. Then the man began to issue orders. "All right, if those assholes want to play with us, then we will play. Team 1 will stay here and continue farming. Team 2, I want you to be on guard. Team 3, increase the patrol radius." "Oh, yes." Sam smiled at their actions, relieved they only sensed him momentarily. He launched himself away from the tree he was hiding behind once again, heading for the Candle Rock, leaving behind an agitated guild. Even if by accident, if he could stoke the flames of the developing guild wars, then Sam was happy. Thankfully, there were no more interruptions on his way to the Candle Rock. He weaved through the trees, ignored every monster that looked his way, and another hour after leaving behind the guild farming trolls, thanking the stars that they had no idea that proximity wards were a thing, he arrived at a small outcropping holding the rock he was after. It jutted toward the sky, and upon Sam's inspection, he had to agree it did look like a melted candle, if one squinted. But he wasn't there to debate the naming sense of the locals. He was here to hunt a monster down and get rid of the blood contract. And of course, get all the sweet, sweet loot. Slowly, Sam once again took out the map and compass, though after glancing at the compass, he put it back. Thanks to the iron in the mountains and some subtle enchantments that the ranger told him about, compasses were useless from this point forward. He stepped next to the candle-shaped rock and began looking around, trying to spot the landmarks he was told about. Finally, after a minute of straining his eyes, he spotted the first one, an ancient giant ironwood that was recognizable because it had two trunks heading toward the sky. Then, after a few seconds, he spotted the other one, a distant waterfall that almost looked like a spot of bluish-white dirt on the side of a mountain. His journey would take him between the two of them. Now that he found the proper directions, instead of continuing with his journey, he quickly set up a tent hidden between some rocks, let out Lucky, fed him, and played with him for a while. Then he crawled into the tent and simply logged out. He had been playing for a while. He had to take care of his biological function. Hopefully, with the bigger hype, they will announce the time restrictions earlier, because this is a murder on my sleep cycle. Sam murmured as he ambled towards the bathroom. Finished with taking care of his annoying biological function, Sam spent a few minutes checking the internet, watching almost in real time as the hype of the game continued to increase. While on the forums, the troll wars, as the players started calling it, continued to escalate. He logged back to find Lucky snuggled under one of his arms, snoring almost silently but looking absolutely content. Sam smiled and spent a few minutes just cuddling his wolf companion with the sinfully soft fur. "Duty calls, you silly boy," he called out softly, poking the nose of the wolf. Lucky blinked a few times, then simply grinned at him and barked enthusiastically. "Good boy." He petted the wolf, then extricated himself from the tent, followed by Lucky, who, upon seeing Sam dismantling the tent, yawned, stretched a little, and simply jumped into his shadow, which was followed by a single notification. "Your skill, Spirit Link, has reached level 8. Sam chuckled a little, then threw another "good boy" at his shadow, then activated his skills and shot off towards his goal, keeping the unique ironwood tree and distant waterfall in his sight. He had the next landmark to find. Character update. After his recent adventures, Sam has continued to grow into an exceptional mage. Level *17. Title *magical genius. His mana reserves remain extraordinary, and his control over magical energy has reached an even higher level. # mana mastery. Sam's advanced mana control has improved once again, increasing both the efficiency of his spells and the speed at which his mana recovers. His mana sense has become sharper, allowing him to detect and study magical energies with greater precision, while mana synergy makes training multiple magical techniques at the same time more rewarding. His unique mana well continues to amplify the benefits he gains from his natural magical talent. # magical growth. Sam's collection of spells continues to expand. In addition to his basic utility magic, he now commands elemental techniques such as Wind Blade, Earth Wall, Electric Spark, and Water Bullet. His mage sight has grown stronger, allowing him to observe the flow of mana in greater detail, while Mana Slash and Mana Body Enhancement further improve his combat abilities. His Shadow Cloak grants him the ability to conceal himself within darkness, and Discernment lets him judge the strength and magical power of those around him. # support and utility. Meditation remains one of Sam's greatest strengths, greatly accelerating his mana recovery, especially when he enters deep meditation. His grimoire faithfully records every spell, rune, and magical discovery he encounters, ensuring that none of his hard-earned knowledge is ever lost. # bond with his companion. Sam's connection with his shadow spirit wolf continues to deepen through Spirit Link, allowing the two companions to sense each other's location and condition. The wolf itself remains a remarkable creature, naturally gifted in both mana and shadow manipulation while sharing its lucky aura with its allies. # combat and knowledge. Sam continues to refine his swordsmanship, footwork, and breathing techniques, becoming a more balanced fighter despite his focus on magic. His studies of Dwarven, Elven, and Dark Elven languages continue, while his skill as a journeyman runecarver steadily improves. With every challenge he overcomes, Sam grows stronger, not only as a mage, but as a scholar, warrior, and master of the mysterious powers surrounding him. Chapter 28. After another hour of constantly rushing towards his goal, only stopping every few minutes to make sure his heading was correct, Sam finally stopped at a clearing, as even his prodigious mana regeneration couldn't keep up with his use of Shadow Cloak. As he stood, resting a little bit, he had a decision to make. Either he waited for his mana to regenerate and then continue, or go ahead without using it. It wasn't like he was in a real rush. Yes, the guilds were trying to hunt the trolls into extinction in their greed for the skill book that everybody wanted, but they were pretty far from reaching the area where he was headed. But still, currently, most players were dedicated and hardcore gamers. Gamers only like a few things: finding secrets, collecting loot, and being the first. And nothing attracted curious and fame-hungry gamers more than a secret area. No matter how much something is hidden, somebody somewhere would find it. And Sam couldn't allow someone to overtake him. Feeling as if his breathing was coming under control, he turned to his status screen and clicked around the settings for a little while. Sam would be going into a high-stakes environment, and he didn't want to be distracted by a wrongly timed pop-up. So he turned off the skill level-up notifications and only left those that would inform him of status effects and the like. Thankfully, the game had the option to set a notification profile, as well as the capability to save multiple profiles. He set the current one as basic and the new one as high tempo. Then he did a few stretches, checked his equipment for the last time, and without activating his shadow cloak, shot off again in the direction of the forest where the chalice was said to be hidden. Sam pivoted, slashing down with his sword, bisecting the giant grasshopper of all things, then at the same time jumped back as another launched itself at him. He didn't have to react as Lucky crashed into the grasshopper with an eager howl. He didn't even get to watch the carnage unfolding as, with an eerie sound, several more grasshoppers jumped at him from behind several bushes, and he was once again in a fight for his life. Why grasshoppers? But the only answer to his question were cricket sounds in the background. He just sighed at the stupidity and went back to massacring the giant, unnatural grasshoppers as they tried to aggressively hop at him and Lucky. The silly wolf looked like he was having the time of his life. Half an hour later, he was standing in the middle of a field filled with corpses of giant grasshoppers, breathing heavily but smiling triumphantly. Apparently, the first hurdle is done, was his first thought, and then he froze. Lucky watched as his master froze for a second, then walked up to the nearest tree and began to bang his head into it while yelling, "Stupid! Stupid! Stupid!" Sam stopped trying to use concussion to make his idiotic brain forget the fight, and then went to the nearest corpse. He quickly infused a drop of mana into the tip of his sword, then thrust the sword into the still corpse. He grabbed hold of the drop of mana and with a violent motion had it burst inside the carcass. Instead of an explosion of gore, he was rewarded by the grasshopper corpse turning rainbow-colored, and then in the next instant, shattering into a million little pieces and sinking into the ground, vanishing from sight. Of course they are illusions. You were told it is using illusions, he grumbled under his breath as he spread his mana as thin as possible and enveloped all the corpses he could see and sense. Then the next second the entire scene was filled with rainbow light, then nothing but the slightly torn-up forest, no grasshopper, but a very confused Lucky sitting in the middle. Sam just sat down next to the confused Lucky with a huff and began petting the wolf. After trying to ignore his blunder, Sam took a breather and continued on his journey, while lambasting himself for forgetting that he was dealing with an illusion-using monster. Though at least he now knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was in the correct place. He took hold of part of his mana and expelled it from his body, trying to spread it as thin as possible while still keeping it connected to himself. Sam knew from his inherited memories that illusions could be broken. Few and far were those that couldn't, and most of those were either cast by legendary mages or anchored to artifacts deep in ancient ruins. When he judged that the mana was spread far enough from him in a crude globe, he paused for a second, then began to vibrate the mana in the surrounding cloud. To his dismay, the scene of the forest rushing past him shattered, and he found himself back in a very familiar field, with a very confused Lucky sitting in the middle and watching him with concern. "Phoo." He sighed and began rolling up, metaphorically, his sleeves. "This is going to take a while." Sam's second attempt went almost the same. He shot off towards his direction with the cloud of illusion-disrupting mana already primed, yet the moment he activated it, he found himself back in the clearing. Just to make sure he wasn't imagining and holding to the adage that, if you can't repeat it, it ain't science. He did 2 more times, exactly the same. And his experiments were validated. Took exactly the same time to break the illusion and find himself back in the empty field. Then he went out without the disruption field and just kept rushing ahead, pumping his body enhancement to the maximum. However, after a few minutes, he noticed something that he overlooked the first time. Some trees were repeating themselves. "Oh, look, this is the second time I've seen that flower," Sam remarked to himself as he slowed down and stopped in front of a simple yellow flower resembling a marigold. With a quiet sigh, he activated his disruption field and found himself back in the clearing, with a very confused Lucky, who watched him with a tilted head and a tongue lolling out. For the next hour, he tried several ways to escape the situation. He tried going super fast, super slow, tried it backward, sideways, even zigzagging, but nothing worked. He tried going back towards the Candle Rock, but even when he tried to leave the place, he still found himself back in the clearing where he fought the illusionary grasshoppers. He tried staying in the clearing and disrupting the illusion by stretching his mana even further, but the only thing that happened was that he heard a small noise, akin to a crystal globe shattering, and nothing more. Afterwards, the way out was still blocked by the illusion. Sam even tried going out, as if heading towards his goal, and then just unleashing some devastating attacks. The only response to that was a giant army of grasshoppers swarming him and the burning forest around him. While Sam appreciated the opportunity to practice and hone his sword skills, it was not the goal he was aiming for. So, feeling a little frustrated, he let out a yell and charged into the horde of grasshoppers with Lucky at his side. He made sure his stance was solid, but otherwise he kept spamming his skills, trying to get a true feel for them, practicing with them, and so on. Lucky was just having fun. For half an hour after getting almost killed by a kaiju-sized grasshopper and quickly shattering the illusions, he logged out, took a water break, and tried to organize the information he acquired into something resembling a form. Luckily, by the time he returned to the game, he had something approaching a game plan. He continued as he did before, trying different things, charging this and that way, shooting off attacks at random things, pretending to be getting angry. A few times, just for the fun of it, he redid the attack of grasshopper scenario. He found it rather therapeutic. But finally, after several hours of fruitless action, he felt he was ready. It was a risky move, but based on the hints and information he gathered from his inherited memories, and his actual knowledge of mythology and somewhat dubious knowledge he gained from reading all those Iski and gaming novels. For a moment, he closed his eyes, resisted the temptation to check the skill level-up notifications, as he knew the system took that into account when determining results and enemy strength, even the final reward sometimes, then opened them. And for the last time he rushed off, directly towards his goal, burning enough mana to make a lot of mages jealous. Then, just as Sam did so many tries previously, he reached inside himself, grasped the mana circulating there, drew out a good chunk of it, and using the by now routine ability, and with a small twist of his mana, shattered the illusionary world around him. Sam found himself back in the clearing, still as he left it, though with a few more craters and scars. Lucky was again back in the middle, watching him confusedly. The poor thing had no idea what was going on. Then Sam started on his plan. "What the hell? What the frick is going on?" he exclaimed, acting as angry as he could be, while stomping around, making sure that his mana was churning around him, showcasing his anger. He continued to do this for a few minutes, angrily jumping and stomping around the clearing without any aim. Then, after completing a circle around the now worried Lucky, he stealthily reached inside his inventory and retrieved the sparkliscale powder he purchased just in case and began to prepare it. Sparkliscale powder came from grinding down scales of the sparkliscale mollusk, which could be found in certain seas, but could be bred pretty easily anywhere, with some know-how. Their scaled shell was pretty good at disrupting magic, and if the sparkliscale mollusk was allowed to mature, that disruption turned into outright magic resistance. They were pretty hard enemies to defeat for mages. Slowly, under the cover of his churning mana, he separated a tiny thread of mana and enveloped the small leather bag in his hands that contained the powder, holding it as if it was a snow globe. Still continuing his angry stomp through the clearing, and when he was in the middle with Lucky jumping out of his way with a small yelp, he suddenly stopped, and with a flex of his will, shot the globe of mana containing the bag of sparkler-scale powder, and with another exertion of his will detonated the bag over the clearing. Instantly, sparkling powder began falling on the clearing like snow, and with his senses cranked up to 11, he could immediately feel the illusionary construct around him waver. Yet he knew it wasn't the same as when Sam did the same with his own mana. After all, he was rather amateurish with his attempts, and the scale powder was permanent, and one would defend against it differently than against simple mana disruptions. His hope was that the monster was originally from the area and had no knowledge of the intricacies of the deep-sea mollusk lives. And as he reigned in his own churning mana, while slowly petting Lucky as he sat practically on his legs, he looked around and couldn't help but let out a satisfied smile as his eyes zeroed on an area near the edge of the clearing next to a most stereotypical tree stump that Sam had ever seen. A note from the author. Many of Sam's abilities have improved, but rather than listing every minor change, here is a summary of his current progress. Character sheet. Solar. In-game name *Sam. Level *17. Title *Magical Genius. Health *200. Mana *1140. Mana regeneration *8 per second. Attributes. Strength *10. Dexterity *12. Agility *11. Vitality *10. Magic *19. Perception *15. Endurance *13. Wisdom *15. Luck *11. Major abilities. Advanced mana control. Sam has reached an advanced understanding of mana manipulation. His spells consume less mana, his control is far more precise, and his natural mana regeneration is exceptional. Mana shield. A powerful magical barrier that protects him from physical attacks while becoming increasingly efficient to maintain. Mana sense. Sam can sense magical energy, detect enchantments, and perceive hidden magical influences around him. Mana well. His body produces and stores mana far beyond what should be possible, greatly amplifying the benefits of his magical talent. Combat skills. Intermediate sword mastery. A skilled swordsman capable of combining martial ability with magic. Mana slash. Channels mana through his weapon to strengthen sword attacks. Mana strike. Empowers physical blows with magical force. Mana body enhancement. Temporarily increases speed, strength, and agility during combat. Magic. Sam possesses a growing collection of utility and elemental spells, including the ability to create light, fire, water, earth, and wind magic. His magical vision allows him to observe the flow of mana itself. Shadow magic grants him the ability to hide within darkness when necessary. Utility abilities. Meditation. A highly refined meditation technique that rapidly restores mana. Deep meditation greatly enhances this recovery after prolonged focus. Discernment. Allows Sam to estimate the strength and magical power of others. Grimoire. A magical tome that automatically records every spell, rune, and magical discovery he learns. Spirit companion. Spirit link. Sam shares a powerful bond with his spirit companion, allowing them to sense each other's location and condition while growing stronger together. Crafting. Journeyman runecarver. Capable of creating and understanding magical runes and enchantments. Languages. Sam has learned the basics of several ancient races' languages, including Dwarven, Elven, and Dark Elven. Companion. Lucky. Juvenile shadow spirit wolf. A rare spirit beast companion born from shadow and magic. Lucky naturally controls mana and shadows, strengthens his allies through his mysterious aura of fortune, and fights alongside Sam as both protector and friend. Current evaluation. At only level 17, Sam has already earned the title of Magical Genius ***. With extraordinary mana reserves, advanced magical control, solid swordsmanship, rune crafting talent, and the loyal companionship of a shadow spirit wolf, he continues to grow into one of the most promising young mages of his generation. Chapter 29. The stump was like every stump that ever existed. It was so generic that it looked positively wrong in a game that strived for such perfection in graphical fidelity. It was as if somebody placed a stump from a game from the past into Magic Unbound. The look just didn't fit. Despite that and the odd thoughts it generated in his head, Sam's attention wasn't on the stump, but on the presence next to said stump. A presence which before now had been invisible, but now the outlines were slowly emerging thanks to the slowly falling silvery mollusk powder. It was an odd shape, and thanks to it being well invisible, Sam couldn't make out much, but at least he could see that it had antennae, or very weird hair. He stood there silently, hiding his triumph, and stared at the monster just as the monster stared at him. Despite not seeing the being's eyes, he could feel their intense gaze on him. Slowly, the silvery powder finished falling, settling on the ground on him and Lucky, the wolf sneezing and setting off clouds of sparkle-scale explosion with it, and on the monster. Sadly, even with that, he couldn't even tell what kind of monster it was. Slowly, he readied his magic, just let it brim under his skin, his mana shield almost shining with the potential of the mana he was channeling into it, and his hand was almost white from gripping the handle of his sword. Sam didn't want to fight. He didn't need to fight, and he was pretty sure if he tried to fight it directly, he would die within a second. This was at least a boss-level monster. You needed to be either overpowered beyond belief or with a group to defeat it. But that was him. The monster could still decide to kill him. As he was ruminating about the possibility of a solo boss fight and glancing around the clearing looking for spots to hide behind or otherwise use for the fight, and finding almost none, a quiet sound was heard. A sniff, then a musical voice, gentle but with an undercurrent of steel. It was as if a zither came to life, which Sam only recognized because one of his friends decided one year to really get into zithers, and decided that from now on it would be capable of speaking. So crude, child of man. Before Sam could even open his mouth to answer, the form next to the malformed stump shimmered, the sparkle-scale powder lifting off of it falling to the ground, and finally revealing the monster. "It's a cricket," was Sam's only thought. "A giant fricking cricket." It stood on two legs, which looked exactly like one would expect a cricket's legs to look like, but weirdly humanized, yet not. Its body, colored black with red accents, was covered by a weird yellow shawl, almost see-through, yet not. Its hands were segmented like an insect's, yet ended in weirdly segmented but human-like hands. On its head were antennae jutting up high in the air, and one of them had a cute yellow bow on it. Its face was the weirdest. Instead of an insect's face, it was like someone mixed human and insect together but moved the slider towards human more. It had a mouth, nose, eyes, and even a slight chin, yet the teeth were sharp, almost shark-like, and the eyes were giant, and it had no sclera, instead it was all yellow. Sunshine yellow. It wasn't the weirdest monster he had seen in his inherited memories, but Sam had to say it was up there. "Oh my, so forceful with your gaze, child of man," she spoke again, turning away slightly, acting demurely. "I think I might fear for my innocence." There was a silence following that, and Sam could only hear crickets in the background. Throwing a deadpan gaze at the monster, he spoke up. "Really?" The giant cricket monster turned back, and with a slight smirk on her face, based on the voice, answered, "I stay true to my roots, child of man." Then her entire demeanor shifted. Gone was the playful smile, or airy personality. Instead, it was replaced by a look hard as a diamond and a threatening aura. "Why have you come to my little slice of paradise? Why have you wrought destruction on my beautiful creations? Why should I not erase your pitiful song from this world? Answer me, child of man." Taken aback by the rapid change, Sam took a moment to consider the questions. Fighting was absolutely out of the question. Now that she wasn't hiding anymore, he could feel the monster's monstrous mana. He would be squashed in seconds, just as he suspected. So he did the only thing he could. He bowed, "My apologies, your majesty." A flash of humor ran through her face, but in an instant the cold look was back. "I'm no monarch, child of man." "Understood, ma'am," he replied, swallowing hard. "I'm here looking for an artifact to lift a curse most foul." "A curse most foul, you say," came the melodic words from the monster. "And you need my adorable self for this artifact. How curious." "No, ma'am," spoke up Sam before the monster could get the wrong idea. "Oh, do elaborate, child of man," came the calm order, though Sam was relieved to hear that the threatening steel was finally absent from her voice. "I'm looking for something called Chalice of Restraint. It can be used to safely remove the curse from the person afflicted with it. According to my sources, it is hidden around here." Sam hoped his honesty would allow him to continue on his journey, and as he carefully watched the monster, he knew he made the right decision. "I see," said the monster, slowly considering his words, tilting her head slightly and putting one hand up to her face with the other supporting the first hand. "A very picture of a fine lady. And was I hindering in your journey, child of man?" "Not really, ma'am." There was no answer, only the monster's stare, so he hastily continued. "My source, an old ranger, has asked me to check up on the area, as it is considered valuable, historically, to the city. Your existence came up in our discussion." "And what did this old ranger ask you to do with my exquisite form?" came the cheeky question as the monster ran her hand over her body. "Nothing nefarious, I assure you. He simply wanted to make sure that the area with the ironwood trees is healthy and hale. No mention of extermination was made." Ahem. Sam watched as the giant cricket considered him and his words. They stood there in silence, occasionally broken by Lucky, who was playing in the silvery powder as if it was snow. Finally, the monster nodded. "I believe you, child of man." Sam's shoulder might have sagged a little hearing that, and based on the smirk on the monster's face, she saw it. "Then I think we should part here, ma'am. I don't want to trouble you with my presence any longer." One hand moved onto her chin, and she shot him a mischievous smile, causing a shiver to go down his spine. "I don't think so." "Excuse me." The monster just ignored his question and continued to talk. "I'd like to see this mysterious artifact." Sam could feel the dread pooling in his stomach. "What?" There wasn't any answer. Instead, the monster began glowing with eerie purple light, and before Sam could blink more than a few times, the giant cricket standing on two legs was gone from his sight, to be replaced by a normal cricket sitting on the weird stump, albeit red and black and slightly bigger than the average cricket. Sam could only stare at it. "It is an odd feeling, but I suppose that's where whimsy took me today," came the melodic sound from the cricket on the stump, accompanied by a zither-like giggle. Sam just sighed. Then, with a powerful jump, the cricket vaulted on top of his head. She spent a few moments getting comfortable, with Sam feeling some kind of magic anchoring her to his head before exclaiming, "Onward, noble steed. Let us enjoy the songs of adventure." Sam stood there silently, trying to calculate how much success he would have convincing the monster that could crush him with a swipe of her finger to not come with him. He came up with 0. "However, I will not fight your fights for you, child of man. This is your adventure. I'm merely an observer." There was a slight pause, and Sam could feel the smirk on her face. "Do be entertaining, though. I have been somewhat bored as of late." Sam looked up at the sky, looking for some kind of divine help, but neither the gods nor the developers appeared, though one of the clouds looked suspiciously like a smiley face. Finally, he just shrugged and spoke up. "My name is Sam." After gaining an impromptu observer for the rest of his quest, Sam spent a few minutes taking stock of his equipment, making sure nothing was too damaged. Spent a few minutes patting Lucky's head, then squared his shoulders, and once again stepped on the path that he tried so many times before. Thankfully, this time he couldn't feel the subtle shifts of an illusion constraining him, although the cricket noises were still there. Trying to ignore it, he turned his attention to something else. Now that his battle was over, he could finally review his gains, and boy, were there a lot of screens. Thankfully, the game was nice enough to consolidate the notices, and he wasn't bombarded with every little thing. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 19. Gained 4 unassigned attribute points. Gained 2 mag points for your extensive and creative use of magic. Gained AGI Dex, N for going beyond what your body is capable of. Before continuing, he quickly opened his status screen and added 2 points to vitality and 2 to strength, just to make sure he was balanced. Name, Sam Solar. Level 19, 37%. Title, Magical Genius. HP, 240-240. MP, 1105-1260. SDR, 12. Dex, 13. AGI, 12. VIT, 12. End, 14. Per, 15. Mag, 21. WIS, 15. Luck, 11. I really need to do something about my HP, he scowled as he carefully bounded through the forest towards his goal. Next came the skill gains. Advanced Mana Control is now level 10. Thanks to keeping the flow of your mana during a stressful time, you gain the subskill, Stable Mana Control. Stable Mana Control, level 010, 0%. Passive decreases the chance of outside forces disrupting your control over your own mana. Mana Shield is now level 26. Controlled Mana Shield is now level 8. Sustained Mana Shield is now level 4. Mana Sense is now level 20. Pushing your senses to the limit, you gain the sub-skill Detailed Mana Sense. Detailed Mana Sense, level max, passive, the feedback from your Mana Sense is much more detailed. It also enhances information-gathering skills. Focused Mana Sense is level 5. Mana Synergy is now level 6. Sam checked the subskill with a satisfying feeling. Detailed Mana Sense was an excellent supporting skill that would pay dividends later down the line when intricate mana works would become the norm. Some of his spells also leveled up, mainly Wind Blade and Earth Wall, as he made use of them generously during the fight against the horde of giant grasshoppers. They respectively reached level 5 and 7 during the battle. There were not many gains in any of his other spells, but Mana Strike shot up to 8 and Mana Slash was maxed out, gaining him another subskill. Mana Strike is now level 8. Mana Slash is now level 10. Using your mana efficiently and creatively, you gain the subskill Efficient Mana Slash. Efficient Mana Slash, level 05, 0%. Passive, thanks to your familiarity and efficiency in the use of the skill, it requires much less mana to execute a Mana Slash. Decreased the cost of the spell by 10% per level. Aside from that, Mage Sight only gained a level as he barely used it, knowing that looking at illusions at his level would be beyond useless, while Mana Body Enhancement also shot up. Mana Body Enhancement is now level 17. Battling with a pet was always nice, and it increased his connection with Lucky, but sadly, no new subskill was created from it. Though Lucky managed to gain a few levels, now sitting at a respectable level 9. He stopped for a moment, took a look around, checking to see if the landmarks guiding him were still where he left them, and of course, he also checked if he was in an illusion. Thankfully, the only thing that happened when he used his magic to disrupt any potential illusions around was that the monster sitting on his head let out a musical huff. Not even commenting, he began running once again. He wanted to be done with the quest as fast as possible. While keeping an eye on the forest, though with the monster snugly on his head, there was little chance that any other monster would attack him, he turned his remaining attention back to the notification screens. Multitasking is now level 28. Efficiency is now level 4. Pinpoint accuracy is now level 5. Intermediate sword mastery is now level 9. Stable stance is now level 3. Calm heart is now level 10. Then came some of the most interesting ones. Shadow cloak is now level 9. You successfully broke through with 2 skills. Basic footwork has reached level 10 and can be upgraded into intermediate footwork. However, thanks to dipping your feet into the shadows, you are capable of upgrading the skill into shadow footwork. Upgrading it into shadow footwork will leave you with the abilities granted by basic footwork, but you will not be able to learn intermediate footwork and above, locking you into the path of shadows. Upgrade into intermediate footwork or shadow footwork. Sam didn't even hesitate. Basic footwork has been upgraded into shadow footwork. Shadow footwork, level 050%. Passive, you have mastered the basics of footwork. Your stance is stable and hidden in the shadows. Observers will have a harder time figuring out your next action based on the movement of your feet. When traveling in shadows, your speed increases. Grants the Shadow Burst skill. Shadow Burst, level 010%. Active, activating the skill will increase your speed by 100% for 1 second. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Nodding in satisfaction, he only gave a cursory read of the other skill that broke through. Basic breathing technique has reached level 10 and upgraded into intermediate breathing technique. Intermediate breathing technique, level 0%. Passive, you gain control over your breathing. The very air you breathe sustains you, decreases stamina consumption during any activity, and increases stamina regeneration when not in a fight. Sadly, none of them granted sub-skills. Not that he expected them to, they were basic skills that only the truly talented, or those under specific teachers, got sub-skills for basic footwork and basic breathing technique. And Sam was nowhere near talented enough for that or able to approach those teachers. But instead of feeling sad, he was happy. After all, he had new skills to check out. Thanks to your accomplishment, you gained the skill Illusion Resistance. Illusion Resistance, 0%. Passive, thanks to your experience, you gained resistance against illusions. Makes it easier to resist and spot illusions. Each level increases the resistance by 1%. Thanks to your accomplishment, you gain the skill Mana Disruption. Mana Disruption, 0%. Active, using your finely honed control over your mana, you can disrupt mana constructs. Mana cost depends on the mana construct you are disrupting. Two very nice spells that will definitely come in handy, especially the resistance skill. They were wicked hard to acquire. For example, the easiest way to get the fire resistance skill was by executing a ritual in a volcano. Apparently, the monster on his head, currently whistling an unknown song, whose name he still didn't know, was a masterful enough illusion user that Sam noticing the illusion was enough of an accomplishment to get the skill. Giving one last look at his status screen, Sam gave one rather satisfied nod, closed it, and began pumping his legs. He could see the trunks of the trees slowly changing into that of ironwood trees, as well as the mountain coming closer. It was time for the next leg of his journey. A note from the author: Sam has grown considerably stronger since his last status update. His magical abilities, combat skills, and bond with his companion have all advanced to a new level. Character sheet. Solar. In-game name *Sam. Level **19. Title *Magical Genius. Health *240. Mana *1260. Mana regeneration *9 per second. Attributes: Strength 12, Dexterity 12, Agility 11, Vitality 12, Magic 21, Perception 15, Endurance 13, Wisdom 15, Luck 11. Magical Mastery. Sam's control over mana has reached a new stage. His advanced mana manipulation greatly improves spell efficiency, lowers mana consumption, and grants extraordinary mana regeneration. His mana shield remains one of his strongest defensive abilities, while his sharpened mana sense can detect magical energy and hidden enchantments with remarkable detail. His mana well continues to amplify his magical growth, allowing his mana reserves to increase at an exceptional rate. Combat Magic. Sam's magical combat abilities have improved significantly. He can empower both his body and his weapon with mana, greatly increasing his offensive capabilities. His Mana Slash technique has been fully mastered, while Mana Strike and Mana Body Enhancement have become considerably stronger. He has also learned Mana Disruption, a technique capable of interfering with enemy magical constructs. Elemental magic now includes offensive wind and defensive earth spells, giving him greater versatility in battle. Shadow Magic. Sam's affinity with shadows continues to grow. Shadow Cloak allows him to conceal himself within darkness. His newly acquired Shadow Footwork improves both stealth and mobility, while Shadow Burst grants an explosive burst of speed during combat. Utility Abilities. Meditation and Deep Meditation provide exceptional mana recovery. Discernment allows him to estimate the strength and magical power of others. His grimoire automatically records every magical discovery, spell, and rune he learns. Physical Training. Sam has become a far more capable swordsman. His swordsmanship, accuracy, movement, and breathing techniques have all improved, allowing him to fight longer and strike with greater precision. His calm heart grants strong mental composure, while growing resistance to illusions helps protect him against deceptive magic. Spirit Companion. Sam's bond with his spirit companion continues to deepen. Their connection allows them to sense one another across great distances and grow stronger together. Rune Crafting. As a journeyman runecarver, Sam continues to improve his understanding of magical runes and enchantments. Companion. Lucky. Juvenile Shadow Spirit Wolf. Level 9. Lucky has grown considerably stronger alongside Sam. As a rare spirit beast, he naturally commands both mana and shadows, grants fortune to his allies, and possesses a unique spirit shadow body that makes him an exceptional companion in both exploration and battle. Current Evaluation. At level 19, Sam has firmly established himself as an extraordinary young mage. Combining immense magical reserves, advanced mana control, skilled swordsmanship, shadow magic, rune crafting, and the loyal support of his shadow spirit wolf, he has become a versatile and dangerous adventurer whose true potential is only beginning to emerge. Chapter 30. As Sam ran through the forest, surrounded by giant ironwood trees and some sparse underbrush, he couldn't help but get a little nervous. The first obstacle for the quest was a monster that he had no hope of defeating. He imagined that if a player with a guild got it, they would be still there, trying to figure out how to win against the boss. I wonder how long it would take them to consider talking with the monster. He mused as he tried to find that one specific tree that the old ranger told him about while ignoring the cricket on his head, who, for some reason, was humming. He slowed down, throttling his speed back from an all-out sprint to a leisurely jog as his head was on a swivel, trying to spot a literal tree in the forest. Sam slowed to walk and then engaged all his sensory skills. According to the old man, the tree had a symbol on it, and it probably still contained some mana which would help him find it. Slowly his walk stopped, and he stood at the edge of a regular clearing, with closed eyes and his senses stretched to the limits, trying to spot a minuscule amount of a very specific concentration of mana. With a giant cricket on his head that was still humming, he felt the mana in the air, in the trees, in the vegetation, and in the ground. He felt as great clumps of mana moved around animals and monsters, mostly away from him and his impromptu passenger. Sam at first excluded the ground, slowly but surely twisting his senses, so that the information that came back to him didn't tell him anything about the ground he stood on. With that, he had more mana available to gather information about the rest of the targets. He slowly wound the mana in a pattern that somehow made sense, and in an instant, the monsters and animals vanished from his senses. Then Sam took a little breather, waiting for his reserves to fill up, trying to find his objective but coming up short. Not at all perturbed, he continued with his manipulations of the skill. Mana moved upon his command and was twisted into shapes which were further linked together, in turn creating bigger shapes. It was almost beyond his ability to coherently describe it to anybody else. The mana manipulation was such a unique, and most importantly, alien sense that even years into the future people would struggle to adequately define it to anybody who didn't use it. not to mention those who went beyond what the skills in the game provided and tried to manipulate the very mana in the game. There were rumors, but it was said that more than one person went mad due to the phenomenon. He ignored all those feelings, fully focusing on the mana and the feedback it was providing. The ground and the fauna were already excluded, so the next thing on his to-do list was the underbrush and any other vegetation that wasn't a tree. Slowly, the mana sense skill cohered into a new shape, and the only thing he could see with his mind's eye were the giant trees towering over them. Unfortunately, he was in a forest where there were a lot of trees. Thankfully, he had an answer to that. Carefully extending his hand, Sam touched the nearest tree, one of the famous ironwoods, and channeled a minuscule amount of mana into it. He delicately circulated the mana in the tree, following the veins in it from the roots to the treetops to every leaf, then back to his hand, getting familiar with the tree's mana signature. Sam spent a small amount of time getting to know the signature, memorizing it. It was rather simple thanks to it being a tree. Then slowly he removed his hand from the tree and returned his focus to his mana sense. Slowly, using his own mana, he began to construct the mana signature of the ironwood tree into his spell. He failed. The spell fizzled out, and the mana sense with all the filters built into it came crashing down on him, causing him to stagger back cursing in a low voice, while the cricket was chortling on his head, her laughter like bells tinkling. He ignored her, then tried it again. First the exclusion of the ground, then the animals and monsters, then the flora, and finally he began to construct the mana signature of the ironwood again. He failed again. And again, it was annoying, especially the needling laugh of his unwanted passenger, so he tried again. 2 hours later, Sam was mentally exhausted. The cricket was still chortling, and he was on the brink of logging out and going to sleep for days before trying again. He knew it was possible. He, or rather the other Sam, read the accounts from the high-rated mages. Granted, their explanations at the time made no sense to the other Sam, but to him, it made some sense. The shapes of the mana just moved in a way that made sense to him. Even if his life depended on it, he couldn't explain how it made sense to him, but it did. Finally, scrounging up his last remaining concentration, he began shaping the mana. Slowly and carefully, he took hold of each grain of mana, and one after another put them into place. And the shape of the ironwood tree in the abstract took shape in his mana sense skill. There was no warning. Instead, the skill clicked, and one moment he could sense all trees and the next only the ironwood trees. Thankfully, he was at the edge of the true ironwood forest, so he wasn't overwhelmed with choices. Quickly, before the very delicate mana construct could shatter, he focused and began looking for the symbol. It was a hidden symbol, used by the rangers of old to denote areas of importance. The new generation of guardians used the same symbols to protect the areas where the true ironwood trees resided against deforestation. Occasionally, they ventured there to get a few samples for some important people, but people mostly had to be content with the young forests around Ironwood City. Eyes still closed, feeling something on the periphery of his senses, Sam began to slowly walk forward, hands held out to avoid bumping into something. After a few minutes of bumbling, ignoring the cricket's laughter, he finally arrived at the spot he was aiming for. Letting go of the spell, feeling as if a giant weight had been lifted off his body, Sam sighed deeply and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a giant ironwood tree, covered by moss around the roots and high up a mysterious symbol, slightly glowing to his mage sight. The second thing was, of course, the notification screens. Advanced mana control is now level 15. Stable mana control is now level 4. Thanks to your miraculous effort, mana sense has reached level 25. Thanks to pushing your senses to their absolute maximum, again, you gain the sub-skill Natural Sensor. Natural Sensor, level max passive, you are a natural sensor. Your sensing range, detail, and every other attribute are increased. Mana cost of sensing skills is decreased, grants the Flow skill. Flow, level 0, 100, 0%. Passive, thanks to being a natural sensor, you can read the flow of mana. Increases your stability and the bonuses any movement or martial arts skill provides by 1% per level in the skill. Ignoring the sassy system, Sam couldn't help the wide smile appearing on his face. Getting the natural sensor skill was something he never expected. In his inherited memories, the other Sam only knew one person who had that. And that person was somebody who was raised by a guild of mages attempting to create the perfect mage years after the start of the game. And while they bragged about the skill, they kept the details about acquiring it to themselves. However, getting the skill also meant something different to Sam. The other Sam was never talented enough with mana to get even close to what Sam had achieved. He had the theoretical knowledge, of course, but he could have never done what Sam had just done. This meant that Sam was different, which helped with the low-level issue that had been simmering in the back of his mind for a long time. He was different from the person he had inherited the body from. He wasn't the other Sam with some memories. He was a new Sam. With memories from a particular timeline, but he wasn't that person. It strangely helped with his sorta imposter syndrome that had been bubbling under the surface. Sam would have to think further about it, but for now, he was somewhat reassured. Feeling, once again, as if a slight weight had been lifted from his shoulders, he returned his attention to the rest of the screens in front of him. Intermediate breathing technique is now level 1. Calm heart is now level 15. Multitasking is now level 34. Efficiency is now level 6. Mana synergy is now level 7. He was a little disappointed that mana well didn't level up, but it probably needed a little more usage of mana. Thanks to his monstrous mana regeneration, he was never in danger of running out of mana. Looking back up at the symbol high up on the tree, he directed his mana sense at it, marveling at how detailed and easy it was to use. As if after looking around with bad eyes, he was suddenly given prescription glasses. Concentrating on the faint mana signature in the symbol, he reached out and looked for the others that would lead him to his final destination. Finding one, he nodded, ignored the monster's complaint, and began calmly walking. Sam spent a better part of several hours hopping from tree to tree, following the symbols high up in the air like some kind of demented treasure hunt. I mean, it's kinda treasure hunt if you squint, he mused as he felt what was probably the last symbol. It was much bigger and held much more mana than the previous ones. Even the terrain was changing. Mirroring his approach to the bandit hideout, the rocks and stone on the ground were multiplying, though here the trees weren't thinning. Ironwood trees didn't really care where they grew, be it plains, hills, or mountainsides. Navigating the still thick forest, he arrived in front of the last tree, marked with the biggest symbol. He spent a minute looking up at the symbol, raised high by the passing time, then nodded and began walking around the trunk of the tree until he stood across from a small crack in the mountainside, with an old, weathered, moss-covered stone marked with the same symbol, though lacking the mana imbued in it, which made sense. Stone held mana much worse than living beings like trees. The crack, according to the old ranger back in Ironwood City, the last time he saw it was a proper hole with an arch and everything. Apparently, nature and time didn't much care for what man had wrought. Instead of heading in immediately, he simply sought a dry spot near the crack, set up his tent, and spent a minute feeding Lucky, who spent the entire time he wandered through the forest in his shadow, patiently watching. Sam thought that the loyal wolf deserved a little pampering. The cricket finally hopped off his head and began looking around the clearing curiously. He just sat in front of his tent, playing with Lucky, who was on his back, tongue out and in pure bliss. Finally, the cricket, looking up at the giant ironwood tree with the biggest symbol, spoke up. Fascinating. Sam just continued to pet the wolf. You're supposed to ask what is fascinating, child of man, came the pouting call from the cricket. Sam sighed. What is fascinating, ma'am? The cricket immediately perked up. I'm glad you asked, child of man, this mana, it is familiar. Now that managed to raise Sam's head. Oh, how so? I don't know, came the reply, and Sam could hear the frustration in her voice. If we go by tropes, she is probably the familiar of an ancient ranger or druid or protector, or maybe the last owner of the chalice, he thought, but didn't speak up. Neither did the cricket. Instead, it continued to hop around the crack, checking out things while Sam pampered the dog. Looking up at the sky, he saw it was quickly darkening. Nodding to himself, he set up a proper camp. Then, after making sure that the cricket wouldn't eat him while sleeping, he crawled into his sleeping bag and logged out. The moment Sam pulled off the helmet, He rushed to the bathroom, had a quick shower, then fell into his bed fast asleep, mentally and physically tired beyond belief. The next morning he was still a little off, so he took his time to do his exercise routine, had a nice breakfast, watched the news, and did a little cleaning. Then, with a heavy heart, sat down in front of his computer and began checking the news. The troll hunt was still ongoing. The guild wars it generated dominated the news. Everyone wanted that skill book. Everyone. That gives me an idea. Turning his attention to other news, he checked the popularity with a little trepidation, and he was rewarded by a nice statistics graphic on the game's website that proudly proclaimed how many people are playing the game. Scowling, he checked his bank account and smiled a little when he saw how much the shares he bought were worth. At least that's nice. Sam went through his list of important people, checking up on them on the internet. The streamers were easy. Summer Rose was gaining followers ever since he directed her towards the unique class, and other currently beginner streamers were gaining ground. Soon, much sooner than he expected, he would have to start networking. Getting on the ground floor in this was vital to his plans. As for his enemies, he was making very detailed notes on them. After he was done with that, he spent a little time just spending time on the internet, still finding the new world's internet culture fascinating. Sadly, he had to stop, as he had a pseudo-dungeon to run. Reluctantly, he stood up from the computer and laid down and put on the helmet, ready for whatever was inside that mountain. Character sheet update. Solar Sam. Level 19, title, Magical Genius Asterisk. Solar has grown significantly stronger since his last adventure. His health has increased to asterisk 240 asterisk, while his mana pool has reached asterisk 1, 260 asterisk asterisk. Thanks to his incredible mastery over magic, his mana regeneration has climbed to an astonishing asterisk 15 mana per second asterisk asterisk. His greatest improvement lies in his control over mana. Advanced mana control has reached a new level, making his spells more efficient and far more stable. His mana sense has fully matured, granting him exceptional awareness of magical energy and unlocking a new passive ability known as asterisk flow asterisk, which enhances both movement and combat techniques. His magical arsenal continues to expand. Wind Blade and Earth Wall have become reliable combat spells. Mana Slash has reached mastery, and he has learned Mana Disruption asterisk asterisk, a technique capable of interfering with enemy magic. His mana body enhancement has also grown stronger, greatly boosting his physical abilities during battle. Solar's shadow magic has taken a major step forward. Shadow Cloak has improved considerably, while 2 new shadow abilities have been unlocked. Shadow Footwork allows him to move more naturally through darkness, and Shadow Burst grants a brief but explosive increase in speed. His swordsmanship has also advanced. His accuracy has reached an exceptional level, giving him a greater chance to strike through an opponent's defenses. His breathing and footwork techniques have matured, improving both stamina and overall combat performance. Outside of combat, Solar's calm mind, meditation, and multitasking abilities continue to improve, allowing him to train more efficiently and recover mana at remarkable speeds. His loyal companion, the juvenile shadow spirit wolf, has reached asterisk asterisk level 9 asterisk and continues to provide its unique gifts of luck, shadow manipulation, and instinctive mana control. Overall, Solar has become a well-rounded magical swordsman, combining powerful mana control, deadly sword techniques, shadow magic, and a loyal spirit companion as he prepares for the challenges and treasures waiting ahead. Chapter 31, Interlude 2. Immediately after logging in, she made sure to check her ensemble in the mirror of the room she was renting. Seeing everything was in place and wardrobe malfunction was not possible. She wasn't one of those bathtub streamers. Her blue hair was still blue, and even her limited makeup was still in one place. She nodded and turned towards the table in the middle of the room. The room itself was nothing special, though thanks to her connections, which themselves were the result of her completing the quest she received. She could afford to rent one of the more expensive inns, with wide rooms, quality beds, and actual baths. It cost some money to rent it, but she felt it was worth it. Nonetheless, she wasn't shy about making use of the opportunities to make money, thus being able to stream much more interesting things than the other streamers. Her popularity was climbing at a steady pace, though she was realistic enough to realize some of it was because she was a girl streamer, but she couldn't do much about that. On the table were several curious objects, a small box-like object, made of bluish-silver crystalline matter with several parts made of metal, three semi-spherical objects made from the same bluish-silver matter, and a spear with the head of the spear made from the same material. She first took the small box, slipped it into an equally sized satchel that hung on her belt, and instantly a notification screen lit up in front of her. Energy shield activated. Crystalline energy, matrix integrity 89%. Nodding to herself, making a note to herself to do some maintenance on the battery, she raised her left arm and poked at her very normal-looking bracelet. Instantly, she was greeted by a holographic screen showing 3 lines. Crystalline drone number 16, activate. Crystalline drone number 27, activate. Crystalline drone number 34, activate. Without hesitating, she touched the screen 3 times and the lines vanished, replaced by an hourglass. Moving her attention from the small screen to the table, she watched with a satisfied smile as the remaining spherical artifacts on it shivered. Then a small blue light flashed through them, and slowly but surely began to hover about the table. A second later, their awkward hovering was replaced by a much more confident hovering, accompanied by a slight hum that always comforted her. The drones were rather cute, in her opinion. They were each the size of a medium medicine ball made of 2 bigger parts. Their brains were composed of a bluish-silver spherical crystal material that she used her power on, basically programming them. And the spherical material was held in a cradle of metal that had a small but cute face designed on it, while 2 little stubs of metal with their own tiny balls of crystal hovered next to the drone as arms. It had taken her several iterations before she was satisfied with their cuteness and functionality. And based on her fans' reactions and the multitude of fan art, she had made a good decision. One of the drones was for shooting at the enemy, another created somewhat solid shields on her prompting, and the last one created chains that immobilized, at most slowed them down. But she hoped with a few level-ups it would truly immobilize enemies. With the 3 drones hovering over her shoulder, dipping and bobbing, she took up the spear, which was also her creation. 1 part spear, 1 part magical foci. As of now, thanks to her obsession with getting the drones right, she could barely do more than a few magic missiles and such, but one of her contacts has mentioned they had a lead on a crystal-based spell book, so she was pretty pumped. Doing a final check, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes for a minute, then exhaled and activated her streaming app. Putting a blinding smile on her face, she exclaimed, "Hello, everyone. This is Summer Rose, and today we are going to check out that scary forest." As she headed towards the door, the drones following her, she began to read the comments and started answering her fans. All in all, she was feeling pretty good. Slathy, go for the middle one. The giant rabbit, now the size of a big child, didn't show any reaction that it had heard Stephen's order. Instead, the rabbit immediately opened his maw, with teeth almost the size of a child's forearm, and jumped at the lizard monster he indicated. Soon, their group was standing in the middle of the cavern, all around them corpses of the lizard monsters, while their pets and companions were either lazing around or curiously sniffing the corpses or the rock and detritus thrown around. After he became a team with Slather, Destroyer of Worlds, all of his friends decided that pets were cute, so why shouldn't they also get one? So excited at the opportunity, he took them back to the ranger who helped him, and after completing the quest to gather enough funds to pay the rangers to help them out, all of them got their own pets. Kim also got a rabbit, which made him happy as it allowed him to spend more time with her. Though based on some of the looks he was getting from his friends, he wasn't really hiding his intentions too well. Oh, well, Kim wasn't complaining, so he wouldn't say anything. The others got an assortment of other pets. Wolves, bears, some more rabbits, somebody got a falcon, and one guy got a snake. It was a very judgmental snake. Stephen felt judged every time the snake looked at him. Those eyes. As they walked out of the cave, bringing with them the spoils of their fights, they got to talking. "These animals are pretty great. I can't believe Stephen had such a good idea." "Hey, watch the name. Sorry, I mean cactus." Hell yeah, my bear is the cutest of them all, but you know what we should do? What? We should make a guild for people with animal companions. There was a moment of silence as everybody digested the proposal, and then the area was full of people talking. Apparently, everyone agreed. Stephen just walked with Slather next to him, hopping cheerfully, yet menacingly, forward and looked at his friends happily. A guild sounded awesome. Dave struck down with his halberd, listened to the satisfying crunch that the trolls had made, then looked over the battlefield. His elite kill team, empowered by the Life of Blood skill books, and the skill books that the Life of Blood skill books netted them, were going through the trolls like a scythe through fresh barley. It was a stroke of genius to create the team. It contained all his most loyal minions, all of them criminals for life, and he had enough dirt on them that none of them would even think about betraying him. The creation of the group was already paying dividends. Thanks to being a small group, a lot of other guilds thought them weak and tried to muscle into their farming territory. But thanks to the power of his elite team, they were all soundly defeated or stalled long enough for the rest of his group to arrive. As his team finished the last trolls, he spotted his assistant in rather stupid-looking mage robes walking towards him with a frown on his face. Probably not good news then, he thought, then called out to the man. What is it? We still can't find him, came the simple response. For a moment Dave was confused. Who? Solar? I still don't remember. The guy who could use the sword and magic at the same time and killed one of our quote-unquote bandit groups, his assistant explained patiently. Ah, why the hell not? He simply vanished. For a little while we could follow him in Ironwood, but then... I see, he mused, bringing up his hand to scratch his chin. Should I grow a badass beard? Should we continue to look for him? Dave thought about it a little but then shook his head. Nah, leave him be. He was a big shot then, but we are plenty strong, especially with the money rolling in. Understood, sir, his assistant replied, and based on the movement of his fingers, he was already sending messages. How are we with the income from the skill books? Dave asked, his mind back on the piles of gold they were raking in every day. There was a moment of silence as his assistant checked something, then he answered. Still holding around 7,000 gold coins. It fluctuates a little every time a bigger guild or workshop joins the game, but I think it won't go higher. And the gold farmers? Real money is traded currently for 10 to 15 gold. Dave worked over those statements in his head, doing a little math, then looked over the battlefield and his men as they were harvesting the trolls. They weren't just valuable for their drops, but even for their bodies. Sadly, they were getting fewer and fewer experience points for killing them, and they killed them too fast. Their respawn timer was just too long. They would probably need to expand their hunting grounds. Making a decision, he turned towards his assistant. Put out a call to the people we know that we are looking for players. We need more muscle. The assistant began to make notes, and he continued to issue orders. Also, start planning a second elite team, equipment, skill books, and the contracts. Yes, sir, anything else? Spotting a troll lumbering out of the forest, he shook his head and with a roar launched himself at the monster, his halberd raised high, ready to strike true. The studio was well lit, with all the bright lights and background items that one would expect a news program to use that was geared towards presenting news about games. In the middle was a curved desk, all shiny and clean, and behind the desk sat an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her blonde hair was carefully arranged around her head, her makeup was picture-perfect, her assets were artistically covered, and she was speaking with a smile that was worth millions. With the advent of the VR gaming scene came the need for information gathering and sharing said information. Thus the creation of internet channels on video sites that dealt with news about games. Then those, slowly over the years, grew into actual TV channels with everything that entailed. Including pretty presenter people. Welcome everyone to tomorrow's news today, she spoke up with a steady voice looking directly into the camera. This is Katie Marchik and you are watching TGN. The video changed, showing the woman from a different angle, and next to her head was a small window showing a graph that had several very vibrant red lines going up high. Future Unknown's recently released game, Magic Unbound, is continuing its rise in popularity. According to the statistics that were published by the developers themselves and correlated by several independent watch groups, the game's popularity has risen by 200%. A small banner appeared on the bottom of the screen, and the presenter smiled. If you want to know more, please visit our site for more detailed information. The scene changed again, and the window next to her head was showing several people standing in line in front of a shop. Current research suggests that there is a steady decline in games sold, as Magic Unbound is currently dominating the gaming market. It seems, with a high fidelity and very complicated leveling system, this new game has managed to grab everybody's attention, both young and old. The woman smiled, shuffled the papers in front of her, and then continued speaking. Our research also suggests that many gaming workshops, including Golden Hair, Bamboo Shoots, and Silent Step, have made a decision to move their focus onto the game and leave behind their current games. As you know, these workshops boast memberships in thousands and have several experts in their ranks. Their move will definitely boost the game's popularity even further. The woman paused for a moment, followed by an impish smile appearing on her face. Of course, this fame also aroused the interest of the corporate world. TGN has the word that several corporate research teams have been reviewing the possibilities that the game, Magic Unbound, could provide. The studio lights flashed a little, and when the lights died down to their previous intensity, the scene was changed back to the first one, with Katie sitting behind the desk, smiling at the camera. And now, thanks to Future Unknown, we here at TGN are proud to present the latest trailer for Magic Unbound with actual footage from the game. Future Unknown has assured us that they used footage from real players, and none of them were beta players. So, my dear watchers can rest assured you will be seeing real gameplay. The scene began to darken, and the woman spoke one last sentence. After the trailer, I'll be here, and we'll be talking with an expert in martial arts about them in the game Magic Unbound. Happy watching. The video darkened fully, showing a fully black screen for a second, and then it was filled with all manner of colors swirling while rhythmic music began playing. On the screen, one could see a group of mages in mismatched robes pointing their foci at a giant tree in the middle of a swamp. The tree's stump opened, and a massive maw appeared filled with nothing but darkness. A roar could be heard, and then the mage's foci all lit up and fireballs began bombarding the monster. The next scenes showed several craftsmen laboring over all manner of weapons, armors, and artifacts. A blacksmith was feverishly hammering something with their hammer, while forge fire roared next to them. A beautiful woman was humming, sitting next to a window and stitching a silky cloth in their hands. A man covered in all manner of devices, both arcane and scientific, was looking through goggles at a small, mysterious cube on a desk. Following that were several farmers tending to their fields and gardens, alchemists harvesting and using materials, people venturing into forests for all manner of exotic flora and fauna. The music began to speed up. People fighting monsters, people fighting alongside monsters, even people riding on monsters. A werewolf tearing apart sheep monsters. A man dancing with his sword through a veritable flood of giant grasshoppers. Snake people besieging a village hastily barricaded, with the defenders looking through the gaps of the barricade. And so on. Finally, the scene darkened again, and the only thing that was shown was the name of the game. Magic Unbound. They were sitting in a pub on the shadier side of the town. Everybody, even the servers, were wearing cloaks that hid their features, and so did they. Everything was covered by some kind of magical fog, which made it hard to see anything further than their table, which was its exact purpose. "So you managed to get something for me?" spoke up the man across from him. "Yeah, got into contact with a guy who finally could get me some proper answers. And we are good. Yeah, good. Anything else?" The situation in Ironwood is proceeding as we predicted. The guilds are still squabbling over the trolls, leaving us the bounty in the city. And this opportunity. Yes, this calamity will allow us to properly take over. We still have a few steps in the quest, but my sources say that we are on track. There is nothing that can stop us. Good. The second man hesitated for a moment as he watched the other man sip his probably shitty beer. I'm sorry to ask this, boss, but was this shady darkness and cloak and dagger stuff necessary? Couldn't we just talk in the offie? He was, however, interrupted by the other man slapping the beer mug on the table, rattling it. But think of the role-playing. The second man just sighed. Chapter 32. Sam stepped inside the hole in the mountain, instantly casting Mana Shield, Mana Sense, Mana Sight, and conjuring a light ball over his head for visibility. His sword was in his hand, ready to strike and thrumming with mana barely restrained. He took a few steps, then turned around and called out, "Are you coming, ma'am?" There was a moment of silence, and then the giant cricket, still in her smaller form, hopped in front of the cave entrance and faced Sam. Then somehow shook her head, without having a neck. "No, child of man. That is your test to see through. I shall stay here and perhaps I may find out why this place seems so familiar." Sam nodded, relieved yet a little disappointed. "All right." Have fun. Having a powerhouse in his pocket, or rather on top of his head, would have been great, but he didn't mind leaving the monster behind as he couldn't exactly control them. With that squared away, he turned back towards the empty darkness, only illuminated by his light ball, and took a step forward. Then another and another, until the only thing he could see was the illuminated circle around him, and only hear his own heartbeat and steps reverberating around the corridor filled with rubble and roots poking out of the ceiling. While the blood contract was a rather motivating force behind his haste, Sam was actually rather interested in preventing the ironwood monster break. Granted, his first plans were based on that break. He planned to amass enough money to buy a few plots that would become valuable after the break. But now that he had an actual front row seat to the event, he was pretty sure he could get something much better than a few plots of land. The quest was rather unique, so Sam didn't actually have any idea what he would get. Even his inherited memories were no help here, as the other Sam wasn't one of the pioneers that died of unique quests every day. So most of his knowledge about these things was from second, or sometimes even third hand. Thus, Sam's gamer senses were tingling. As he walked through the corridors, he made sure to watch out for everything, paying special attention to the ceiling. He read enough stories about the MC hiding up there because nobody looks up, as he had no need for a surprise monster to the head. After 5 minutes of uneventful walking, dodging rocks on the ground, or giant roots that over time managed to break through the hard stone that made up the wall, Sam arrived in a small chamber. Thankfully, the entrance to the chamber was in a much better shape than the one that led directly to the outside. Stepping carefully into the chamber, his senses cranked to the maximum, Sam looked around curiously. There wasn't much. Another arch leading deeper inside the mountain, a few benches near the walls, and a stone bowl with water dripping into it from a hole in the wall. Only so much time had elapsed that the dripping water eroded the stone bowl, so much that it was standing in a small pool that was trickling towards a hole in a nearby wall, made by a root that has long since rotted off. His senses told him there was nothing behind the walls either on purpose or hidden, so Sam simply walked around the small pool of water and continued his journey through the arch. Sam barely took a few steps when he heard an ominous noise. It sounded like grinding stone mixed with someone yelling from inside a very deep well. Tightening the shield around him and channeling a little more mana into his sword, his other ready to unleash some of his meager amount of skills, he began walking forward cautiously, while the sound continued to come ever so closer. Finally, his nerves a little frayed, and the unknown entity entered the visible patch of the corridor. It was a mass of rocks, ground and moss, with short stubby legs and arms, no head, just two sinister glowing eyes half hidden behind moss and other detritus. And to his magical senses it oozed some kind of black miasma that caused his stomach to turn. While his attention was fully on the newly revealed monster, Sam still had enough mind to notice the similarities between the miasma coming from the small moss-slash-rock golem and the noble lady whose ailment he was planning to heal. He didn't have more time to ponder the situation as the little monster, barely reaching his hips, raised their hand, roared, filling the corridor with the sound of rocks banging together, and charged at him. at the speed one would expect a moss-covered rock to move. That is, not very fast. Sam simply sidestepped the speedy charge and with one steady swing cut the monster in half. Ignoring the experience point notification, he turned back towards the darkness. If all the monsters inside are this type, then it will be E. His thoughts were, however, interrupted, as the darkness was suddenly illuminated by dozens of maliciously staring eyes that looked suspiciously like the little golem he killed. And sadly, not all the eyes were at hip level. The next second he was shaken by the roar as hundreds, maybe thousands of moss-covered golems roared at the same time. Steadying himself, ignoring as the entire mountain shook with the roar, he read the notification that popped up. Well, fuck. Inside his shadow, he could feel Lucky shift, and there was no time to think as the monsters were upon him. They charged at him on the ground, hanging from the walls and even skittering on the ceiling. They were all made of rock and covered by ancient moss, some solid, but most of them were loose rocks and stone fallen from the old stone walls, held together by shadowy miasma. He opened with a wide mana slash, creating a gap in the front of the charging monsters, then began a deathly dance. Striking every monster that came close, making sure that none of them got behind him, while Lucky, like some weird shark, snapped out of his shadow, and with his jaws turning every small monster that got through Sam into powder. For every step he fought, striking down several monsters, ranging in size and shape from small corgi to full-sized humans, including some terrifying cat-sized ones, shaped like a spider that liked to skitter up on the ceiling. Those he shot down with simple wind blades, and the ones that were fast enough to evade his shots were torn apart by Lucky, who was prowling behind him. And thanks to his new skills, flow, and shadow footsteps, he was managing to evade most of the thrown rocks. With flow, he could see a sort of wake in front of the monsters with his mana sight, and using that, he could predict where they would strike or move. It was a fascinating development, but sadly he couldn't really make use of it anywhere else, as the black miasma dripping from the monsters stood out very well in front of the generally homogeneous mana of the mountain and ruin. Maybe when it leveled up. He moved in a circular motion, slashing his sword forward then instantly backward, creating 2 mana slashes in the same instant. Then he didn't even get to watch as 2 hog-sized moss golems disintegrated, the miasma sinking into the ground as 2 more took their place and raised their rather rigid hands to strike Sam. Continuing the motion with his sword, he dispatched them with mana strikes, then carried on with his journey towards his goal, which his still-lit light ball was starting to illuminate. As on the edge of the space he could see thanks to the spell, Sam could see another arch, which hopefully led to a chamber where he could rest. Though he felt that if his luck held up, then it was probably a mini-boss fight instead of resting. Slowly but surely, he continued to cut down the monsters that came pouring from beyond the arch. Then with a last, heavy step, he crossed a threshold, stepping over slowly dissipating monster corpses and crumbling rocks only to come face to face with a giant chamber, walls crumbling leading to what was, once in the past, rooms. And in the middle of the chamber was one giant rock, levitating in the middle. Though it wasn't whole, as through its spherical body several cracks crisscrossed, filled with the oh-so-familiar black miasma. The moment Sam stepped through the arch, there was a stillness in the air and the still-attacking monster fell back around the giant sphere of rock and miasma, while the archway was locked behind him with an opaque black curtain that felt solid under a brief touch. Fortunately, Lucky was also fast enough to enter the room. The fluffy wolf stood next to him, tail down and nose pointed at the floating rock and softly growling, while the shadows that partially made up his body writhed in apparent anger. Sam patted the wolf's head for a few seconds as he took in the situation, absent-mindedly noting that Lucky had once again grown. Then the floating rock pulsed once again, and his mana shield dipped a little, and the small monsters congregating around the rock fell apart. Sam watched, fascinated, though he fired off a few mana slashes and wind blades at the construct, to no results, as the rock, moss, dirt, small roots, and corpses of rodents were slowly mixed together and then rose into the air. At the same time, the miasma from the rock began to leak out, mixing with the detritus on the ground, hefting it into the air to float around the rock, like asteroids around a planet. Then the dirt orbiting the rock began to take shape, bolstered by the material taken from the rock. Several seconds later, Sam stood across from a rock golem standing 12 feet tall, cursing cinematic transformations, held together by black miasma, with hundreds of malicious eyes upon its body and a very visible core under all that armor in the middle of its body. "Well, at least they made it easy to figure it out," he spoke out loud. Then before the enemy golem could finish its first step, he exclaimed, "Shadow Burst." Using the superior speed granted by the Shadow Burst skill, his own mana body reinforcement skill, and pumping a little more mana into them than needed, Sam was fast enough to immediately launch himself behind the behemoth. He arrived, looking up at the craggy back of the golem, which immediately began to slowly turn around. Sam didn't let it. Using Mana Strike, he concentrated a lot of mana into the tip of his sword, and then he thrust with full strength. The sword, enhanced with his mana and supported by his body enhancement, penetrated the back of the golem, the tip of the sword deeply embedded into the core of the monster. Its body frozen in mid-movement, the noise previously filling the chamber vanishing, and the miasma also froze, as if surprised. Then it began leaking from the body of the golem, followed by the monster's body falling apart, while Sam stepped back with a satisfied expression on his face. Apparently, the tactics to fight golems are still valid, he thought while watching the death throes of the golem. Finally, the last piece of rock fell with a small thunk upon the giant pile of rock and dirt in the middle of the room, and Sam was greeted with a small collection of notification screens. Your companion, Lucky, has reached level 13. Lucky has gained a new skill, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, level max, active passive. All attacks started from the shadows receive bonus damage, and the wolf can clad itself in shadows while striking at an enemy, increasing its range of attack. Taking a look at the wolf that was now visibly bigger, wagging his tail and curiously sniffing the pile that was a few seconds ago a very threatening golem, Sam shook his head with a wry smile. Then he refocused on the screens. Thanks to fighting in sync with your companion, your skill, Spirit Link, has reached level 12. Shadow Footwork has reached level 3. Shadow Burst has reached level 1. Mana Shield has reached level 24. Sustained Mana Shield has reached level 2. It was a pity about Mana Shield, as he was looking forward to what would be the level 25 subskill, but it couldn't be helped as the fight wasn't really dangerous, so he didn't really need to use it much. The most damage it suffered was when the dark miasma tried to strike at him directly. Light Ball has reached level 6. Wind Blade has reached level 7. Mage Sight has reached level 7. Mana Strike reached level 9. Efficient Mana Slash has reached level 1. Mana Body Enhancement has reached level 19. Flow has reached level 3. Multitasking has reached level 39. Then came his favorite notification. Thanks to your dedication to your craft, you managed to perform 2 mana slashes almost at the same time, granting you the double mana slash skill. Double mana slash, level 010, 0%. Active, allows you to enhance the damage of your slashes with any weapon capable of slashing while slashing so fast it doubles the effect. The sub-skills of mana slash also affect this skill. It was a simple concept, doing 2 slashes after each other fast enough that there was barely any pause between them, but it took some practice. Luckily, he had some practice time with the giant grasshoppers, so he finally managed to do it against the miasma golems. Finally, he dealt with his lone level up. Congratulations. You've leveled up. You're now level 20. Gain 2 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 point for enduring everything that rose against you. Gained 1 AGI for demonstrating speed above the average man. Sam added the 2 extra points to AGI and Dex respectively, as he had enough mag for now. He now needed to bring his body up to a satisfactory level. Then, when he was finished reviewing the changes, he made sure to check over his sword as he was fighting rock golems, but thanks to running mana through it, the sword didn't suffer any damage. Following that, he began the age-old tradition of digging for loot. Sadly, the only thing he found was a small marble-sized and shaped bright white crystal in the middle of the pile of rock left behind. Sam lifted the small crystal to his eyes and fully focused all of his skill upon it. But the only thing he could sense was a very dense concentration of raw, unadulterated nature mana. The same mana he could sense in the symbols he followed to this place. So, this is one of the keys, right? Lucky just huffed in agreement, and Sam nodded, then placed the marble into his inventory, took another look around the chamber, and then stepped through the only arch that didn't lead to a room full of fallen rocks and plants that thrived in the darkness. Unsurprisingly, he was once again met with hundreds of maliciously glowing eyes, all staring hungrily at him. He lifted his sword up, and his other hand shone with the light of mana. The ground shook, the monsters roared, and the mountain also began to shake, causing dirt and dust to fall on Sam's and Lucky's heads. Lucky answered with his own howl, and Sam only had one thing to say. Shadow burst. Character update. Solar Sam. Level 20. Title Magical Genius. Status growth. Agility increased to 12. Endurance increased to 14. Mana regeneration remains exceptionally high at 15 mana per second. Major skill improvements. Mana arts. Advanced mana control has grown considerably, making Sam's control over magic even more refined and efficient. Mana shield has strengthened, offering greater protection against physical attacks. Mana sense reached its maximum level and evolved further, unlocking the talent natural sensor, greatly enhancing magical perception. Flow has been awakened, allowing Sam to better read the movement of mana and improve combat techniques. Combat magic. Light ball and wind blade became stronger through repeated use. Mana strike is nearing mastery. Mana slash remains mastered and has unlocked a powerful advanced technique. Double mana slash, capable of delivering 2 magically enhanced strikes in a single attack. Mana body enhancement continues to improve Sam's physical abilities. Shadow abilities. Shadow footwork has developed, making movement through darkness faster and harder to predict. Shadow burst has been unlocked, granting a brief burst of incredible speed. Companion bond. Sam's connection with his spirit companion has grown stronger through spirit link, swordsmanship, and physical training. Intermediate sword mastery continues to improve. Breathing techniques and battle awareness have become more refined. The passive ability flow further enhances movement and martial skills. Lucky's progress. Sam's companion, Lucky, has reached level 13. Most importantly, Lucky awakened a new ability. Shadow Strike. Attacks launched from the shadows deal increased damage. Lucky can cloak his body in living shadows, extending the reach and lethality of his attacks. Chapter 33. After a rather uneventful fight, where Sam practically danced through the corridor full of moss, rock, and miasma monsters, he arrived in another chamber. The arch opened in the middle of the room, on one of the elongated sides. And before he was besieged by another mass of monsters, this time shaped like snakes, though still made of rock, moss, and black dripping miasma, Sam saw several broken slabs of stone evenly spaced out in the middle of the room, surrounded by smaller slabs of stones. He had a moment for a fleeting thought. Eating Hall! Then the monsters were on him. Though thankfully, this time there was no giant golem. Shadow Burst was still on cooldown from his entrance into the chamber. He had to do a little fancy footwork. Thankfully, he had the skills for it. With a giant sidestep, he moved aside from the archway, neatly dodging the deluge of giant rock snakes that went through the same place that he was a moment before. Continuing the movement, he spun around with mana flowing through his sword, cleaving through another group of monsters. With his other hand, Sam unleashed a wave of mana that flung the monsters that were planning to charge at him from his unprotected side. So they can plan, he realized while never stopping his sword dance. Sam gave his thanks to all his skills that decreased stamina consumption. Otherwise, he would have been long dead by now. He hacked and slashed through the throng of monsters, flinging magic every which way, cutting down the obviously corrupted rock elementals by the dozens. Then, as most of the monsters in the chamber were falling apart, there was a lull in the battle. Sam stood there for a moment panting with weapon and magic ready, and Lucky pacing behind him, growling menacingly, though Sam could see that the smoky-looking wolf was rather proud of the mounds of monsters that he had slain. Then the respite was over, and another roar shook the chamber. This time, instead of giant rock snakes, he was met with hundreds, maybe even thousands of small snakes pouring out of the archway at the other end of the room like a tidal wave made of rock, stone, and miasma, peppered with the dark green of moss that was slowly chewed up by the undulating mass of monsters. Sam couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, Lucky back in the shadow." Lucky followed the command instantly, jumping headfirst into his shadow. Having only a split second to react, Sam poured as much mana as he safely could into his left hand and immediately unleashed it against the mass of monsters heading to devour him. The mass was flung back instantly, but their numbers were so high that it only stopped them for a few seconds. But that was enough for Sam, because when he attacked the monsters, he didn't let the mana dissipate. After all, the monsters were made of rock, and he knew how to manipulate that with mana. So, using that second as the tidal wave was stopped, he had his mana seep into their bodies. There was resistance, of course, but thanks to his mana disruption skill, and the fact they were small, disposable minions for the controlling intelligence behind the miasma, at least according to his current theory. He managed to wrestle control over the rock that made up their bodies almost instantly. Using his control, he made them all do one thing: explode. The moment he gave the mental order, he began moving, channeling mana into his shield, raising his own earth wall and crouching behind a piece of stone that may or may not have been a table once upon a time. He was still peppered by not insignificant chunks of rock as the front of the tidal wave exploded, taking with it the second half in a glorious explosion that itself shook the ruin just as much as the previous roar. Granted, a few stragglers remained, but as Sam stood from his already crumbling hiding place, renewing his slightly depleted mana shield, once again happy that he didn't learn the limited mage armor spell, he could simply stomp on those monsters that remained. Walking around the rubble that was a few seconds ago his cover, shaking loose dust from his armor, he looked around the room and took in how almost everything was covered by a fine layer of dust and miasma, though the miasma seemed to be evaporating, making it seem as if the room was covered by dark fog. Sam spent another minute, ready for anything, waiting for the other shoe to drop, but nothing else came through the archway opposite of him. After doing a sweep with his mana, he finally let down his sword and let out a deep, shuddering sigh. Foo-woo, GH. He took a look at his sword and immediately threw it away in disgust. The steel was chipped, and there was a giant hairline crack running through the entire length of the blade. The only thing that probably let him use it was the mana running through it, reinforcing it. Ignoring the clanging of the sword falling on the stone floor, he fished out another mass-manufactured steel sword. He swung it around, getting a feel for its balance, then did a quick loot check. Sadly, nothing dropped. Cursing the Aren gods, he primed his mana shield and the multitude of senses and began, once again, to stride forward. Sam quickly fought through several rooms following the battle in the eating hall. In the first room after it, he was beset by another tidal wave of rock snakes, this time from two sides, and spitting miasma at him. His mana shield got its fair share of exercise, as while the spits were fairly linear, he couldn't dodge every droplet. He had a feeling that miasma touching him would be a bad thing. Sam mainly kited the snakes around until they were all in the room, then used the same tactic as before: throw them back and make them explode. It was glorious. The next room after that was absent of rock snakes. Instead, the golems returned with a vengeance. And weapons. Granted, they were barely worth being called weapons. They were mostly crude rods masquerading as spears and shorter rods that acted like swords. A few monsters even sported clubs made of rocks. Sam had to use his wind blade and mana slash generously to keep his distance, because while his speed was better than the average at his level, his own reaction speed wasn't good enough to keep track of every monster trying to transform him into minced meat and dodge their attacks. But in the end, he stood triumphantly on top of a small mountain of golem corpses, with a rapidly evaporating miasma around him. This time, being ready for the phenomena, he took a small bottle, and with the help of his mana, managed to coral a small amount of the dark material into it. The moment the miasma was in the bottle, He inserted the stopper, and with his knife quickly etched a very small and crude seal on it made of runes. It was basically a 3-rune seal. One was his heart rune, another rune for the mana to fuel the seal, and the rune for sealing. It wasn't the most sophisticated seal or rune sequence, but it would work in a pinch. And it would also allow him enough time to bring the sample to somebody who knows about things like that. Then he headed for the next archway. The next part of his journey brought him through several smaller, interconnected rooms. To his eyes, they looked like rooms that somebody used to live in. Slabs of stone took the shape of beds, and shelves were carved into the walls, though nothing organic remained that would allow him to figure out who lived in the ruins before they became a ruin. His current running theory was that it was a headquarters that the rangers of the old used to protect the ironwood forest that somehow got corrupted. The whys and hows were currently beyond him, though he had a few suspects. The fight in the rooms was basically one giant hide-and-seek game. Rock monsters in the shapes of spiders, both giant and small, hid in every corner on every ceiling, and behind every chunk of rubble big enough to hide behind. He was constantly using his sensing skills, trying to stretch them beyond their actual use. Sam was pretty sure if the skill hadn't leveled up when he was looking for the ruin, he would be in much bigger trouble with the spiders. Now he just had to grab the smaller spiders and explode them, having a little fun with the noise they made when they exploded, while simply fighting the bigger ones with his spells. The intelligence behind the monsters didn't seem the smartest, as all spiders used the same tactic when fighting him. Then, after a few hours of fighting, he stood before the biggest archway he had seen in the ruins. He made sure to check his equipment, change his sword to a fresh one, chug a potion, and warn Lucky. Then, priming his mana shield, he stepped through the threshold. Sam found himself in an enormous room, where even his first step into the chamber echoed. Sadly, he didn't have enough time to admire the local decoration practices. As the moment he set foot into the room, 2 roars shook him, the room and the mountain. At both ends of the giant chamber stood 2 very familiar golems, though their cores were much less exposed than the first one. Both raised their hands, ending in sharp-looking claws made of almost metallic-looking rock and dripping with miasma. "Note to self, don't get hit with that," he spoke out loud, gulping a little, then glanced down at his shadow. "Lucky!" The wolf's head immediately surfaced from the shadow, his eyes looking at him with serious attention. "Go far and attack when there is an opportunity." The wolf let out a quiet bark and did something that surprised Sam. Instead of jumping out of Sam's shadow, the wolf dove back into the shadow, disappearing completely. Sam was about to call out to him when he spotted Lucky emerging, with a wolfish grin on the other end of the chamber from the shadow hiding one of the corners of the room. Sadly, he didn't have time to check his notifications, as he had to deal with 2 rather angry golems. Shadow burst. Using the speed gained from the skill, he jumped behind the golem on the left, and he immediately had to crouch, as the golem swiped its claws through the air where his head should have been. Apparently, they had been upgraded. Sam jumped back, sending a blast of mana at the offending arm, pushing up, then sending several consecutive slashes at the area where a visibly thick layer of rock mixed with miasma protected the core. Fortunately, the slashes managed to gouge a little line into the material, so he only had to whittle the defenses down. Sadly, he couldn't continue with his bombardment, as the golem recovered and its friend was also on the way. Sam had to dodge twice, once for each arm as they came down with a wide slashing motion, slamming into the ground and sending debris everywhere. Thankfully, his flow skill allowed him some manner of warning. He watched as the golem raised both of its hands, then mechanically turned towards him, while the other one was thundering towards them. For a moment, he despaired a little, not knowing how to win quickly and without putting himself into undue danger. But then an idea sparked in his mind. Shadow Burst was on cooldown, but the golems were slow enough for his speed with only the body enhancement. So, with a plan quickly solidifying in his mind, Sam launched himself towards the nearest golem, dodging another swipe in the process. The golem struck but wasn't fast enough to hit him, and Sam managed to run past the golem, making sure to stay as close to the body as possible, striking it a few times with his sword, but his eyes were on the other golem. The other golem, seeing him coming closer, while the first one was in the process of turning, raised its clawed hands toward Sam and began to charge. Sam grinned, then skidded to a halt and turned halfway to make sure he saw both golems. Then, in the next moment, a lot of things happened. The first golem finished turning and was facing him and the other golem. The second golem reached his position with arms, claws dripping malevolent miasma, already descending. His magic lashed out under his direction, latching onto the outside of the arm of the second golem and giving a not-so-gentle tug while jumping backwards and gleefully watching the spectacle. The tug on the arms of the second golem was enough to make the swipe an overextended movement, practically launching the arms of the golem directly at the second golem leaning towards his previous position. The two golems, claws meeting hardened rock, clashed with a tremendous noise. Sam, using the distraction, sprinted behind the back of the first golem and unleashed as much mana as possible concentrated at the tip of his sword. Using as much strength as possible, he thrust it towards the core of the monster as the dust settled down around them from the clash. The sword went through the damaged and slightly worn-down armor, piercing the core and causing the magic holding the golem together to fall apart. Sadly, it also resulted in him getting splashed with the miasma leaking from the joints and cracks in the rock that was the body of the golem. The second golem stood there for a few seconds, enough time to allow Sam to clean himself with a brief burst of mana and the clean spell. Then the surrounding mana thickened, and his flow skill all but shouted at him to dodge. He did so, but thanks to the excess mana, the golem was fast enough to clip him in the sides, his mana shield dipping but not falling and throwing him to the ground, a little dazed. Thankfully, Lucky chose this exact moment to jump from the shadow of the golem at its back, striking it hard enough to send it staggering, granting Sam enough respite to gather himself, then dove back into the shadow with a joyful howl. Still fast from the buff gained from the excess mana, the golem straightened and with mechanical fluidity turned around and once again began charging at him. Sam considered his options, cursing the cooldown of the shadow burst, then had a stupid idea. Focusing on his mana, he slapped his hand on the ground in front of him and exclaimed, "Earth wall!" Instantly, a very well-made and sturdy wall made of the ground rose directly under the leg of the golem. The golem, thanks to the speed it was going, couldn't react in time, thus was unbalanced when it stepped on the wall Sam created, and was sent careening. Sam watched with satisfaction, crouching on the ground as the golem fell sideways, trying to use its arms to stop it. But the weight of its body, especially with the added armor, was too much for the fast-moving arms. They were practically pulverized when the giant rock body landed on them. To his senses, it was as if the mana around the golem became iridescent with rage, and Sam couldn't help but chuckle. If my enemy is angry, then I'm doing something good. He stood up, and with a few measured steps he was standing next to the golem, and the next moment, his sword channeling once again, too much mana struck down, piercing another core. The moment the sword's tip made contact with the core, the mana in the golem's body fled, flowing somewhere in the distance, and the chamber fell silent. The only thing that could be heard was Sam's tired panting and Lucky's excited prowling in the shadows. And among the detritus that was the two golems' bodies, Sam could see two very familiar shining lights. A note from Kexcapaster. Author note: I've been watching so much Forged in Fire that I had to actively avoid adding an entire subplot about a blacksmithing competition. Curse my carefully planned storyline. I was thinking about splitting the fight into 2 chapters, but meh. Almost at rank 2000, thank you everybody. Solar checked his status. He was now level 20. His growth as a mage had been steady and overwhelming. His mastery over mana had deepened far beyond the basics, spanning control, sensing, shaping, and sustaining it in combat and meditation alike. His mana reserves had expanded significantly, and his regeneration had reached an extraordinary level. Every aspect of his training, magic, swordsmanship, shadow techniques, and sensory perception, had evolved in parallel. Spells that once felt complex now flowed naturally through him. Defensive barriers, offensive strikes, elemental manipulation, and shadow movement had all become extensions of his will. His companion, the shadow spirit wolf Lucky, continued to grow as well, its presence tightly bound to his own mana, reinforcing his luck and combat potential. Solar closed the status window. There was no time to dwell on numbers, only forward. Chapter 34. After the defeat of the two golems, the entire ruin complex fell suspiciously silent. There were no roars in the distance, nor was the ceiling shaking and raining dust down on Sam. The only thing he could hear was an almost silent noise of water dripping somewhere, the happy panting of Lucky, and his own ragged breath. With a negligent wave of his hand and a small exertion of his will, Sam retrieved the two marble-sized items remaining from his enemies. Then he plopped unceremoniously on the ground and leaned back, resting on his hands while closing his eyes in relief. He mentally went over the facts and experiences so far in the ruin. 3 golems, 3 items, he mused, eyes still closed and Lucky snuggling up to him. At this level, that's the most I can expect. Probably still have a boss to fight, but the 3 marbles are probably keys to something. Opening his eyes, Sam took a quick stock of the situation. With the help of his earth wall spell, he quickly raised a minimal cover in the corner of the room for setting up his tent. When finished with all that, he logged out for a brief rest, meal, and bathroom break. Returning to the game, Sam sat down in front of his tent with Lucky, retrieved his rations, and also set up Lucky's food. He watched for a moment, smiling gently, as Lucky enthusiastically began to scarf down his treat. Then Sam also began to gnaw on his rations, ignoring their taste, while opening his status screen. Thankfully, his notifications were still set to adaptive, so nothing bothered him during his fight in the ruins, but it was time for his brain to feel the good stuff watching all the numbers go up. He first navigated to Lucky's screen, wanting to see what the new skill his wolf companion used was. Thanks to taking care and fighting in sync with your companion, your skill, Spirit Link, has reached level 15. Your companion, Lucky, has reached level 15. Lucky has gained a new skill, Shadow Jump. Shadow Jump, level 0, 20%. Active, the wolf gains the ability to dive into your shadow and emerge from a different shadow. Range, 100 meters. Cooldown, 120 seconds. He reread the skill a few times, but couldn't help but be impressed. The skill was something he could see being useful and powerful. More importantly, it was a skill that could be improved with time. Most pets and companions belonged to people who weren't using minion or pet-specific skills. Thus, those pets gained skills that couldn't be leveled up. Getting a skill that could advance was incredibly lucky. After celebrating the skill with a little playtime, he returned his attention to his own status screen. While one of his hands absent-mindedly was going through Lucky's silken fur, to the obvious pleasure of the wolf. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 22. Gained 4 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 mag point of extensive and creative use of your mana. Gained +1 AGI for the impressive display of speed. He was a little disappointed at not getting an extra stat point after his fight, but it was pretty obvious to him that even if he hadn't used tricks to defeat the monster, he would have been able to win. Grumbling a little, he added the remaining points to SDR, Dex, VIT, and Purr. Frowning at the disparity between his health and mana, Sam made up his mind that after he was finished with the quest here, he would take some time and shore up his weakness. There were some basic skills that he would be able to get with little to no trouble. Next, he started reviewing the level-ups of his skills. Advanced Mana Control is now level 17. Stable Mana Control is now level 7. Mana Shield reached level 30. Controlled Mana Shield reached level 8. Sustained Mana Shield reached level 6. Thanks to sustaining your Mana Shield through several attacks that covered your entire body, you gain the sub-skill Layered Mana Shield. Layered Mana Shield, level 05, 0%. Passive allows you to layer your Mana Shield. For every level in the skill, you can create 1 extra layer over your original Mana Shield. Each layer costs 10% more to create and maintain. The current number of extra layers that can be created, 1. Upon reaching the maximum number of layers, 7, there is a possibility to upgrade this sub-skill into a full skill. Sam stared at his newest sub-skill and let out a full belly laugh. One of the most coveted skills by those who had the chance to learn Mana Shield. Mana Armor, at its base level, was a skill that you could layer. though arguably a novice mage wouldn't be able to sustain it. Also, another negative aspect of that skill was that it only allowed layering up to 3 layers, and the cost of that doubled every layer. Compared that to an increase of 10% was rather generous. Light Ball is now level 10. Clean is now level 10. Earth Wall is now level 10. Wind Blade is now level 10. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Light Ball II. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Clean II. Thanks to making creative use of the spell, you learned Earth Wall II. Thanks to making creative use of the spell, you learned Wind Blade II. Thanks to using Wind Blade with your Mana Slash and double Mana Slash, you created the spell Wind Flurry. Light Ball II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to conjure a ball of light to illuminate your surroundings. You have control over the movement and location of the conjured ball of light. You can increase and decrease its intensity, shape, and color. Clean II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to clean a selected surface. You can not only clean physical contaminations, but also magical ones. Depends on the strength of the magical contamination. Above a certain level, Clean II only weakens it. Earth Wall II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to create a wall made of earth and stone. You have control over the strength, shape, and measurements of the wall. Allows you to strengthen the created wall with extra mana. Wind Blade II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to launch a blade of wind. The cutting power and speed of the blade are increased. You have increased control over its movement after creation. Wind Flurry, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to release a flurry of wind blades aimed in one direction. The damage of the released wind blades depends on the wind blade spell and your mastery over it. Sam nodded as he read the notification about the spells. They were very basic spells, so it was not a surprise that with his mana control and usage, they would level up fast. Most spells went up to V before it became impossible to upgrade them. You could increase that limit by specializing. For example, in air and wind magic, thus allowing your wind blade to reach even X, but for Sam, this was more than enough. For fun, he conjured a light ball in front of him and spoke a word. Red. The ball turned red. He smiled, then spent a few minutes playing around with the spell, earning himself a level in it and recording a video of Lucky chasing after the constantly color-changing ball of light. Mage Sight is now level 9. Efficient Mana Slash is now level 3. Double Mana Slash is now level 2. Congratulations, you successfully broke through with the skill Mana Strike. You gained the sub-skill Phasing Strike. You learned the skill Extended Mana Strike. Phasing Strike, level 05, 0%. Passive, those strikes that you enhance with Mana Strike gain the ability to ignore 2% of armor per skill level. Extended Mana Strike, level 010, 0%. Active, the mana you use to enhance your strikes allows you to extend your reach, be it with your own limbs or weapon, plus 10% range on your strikes per skill level. Sam stared a moment at Phasing Strike. 10% true damage, he exclaimed in wonder. Granted, there were defenses against true damage, but against the common rabble, that skill was basically a death sentence. Mana Disruption is now level 3. Mana Body Enhancement reached level 21. Thanks to the continuous usage of Mana Body Enhancement, you gain the subskill Mana Influenced Body. Mana Influenced Body, level 010, 0%. Passive, the mana running through your body enhances your physical attributes passively. Plus 1% to SDR, Dex, AGI, End per skill level. A nice but limited skill, still Sam was happy. The skills he gained during the fight were well worth the exertion. Discernment is now level 5. Intermediate Sword Mastery is now level 11. Stable Stance is now level 5. Thanks to handling the sword against a multitude of opponents successfully, you gain the sub-skill Freeform Defense. Freeform defense, level 05, 0%. Passive, when defending with your sword or parrying, you increase your accuracy and decrease the chance for a blowback. Intermediate breathing technique is now level 3. Calm heart is now level 17. Flow is now level 7. Multitasking is now level 44. Efficiency is now level 6. Then came the skills from the Shadow skill tree. If Sam was honest, he was the most excited about these. After all, they were the basis of his future build. The Shadows were perfect for covert operations, while also holding several high-damage skills that were capable of devastating entire groups if used correctly. Not to mention several lesser-known aspects of the magic. Sam had big plans for those aspects. Shadow Cloak is now level 10. Shadow Footwork is now level 10. Thanks to you integrating the skill almost perfectly into your arsenal, you gain the sub-skill Shadow Cover. Shadow Cover, level 05, 0%. Passive, when covered by shadow or darkness, be it natural or artificial, the effectiveness of the skill is increased by 10% for every level. Shadow Burst has reached level 3. Sam spent a few minutes going over his new and old skills, making sure to compare them to his inherited memories, and to make sure that his plan going forward was still viable. Satisfied with his gains, he stood up and began going over his equipment. He exchanged the sword for another one, as he was pretty sure that after overloading it with mana it was on its last legs. Can't wait for the time when I can buy swords made from mana metals. After making sure that his equipment was in order and that Lucky got a sufficient amount of pats on his head, he spoke up. "Lucky, back into the shadow, we are going forward." He was answered by an excited bark, and Lucky jumped into the air and dived directly into his shadow. The corridor after leaving the chamber with the 2 golems was suspiciously empty. He wasn't besieged by golems dripping miasma or roaring at him. The only thing he could hear as he tried to ghost through the corridor was the dripping of water and his own breath. To chase away the darkness, he summoned his new light ball spell, changing the color to red to protect his eyes. Finally, after a few minutes of overly cautious walking, he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. The red light of the spell slowly gave away at the light that was appearing in the distance. He hastened his walking a little, but his sword was still raised in a defensive position, ready for any sneak attack, giving the ceiling a glance every few feet. As he reached the origin of the light, Sam dismissed his own light ball and stepped into the illuminated chamber. It was a small room, containing nothing more than a giant stone door with 3 small holes in the relief and several stone torches lit up by ethereal white flames. The artwork on the door was a giant tree whose roots surrounded a giant ball, and based on the symbols, the ball was radiating light. At least, that is how it looked to Sam. The 3 small holes were on the trunk of the tree carved into the door, lined up vertically. Sam didn't need much prompting. He retrieved the small shining marbles from his inventory and one by one inserted them into the holes in the door and took a big step backward. He saw too many adventure films to fall into one of these. The moment the last marble was inserted, it started shining much stronger, the stone torches also flaring and originating from the 3 marbles. A vertical line of light bisected the door, though nothing else happened. Sighing a little, Sam stepped forward and gave the doors a push. With intense groaning and making noises that would wake the dead, the stone door swung inward, shaking the room a little and showering Sam once again with dust. Shaking off the majority of the dust, sword raised high defensive skills engaged, and his other hand shining with restrained magic that was ready to be released at the first sign of trouble, Sam stepped into the room. Thankfully, this chamber was also illuminated by the same stone torches, though this time the flames were tainted by flecks and streaks of darkness. Inside the room was the same thing depicted on the door, just the entire thing was wrong. The ceiling high up was covered by darkness, which was occasionally illuminated by the flickering torches. In front of him was a giant ironwood tree carved from stone, the roots an intricate artwork. As the artwork on the door depicted it, the roots were enveloping a giant ball of light. The difference between the artwork and reality was that there was the familiar miasma dropping down, like water droplets from the ceiling. They ran down on the bark of the carved tree, finishing their journey by falling on the ball of light, tainting it. Under the ball of light that was almost halfway converted into miasma was a pool of the same miasma, churning and bubbling. As Sam examined it with his mana sight, he couldn't help but describe the entire situation as evil. He barely had the time to take all of this in. As the moment he stepped through the archway, a curtain of white flames tainted by black light sprung up behind, locking him into the chamber, and the bubbling pool of miasma gave a shuddering breath by way of a giant bubble and began to rise. And rise. And rise up high. In a few seconds, what stood in front of Sam was a giant golem made from the miasma from the now empty pool with a few rocks and stones in its body. Sam scowled a little because a sludge-type golem required different skills to defeat than a golem made from solid materials. It didn't even have the courtesy of having a giant glowing orb that Sam could target easily. But Sam was a gamer, and he had fought sludge-type golems thousands, maybe even 1,000,000 times in different games. So while the controlling intelligence behind the miasma had caused him some trouble, it was not the end of the road. Granted, this entire thing would have been easier with a team of people, but he had come so far alone, he might as well finish it. He didn't have much time as the monster roared, and with it came a giant stream of miasma aimed directly at Sam. Sam, ready for the attack, raised his left hand and unleashed his own mana opposite of the stream of rapidly approaching miasma. The two streams met in the middle of the chamber, oozing darkness clashing with the pale blue of Sam's mana. Thankfully, this gave Sam enough time to review the situation. I don't have any fire spell strong enough to burn it away, and I doubt I could cut it up into enough pieces before I run out of mana. Looking down at his feet at the smooth rock, he had an idea. But I have runes. Pointing his sword down at the front of his feet, he began to move it slowly using mana to extend the cutting edge while carefully maintaining the stream of mana holding back the miasma. Though he made sure to play with the monster a little, pretending that his controls slipped and letting the stream of miasma get closer to him. The point was to make sure that the monster thought that they had him on the ropes while he carved his heart rune into the smooth stone floor. While he had no skills that could kill the damn monster, he knew the runes for purification and containment. Building a basic rune circle would be rather easy based on the controlling intelligence, as it seemed to only change things after a fight, so it used the sludge type to counter the skills that Sam had shown off so far. Rookie mistake, but one that Sam would capitalize on. Finishing the rune, he threw a glance at the golem that was still roaring at him, the miasma leaving his mouth in a stream, like vomit in a frat house during a home game. With a quick countdown, he cut off his own mana stream and instantly dodged to the right, letting the miasma splash with a hissing noise against the flame curtain, locking him into the chamber. Taking a few steps, he peppered the monster with a flurry of wind blades. Using his newest skill, the only thing it did was cut into the miasma, which parted like jello and instantly fused back together. But Sam wanted the monster to concentrate on the attacks it had already seen, and not on what he was doing on the floor. Fortunately, the chamber was circular, so Sam didn't have to go far, keeping his heart rune in his view to begin carving his next rune. The monster, meanwhile, stopped its projectile vomiting and turned towards him, staying in the middle of the room. However, instead of the monster releasing another projectile at him, it spoke, causing Sam to jump a little. Luckily, he wasn't carving at the moment of the jump, so the rune wasn't ruined. Intruder. The voice came out hoarse with ominous bubbling in the background, as if it was coming from a deep, dark hole. Sam, knowing that talking with mysterious entities was never the best idea, just looked at it, while his sword hand was continuing the drawing with him, occasionally glancing down to make sure he was doing it correctly. Thankfully, the basic runes were simple to draw. "BFOLER," came another roar. Then another, "Enemy." Having finished the rune, Sam's answer was another barrage of wind blades directly aimed at the mouth of the golem. The response was pretty predictable. With a harsh cry of "Die," the monster released another stream of miasma at him. This time he didn't try to counter it. He simply sidestepped it and continued to the next position to begin carving the next rune. This time the golem and the intelligence behind it seemed to realize that Sam was fast enough to dodge the miasma stream. So the moment Sam stopped, it raised both of its hands and once again opened its mouth. However, instead of a continuous stream of dark ooze, it started spitting bullets of the disgusting material at Sam. Sam simply tapped the ground with his foot and raised a curved earth wall in front of him, reinforced with his mana. While that cut off his sight, his other senses allowed him to see where the monster was aiming or what it was doing. Seeing the wall rise, the beast roared again. "Darkness will consume you." And the barrage of miasma missiles intensified on his earth wall. "Oh boy, one of those," Sam mumbled as he finished carving the third rune. Upon finishing it, he refocused his attention on the barrage and did another quick assessment, not wanting to get hit by the miasma despite his improved mana shield. He channeled a little more mana into the earth wall, protecting him, and then exploded it at the monster. This paused the miasma barrage, allowing him to continue his journey around the stone sculpture and golem, while the body of the monster swallowed the debris and made its own. The moment he found a nice place to carve his rune, another wall rose in front of him, protecting him from the renewed barrage that seemed to be cracking the wall with every impact, causing him to spend mana to repair it. It only took a second for Sam to realize that the golem was using the rocks in its body to enhance the projectiles. BEFOULER. Meanwhile, the monster kept his very stimulating commentary up. Sam didn't dare to drop his concentration for even a second, no matter how much he wanted to slap his face with his palm. Dying right now would set the quest back enough that he would need an entire team to get back to the same position thanks to the monster learning from fights. Die. Ignoring the monster, he reinforced the wall even more and tried to finish the rune as fast as possible. After finishing the fourth rune, the fifth was the same. The miasma golem kept shooting miasma bullets mixed with rock pieces from the exploded earth wall at him. However, the moment he headed for the sixth one, the controlling intelligence realized that he could keep the earth wall intact during the barrage and changed its approach, which turned into a charge. That is, the monster decided to charge at his wall. Panicking a little, Sam channeled more mana into the earth wall, increasing both its height and width. The golem smashed against it with a thundering plop, miasma splashing everywhere. Sam quickly finished the sixth rune, and as the miasma monster began to ooze around the obstacle, he exploded at it again. Despite jumping backward at the same time the detonation went off, he was still splashed with enough frothing miasma that the first layer of his mana shield practically vanished into the ether. Luckily for him, the golem was practically enveloping the wall when it exploded, so it was partly scattered. This allowed Sam to use the time it brought its body back together to finish the seventh and eighth runes, almost reaching the final spot on the right of the first rune, his heart rune. The entire chamber was peppered with the exploded remains of his earth walls, and small pools of miasma were everywhere on the ground, hanging from the wall and covering almost everything. By the time Sam reached the last position, for the ninth rune for this very basic rune circle, the golem had pulled itself together, accompanied by a rather pleasant shrieking. "Enemy, BEFOULER. You will be consumed. Darkness will prevail." As always, Sam just ignored it and began to carve the last rune, the rune that would close the circle and connect everything together. The monster immediately began to charge at him, and raising its arms, it also began shooting balls of miasma at him. Scowling at it, Sam raised several walls between himself and the monster, not caring about their quality, just that they held off the golem long enough for him to finish the rune. "You will be destroyed." The golem simply enveloped the wall that rose up next to it and simply smashed the following one with a rock engulfed in miasma. But Sam kept creating walls, and it kept the golem slow enough that he could finish the rune. The rune glowed briefly with a pale blue light, showing that the circle was completed correctly, causing Sam to grin up at the golem that was leaning over him, arms stretched, ready to envelop him into the miasma. Sam was pretty sure not even his mana shield would protect him then from the dangerous ooze. Luckily, he had a nifty little skill: Shadow Burst. He launched himself away from the golem that smashed down to the ground where he was a moment before, like a dark and foul tidal wave. With a few powerful strides, he arrived back at the first position, where he engraved his heart rune into the floor, and as the golem collected itself, he called out to Lucky. Lucky, launch it towards the center. He received no verbal response to his order. Although, the moment he finished said order, Lucky jumped out of the shadow that danced on the wall thanks to the weird lighting. The loyal wolf, then like a shadowy bullet, impacted the golem. Sam was happy to see that the shadows coiling around Lucky affected the spirit within and thus the whole golem, ignoring its liquid body. The golem was launched back towards its origin point, not far enough to get it back to the center, but it was enough for Sam that it was fully in the circle. Waiting for Lucky to land outside of the circle, he grinned triumphantly, slamming his hand down on his heart rune just as the miasma golem reoriented itself and exclaimed, "Activate!" Solar character status update. A system window unfolded before him. Name, Solar. In-game name, Sam. Level 22, 14%. Title, Magical Genius. He had grown again, not just in raw numbers, but in control over mana itself. Core status. His body had strengthened slightly across all physical attributes, but the real change was in his magic. Magic, 22. It continued to rise above all other attributes, defining who he was becoming. His mana capacity had increased further, along with a noticeable improvement in regeneration. Mana was no longer something he used. It was something he constantly shaped. Title effect. A new recognition had formed around him. Magical genius. A passive blessing that reduced mana consumption and refined his efficiency in spellcasting. A silent but powerful evolution in his growth. Mana control. His mastery over mana continued to deepen. Each layer of control became more stable, more efficient, and more responsive. Advanced mana manipulation was now noticeably smoother, reducing waste and increasing output. His spells required less effort but produced greater results. Defense. His mana shield had evolved again. Stronger, more stable, more layered. He could now reinforce his defenses in multiple layers, stacking protection when needed. What once was a simple barrier had become a structured defense system. Sensory awareness. His perception of mana remained at an extreme level. He could see flows of energy in the environment with clarity. Magical presence, enchantments, distortions, nothing escaped his awareness. His senses were no longer just perception. They were prediction. Offensive power. His combat techniques continued to evolve. Light, wind, earth, and mana-based attacks had all improved in control and efficiency. Mana Strike and Mana Slash had reached higher precision, with new enhancements improving speed, range, and penetration. New variations of his techniques were emerging. Faster. Sharper, more lethal, shadow movement. His shadow abilities continued to grow. Movement through darkness had become smoother and faster. Speed bursts through shadow gave him short windows of extreme acceleration. He was no longer just hiding in shadows. He was moving through them. Physical combat. His swordsmanship and physical control continued to improve. Stance stability, accuracy, and defensive reaction speed had all increased. His fighting style was becoming more refined. A balance between magic, blade, and movement, mind, and efficiency. Meditation improved his mana recovery cycles. Skill synergy allowed faster growth when combining multiple abilities. Multitasking improved, allowing smoother simultaneous control of multiple mana-based actions. His efficiency continued to rise with every training cycle. Companion bond. Deep within his awareness, the connection remained. Lucky, his shadow spirit wolf, continued to grow alongside him. Their bond strengthened, allowing shared awareness and instinct. A connection beyond simple companionship. Final note. Solar was no longer simply progressing through levels. He was evolving. Each increase in power was not just growth, but refinement. He was becoming something far beyond a normal mage, a being defined by absolute control over mana itself. Chapter 35. The moment the word left his mouth, the rune under his hands lit up, and starting from him, the other runes also lit up in sequence, bathing the giant chamber in pale blue light that seemed to be fighting for dominance with the white light streaked with darkness. While the monster's eyes shined with unnatural insight, as the controlling intelligence behind the miasma realized, at least partially, what was happening. It roared. But by the time it began to do something, the blue light emitted by Sam's runes surrounded it, and the rune circle was activated. Sam watched as the blue light shining from the runes flashed once, twice, then thrice. The moment the last flash was over, the intelligence from the eyes of the golem vanished, replaced by the more familiar emptiness he had seen in the other golems. But the changes didn't stop there. The runes flashed once again, sending out a pulse of pale blue light parallel to the ground, sweeping along it inside the rune circle until it reached the golem that was still processing what happened to it. The runes flashed a final time before finally going out. However, the light they released began to pool under the golem, and then began to rise upwards like some kind of scanning from an old sci-fi movie. The parts that the flat plane of light touched lost their liquid state, and as if drying out insanely fast, turned into a crystallized material akin to obsidian, endlessly reflecting and refracting the white light originating from the stone torches. Sam watched fascinated as the golem was struck motionless and slowly, but surely transformed from a sludge-like consistency into what was basically the same material, but all the water, or whatever the miasma considered water, sucked out, effectively turning the sludge type of golem into a crystal type of golem. The moment the pale blue plane of magic reached the top of the head of the golem, it stayed there for a fleeting moment and then simply winked out of existence, leaving behind a golem staring directly at Sam. He grinned, then readied both his sword and magic, because while the sludge golem was rather hard to defeat with physical attacks, a crystal golem was an entirely different story, especially with the small white light writhing in the middle of its chest, making it look as if the body of the golem was holding the night sky thanks to the refraction. Obviously, the controlling intelligence was gone, as the golem simply raised its hands and pointed at Sam. He reflexively stepped aside, but to both of their surprise, nothing came from the hands. Sam watched as the golem processed and then tried it a few times before whatever programming left behind by its controller kicked in and gave up on raining deathly projectiles on Sam and simply raised its hands and charged at him. Sam, still grinning thanks to his plan coming to fruition, simply dodged the strike by jumping to the side. Wind flurry. The wind blades launched from his sword raced directly at the center of the chest of the golem, but it raised its hands just in time. Though it damaged the arms, it was still a bother that it missed. Sam clicked his tongue but still continued to dodge the very linear charges of the golem, because while it was smart and fast enough to protect its core, it wasn't smart enough to figure out how to fight with its new body without the intelligence that his rune circle stripped from it. So it defaulted to the old charge and smash attack pattern, which was pretty easy to circumvent. For a hot minute, the only thing that could be heard in the chamber were Sam's echoing cries of wind flurry, while he internally lamented his lack of attack spells and skills, and the sound of the crystalline golem rumbling along the ground and smashing uselessly into the ground, as Sam would inevitably dodge their very linear attack. Then the sound of a crack could be heard. Then another and another, until Sam was listening with a small smile to crystal chunks falling to the ground and shattering into even smaller parts as he watched the left hand of the golem practically fall apart. First little pieces from the part that Sam targeted with his every cast. Then bigger pieces began to fall until the golem was standing there with only a small chunk of crystalline material jutting out of its shoulder. Sam's smile turned vicious and he exclaimed, "Shadow burst." Thanks to his increase in speed, he managed to get around the golem while it was trying to process the loss of one of its arms and made sure to use all 3 seconds of increased speed that the skill granted him. He let go of a storm of wind blades, mixed with wind flurries as well as mana slashes followed by double mana slashes, all aimed at approximately the same spot. As the skill ended and the golem started turning, there was a nice spot on the surprisingly smooth back of the golem, exactly on top where the light seemed to be housed in its body. The spot was circular, with cracks radiating everywhere. He took a few steps backwards, waiting for the golem to take a few steps, ramping up for another pointless charge, then without taking his eyes off his enemy, exclaimed, "Lucky once more." The wolf vanished from his shadow, and once again reappeared behind the golem. At the same moment, the golem began to charge, and Lucky launched itself at the back of the golem. The end result was the golem face-planting with Lucky looking at it, wearing a proud look on his face. Sam just ran over, grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands, and as the golem was attempting to stand up with one hand, channeled almost all of his mana into it, and with an incoherent yell slammed it down at the spot he had weakened. The golem spasmed a little, then fell motionless, leaving the chamber once again silent. And as the golem lay there, Sam watched as the pinpricks of light in its obsidian-like body went out, and with them the torches died down a little, only to come back to life. Blazing even stronger, however, they were lacking the black streaks that tainted them previously. The wall of white fire that locked him into the room also vanished. Sam twisted the sword a little, making sure that the monster was dead, then pulled it out, scoffed at the broken tip, and threw it away. The low-quality sword landed with a clang that coincided with the notification sound going off in his head. "Congratulations, you defeated the boss of the Ironwood Glade ruins." The monster in front of him simply collapsed into itself, turning into dust in a few moments, leaving behind a softly glowing white ball. Nodding at the confirmation that he was done, he leaned down and softly lifted the glowing ball of light with his palm. He had to shut down his mage sight, as the ball of light without the obscuring effect of the dark miasma almost blinded him with its intensity. He spent a few moments observing it with his mana sense, but the only feeling he got was that it was filled with an overwhelming amount of life energy. Probably some kind of energy used to maintain the trees. Looking at the ball of light in his palm, and the giant ball of rock cradled by the stone roots that lost almost all of its shine, now that the miasma golem was defeated, Sam knew what he had to do. So he simply walked up to it and pressed the ball of light into it. Technically, he could have stored the ball of life energy away for later use, but that would have invalidated his quest, and more than likely would have made him a lot of enemies. The moment the light sunk into the giant rock, it began to spin with ever-increasing speed, while the light seemed to seep out of the cracks that before were filled with miasma. This continued until he was watching a rapidly spinning rock in the middle of the room shining with the same light he held in his hands, but somehow more. And there was a pleasant feeling radiating from it. Sam felt at peace. Oh, that is why it was so familiar. Sam would forever deny that he yelped in surprise and jumped into the air as a voice sounded next to him. Looking down at the origin of the voice, he saw to his consternation the giant cricket that was supposed to be staying outside. The cricket turned towards him with her entire body and had the gall to smirk at him. Sam didn't know how it worked on a cricket body. "I never said I'd stay outside, child of man. By the way, excellent fight." After a few moments, Sam managed to grunt out a sentence. "Thank you." "You're most welcome, young Sam," came the chirpy reply, and the cricket turned back to staring at the glowing orb of life energy rotating in the middle of the room. Sam let the silence fill the room for a while as he gained control over his hammering heart, but in the end, he needed to know. "Why is it so familiar, ma'am?" There was a moment as the cricket hummed, then with a poof of magic, turned back into her humanoid form, still standing next to Sam and reaching out with her hand towards the rotating globe. She seemed to almost caress the rock. "I was here when this place was made. I was the guardian. But it got boring, so I went asleep." She paused, and Sam had to fight hard not to roll his eyes at the very cliché development. "But something corrupted the link, something dark and evil. But now that you removed it, it seems the connection is back, and with it my memories, child of man." "I'm glad to hear," said Sam, not knowing what else to say. "You should be. If the darkness had been able to completely consume the life energy, then it would have spelled doom for the forest and the land beyond it." "Makes sense." "It does, doesn't it?" came the whimsical reply as the humanoid cricket continued to caress the rock almost lovingly. Sam glanced at the glowing rock and the humanoid monster that seemed to be almost out of it. "Now what?" The monster retrieved her hand from the glowing rock and turned towards him, her face set into a knowing smirk. "Now, child of man, you do me a favor and you can retrieve your prize and leave." Sam simply raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Up there is a crack where the miasma is seeping in," she said, pointing upwards into the darkness of the ceiling of the chamber. "You fix that crack, and I'll give you what you seek." "And what about the origin of the miasma?" The answer he received didn't surprise him much. "Don't worry, now that I'm awake and aware, I can express my displeasure to them about what constitutes as good neighborly behavior." He couldn't help but shudder at the tone, but he still couldn't pity the fools that dabbled in things that resulted in things like the miasma that he had been fighting for the last few hours. Shaking his head, then nodded and headed for one of the sides of the chamber, while the giant humanoid cricket turned back to the glowing rock filled with life energy without a word, with Lucky wandering next to her, and sitting down and curiously staring at the same rock. He walked up to the wall, placed his hand on it and cast Earth Wall, creating a foothold. He tested it, and seeing as it took his body weight, he did a few times until he had a very neat but probably dangerous staircase leading up to the ceiling of the chamber. A minute of climbing later, he stood under the ceiling looking for the leak like some kind of fantasy contractor. "Well, an adventurer is a kind of contractor, so it works," he mused while searching. "Ah, there it is." After spotting, it took a little maneuvering before he stood under it, giving thanks that he wasn't afraid of heights, and with a brief application of Earth Wall and a little extra, and the crack in the stone ceiling was filled not just on the surface level but deeper inside. While he was up there, Sam used his mana sense to probe in the direction the miasma seemed to be coming from, and almost fell from recoil from touching the dark mana that seemed to permeate the rock. "That's some bad juju." Following that, he quickly returned to the ground, canceling the earth walls he had created. Soon, he was once again standing next to the Guardian and Lucky, who were staring at the rotating orb, transfixed. He cleared his throat gently, causing his wolf companion to fall over in surprise and the giant cricket to turn towards him. "It's done. I know, here is your reward." A simple chalice appeared in his hand, made from, to his not surprise, ironwood with filigree made from iron. "Thank you for your help, child of man, but it is time for you to leave and for me to chastise a few people." Sam was about to answer, but between two blinks, he found himself standing back in the clearing from where he entered the ruins. The archway he used was conspicuously missing, and he could hear in the far distance screams of despair. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, Sam decided it wasn't his job to deal with that, so he turned around, motioning for Lucky to follow him, and began to examine the chalice while leisurely walking and trying to ignore the wails of the damned. The way back to the city of Ironwood was a little more complicated than his journey from it, as several fights between guilds had broken out over the troll farming spots, and he had to make an effort to avoid those or sneak through them. Thankfully, he was lucky enough that nobody spotted him, or if they spotted him, they realized he wasn't part of the fighting guilds and let him go. Just to be sure, he did the entire journey in disguise using his nifty little chameleon mask. He arrived back at the city gates, exhausted but triumphant. Ignoring the small beggar child with too white and too many teeth giving him a thumbs up near the road leading to the gates, he checked his clothing and armor and headed towards the old ranger's house. He had a quest to complete. Author note, close to 1500, yay, we are almost finished with the quest. And then consequences, because actions have them for some reason. Change notes, added title description. Solar's growth had continued at an alarming pace. He was now level 22. His magical abilities had evolved once again, and his control over mana had reached a new stage of refinement. What once required focus now came almost instinctively. His mana capacity and regeneration had increased further, allowing him to sustain more powerful spells and longer engagements without exhaustion. Title unlocked. He had gained a recognized title, Magical Genius. It was not just a name, it reflected how others now perceived his mastery of mana. His efficiency in casting and sustaining magic had improved significantly. Magic development. His core mana control had advanced further into deeper mastery, allowing smoother shaping, faster response, and more stable output. His defensive capabilities had also improved. His mana shield had grown stronger and more flexible, now capable of forming layered protection when needed. His sensory abilities had reached an extraordinary level. He could perceive mana flows with extreme clarity, reading magical structures and disturbances almost instinctively. Combat growth. His offensive magic had become more refined and dangerous. Basic elemental spells had evolved into enhanced versions, granting greater control, versatility, and precision. His mana-infused strikes and slashes had also improved, allowing him to extend reach, increase speed, and partially bypass defenses. His shadow-based techniques had grown more fluid, improving his ability to move unseen and strike unpredictably. Physical and mental development. His body reinforcement through mana had strengthened further, improving all physical attributes while active. His combat awareness, calmness, and control under pressure had also improved steadily, making him more stable in prolonged battles. Companion growth. His companion, the shadow spirit wolf Lucky, had also grown stronger alongside him. Its bond with Solar had deepened, enhancing their shared awareness and reinforcing his fortune in subtle but consistent ways. The wolf's shadow abilities had evolved further, allowing more advanced manipulation of darkness and movement between shadows within a limited range. Solar closed the status window. The numbers kept rising. But so did the stakes. Chapter 36. Walking through the city, Sam couldn't help but feel the nervous energy permeating the entire area. People were walking faster, almost hunching in on themselves, looking around nervously or even fearfully, and the mana in the air was infested with a very thin layer of cloying miasma that was like sweat on a humid summer day. It was sticky and clung to the body no matter what one did. Thankfully, Sam always had his mana shield up, so when the very familiar miasma tried to stick to his skin, it just slid off uselessly. Sam scowled and began to hasten his steps towards the old man's house to finish the quest. If the origin of the miasma was related to the people who planned the monster break for the city of Ironwood and managed to infest Lady Silvercrest with that parasite, then the destruction of one of their bases would more than likely change their timetables. And because Sam only had the basics of the idea about what they were planning, he didn't like that. Navigating the shadowed streets of the bad part of the town, he soon arrived back before the old ranger's house. When he looked around, he thought he saw the flash of somebody with a very small body watching the house. But when he went to take another look, the alley was empty. Shaking his head, he stepped up to the door and knocked. Compared to the first time he visited the old man, this time he didn't have to wait even a few seconds. The door was almost wrenched open, and old man Marek was standing there with tousled hair and mustache, holding an enchanted watering can. "Who? Oh, it's you," the old man yelled, then grumbled as he recognized Sam. "Did you fail?" "No, sir." Item retrieved, monster pacified, and he didn't manage to finish his report as the older man grabbed him by the hem of his cloak and pulled him into the house, the door closing behind him automatically. "Even the walls have ears, you moron," grumbled the ranger, then placed the watering can next to the door rather aggressively and motioned to Sam to follow him. They returned to the same room where Sam received his quest, took seats in the same chairs, and Sam watched through his senses as the old man performed the same procedure to ascertain if somebody was listening on them, though it was more forceful than last time. Sam spent a moment getting comfortable, while Lucky just left his shadow with a little hop and skip and settled before the roaring fireplace and closed his eyes. He chuckled at his companion, then turned towards his quest giver. "Is it safe?" "As much as it can be in these times," came the grumble from the old man. "There is just something in the air." "Miasma." "What?" "Miasma is in the air." The old man closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and Sam watched through his other senses as the mana in the air entered the man's lung and as he exhaled, left it. "Miasma." "Yes." "By the gods," the older man shook his head and then returned his attention to Sam. "Start at the beginning." "All right, sir," replied Sam while settling back in the chair and began to tell Marek about his journey. "I found the first symbol where you told me, and then. And that's about what I know." Sam finished his explanation, followed by watching the older man as the room fell silent. The only sound that could be heard was the roaring of the fire and Lucky's gentle breathing. For a long minute, the old man just sat there with his eyes closed, contemplating everything that Sam told him. The forest, the giant cricket monster, the ruin, the miasma, and the fights. "I see," spoke the old man up finally. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Sam. And as Sam looked back, he couldn't help but shudder at the look in the old man's eyes. It radiated anger, sadness, guilt, and was tinged with slight greenish light that reminded Sam of a forest after a fresh rain. "Thank you, young man. You did me, the woods, and the city a great favor," continued the old man. "But now I must ask you to leave. I have certain matters to attend to." "You're going to visit that cricket?" "Indeed," the older man answered with a nod. "It is rather dishonorable that we had forgotten one of the protectors of the forest, even if they were asleep. So I must rectify this." Sam nodded in understanding and, noting the unspoken dismissal, stood up. Lucky, noticing his movement, also woke up, stretched, and then without a sound jumped back into his shadow. "Then I will take my leave. After all, I have to deliver the chalice to the Silvercrest family." The older man nodded, and for a moment the multitude of feelings in his eyes was replaced with humor. "Good luck!" He snickered a little, then while Sam was making sure he had everything with him, he stepped up to one of the shelves and retrieved a rather thick tome. The old man stepped up to Sam, who was watching him interestedly, while inwardly salivating at the thought of what kind of reward he would get. "I noticed during your story that you had some glaring holes in your repertoire, so here, young man, take it with my thanks." Sam took the big book, and as he held it in his hand, he noticed that it was surprisingly light despite its look. "Thank you, sir." Then, without waiting for the old man to say anything else, he turned around and left the house, leaving an old man with a renewed purpose behind. The moment he left the last step leading to the old ranger's home, a notification screen popped up on his screen. "The quest to peak or not to peak has been completed. You received the Grimoire of Sharp Winds as a reward." Sam inhaled as he read the screen, then had to fight not to break out in joyous laughter. He didn't receive a spellbook or skill book. He received a grimoire. While spell books, scrolls, or skill books only contained one spell or skill, a grimoire, depending on their rarity and origin, could contain anything from 1 to several dozen spells or skills. Greater grimoires sometimes even contained entire branches of magic. His original reward would have been probably 1 or 2 skills or spells, depending on how he did on the quest, but because he managed to finish it the way he did, it was upgraded. Sam couldn't wait to open the grimoire and learn the spells in them. Carefully putting away the tome, he pulled his hood up and began walking slowly towards the Cloudy Inn. He needed a proper rest, but as he walked by an unassuming alley, he heard a noise. Sam closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned towards the alley with a forced smile. Yes. He wasn't disappointed, as covered by the shadows was a very familiar street urchin, looking up at him with a mischievous look on their face. "Congratulations." Sam said nothing, just stared at the being masquerading as a boy or girl. It was really hard to determine. The urchin stared at him for a moment, then scowled and spat at the ground. So not fair if you know about it." Sam raised an eyebrow, inwardly enjoying the frustration he was causing. "Do you want anything?" The Fae sighed and nodded. They reached inside their ratty clothing and retrieved a scroll that seemed to be sparkling as the minimal light in the alley hit it. They held it out for a second, then threw it towards Sam. Unfortunately, he caught it on reflex. Sam froze, 1,000 ideas running through his head as he held the still sparkling scroll in his hand. He looked at the scroll, then back at the urchin who was smirking at him, and Sam knew it was a payback for his earlier actions. "They are a Fae after all." "What is this?" he asked, lowering his hand, holding the scroll as far as possible with all the delicacy of a man holding something horrible. "Reward for a task well done," came the quick answer. "And what will it cost me?" he asked, already dreading the answer. On one hand, he wanted nothing to do with the shenanigans of the Fae. On the other hand, his gamer senses were screaming at him to obtain the probably rare item. "Nothing," spoke the urchin, scowling as if the word caused him physical pain. "You did us a favor. This is a repayment." Sam wisely decided not to ask what he did because he suspected it would only cause him more headaches. Instead, he silently put the scroll away into his inventory. As he was about to figure out how to disengage from the conversation, he had a wicked idea. "Say, are you guys free?" The moment the question left his mouth, the brat moping in the shadows perked up and began eyeing him with interest. "It will cost you, mister." He retrieved a handful of silver and threw it towards the Fae, who caught all of it with deft movements and vanished them into their clothing. "I'm listening." Sam looked around and, after not seeing anybody, leaned closer to the young child. "I need you to spread a rumor." The Fae stepped closer, and Sam could almost see them vibrating in excitement. "Yees. Make sure that everyone who needs to know knows that the Grayskull Guild is planning to raid the warehouse of the auction house." "Are they?" "Of course not." Laughter was his only reply. Sam watched as the Fae contemplated his words, and then they nodded. "It will be done." "Good." Following an unspoken signal, both of them took a step back, the young street urchin covered in shadows and Sam bathing in the sickly light of the city. Suddenly, Sam heard a crow's caw and instinctively looked up, searching for the source, and after finding nothing, he looked back down and saw the alley was empty. Shaking his head, he returned to his journey towards the inn, trying to forget that the previous meeting ever happened. Back at the inn, he was fussed over by the overly energetic and very loud Andrea, currently dressed in a princess dress that somehow made her look regal yet kinky. Sam didn't really understand, but the fussing felt nice. After eating a decent meal, he begged off a drinking competition with Andrea, which was taken up by a slightly tipsy adventurer with wandering eyes nearby, and retreated to his room. Chucking off the armor and changing into more comfortable clothing, he spent a little time organizing his inventory, placing the grimoire and still obnoxiously sparkling scroll on the table. Then he spent a relaxing half an hour feeding and playing with Lucky. Running his hand through Lucky's incredibly soft fur while sitting on the bed, his back to the wall, he took the grimoire into his hand and channeled a little magic into it. Immediately, it began to shine, and the wind picked up in the room, swirling around him for a few seconds until the book shattered into motes of magic which joined the wind swirling, and after a few seconds of theatrics surged into his chest. He just stared at the notification screen, wanting to know how many spells he would gain. Sam hoped that Lucky's lucky aura would kick in. The game didn't make him wait too long as the wind died down and the light show was finished and the notification screen appeared. "Congratulations, you read the grimoire of sharp winds. Several new spells have been inscribed into your own grimoire. You have learned the spell Wind Bullet. You have learned the spell Wind Bullet Barrage. You have learned the spell Healing Wind. You have learned the spell Wind Jump. You have learned the spell Wind Edge. Wind Bullet, level 010, 0%. Active, a simple spell that allows you to launch a bullet made of concentrated wind. Wind Bullet Barrage, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to release a barrage of wind bullets at your target. The damage of the released wind bullets depends on the wind bullet spell and your mastery over it. Healing Wind, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to release a small gust of refreshing wind that restores a very small amount of stamina and health for the target. Wind Jump, level 010, 0%. Active, a simple spell that allows you to launch yourself upwards or forward with a small application of wind. Wind Edge, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to enhance the edge of any bladed weapon you wield with the wind. The blade's cutting power will increase as well its reach. Sam stared for a long moment, but before he could celebrate, another screen showed up in front of him. Due to your mastery of mana and the fact that you mastered one wind-type spell, after learning more than 7 wind spells, you have gained the skill Wind Affinity. Wind Affinity, level 100, 0%. Passive, you have a good affinity for the wind. Beings born of the wind will be more favorable to you. The cost of the wind-type spells and skills is reduced and their power is increased by 5% for each skill level. That wasn't as surprising, but it was still good news. Sam smiled, then went over his new skills, trying to figure out where he would or could use them. When he started building his skill set, He wasn't really aiming for wind-type skills, but he couldn't complain. It wasn't the strongest element, but for example, it was the easiest to get a flying spell in this element. If Sam wanted truly strong spells without specializing in the element, he would need to delve into the sub-elements, like the shadows. Shaking his head, he dismissed the screen and reluctantly reached for the scroll that managed to drench the table in glitter. A fricking Fae. Knowing that not opening it would more than likely anger the Fae, he unfurled the scroll with a harsh motion. Congratulations, the Fae deemed you worthy of their reward due to your action. We are very sorry. You gained the skill Shadow Mirage. Shadow Mirage, level 050, active. By making use of the shadows, you are able to create a mirage of yourself near your real body. This mirage will not move, set in the pose as you were at its creation. Leveling up the skill, this can be changed, as the mirage learns from its creator. Numbers of mirages that can be currently created. 1. Well, this is singularly incredibly awesome, and mostly useless without leveling up, he murmured, a little in awe. He knew this skill. In the future that never will be, one of the most famous assassins used this skill to perform countless assassinations on many prominent players, then leaving the scene while people were fighting his mirages. Dismissing the screen, he threw a disgusted look at the glitter that didn't vanish when he learned the spell in the scroll and decided it was tomorrow's Sam's problem. Snuggling up to Lucky, he closed his eyes and logged out. Author note, 1 quest done, 1 more to go. The storm is brewing, one may wonder what will happen next. And yes, I didn't want to call it a shadow clone, for obvious reasons. Solar had grown stronger once again. He was now level 22. The quest had been completed, but only partially. Another still awaited him, and with it, consequences that could no longer be avoided. Core growth. His mastery over mana had deepened significantly. He could now control it with greater precision, stability, and efficiency than before. Spells flowed faster, smoother, and with less resistance from his own body. His magical reserves and regeneration continued to rise, allowing him to sustain prolonged combat and layered spellcasting. Magical evolution. His defensive magic had advanced further. His mana shield had evolved into a more flexible structure, now capable of forming layered protection when needed. His control over reinforcement and sustainment had also improved, making him harder to break through in battle. His sensory abilities had sharpened to an extreme degree. He could now read mana flows with clarity, detect magical constructs, and perceive hidden disturbances in his environment with ease. Offensive power. His combat spells had grown more refined and destructive. Elemental magic, fire, earth, wind, water, and light, had become more responsive to his will, allowing faster casting and better control. His mana-infused physical strikes had evolved, granting him extended reach, armor penetration potential, and improved execution speed. His sword techniques had also advanced, making his slashes faster, more efficient, and more lethal when combined with mana. New development, wind magic. A new branch of wind-based abilities had begun to emerge within his arsenal. Wind blades, bursts, mobility spells, and defensive enhancements had expanded his versatility in combat. This gave him greater mobility, ranged pressure, and battlefield control than before. Shadow evolution. His shadow abilities had taken a major leap forward. He could now move through darkness with greater fluidity and control, enhancing both stealth and burst movement. New techniques had begun to form, including mirage-based deception and shadow projections, allowing him to confuse enemies and manipulate perception on the battlefield. His speed-based shadow bursts had also improved, giving him stronger short-term acceleration and escape potential. Physical and mental growth. His body reinforcement through mana had improved further, strengthening all physical attributes during combat. His calmness under pressure and ability to maintain control in high-stress situations had also continued to develop. He was becoming not just stronger, but more stable, more dangerous, and more efficient in every fight. Companion, Lucky. His shadow spirit wolf companion, Lucky, had grown alongside him. Their bond had deepened, strengthening their shared awareness and coordination. Lucky's shadow abilities had also evolved further, gaining new movement and combat potential within darkness, including limited shadow traversal between positions. Solar closed the status window. The storm was indeed coming, and this time he was no longer just reacting to it, he was ready to move through it. Chapter 37. After logging out, Sam only had the energy to take a quick shower, then quickly fell into his bed. Waking up the next day, he did a little housework, a grocery run. There were options to order in, but he wanted to spend at least a little bit of time outside of his apartment, and the usual exercises to keep his body in working condition. He couldn't wait until the game got popular enough that they would set the playing hours for everybody, because this kind of chaotic living, even with his exercises and healthy food, was taking a toll on his body. Plopping down in front of his computer, he reluctantly opened the forums for the game as well as several gaming sites that dealt with Magic Unbound, where prominently on the main pages were the posts that celebrated the continuously growing population of the game. Consequently, the forums were full of posts that cursed the crowded beginner villages as well as the increasing prices due to the demand that so many players made on the system that serviced said villages. When Sam read these notes, he had to take a minute to curse, as he had planned to set up a simple merchant company that would provide said goods to these villages and ride the wave of new players. But now, probably due to his own actions, it was too late. If the mainstream portals were talking about it, then those who could see the trends were already making money off of it. He would need to focus his efforts somewhere else. It still felt rather shitty. In the novels that he had read in his past life, the main character always managed to ride economic waves, always finding the best moment to buy or sell something, and here he was, watching as an opportunity vanished in front of him like a fart in the wind. Still, it wasn't the end of the world. Exploiting the beginners was one of the things that he planned to use for the creation of his economic foundation in the game, but it wasn't the only one. And with how the Silvercrest family quest was going, he suspected that his next several steps would become much easier. The rest of the forums were filled with discussion of every facet of the game, mostly positive, though there was a loud minority who were decrying the complexity and difficulty of the skill system. Though after a cursory look, Sam found that universally the answer to those posts was, "Get good, noob." He had to agree. The skill system of the game wasn't the easiest, but with a bit of practice and elbow grease, one could learn it without trouble. It was the definition of easy to learn, hard to master, once again demonstrating that the developers of the game were thinking in the long term. Of course, there were already videos popping up from experts who were analyzing the emerging economic situation in the game. Sam checked out a few videos, but he didn't see anything he didn't know, so he simply closed them. He had better things to do with his time. Finally, he checked his account on the Shadowland website, but his mailbox was full of people wanting to buy the Life of Blood skill book and other extremely rare or common skill books that nobody knew where to get. Sam thought about exploiting this and selling a few books for a quick buck, but in the end, he decided it wasn't worth the risk. He built himself up as a trustworthy and fair information broker, and exploiting his customers would only cause him grief in the long term. Then, stretching a little, listening as his back popped satisfyingly, he returned to his gaming couch and began the login process. The room he stayed in was still the same as he left it, with only Lucky having moved around while he was logged out, turning around in the bed. This resulted in him waking up to a mouthful of the wolf's tail. Spitting hairs out, he sent a half-hearted glare at the pitifully whining wolf that seemed to be growing at an accelerated pace, already reaching the size of a medium-sized pony. I wonder how big he will get, he wondered while he checked his equipment and status screen. Instead of going downstairs for breakfast, he simply began munching on his rations and began practicing his spells. Healing Wind. Calling out, he watched with his senses and mage sight as the mana formed into the spell and left his hand. It swirled around Lucky in a translucent, slightly green-tinged wind. Then it sunk into him without any fanfare or effect as the wolf was fully healthy and well-rested. Lucky bore being selected as target practice very well. Sam repeated it several times, trying to get used to the feeling until he could manage the spell without yelling out its name, earning himself several levels in the spell. Finally, he stood in the middle of the room, eyes closed, meditating slightly as the healing winds swirled around him. He kept up with it for a few minutes, but as he felt he was sufficiently familiar with this low-tier spell, he finally let up with the casting and watched as the last of the greenish wind sunk into his body. Letting out a satisfied smile, as healing spells, if you weren't specialized in them, were rather rare in lower levels. Using healing wind, he now had a few opportunities to acquire even stronger spells. Then he turned his attention towards one of the other spells he had just gained thanks to completing the sub-quest. Taking up a silly pose, leaning slightly back, head tilted down, arms crossed in front of him and his finger formed into random gang symbols, exclaimed, "Shadow Mirage." There was a brief burst of mana moving around in his body, then it was expelled and formed into first a copy of him out of shadows. Then a fraction of a second later that shadow gained definition and color, and thus there were two of him standing in the room in a silly pose. Chuckling slightly, he let go of the pose and began walking around the mirage as it kept standing there, still as a rock. The replicated detail on the mirage was amazing, as he could see individual hairs on his arms, but the stillness was still annoying. Although he knew that with enough practice with the skill, they would soon learn, that is, the game system would learn their behavior pattern and fighting style, and would begin to move. But for now, it would be enough to play with the mind of any enemy he came across. He reached out and tried to touch the mirage, but his hand went through the spell, and not a moment later the entire thing burst into motes of sparkling mana and shadows, falling to the ground and vanishing entirely. Nodding to himself, he spent a few minutes memorizing how the spell worked so as not to have to yell the names of the spells, then turned towards Lucky. Sam got on his knees, hugged the wolf to himself, and began murmuring, "Okay, Lucky, this is important, so pay attention, I want you." Heading towards the Silvercrest Manor, dressed in his adventurer clothes, foregoing his Sunday's best, because he fully expected that one way or another this entire thing would end in a fight, Sam watched with a satisfied smile as the entire city was in a tizzy. Harried guards walked around, paranoidly looking at everybody, even at each other. Players belonging to guilds were doing the same thing, dead-eyeing people from other guilds, and fights could be seen breaking out everywhere, causing the already agitated guards to become even more stressed. Apparently, his little distraction worked really well. Cutting through the last alley before approaching the manor directly, he made eye contact with one of the urchins and gave them a small thumbs up. The smile he received in return sent shivers down his spine. "Why do I do this to myself?" he lamented, continuing his journey. Arriving in front of the manor, he was about to announce himself, but the gates immediately opened, and one of the guards stepped out for a moment, looked around nervously, and then bade him to follow him with a respectful nod. Sam said nothing, just followed him. Inside, he was met by a familiar butler. "Greetings, good sir. I hope you returned with excellent news." The man's voice was the patented, even butler voice, but Sam could still hear the undercurrent of worry. He gave him a smile and a nod. "Indeed." "I got the item." The butler let out a relieved sigh, and Sam could hear the nearby guards doing the same thing. Apparently, they were rather loyal. Or good actors. "Follow me then, sir," came the clipped reply from the older man. He turned elegantly on his heels and began marching towards the manor proper with a pep in his steps. Sam followed him, one hand on his sword and his senses strained to the maximum. It was the best time to ambush them. Surprisingly, nobody attacked them on the way to the garden where he had his talk with Lord Silvercrest not so long ago. Arriving at the well-taken-care-of garden, he immediately understood why the butler took him there. Where before pristine grass delighted those who visited the manor, now it was covered by a giant slab of thin rock. Carved into the rock were runes, some he recognized, some he didn't. The runes were in a circle, and inside the circle was a triangle. And the points of the triangle stood three things. The nearest to him contained a small stone plinth, also carved with runic symbols, obviously the intended place of the chalice. The farthest from him was occupied with a distinguished gentleman in high-quality robes, leaning on a staff that seemed to be radiating magic and perusing a leather-bound notebook with great interest. On the last point was a very simple divan, basically a slab of wood with minimal upholstery and 4 legs. On it lay the lady of the house, deathly pale, and Sam could see the beads of sweat flowing down her face. The moment he stepped into the garden, every eye in the vicinity was directed at him, including the Lord's. "Adventurer!" came the excited yell, but Sam could see that the Lord was just trying to keep up the facade as his eyes always kept darting at his wife. "I hope you returned bringing great news." Instead of replying, Sam just reached inside his inventory and retrieved the chalice of restraint. There were multiple gasps of surprise, predominantly from the wizard at the runic circle and another happy one from Lord Silvercrest. "Ha ha ha." "Yes, most excellent, my friend." Taking several giant steps, the large man arrived next to Sam and gently took the chalice from him, holding it in his giant hand gently, and with great care walked it over to the wizard, who accepted the artifact with the same care, placing it on the plinth. "Let us commence the ritual." The wizard silently nodded, and the runic circle instantly lit up. Then the plinth and the chalice of restraint began to blaze with very familiar white flames. Following that, a dome of blue sprung up around the ritual while everybody else watched with bated breath. Sam stepped up to the Lord, whose eyes were glued to his wife's slumped form. "Are you expecting an attack, sir?" The Lord answered without moving his eyes. "Indeed, my young friend. I even sent my daughter away with a trusted friend." "Good, then I don't have to convince you to prepare for one." The older man chuckled a little and sent him a small smirk. "Fret not, my friend. I know very well what my enemies are capable of." Sam nodded, then refocused on his senses. His first target was the ritual, curious about it. However, it seemed that it was rather simple. The wizard was directing with the help of the runic circle the magic of a minor ley line into the chalice, and then would probably use that to extract the parasite from the lady of the house. He made sure to take a look at the runes, after toggling the recording software on with a small movement of his fingers for later study, then directed his senses towards the walls of the manor, as that was the easiest point of entry. He didn't have to look long. The moment his senses went further than the wall, he sensed the buildup of foreign mana. Sighing audibly, he unsheathed his blade, ignored the tensing guards standing around, as well as the fearful maids, and turned towards the wall. "What are you doing?" came the question from the Lord, but he was silenced by a loud yell and the sound of something shattering. Probably the defenses of the manor. "Attack!" Before anyone could react, Sam beamed the first attacker, jumping over the wall in the head, with a well-timed wind bullet which caused everyone to freeze for a moment as they watched the man tumble to the ground, where he lay still. Then, as one, everyone began moving, and it was chaos. Solar character status update. A system window unfolded in front of him. Name, Solar. In-game name, Sam. Level 22, 14%. Title, Magical Genius. He had grown again, stronger. Sharper, more refined in every aspect of his power, core growth. His physical attributes had increased slightly across the board, but the real change lay in his magical development. Magic, 22. His magical power continued to rise above all other stats. Mana was no longer just energy he used. It was something he constantly shaped, controlled, and refined. Title effect. A new recognition had settled upon him. Magical Genius. A passive effect that reduced mana consumption and increased efficiency in spellcasting. A silent but constant advantage in every battle and every spell. Mana control evolution. His mastery over mana had reached a new level of stability. Advanced mana control allowed him to shape spells faster and more efficiently. Spellcasting felt smoother, more natural. Less wasteful, every action now required less effort but produced greater output. Defensive evolution. His mana shield had evolved again, stronger, more stable. Now capable of layering additional defenses when needed. What was once a simple barrier had become a structured, adaptive defense system. Sensory perception. His mana sense remained at its peak. He could see mana flows clearly in the environment. He could detect magic, enchantments, and distortions instantly. His perception was no longer just awareness. It was prediction, offensive evolution. His combat abilities continued to evolve. His core spells had become faster, sharper, and more precise. Wind, earth, light, and mana-based attacks all improved in efficiency and control. His sword techniques enhanced with mana had also grown more lethal. New variations of attacks were emerging. Longer range strikes, armor-piercing techniques, faster multi-slash combinations, each one pushing him closer to true combat mastery. Wind magic specialization. His affinity for wind magic had begun to stand out. Wind-based spells became smoother and more responsive. He gained improved control over cutting force, speed, and directional manipulation. Wind was becoming one of his most natural elements, shadow movement. His shadow abilities continued to deepen. He could now move through darkness with greater speed and fluidity. Short bursts of shadow acceleration allowed rapid repositioning in combat. He was no longer just hiding in shadows. He was using them as movement pathways, physical combat growth. His swordsmanship and physical combat skills continued to evolve. Stance stability improved. Accuracy became more refined. Defensive reactions became sharper and more consistent. His fighting style was becoming more complete, a fusion of sword, magic, wind, and shadow. Mind and efficiency. Meditation improved his mana recovery and stability. Skill synergy allowed faster growth when combining abilities. Multitasking improved, allowing him to handle multiple mana processes simultaneously. Everything he did became more efficient with each training cycle. Shadow companion bond. Deep within his awareness, the connection remained. His shadow spirit wolf, Lucky, continued to grow alongside him. Their bond strengthened, shared instincts, shared perception, a silent connection that grew deeper with every level. Final note. Solar was no longer simply leveling up. He was evolving. Every increase in power refined him further, not just stronger, but more complete, a mage slowly breaking past human limits. Chapter 38. For a long moment, as Sam beheld the multitude of enemies scaling the wall in different ways, jumping, climbing, or in one case, gliding over it, he got scared. Not of the enemies. He had already managed to beat it into his head that it was a game and not real, but instead he got scared of himself. Because the moment he saw the enemies, all he felt was elation. Elation about finally fighting beings smarter than rocks. Beings that could challenge him, beat him even not that he wanted that. It scared him a little how much the game changed him. How much this opportunity that fell into his lap changed him. Then he had to stop the introspection as he was beset by several mooks for the lack of a better word. They were indistinguishable from each other, wearing black, all-body concealing clothing, only a few of them having a few spikes on their shoulders that set them aside from the others. Sam instantly pegged them as team leaders, because his mana sight told him they had a marginally bigger amount of mana than the regular mooks. Then there were the players. Of course, they were smart enough to dress up the same as the mooks currently menacing the guards while the maids crowded next to the wall of the manor, clutching their hands and trying to keep quiet and out of the way. But to Sam, it was obvious who they were. Their mana was unique for every one of them, showing that it was made from several distinct parts, telling Sam that they probably didn't bother to harmonize their skills and spells. Probably went for what is cool, he scoffed a little. Then for a second watched as all the players, without saying a word, began circling the lord of the manor, who was already beset by several mooks. "Ha-ha, you think you can defeat me?" came the boisterous laugh as the man somehow conjured giant metal gauntlets on his equally gigantic fist and punched them together. "Come and see," he roared, but before he could launch himself at the enemy, Sam decided to call out to him. "Go for the spikes. They're the leaders." He saw the mooks visibly flinch at that, and the lord just laughed, ignored the nearest minion that he was originally targeting, and jumped towards one of the attackers wearing spikes on his shoulder. Unfortunately, Sam didn't have much time to observe Lord Silvercrest's fight because several enemy attackers and one of the players, standing in the back, began to menace him. He gave them a smile, his sword ready for the fight, and made a come-here motion with his free hand. The nameless mooks remained silent, but he heard the players scoff. Sam smiled and deflected a clean strike, aiming for his jugular, then sidestepped another aiming for his heart, then simply took another back, pivoting and striking at one of the black-clad minions that were surrounding him. Sadly, they didn't do the usual evil minion thing of attacking one at a time, so he had to pay a lot of attention to where they were aiming. Ignoring the crashes in the background as the loud lord of the manor rampaged around, and as the guards yelled and grunted while fighting the fodder, he danced between the blades of his enemy, keeping one eye on them and another on the player that seemed to be positioning himself for a one-strike kill. Parry, step, parry, pivot, jump a little, step forward, slash and turn, and so on, and on and on. Sam could have broken out his spells, but for some reason the minions were only using weapons and he wanted to know why. Oddly, he couldn't sense anything with his mana sense. Maybe they didn't want to attract the attention of the rest of the city. He wondered as idly sidestepped a strike, continuing the motion of his sword, and lopped the head off of the minion that overextended himself. "One down," he spoke, hoping to get some reaction from the mooks. But while he could see slight tensing of their bodies, they didn't react. There was some kind of explosion behind his back, some boisterous laughter, and with a small smile, Sam continued. "My apologies, 7 down." One of the black-clad mooks raised their dagger, an ugly and dangerous-looking thing with hooks and teeth everywhere, and suddenly it was bathed in a black light that felt very familiar to Sam. So, they were responsible for this. He didn't wait for his enemy to do anything with that black light. Knowing how insidious it was, and with a quick movement, slashed with his sword several times, combining mana slash and wind flurry several times, aimed at the probable man with the freaky dagger. Before the rest of them could react, the extremely fast attack crashed into a barrier made of the same light that enveloped the dagger previously. The two forces fought against each other, but in the end, Sam was Sam and his enemy was a mook. The barrier shattered and the upper body of the assailant fell apart, cut into apple-sized chunks. He had time to grimace and chastise himself for being needlessly gruesome before the rest of the mooks, visibly angry at the death of their comrade, fell on him, their weapons in the process of being enveloped by the cloying miasma that Sam was beginning to hate. "I'm totally getting a purifying skill after this." He increased the mana flowing into his mana shield, then began to deflect the attacks coming. Then he felt a sudden pulse of mana. The mooks around him froze and the player in the back exclaimed, "Dark bullet, extreme strength." In front of their outstretched hand was a globe of dark energy, partly made of miasma and partly from what seemed liquid darkness. It hung there for a millisecond, and then it was launched directly at Sam and the mooks surrounding him. Sam barely had a second to react. Wind jump. He was just fast enough that the rapidly approaching and expanding ball of eldritch energy barely brushed the bottom of his feet, smashing apart the top layer of his mana shield before slamming into the ground and exploding with extreme speed. The mooks didn't even have time to scream before they were consumed. Thank God for flow. Sending a prayer to our Ren gods for giving him the skill, he watched as the player was enveloped with the miasma, and his hand lit up again, though thankfully this time the ball was much smaller. Dark bullet, dark bullet. Dark bullet. 3 bullets were launched at him, and seeing as he was still in the air, he simply raised his sword and once again slashed many times, sending a wind-enhanced storm of flurry against the approaching projectiles. At the same moment, he reached the apex of his jump. The moment the storm of wind reached the bullet, the two attacks clashed, and the storm chewed up the dark magic like a certain worm eating the sand of a certain planet. And because he barely put any power into it, the spell dissipated before it could reach the player. Visibly angry, the man began to fire more and more bullets of dark magic as the miasma began to grow around. As he began to fall, he glanced around, taking in the situation. Lord Silvercrest, he really needed to learn his first name, was currently fighting against 3 players also bathed in the dark miasma, while several mooks with spikes on their clothing were taking potshots at the man. The ritual was still ongoing, though the wizard was visibly straining based on the beads of sweat running down his face. The lady of the house was alive, but seemed to writhe as black smoke seemed to be rising from her body. He landed on his feet, not far from the small crater left behind by the overpowered attack, and sent another flurry of wind blades, canceling the continuously increasing amount of dark bullets. Eyeing the other man, he waited until he began to chant again. Dark bullet, dark bullet, dark bullet, and launched his own wind bullet with a soft whisper. While he didn't know how to cast the spell without the verbal trigger, there was no need to yell like the idiot in front of him. Wind bullet. Dark bullet. Dark bullet, dark bull. The bullet of wind struck the other man's barrier, disrupting his casting and causing the dozen small balls of corrupting darkness in front of him to dissipate with an oddly disappointed hiss. Though he wasn't hurt, the man became very angry. What the hell? Why won't you die? I did all of. He visibly swallowed his last words, but it was enough for Sam. His enemy obviously completed some kind of quest to gain this kind of power. Dark magic wasn't exactly uncommon, but it was considered one of the evil magics in the world of Magic Unbound that required rather specific sacrifices to upgrade. In exchange, it granted rather potent powers even at the beginning, which he didn't see in the opponent before him. However, as he observed the man, it seemed that he also came to a decision. It seems I have to use my full power. Physically cringing at the man, he primed his own spell, then launched several wind flurries mixed with mana slashes at the man. This time at maximum power. It was high time to finish it. To his disappointment, the moment his spell reached the man, it crashed into the dark barrier and gave his opponent enough time for a yell. Dark Shroud. The miasma enveloping the man intensified enough that Sam could feel and see the waves of black mana radiating from the man. Now take this. Dark Beam. The moment he heard the man speak, he crouched down and slammed his hand down on the ground, creating an earth wall. The beam crashed into it, and Sam had to fight continuously against the corrosive black mana that seemed intent on eating away his mana. But thanks to his mana disruption, the freaky mana that seemed to destroy anything it came in contact with couldn't get a hold of his wall of reinforced earth. After several seconds of intense bombardment, the beam let up, and despite the fight going on around them, Sam could hear the aggravated breathing of his opponent. WHY. Won't you die? Came the almost incoherent yelling, but Sam ignored it. Carefully encasing his blade with mana, and after a soft whisper with wind edge, he spoke 2 words. Shadow Burst. With the increased speed, he had time to jump away from his cover as another beam, twice the size of the previous one, slammed into the location he was at, obliterating everything in its path, while he winced at the feeling as the dark mana pulsing from the enemy player increased once again. Apparently, he made a deal with somebody very important. The moment the mana increased in the man in front of him, so did in the others. Or maybe with somebody very, very important. Come on, came the frustrated yell of the Lord who was about to break through their barriers while the rest of the mooks were resting in pieces around them. Giving another quick glance at the ritual, he saw that smoke rising from the noble lady was increasing, as was the white flame in the chalice. Reaching the man in a second, he thrust his sword forward, pushing a mana strike to the very tip of the blade, trying to weave the spells he had on the sword. For a moment that felt like an eternity, Sam feared that he had failed, and his sword was stopped by the churning barrier. But then ever so slowly, the sword began to slide forward, picking up speed and ending up in the assailant's skull through the bottom of his mouth. For another long moment, the mana surrounding the man churned and spewed, obviously agitated, and Sam would have sworn it was angry at him, before the enemy player's health vanished and with it, the connection to their patron. Sam let out a relieved sigh and yanked the sword out of the man, but he had to shake his head in disgust as the miasma began to eat away at it as soon as he stopped channeling mana through it. He threw it away and took out another sword from his inventory and turned his attention towards the other fight. Sadly, the intensity of the mana surrounding them didn't go down with the death of their comrade. Hell, it seemed to have grown. Taking a stance, he waited for a lull in the fight. It came soon as the fighting parties separated after another clash that left the dark-clad side with ashen skin, where it could be seen through the rips of their clothing, showing that the incredible amount of uncontrolled mana seemed to have an actual price on their bodies. While the Lord seemed to be in better shape, his gauntlets were starting to get corroded at certain points. Sam didn't waste another second, already chastising himself for playing around at the beginning, and launched several wind flurries at the players trying to make him fail his quest. It was mana-intensive, but it was so worth it watching them smugly tanking with their barriers, and then seeing said barriers shredded by his mana disruption. They might have had enormous amounts of mana, but they didn't even have an iota of control over it. Of the 3 players still alive, one of them was diced instantly, and the second one got their barriers destroyed, which the Lord immediately made use of, pouncing on the man, and turning him from 3D into 2D. The last man yelled something incoherently, but their barrier held. Then, as Sam was looking around for the suspiciously missing boss encounter, the mana spiked once again, and the man's body seized up, freezing in place for a moment. When the episode was over, their body was relaxed, their eyes were pure black, and the previously fully chaotic mana around them began to swirl in a streamlined fashion that spoke of unbelievable control. The eyes roamed around, taking in everything, and Sam felt the breath freeze inside him as the eyes landed on him. "Befouler!" The voice that came out of the man resembled nothing like how a human would sound. It was deep, echoey, but at the same time grating and high-pitched. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Sam couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Oh, it's you." Lord Silvercrest stepped up next to Sam cautiously, eyes never leaving the being that possessed the last enemy alive. "You know this creature, my friend. Guess who had the chalice?" "I see." The monster opened the mouth of the human's body, pointed at Sam, and once again roared, "Befouler!" And at the same moment, turned around and launched himself at the barrier protecting the lady of the house and the wizard performing. Sam launched several attacks, and the man next to him roared and jumped after the monster, but they were too slow. The body reached the barrier with extreme speed, and Sam felt a brief pulse of extremely disgusting mana, and then it exploded. The lord of the manor let out an anguished roar, but thanks to his senses, Sam saw enough and knew that while everybody was hurt thanks to the explosion, while he remained stable, mana shield was eroded on several spots on his body, causing several small wounds to appear. The shield protecting the ritual was still intact. Then, as the guards groaned on the ground, and the crying of the maids intensified, there was a small crack. Then another and another, until everybody could hear the tinkling of something like glass falling and hitting the ground. Through his magical senses, Sam watched as the ritual shield broke down, leaving the participants exposed to the elements. Sending a brief burst of unshaped wind at the garden, he sent the dust cloud away that was kicked up after the explosion. The moment the dust was cleared away, the Lord took a hesitant step forward and cried out with relief. "My darling Sylvia." The lady of the house couldn't answer as she was currently writhing deliriously upon her divan, while the black smoke rising from her body seemed to be being sucked into the chalice of restraint, while the white flames burned with an intensity that made it hard to look at it. All his senses were focused on the lady and the transfer of the parasite from her weakened body into the purifying flames of the chalice, so it was rather understandable that neither Sam nor anybody else from the household noticed as one of the maids hesitantly began to walk towards the lady of the house. His head, however, snapped up from witnessing some rather impressive magic, when the very familiar and oh-so-hated magic of the dark being returned with a rather small pulse. It took only a second for him to find the maid within striking distance of Lady Sylvia, with eyes darker than the darkest night. The dark being in the guise of the woman sent him a brief smirk, then raised a sword retrieved from who knows where wreathed in eldritch darkness that seemed to drip misery and struck with reckless abandon. Then a lot of things happened in a short amount of time. The guards all yelled out, the maids were crying even louder, and the man standing next to Sam let out another anguished roar. "Sylvia!" But everybody knew that they would be too late to save the lady's life. The only one who didn't move was Sam, who answered the being's smirk with a smirk of his own. At the exact moment the maid's hand holding the sword got near the woman, the shadows next to her bubbled, and Lucky, like a shark made of shadows, launched upwards and bit her on the hand, stopping the attack entirely. Solar Character Status Update. A system window unfolded in front of him. Name, Solar. In-game name, Sam. Level 22, 14%. Title, Magical Genius. He had grown again, stronger, sharper, more refined in every aspect of his power, core growth. His physical attributes had increased slightly across the board, but the real change lay in his magical development. Magic, 22. His magical power continued to rise above all other stats. Mana was no longer just energy he used. It was something he constantly shaped, controlled, and refined. Title effect. A new recognition had settled upon him, magical genius, a passive effect that reduced mana consumption and increased efficiency in spellcasting, a silent but constant advantage in every battle and every spell. Mana control evolution. His mastery over mana had reached a new level of stability. Advanced mana control allowed him to shape spells faster and more efficiently. Spellcasting felt smoother, more natural, less wasteful. Every action now required less effort but produced greater output. Defensive evolution. His mana shield had evolved again, stronger, more stable, now capable of layering additional defenses when needed. What was once a simple barrier had become a structured, adaptive defense system. Sensory perception. His mana sense remained at its peak. He could see mana flows clearly in the environment. He could detect magic, enchantments, and distortions instantly. His perception was no longer just awareness. It was prediction, offensive evolution. His combat abilities continued to evolve. His core spells had become faster, sharper, and more precise. Wind, earth, light, and mana-based attacks all improved in efficiency and control. His sword techniques enhanced with mana had also grown more lethal. New variations of attacks were emerging. Longer range strikes, armor-piercing techniques, faster multi-slash combinations, each one pushing him closer to true combat mastery, wind magic specialization. His affinity for wind magic had begun to stand out. Wind-based spells became smoother and more responsive. He gained improved control over cutting force, speed, and directional manipulation. Wind was becoming one of his most natural elements, shadow movement. His shadow abilities continued to deepen. He could now move through darkness with greater speed and fluidity. Short bursts of shadow acceleration allowed rapid repositioning in combat. He was no longer just hiding in shadows. He was using them as movement pathways, physical combat growth. His swordsmanship and physical combat skills continued to evolve. Stance stability improved. Accuracy became more refined. Defensive reactions became sharper and more consistent. His fighting style was becoming more complete, a fusion of sword, magic, wind, and shadow, mind, and efficiency. Meditation improved his mana recovery and stability. Skill synergy allowed faster growth when combining abilities. Multitasking improved, allowing him to handle multiple mana processes simultaneously. Everything he did became more efficient with each training cycle. Shadow companion bond. Deep within his awareness, the connection remained. His shadow spirit wolf, Lucky, continued to grow alongside him. Their bond strengthened, shared instincts, shared perception, a silent connection that grew deeper with every level. Final note. Solar was no longer simply leveling up. He was evolving. Every increase in power refined him further, not just stronger, but more complete, a mage slowly breaking past human limits. Chapter 39. For a long moment, Sam luxuriated in the feeling of getting one over his enemy. Then he watched as Lucky, with a violent motion through the murderous assassin, made away from the lady of the manor. Then with deliberately threatening steps left the shadow and protectively stood next to the suffering woman, almost curling up around her. He looked enormous with his fluffy fur puffed in anger. Instantly, several guards and undercover guards posing as maids were on the false one, pushing her into the ground, but keeping her alive. Sam didn't spare any more thought to the assassin as, coincidentally, the ritual seemed to be picking up. The white fire blazing in the chalice grew even brighter and bigger, while the smoke rising from the woman turned into almost liquid as it left her body. The cursed smoke as it left the body began to churn in the air over the ritual circle, expanding then contracting, but it stayed strictly over the rune circle. The wizard standing at one of the focal points of the ritual never stopped chanting, and the moment the great cloud of miasma and very dark magic began collecting above the ritual increased their pace and volume of chanting. As the guards who weren't guarding the oddly docile assassin were starting the cleanup, the lord of the manor stepped up next to Sam, staring at the ritual, most specifically at his wife. Sam said nothing, just watched as slowly, with raised hands and the magic radiating light to his alternative sights, the wizard directed it ever so slowly over the burning white fire which, as soon as it touched the cursed material, began to grow upwards. At first, the flames just barely tickled the bottom of the bubble of miasma, but that was enough to send the miasma running. It began to vibrate and churn even stronger, but the ritual held firm. Soon the bubble of miasma was suspended over the flame like a choice of meat and was being burned. Second by second, it decreased in size, and Sam could see how the pulsing dark magic was also decreasing. As a bonus, the magic in the lady of the house was also calming down, though it was dangerously thin and weak. Sam just watched along calmly as Lord Silvercrest muttered and walked to and fro, fretting for his wife. A three-focal point ritual was nothing to write home about. In his memories of the future that never will be, he saw several rituals where more than 100 wizards, sorcerers, and mages had to participate with material costs that would have bankrupted a small country. Depressingly, these rituals were mostly performed for the sake of some spoiled second-gen rich heir who wanted to get stronger. In truly human fashion, there were actual guilds that specialized in providing exactly this type of ritual with very competitive fees. Of course, there were sinister rituals carried out by necromancers and dark mages, summoning demons and other dark beings to do their bidding, or be devoured by the very beings they summoned. That was why he wanted to learn runecraft. His hope was that if he knew how rituals worked, then he would have an easier time disrupting them. Sadly, the other Sam didn't know much about runes besides the basics, so he had almost no insider information about it. But that was exactly what made it interesting to him. He wasn't following the steps of the other Sam. He was blazing his own trail. As his thoughts meandered, the ritual let out the biggest pulse to date, and the white flame rose once more, enveloping the bubble of miasma once, twice, and 3 times. And when the flames came down after the 3rd time, the miasma was gone. Sam could physically feel the absence of the cloying miasma from the area. The entire garden, the maids, guards, the nobles, and even the assassin let out a sigh of relief. The flame continued to merrily burn while the wizard controlling the ritual changed their chant, and over the next few minutes, the magic in the ritual slowly drained away, going back to the ley lines, and the white flame in the chalice slowly decreased in size until it went out completely with a small puff sound. "Sylvia!" the giant man immediately exclaimed and rushed next to his wife. Sam noticed that the wizard sent the lord an annoyed look but otherwise stayed silent. The enormous man stopped on a dime next to the harshly panting noble lady, knelt down, and began to cradle tenderly the woman in his hands. "You're all right. You're all right." Sam turned away, knowing that he wouldn't be much use to the man as he could see several people dressed as healers with the sign of the House of Silvercrest rushed over and began to fuss over them and the wizard. Instead, he began to help with the cleanup. He collected shattered weapons, armor, and clothing scraps, dug up corrupted ground that was hit by the attacks of the possessed enemy, and shoveled it into boxes brought in. And sometimes nicked a few things from the corpses. An amulet with weird runes, a ring with an unfamiliar symbol, weirdly shaped daggers, and in one case, a very nice bag of money. Sam was sure that the Silvercrest servants knew what he was doing. He wasn't trying to be stealthy. But either they chalked up his behavior to being an adventurer or they didn't care. Slowly, over an hour, the garden was put in order, though it still showed the signs of a fight happening. The corpses were taken away, and the debris was piled in one out-of-the-way corner. Sam was about to find an excuse to leave when the tired-looking butler approached him. "Master Adventurer," he greeted Sam with respect shining in his eyes. "Hello," Sam returned the greeting with a respectful nod. "I bring greetings from the master. Lord Silvercrest and his wife have long ago been bundled up and escorted back to the manor. He bids you to return on the morrow to discuss your well-deserved remuneration." "I assume he was quite louder than that," said Sam with a small smirk as he began a quick check of his equipment, while also letting out a small whistle to call Lucky back to him. The fortunate wolf was being pampered by several maids. Hearing the whistle, he sprung up from his back and with several powerful jumps arrived next to him. Sam gave him a quick pat on the head, and the silly wolf jumped into his shadow with a graceful swan dive. "Quite," replied the butler in a dry tone and turned around, leading Sam to the gates. Leaving the manor grounds was rather funny. While inside the manor walls, a small battle had taken place. Several skirmishes had broken out throughout the city between rival guilds while the city guards desperately tried to calm things down. Naturally, it didn't help that the promised raid on the auction house warehouse didn't happen, so now everybody was pointing fingers at everybody else. At least, that was what he overheard during his walk. First, he visited the auction house to check if there was anything that would interest him. He sat down for a little while in one of the corners that were reserved for the independent players, while several areas of the auction house were covered with several clans and guilds who had their people eternally hunt for bargains. The first thing he noticed was that there were several highly armored guards walking around in the halls of the establishment, and when he turned on his mana sight, he saw that several servants who were serving the people or answering questions had suspiciously high mana levels. Though he had to stop, as one of the women who were at the service desk sent him a playful glare. Sam gave her a respectful nod with a small smile, then returned to browsing. The material section wasn't interesting to him, as nobody had much chance to find the important mines. Though he made sure to check just to be sure, sadly it was just as empty as he expected. The armor and weapon were full of mass-manufactured crap, as was the alchemy section. The novels lied to me. Where is the 1,000-year-old ginseng? Where is Fire Sword of Awesome? He grumbled to himself, then turned his attention to the recipe section. Let's see, armor, armor, weapon, weapon, potion, potion, addicting drug. Once again, nothing interesting. Searching for runes, he came up with nothing. Finally, he turned towards the skill book section. As expected, the top of the screen was full of the Life of Blood skill book for ludicrous prices, while mixed in were some ridiculous skills like lightning beam, blizzard, and other, very situational skills. Soon they will learn the cons of long cast times, and hopefully the concept of friendly fire, he mused with an evil smile as he did a few searches. Searching the wind category yielded him the wind drill spell that allowed one to envelop their weapon with a drilling wind effect. Mostly useful for spear users, but he wanted to integrate it into his rotation. The shadow category was empty of anything interesting, which wasn't a big surprise as it was a rather rare type. Then, as promised to himself, he looked into the health-increasing skills. He discarded the idea of getting several smaller skills that would give him a few percentage improvements because Sam didn't really want to overclutter his skill collection. Finally, after half an hour of searching, he found a very cheap skill at the bottom of the list for several gold coins. With shining eyes, he immediately bought out the skill, not even bothering to bid on it. It was just too good of a catch. With that, he stopped his browsing, walked up to the service desk, waited until it was his turn, and was helped by the woman who noticed his snooping. He paid for the items and put them into his inventory before leaving. From the auction house, he directly headed to the Cloudy Day Inn. He ordered a filling meal, as after a fight one needed to replenish his energy, and while Lucky, the great ham, begged for scraps around the dining hall, he tried to fight the urge to open his notifications. Finishing his meal and thanking the waitress with a smile, he collected Lucky, who was in the process of charming several waitresses off the clock, and retreated to his room. Inside the room, he gave Lucky several high-quality slices of meat and water, then changed into much more comfortable clothing, hopped on the bed with his back to the wall, and took out the 2 new skill books. Congratulations, you've learned the spell Wind Drill. Wind Drill, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to grant the tip of your weapon wind shaped as a drill, enhancing its penetration ability. Congratulations, you've learned the skill Mana Body. Mana Body, level 0100, 0%. Passive, your mana permeates your body, enhancing and improving it. The better the control of your mana is, and the more mana you have, the bigger the effect is. For every 100 mana points, It grants you 1 base health gain. For every skill level, it increases the health regeneration by 1. The moment he learned it and the skill book vanished, he instantly felt mana coursing through his body, reaching every little corner. It was a rather peculiar feeling. Sam didn't think he could have explained it using words. It was an awesome skill, especially for him with his humongous amount of mana. And combined with the rest of the skills, it would become a powerhouse soon, though it made sense why the person selling it was doing so. According to his inherited memories, most people who specialized in mana were hovering around 500-600 mana points currently. So this would seem like a waste of time and money to get. How they would cry later when it turns out you would need to do a very tedious quest to get this book. Smirking at his good luck, Sam finally turned towards his notification screen while the satiated Lucky jumped on the bed and laid down next to him. Spirit Link is now level 17. Your companion, Lucky, has reached level 18. Lucky's skill, Shadow Jump, is now level 7. Sadly, Lucky wasn't lucky enough to learn a new skill. Still, any improvement was good, so he made sure to praise the silly wolf a little before turning to his own notifications. Congratulations, you've leveled up. You're now level 23. Gained 2 unassigned attribute points. Gained 1 WIS point because of the wise decisions that you made. Nodding slightly, he added the 2 unassigned points to Dex and AGI before continuing. Advanced Mana Control is now level 19. Stable Mana Control is now level 10. Mana Shield is now level 36. Controlled Mana Shield is now level 10. Sustained Mana Shield is now level 10. Layered Mana Shield is now level 1. Sam had to goggle at the incredible gains he had gotten with Mana Shield. Apparently shielding against miasma is really worth it. Earth Wall II is now level 2. Phasing Strike is now level 1. Extended Mana Strike is now level 1. Efficient Mana Slash is now level 5. Double Mana Slash is now level 4. Mana Body Enhancement is now level 23. Mana Influenced Body is now level 1. Mana Disruption is now level 6. Congratulations! Thanks to your ingenuity, you have learned the skill Spell Layering. Spell Layering, level 025, 0%. Passive allows you to layer spells onto each other. The synergy depends on the spells themselves. For every level in this skill, you can add another spell to the layering. The current number of spells that can be layered, 2. Sam stared at the spell for a moment, then nodded with a satisfied smile. He had hoped to gain it, as it was a pretty basic Spellblade class skill, but he had expected he would need to do the layering without the skill a few more times. Probably the Mana Control helped. Windblade II is now level 2. Wind Flurry is now level 1. Wind Bullet is now level 1. Healing Wind is now level 4. Wind Jump is now level 1. Wind Edge is now level 3. Wind Affinity is now level 4. The wind-natured spells were climbing with a steady pace, so Sam was satisfied. Shadow Footwork is now level 14. Shadow Burst is now level 5. Sadly, he didn't have the opportunity to use his Shadow Mirage skill, but he didn't really mind. Using a skill like that in real battle was foolish beyond reason. Finally, he turned his attention towards physical skill. Intermediate Sword Mastery is now level 12. Freeform Defense is now level 1. Intermediate Breathing Technique is now level 4. Calm Heart is now level 20. Flow is now level 11. Thanks to exposure to the corrupting miasma, you gained Corruption Resistance. Corruption Resistance, level 0-100, 0%. Passive, thanks to exposure, you gained resistance against corruption. Makes it easier to resist the effects of substances and spells that try to corrupt you. Each level increases the resistance by 1%. Satisfied with his gains, Sam did a quick read-through of his status. Then, instead of heading out, he retrieved the loot from the battle and began to examine the runes on the amulet he appropriated from one of the dead assailants. Solar, Character Status Update. A familiar system window appeared before Sam's name, Solar. In-game name, Sam. Level 23. Title, Magical Genius. His journey had reached another milestone. His physical abilities continued to improve with greater speed, dexterity, and wisdom, while his magical talent remained his greatest strength. His mana reserve stayed immense, and his control over that power grew even more refined. The title of Magical Genius continued to aid him, reducing the cost of every spell he cast. His mastery of mana had reached a new level. Advanced mana control was nearly complete, allowing him to manipulate magical energy with remarkable precision while making his spells more efficient. His mana shield had become one of his greatest defenses. It was stronger than ever, easier to maintain, and now capable of forming multiple protective layers around his body. A new ability, Mana Body, had awakened. Mana no longer simply fueled his spells. It strengthened his body itself, increasing his durability and laying the foundation for future growth. His sensory abilities remained exceptional. Mana Sense and Mage Sight allowed him to perceive magical currents and hidden enchantments with incredible clarity, giving him an advantage few could match. His combat magic continued to evolve. Mana Strike gained the ability to pierce armor. Its reach could now be extended beyond the limits of a normal attack. Mana Slash became more efficient, while Double Mana Slash grew deadlier with practice. He also unlocked a new talent. Spell Layering. For the first time, he could combine different spells together, opening the door to entirely new magical techniques. His affinity with wind magic deepened. Wind blades became sharper. He learned to unleash multiple blades at once, fire concentrated wind bullets, leap through the air with gusts of wind, and coat his weapons with cutting winds. Healing Wind improved as well, giving him limited restorative abilities. His shadow techniques continued to develop. Shadow footwork made him faster and harder to predict. Shadow Burst granted explosive bursts of speed. Shadow Mirage allowed him to create an illusion of himself, confusing opponents and creating openings in battle. His swordsmanship also improved. His attacks became more precise, his defenses more reliable. His breathing techniques and calm mind allowed him to conserve energy and remain focused under pressure. He also gained a new resistance. Exposure to dark forces granted him the beginnings of corruption resistance, helping him withstand dangerous magical influences. His connection with his companion grew stronger. Lucky, the juvenile shadow spirit wolf, reached a new level of power. Their spirit link deepened, strengthening their bond and awareness of one another. Lucky's own shadow abilities improved as well. Most impressive of all was Shadow Jump. The spirit wolf could dive into one shadow and emerge from another, making it an unpredictable and dangerous companion in combat. The system window slowly faded. Sam looked over the countless improvements and realized something important. He was no longer simply learning magic. He was building a fighting style unlike anyone else. A swordsman, a mage, a shadow walker, a master of the wind. And with every battle, he was becoming something far greater than any ordinary adventurer. Chapter 40. The amulet was rather simple. Circular, around a few inches in diameter, hanging on a simple leather chain. It had no active magic running through it, and the passive magic was almost gone from it. Under Sam's careful eyes, however, even that meager amount of mana revealed its secrets. Mostly because, thanks to his studies in runecraft, he recognized several symbols that were responsible for connecting two focuses together. That implied that the amulet itself was some kind of focus. And while the main rune, probably the heart rune in the middle of the amulet, told him nothing, his inherited memories, after a little searching, came back with an answer. As Sam suspected, it was from an evil cult. The cult itself was eradicated as part of one of many story quests present in Magic, unbound far into the future, after they caused an untold amount of trouble. The other Sam didn't know that they were responsible for the Ironwood monster break, but based on the memories he found, it wasn't really surprising. The cult was named Kalon's Circle, Kalon being a mysterious demonic being with no clear goal. At least the other Sam knew nothing about their goals. The modus operandi of the Kalon's Circle was to find areas where strife could be found, which was basically everywhere, and make contact with people who wanted power and then use them as patsies. That changed when the players came. Players couldn't die properly, so Calon could use them much more. According to Sam's memories, they would make a rather cliché deal with some dark being and immediately get a big boost for their power, and the price was usually a tiny favor. Because the deal was obviously rather weighted towards Calon's circle, only the most desperate and stupid took it. Or those who wanted to roleplay as a demonic being's puppet. Sam wasn't about to kink shame. Most of their members were rather edgy and dramatic. So, teenagers. Curiously, most goths avoided the circle and went with some of the proper death cults. Probably that's why Merrick got so angry. Recognized the presence of Calon's circle and went to stomp them out. Carefully, he noted the major runes of the amulet down on a proper piece of paper, as there was no way he was putting something with connections to a dark being in his own grimoire, then folded the paper into a smaller shape and put it in an envelope. Then he took out the ring. It was also a simple affair, a band of what looked like gold but probably was not, with a simple inlaid white gem with an odd green tint. Focusing his senses and attention on it, he channeled a bit of his mana into it. As he slowly felt the mana move through the material, he couldn't help but smile. Fighting was cool, but the way the company managed to make it so that he could feel something that didn't exist move was extraordinary. A few seconds later, the slow-moving mana reached a stone and stopped for a moment. Then with a little push, it started moving again. Outside, the stone, which previously only had a little green tint, now shone with full green light. As Sam looked at the gem, he couldn't help but compare the light from the gem to the light of his healing wind spell. Just to prove his theory, a screen popped up in front of him. Congratulations. Thanks to your expertise with mana, you managed to identify the ring. Ring of minor health regeneration. A small ring made from subpar materials with a low-quality magical gem. As long as the gem holds mana, it aids with health regeneration. Can hold 100 mana points and regenerates 10 health points for every point of mana consumed. Current mana, 100-100. A simple ring, but it was better than what he had, which was nothing. The guy probably only had it because he didn't know how to recharge it. Just one more way to bind him to the circle. His loss and my gain. He carefully slipped the ring on one of his fingers and then checked the time. Time to log out. He did the usual preparations and joined Lucky on the bed. In his apartment, he removed his gaming helmet and did some stretches. Listening to the crack in his back, he went and took a good, long shower, trying to banish the picture of the person falling apart into chunks. Then, after a filling meal, he plopped down in front of his computer and began his search for new information. The first thing that he noticed was that Future Unknown had put out a statement that in 2 weeks' time they would be holding a news conference about the changes to the game. Sam quickly checked his calendar and noted that the posted date was 2 weeks before the original, where they announced the playtime changes. That is, the game could be only played from 6 in the afternoon, until 6 in the morning on the following day after consultation with the government due to the incredible popularity of the game. Apparently his actions, even though he tried to minimize them, had some effects. Sighing a little dejectedly, he still had to celebrate. The random login and logout times were wreaking havoc on his body. Still, knowing the date would allow him to plan at least a little ahead, probably like all the major players. They didn't mention it in the statement, but the same announcement would be used to start the real money exchange for the game. Which meant he would need to make preparations. The RMT would attract all the rich fools, and he would need to be in a perfect position to help them spend some of their easily earned money. It was practically his civic duty. Then he turned his attention towards Shadowland. He sought out the posts about Ironwood and went hunting. He needed bigger chaos. The first thing he found that was worth meddling with was a very angry post. 1,000 for information about proper trolls spawning locations, at least 10. The author of the post was ranting and raving about the issues of other guilds gobbling up good spots and not finding any themselves. He opened the post and quickly began typing after consulting the map he downloaded from his gaming rig. While he didn't know exactly the coordinates, he knew, or at least remembered, the attributes of the trolls and knew where they would be spawning. Just for fun, he added the one he cut through on the way to the ancient ruin. Typing away for a few seconds, he looked at what he had wrought and couldn't help but smile. Clicking on the submit button, he let out a small cackle, and after taking a sip of his drink, he went back to hunting for opportunities. After login, he dressed in one of his better outfits. Then, after giving Lucky a quick brush and belly rub and having a filling meal, he returned to the Silvercrest Manor. On the way, he couldn't help but smile. The entire city was brimming with frustration and anger. Players glared at each other, and guild members moved in groups like geese, staring daggers at each other while the NPCs tried to avoid being on the street. It was glorious. In contrast to the city, the atmosphere in the Silvercrest Manor was rather joyous. The guards were wearing big smiles, and the moment they spotted him, they ran ahead to greet him. "Welcome, sir. The Lord ordered us to lead you directly to him." "Thank you," he replied, and allowed the excited guard to practically drag him to the gate. At the gate, he was met with the butler, same as always, but this time, instead of the usual poker face, he was greeted by a thin smile on the older gentleman's face. "Welcome back, sir. The Lord is waiting for you." Sam just nodded with a smile of his own and followed the older man. The entire manor was awash with excitement, with servants and maids rushing about with a smile on their faces. Apparently, they really liked the nobles will wonder never cease, Sam thought as he looked around. He was finally led into a grand office where he was immediately assaulted. Fortunately, it wasn't by an attacker but by a bear of a man with a hug and a loud laugh. "My friend, what a joyous occasion. Am I glad to see you?" After making his best attempt to crush Sam's spine, the man finally let him go, and after catching his breath, Sam managed to answer. "And I'm glad to see you well, my lord." He finished his greeting with a small bow. He was their savior, but nobles could be finicky. Sam didn't want to mess up at the last minute. Until he had the rewards in his hands, he wasn't going to celebrate. "None of that, my friend," came the booming exclamation from the grinning noble. "Call me Myro, like all my friends." "Then you can call me Sam Myro," replied Sam with an awkward smile. The lord just laughed, then quickly walked behind his equally enormous desk, sat down, and motioned for Sam to do the same. Come, sit, my friend." Sam sat down and then looked at the other man, who immediately began to talk with an excited voice. And of course, very loudly. "Let us get to the main point of discussion," he declared, then at the same moment almost slapped the desk with his forehead. He bowed so fast forward. "Thank you for saving my wife." "You're welcome, my lord," Sam said quietly, then watched as the man raised his head, his forehead slightly red, then grinned at Sam. "And now what you've been waiting for. As my word by my magic Imyro Silvercrest, declare the contract with Sam the adventurer is completed." After the declaration, a small burst of magic began to swirl between the two of them, blood red, just as the blood they had signed the contract with. Then, after a second of swirling, it stopped cold in the air and burst apart. The flakes falling towards the floor and then vanishing. It was followed by a screen appearing in front of him. The quest, "A shadow in a shadow of a shadow," has been completed. The blood contract has been fulfilled. You are no longer under its effect. Sam smiled at it, and after doing a quick check on his magic, noting that the blemish of the blood contract was gone, he returned his attention to the grinning lord. "I'm glad that it is over. My journey was not a walk in a park, shall we say," he said with a wry smile. I believe you, my friend." The lord tried to continue to speak, but Sam interrupted him by raising his hand. "And I found an amulet with these symbols on it." He then retrieved the prepared paperwork, handing it over to the man. The lord accepted the paper with a curious look and opened it. The moment he saw the symbol, an ugly look appeared on his face. These people again." "You know them, my lord." "Of course, Calon's Circle, parasites, the lot of them, Bernard." The moment after the other man's yell, the butler entered and stood to attention. "Yes, my lord." Lord Silvercrest held out the paper that Sam wrote to the man, who took it gently. "Take this and information about the attackers to the good captain. We need to stomp out our infestation as soon as possible." "Of course, my lord." The butler bowed again and left the room, and the nobleman turned back to Sam, the smile back on his face. "Thank you again for the help, my friend. The House of Silvercrest will be forever in your debt." "I was just doing what you hired me to do, my lord." "H-A-H-A-H-A, indeed, and how magnificently you did that." "I'm glad that fate led you to us," came the answer from the enormous man. "But," to emphasize his point, he slapped the desk in front of him with his giant hand, causing it to shake. "We're here to reward you, not just for patting your back for a job well done." Sam's answer was a simple smile and a nod. The man waved his hand, and several things appeared on the desk. A small, finely carved box, a scroll, a book, and a sword in a scabbard. "The box contains the gold we agreed on, plus a bonus," the man began to explain with an exaggerated wink, then continued pointing at the other items in an order. "This is a scroll that will function as the highest possible recommendation I can give you in this city. The book is from my beloved Sylvia. She felt that you would find the contents useful. And finally, during the fight, I noticed that your weapon is rather subpar. I looked around in my armory and found you something that is little better than what you can get from the merchants." Sam slowly took the box and put it in his inventory, then did the same with the obvious grimoire, sending a silent prayer towards the RNG gods for a good one, then unfurled the scroll. After a quick reading, he couldn't help but smile. It would allow him to purchase and own property in the city, to own and operate any manner of business with the exception of weapon manufacturing, as well as gave him a rather sizable tax break of 5% every year. He rolled up the scroll and put it in his inventory, then turned back to the older man who was watching him with an understanding smile. Clearly, he understood what he had given to Sam. Then Sam stood up and took the sword into his hand and with a quick movement removed the blade from the scabbard. Instantly, a screen popped up. Moonlight. Long sword, an expertly crafted sword crafted under the dark moon. Capable of channeling mana without deteriorating, and enhances attacks made with shadows. Under the new moon, or when the moon is hidden, the bonus doubles. The sword was simple, with the handle made from dark, almost black wood. The guard was shaped like a half-moon, thin and facing forward, made from some silvery material etched with stars. The blade was long and made from a black material with a white Damascus-like pattern, etched with the phases of the moon from the stem to the tip. He gave it a quick swish, getting a feeling of the sword, then slightly channeled a little mana into it. It went into it like water into a cup. The sword seemingly drank it up like a thirsty person in a desert, glowing ethereally. Sam returned the sword to its scabbard, then affixed it to his belt and nodded at the man. "It's magnificent, my lord. Thank you for the gift." "Don't mention it, my friend." "It was nothing," came the loud reply, but before the lord could continue, the door to the office banged open, and in the doorway stood a very familiar lady. There stood the young lady of the house. Her long blonde hair was meticulously done up in a nice braid, wearing a comfortable but obviously expensive dress that was revealing while staying classy, and her thin lips were drawn into a scowl. "Father, why didn't you tell me you were meeting him?" "Lucretia, my darling daughter." The young woman just scoffed, and then her eyes met Sam's, and he couldn't help but swallow. With a small jump, the young lady appeared in front of him and grasped his hands. Sam could feel how delicate and smooth her hands were. "Adventurer, I have been waiting for you." "You have?" "Yes, it seems fate has led you to us, and now I shall reward you for protecting my mother." Sam sent a glance at her father, but he was suspiciously looking at a rather drab painting of a lake, and for some unfathomable reason whistling softly. Returning his attention to the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but answer, "You would." "Yes, yes," replied the girl with an enthusiastic nod that did wonders to the clothing she wore. Sam couldn't help but take a look, but then he returned his sight to the girl's face. "And how would you like to do that, my lady?" "When you don't understand what is going on, be polite." That was Sam's motto in his last life. "I shall allow you to enjoy my company on your future adventures." Came the proud declaration from the young lady, her eyes shining fervently, probably imagining all the adventures they could get up to together. "What?" "I shall accompany you from now on." Sam sent another glance at the lord of the manor, however, The man was currently polishing a rather shiny chess set. Sam looked back at the hopeful woman, his eyes dipping a few times, but then he firmed his resolve and cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, my lady, but I currently work alone, and I have already accepted a job that would require me to head out alone," he began explaining, despite knowing full well had no such plans. "And training you up would take much time." The girl's lip began to tremble and her eyes were starting to shine, but Sam continued to talk. But, if you want to help, which I accept happily, then maybe you could do me a small favor." The shine from her eyes vanished instantly, and the lips that were trembling transformed into a grin. "How?" "I'll do anything. As a noble lady, you are uniquely positioned to hear all sorts of information. I would ask you to keep an ear out for information that would be helpful to me. In exchange, I'll visit you regularly with Lucky." He could see a war going on in her head, but seconds later the girl nodded and finally let go of his hand, took a step back, and then nodded imperiously. "I shall allow it this time." Then, without saying another word, turned around and ran out of the room. Sam looked at her father with a questioning gaze, but he just shrugged. "Well, it seems reincarnation didn't make me better with women." After saying goodbye to a thankful household and promising to visit, he quickly did a detour to the bank where he deposited his reward. It was gratifying to see the big eyes the manager had made when he opened the box. Sam was pretty sure that if his fellow players were to see the numbers on the report made about his accounts, they would hunt him to the end of the world. He had several thousands of gold coins, as well as a lot of silver and bronze with a smattering of jewels. Aside from the gold farming groups, he was the richest person currently in the region. He was sure of that. After finishing the paperwork at the bank, he immediately headed to the city administration office. He once again stood in line, then when he reached the desk, he just simply showed the recommendation letter and was led to an office where a sharply dressed woman greeted him. "Mr. Sam, my name is Julia. How can the city administration help you today?" "I would like to purchase some property." Sam checked his status one more time before leaving for the wider world. He had reached level 23 and retained the title of Magical Genius, his mastery over mana continuing to grow. His defenses had improved, and his mana control had become even more refined, allowing him to cast spells more efficiently while strengthening both his body and his combat abilities. Several new developments stood out. A new passive ability, Mana Body, allowed the enormous amount of mana flowing through him to strengthen his physical condition naturally, increasing his overall vitality. His combat magic had evolved as well. Earthwall II gave him greater control over defensive barriers, while Wind Blade II, Wind Flurry, Wind Bullet, Wind Jump, and Wind Edge expanded his offensive and mobility options. His sword techniques had grown stronger, with Mana Strike, Double Mana Slash, and other enhancements becoming more effective in battle. Sam had also unlocked Spell Layering, a rare ability that would eventually allow him to combine multiple spells into a single, more powerful technique. Outside of combat, his bond with his spirit companion continued to deepen, strengthening their connection and improving their ability to work together. His shadow abilities had advanced as well. Shadow Footwork and Shadow Burst granted impressive speed, while Shadow Mirage offered the beginnings of deceptive battlefield tactics. His equipment had improved considerably. The Chameleon Mask allowed him to create and store different identities, making disguise and infiltration much easier. A ring of minor health regeneration provided a steady source of healing as long as it contained mana. Most importantly, Sam had acquired Moonlight, a finely crafted longsword designed to channel mana and empower shadow-based attacks, becoming even stronger beneath a dark moon. Lucky, his loyal shadow spirit wolf, had grown stronger too, reaching level 18. The wolf's natural affinity for shadows had matured, and its signature shadow jump ability had become far more effective, allowing it to travel between shadows over long distances with increasing speed and precision. With new equipment, stronger magic, and a trusted companion at his side, Sam was finally ready to leave the safety of his previous adventures behind and step into the wider world, where far greater challenges and opportunities awaited. Chapter 41, Interlude 3. Damien didn't much like his life. Home was home, his parents were parentish, his siblings were annoying, and school was a nightmare. But he had one very good outlet for all that annoyance: gaming. Recently, he began to get into Dark War, a strategy/role-playing game that had the players build a base on a planet in a dark universe, and then conquer the planet, protect it from invaders and cultists. Then, when the planet was conquered, they would be fighting against other players and their planetary or even interstellar empires while protecting them from the hordes of aliens that wanted to destroy everything. It was glorious. With his friends together, they set up a small empire and they fought tooth and nail to protect their slice of the galaxy. Then Matt came with the news of Magic Unbound, some kind of revolutionary role-playing game. Damien didn't care much for it. He was perfectly content with purging heretics and burning the Xeno. But the rest of his friends were immediate fans. And during a meeting in his lavish throne room, which he had built in his planetary palace, it improved the subjugation stats. They, as in his traitorous friends, decided that they would migrate over to the new game as soon as the game servers opened. Their argument was sound. In Dark War, they were latecomers. Their small empire was impressive, as they spent a lot of time making sure that the logistics and economy worked like a well-oiled machine. But people who started out earlier had much better, and more importantly, stronger armies. In a new game, everybody would start at the same level, and with their talent in gaming, they would advance much faster than any noob. Still, he didn't have to like it. In Dark War, he was the emperor of the Darkfire Empire. Millions of simulated souls moved as a result of any command he uttered. In the new game, he would be a nobody again. Damien didn't like being a nobody. Damien took back every wrong thing he said about his friends. Magic Unbound was amazing. No, it was beyond amazing. He could do magic. But it was not the same boring magic casting as in every other game that came out nowadays. Instead, they had to work for it. When Damien found out how complicated the magical system in the game was, he immediately decided to become a mage. His friends went with the usual thief, assassin, and alchemist. It was a good party composition. He usually went with the Death Knight class, but now he wanted to sling magic around. Then, when he thought about it and realized that the non-existent class system of the game allowed him to become anything he damn wanted, Damien decided he would still become a Death Knight, just with glorious magic. Unfortunately, deciding to do something was much different from actually doing it. Getting his mana unlocked was cheap and easy, but actually finding the appropriate spells that he needed for his build was many a times harder. The mage tower in the tutorial town sold him a simple magic armor spell that would be useful later down the road, but everything else required more gold, or commitment, than he was willing to pay for it. So, as he was grumpily walking around in the black alleys of the town, looking for a quest or something to do, he was instantly on alert when he heard a throat clearing behind his back. Damien whirled around and stared at the hooded person standing under an awning, only their feet illuminated by a stray light beam. What? While he couldn't see the person's face, he could clearly see the hooded head look carefully around, then turned back to him. "I heard you've been looking for magic, kid." His voice was deep and scratchy, but Damien couldn't help but be excited. A chance encounter with a hidden master. After his argument with the mage tower, this was exactly what the doctor ordered. So what if he yelled at them for their prices or called them out for hoarding magic? "I do," he answered with a nod. "Good." He didn't see anything but could practically feel the grin on the other person's face. "This is what you have to do." So the hidden master turned out to be a cult recruiter, but Damien didn't mind. Cults were usually cool in games. Plus, in most games, they came with hidden and powerful classes. Granted, Magic Unbound didn't have classes, so instead they got cool artifacts and super powerful spells. Damien even convinced the leader of the circle that he was part of that if he succeeded with a few quests, then he would teach him some knightly skills, like Dark Slash or maybe how to summon a ghostly steed. Cults usually knew how to do that. So with reckless abandon, and while also bragging to his friends how fast he got an awesome teacher, armed with an amulet that granted him some buffs like Demon's Aura, dark enhancement taught to him by the leader of the circle, and a very nice ring that granted him regeneration. Sadly, he had to have the circle leader to refill it, but it was oh so worth it to see his friends' faces. On his finger, he went out to do the dark bidding of his new teacher. First, he had to do the usual RPG quests. Collect this material, hunt down this many monsters, kill those merchants, give a letter to those bandit groups, and so on. Damien didn't really mind. The game looked amazing, and using the spells and skills he learned felt very rewarding. Thanks to his genius, he even managed to combine his dark enhancement with his magic armor spell, creating a very appropriate dark armor spell. He was so much closer to his dream of being a Death Knight. The leader even rewarded him with an amazingly powerful amulet. It allowed him to draw on more power from their patron, Calkin, or something. He didn't much care for the lore that was much more Matt's area of expertise. That was why he was always an alchemist. Instead, he went out and defeated even more powerful monsters, including trolls, the same monsters everyone was hunting. And thanks to the Dark Luck spell, a spell he traded several previous loot for on an altar, he managed to get 4 life of blood spellbooks for himself and all his friends. Clearly, joining the cult was the best decision ever. Damien couldn't wait for the next quest. Damien didn't have to wait long, as the leader came back one afternoon and told him and the others hanging around the lair of the cult that they had a raid planned, and everybody was going. It was expected that the leader would lead from the back. After all, somebody would need to be responsible for bringing down the magical defenses, so Damien didn't complain when he received his mandatory black all-concealing clothing. He made sure his blade was sharp and his magical armor ready. "Ready, initiate," came the grave voice of the circle's leader. Damien bowed his head a little. "Yes, master." "Good God, make sure to take out the target no matter what." "Yes, sir," he snapped out a salute, a holdover from his Emperor days from Dark War. "And if we succeed, can you teach me those awesome summoning skills, master?" The other man, still hidden by a hood, chortled a little, then nodded. "Sure, initiate. If you succeed, I'll consider teaching you what I know." "Yes." The start of the battle went great. The leader shattered the magical defenses of the manor with a simple flex of his will, once again proving to Damien that he made the right choice. Those idiots back in the magic tower can choke on their stupid spells. He would get the best magical skill from the real masters. But the moment they jumped over the walls, everything changed. The first person was taken out by some kind of attack that Damien couldn't see. But what he could clearly see was the player standing next to their target, today's raid boss, some kind of lord. Still, Damien didn't worry. They had several NPCs, and while everybody was careful to conceal their identity, he was sure there were at least several other players in the cult. Sadly, things went downhill from there. Thanks to the player present, they didn't have enough people to defeat the raid boss. No matter how much he drew from his patron, he couldn't do anything against the boss. Then everybody around him was defeated, and he stood against an obviously enraged boss and a suspiciously calm player. Damien thanked his lucky stars that he had turned on the recording, because that guy was going to get himself assassinated as soon as he could contact his friends. But in the end, nothing he did was useful, and Damien was defeated. But instead of the game over screen, he was forced to watch from behind his character's back, like a disembodied spirit, as his body was taken over by something, probably his patron, and used his body to detonate against the barrier protecting the ritual. When he resurrected, he was greeted by a notification screen. Due to overdrawing your mana while channeling the Lord of the Circle, Calon, through your body, you are struck by magical exhaustion. You successfully allowed Calon to act through your body. You gain the dark body skill. You failed the task given to you by your Lord. You are afflicted by Calon's curse. Seek out the Master of the Circle to atone for your mistake. Mana exhaustion. Physical abilities minus 90%, mana control minus 90%, mana regeneration %. Using mana could result in all manner of other negative effects. Duration, 99 hours 59 minutes. Dark body, level 0-100, 0%. Passive, your body is more receptive towards dark energies. Using skills that use dark mana has decreased mana cost, and dark spells and skills that affect your body give increased bonuses. Increased damage received from light spells. Kalon's curse. You have been cursed by Kalon for failure. Your maximum mana and status points have been reduced by 13%. While afflicted by the curse, you suffer continuous damage while exposed to the sun. Holding on to the curse long enough will grant you the Kalon's blessing as you have proved your dedication. Damien stared at the notification for a while, then angrily slammed the logout button. He spent the next hours complaining and ranting to his friends about that player, especially after he figured out that the game wouldn't let him export the guy's face from his recordings thanks to some dumb privacy laws. And when he finished his newest ranting, he and his friends decided if they currently couldn't get at the guy who ruined Damien's plan in the game, they would ruin his reputation on the forums. So, with great zeal and much experience, thanks to their battles against others in Dark War, they descended on the forums and began to call the guy out, while also smearing his character. Damien was pretty happy to have such loyal friends that would help him when he needed the most. Lucretia was so excited, her dream had come true. Or rather, both of her dreams. Her mother got cured and she finally met a pretty cute and strong adventurer. He was so cool with his magic, and according to Martha, the head maid, he was an awesome sword master who cut through dozens of enemies while protecting her mother. And he had that super adorable wolf with silken fur as a companion. Practically the perfect package. So Lucretia decided to offer herself up to him. After all, in all her stories, the hero was received by the heroine and then they rode away from the battle, into the sunset while holding each other. Granted, Sam didn't have a horse, but he had Lucky, who could take them anywhere on his back, which was arguably better than any boring horse. She was ready for the lowbrow life, living in inns and dining only on what they could hunt while he recited poems and serenaded her at the fireside. But then the unthinkable happened. She was rejected. Her, Lucretia Silvercrest, with her luscious blonde hair, eyes glittering like jewels, a perfectly cute nose, and a figure that most people would kill for. Sacrilege. But then he said the words. The words were straight from her favorite novel, The Spymaster's Desire, a novel she had read at least 24 times. She couldn't help it and ran away in her excitement while agreeing with what he had said. It couldn't be a coincidence. He must have read the same book as she did, and because of her status, he could only communicate with her this way. She threw herself on her bed, grabbed the fluffiest pillow, and screamed into it in her excitement. Then, after she was done letting out the excitement, she sat up with a fire in her eyes. "My fated one, I will do as you bid me and build you the best spy organization this side of the great ocean." Outside of Lady Lucretia's room, the maids, hearing the young lady's squeals of happiness, just shook their heads with a rueful smile and then went about their day as if nothing happened. What the hell happened? Grayskull. I thought it turned out the info was wash. We think they did it on purpose to stop us. So they've spies in our guild. Probably. There was a tense silence as the two of them stared at each other, trying to cut through the smoky darkness of the tavern. And what the hell happened with the event? I thought we timed it properly. Were my sources lying? No, I looked into it, and it seems somebody went and eradicated the Kalon Circle. Totally. There were some very angry druids there. Maybe somebody got a quest to stop it. Maybe we are currently looking into it. Another brief pause as a waitress dressed in a skimpy hooded robe walked past holding a tray full of drinks. Fruit cocktails, all of them, of course, with the eyes of the two people following her journey. Then when she was lost to the darkness of the inn, they returned to their discussion. Go and find out how our plan was ruined. As you will, sire. Sire. Sorry, just trying out new things. Thought about it and might as well try this role-playing thing. I don't really like it. Sounds weird. I'll try to find something else then. Good, how are the gold farmers? I heard rumors that they are planning to introduce RMT soon. I want to make as much money as possible. Unfortunately, the other man grimaced. Not as good as we want to. Those damn Blazing Fire bought some info on Shadowland and have been swarming our troll fields. Plus, Grayskull is still dominating at the foot of the mountain. The other man said nothing for a second, then nodded. All right. That skill book already saturated the market, so our profit margin is not the best. Leave a group in one of the hidden farming spots for the next influx of noobs and start searching for the next best thing. Maybe fishing. We tried that, too slow. All right, I'll contact that guy on Shadowland. They usually have some hot info about every game. I'm sure I can offer him enough money to get us something juicy. As you say, my master. No, that's just creepy. Or you're not hot enough for it. Sorry. The entire thing was one giant exercise in frustration. The game promised infinite complexity, detailed world building, and the chance to advance without needing to fight. She hated fighting, be it in real life or in games. That's why she stuck to simulation or kingdom-building slice-of-life games, and not the super edgy everything wants to kill you but the cutesy ones, where you make a cake for the neighbor because why not? Then go and spend an afternoon petting cats. Despite their slice-of-life nature, she still took them very seriously and enjoyed the challenge of building up infrastructures and dealing with the economics and logistics of a city, castle, or what have you. It was her life. That is why she went to university about logistics and infrastructure management. Sadly, in today's modern civilization, with the AIs directing a good part of civilian life, there weren't many positions for people like her. And in the end, the people who were chosen for said position were those who had connections. And unfortunately, she had no connections. Only the iron will to work hard. Thus, she had given up on her dream in the real world, got some crummy admin job that needed a maximum of 3 brain cells to do, and spent her considerable free time in different games honing her craft. And several years after her graduation, she could say that she was rather famous in certain circles on the internet, or at least her guides. That's why the newest game, Magic Unbound, frustrated her. The opportunities were there, but it already had an established economy, so she was already in a rather unfavorable position. This meant either she needed a lot of gold, which she could either buy from sketchy sites for exorbitant amounts of money or go out and hunt monsters, which she hated. Her final solution was getting a backer. For obvious reasons, she didn't want to go with sketchy gold farming groups or with some asshole second-generation rich guy, as they were notorious for their behavior. And when she approached the few guilds in Ironwood that were not assholes, or PK guilds or something similar, she was met with demands that she refused to fulfill. Just because she refused to fight didn't mean she was all right with getting a 90% reduction on her pay. Idiots. In her frustration, she took what little money she had and bought several supporting spells that would be useful, and spent her time practicing them when not at work. Sometimes she visited one of the better cafes, where she could calmly read a book without being bothered by the staff to spend more or lecherous players and NPCs. Today, as she walked towards the cafe, she couldn't help but feel something in the air. She shivered a little, then began to hurry towards her objective. She didn't like fighting, but even she could see the tension in the air. Hey boss, look at this. The system flagged 2 subroutines as advanced. There was a little rustle as the other man extricated himself from his own desk and walked next to the speaker. This fast? I thought the projection said that it would only. Yeah, this fast. Then let me see them. The first man nodded, then spent a few moments typing on his keyboard and clicking away with his mouse. There, he pointed at his holographic screen. The other man leaned slightly forward and hummed a little. The first one is not interesting. That's just a random teenager. Teenagers are pretty chaotic, so the system is trying to replicate that. He pointed at one of the lists. As you can see here, her characteristics explain everything. So her being advanced is just the system activating a more advanced routine for her. Then what about the other one? Now that's more interesting. A pet advancing so fast, pretty cool. It is. What do you want me to do? Add a flag and notes about our review, but otherwise nothing. There was a slight pause. Unless you think the owner cheated somehow. The first shook his head. No evidence. Good. Remember, the boss wants to know the moment we spot the first cheaters. I know, no need to repeat it again, sighed the first man as he began to type away. All right, I'm going back to working on the RMT system. Call me if you find anything interesting. Sure thing, boss. As the second man walked back to his desk, he paused a little, then slightly turned towards his employee. Also, send me a few pics of the dog. He is pretty cute. Character Progress Update. Sam, known in the game as Solar, remained at level 23, continuing to earn recognition as a true magical genius. His growing mastery over mana reduced the cost of his spells and strengthened every aspect of his magical abilities. His overall condition remained impressive. Health, 429. Mana, 1,320. Mana regeneration, 19 points per second. His greatest strength continued to be his exceptional magical talent, supported by balanced physical abilities and sharp perception. During his recent adventures, Sam acquired several valuable magical items. The chameleon mask allowed him to create and store different identities, making disguise and infiltration far easier. A ring of minor health regeneration could slowly restore his injuries by consuming stored mana. His finest weapon, the longsword Moonlight, was specially crafted to channel mana and enhance shadow-based attacks, becoming even more powerful beneath a dark moon. Sam's control over mana reached new heights. His advanced mana control was nearly perfected, allowing him to cast spells more efficiently while recovering mana at an incredible rate. His mana shield had become stronger and could now form multiple protective layers. Mana Sense gave him the ability to detect magical energy, hidden enchantments, and even magical influences affecting his own body. Mana Well greatly expanded his magical reserves, while Mana Body slowly transformed mana into physical strength and endurance. His magical arsenal continued to grow. He could create light, summon fire, gather water from the air, cleanse objects, and raise walls of earth and stone. His wind magic had become especially versatile, allowing him to launch cutting blades of air, concentrated wind bullets, healing breezes, and powerful gusts for mobility. His combat magic was equally dangerous. Mana Strike and Mana Slash enhanced his physical attacks with raw magical power. Double Mana Slash unleashed devastating combinations, while Mana Body Enhancement temporarily strengthened his body during battle. Mana Disruption allowed him to interfere with the spells and magical constructs of his enemies. A newly learned technique called spell layering hinted at the future ability to combine multiple spells into even more powerful forms. His shadow abilities also continued to evolve. Shadow Cloak concealed him in darkness. Shadow Footwork improved both stealth and mobility. Shadow Burst granted sudden bursts of incredible speed. Shadow Mirage allowed him to create convincing shadow copies to confuse opponents. Beyond magic, Sam continued to refine his swordsmanship and physical skills. His training improved his balance, breathing, precision, and defensive abilities. His calm and disciplined mindset made him increasingly resistant to fear and mental attacks, while his understanding of the natural flow of mana enhanced both movement and combat. Outside of battle, Sam's utility skills became invaluable. Meditation and deep meditation greatly accelerated his mana recovery. Discernment helped him judge the strength of others. His magical grimoire automatically recorded spells and magical knowledge, while his growing talent as a runecarver improved his understanding of ancient magical symbols. The bond between Sam and his spirit companion continued to deepen. Through Spirit Link, both could sense each other's location, emotions, and overall condition, strengthening their teamwork. His loyal companion, Lucky the juvenile shadow spirit wolf, had reached level 18 and continued to grow stronger. Lucky possessed tremendous physical strength, a natural mastery over mana and shadows, and a unique aura that increased the luck of nearby allies. His partially spiritual body allowed him to move with unnatural grace, while his shadow-enhanced attacks made him a deadly hunter. Perhaps his most remarkable ability was Shadow Jump, allowing him to dive into one shadow and emerge from another over great distances, making him an exceptional scout and battlefield partner. Together, Sam and Lucky continued to grow stronger, preparing for the challenges waiting beyond the safety of the academy and into the wider world. Chapter 42. The registration for purchasing a property in the city of Ironwood went relatively painlessly after the woman, Julia, ascertained that the recommendation was actually real and valid. He, of course, had to fill out several forms as the bureaucracy was well and thriving, but after that, They went through the available locations on paper, and now they stood across from a run-down, two-story house. "This is the first item on our list, mister." "Sam, two-story, no back taxes, and in need of repair, though at a medium good location," said the woman as she checked her papers. Sam looked at the house, making sure that the location matched up with his inherited memories, and then nodded. "I'll take it." The woman looked a little taken aback, but eventually she returned the nod. "All right, then let us return to my office." "Why?" "To finalize the deal," came the confused answer. Sam just smiled. "What if I want to buy more than one property?" It took Julia a moment to parse the reply, but then her business smile was back on her face. "Of course, sir, if you'll follow me for the next one." In the end, Sam managed to snatch a good half-dozen properties, several of them at bargain prices. And thanks to his future knowledge, all of them were at places where their value in a year would soar to the heavens. And that was just the value of the property. The business he planned to run in them was something else. He would have preferred to buy more properties, as prices would surely be rising with the continuous rise of the player numbers, but he had to retain some capital for his plans. One property would be used as a generic warehouse service, with lots being able to be rented out to players. And how would he make money on it? Simple. If the players didn't have enough money to pay, their stored items would be confiscated after a certain time, which he would pair with an office in the same building that would do item identification. It definitely wouldn't become a big money maker, but it would give him the excuse to apply for a private security license. Plus, the information he would be able to glean from the identification service would be also valuable. 3 of the lots he purchased would become cheap temporary housing for transient adventurers with several shops on the lower levels that catered to their needs. Cheap food that lasted long, armor and weapon cleaning, and servicing stations and shops where they could refill their rations. One would also be turned into housing, but much more luxurious, for those with taste or money. It would boast a 24/7 maid service, in-house maintenance staff, and so much more, for the right amount of money. People liked exclusivity, and he might as well make use of it and separate their money from them for it. It was a win-win for everyone. The last land would be used to house his employees, their offices, and a small warehouse for the items needed to run his business. Sam also planned to have a small apartment in the last building, which he could call his own. It wasn't a permanent base because Ironwood was a little small time for that. He had bigger plans for his permanent base, which, as he was now, was a little hard to accomplish. But even with the changes that were happening to the world of Magic Unbound, he still had time. Hopefully. Now only a few more steps. I want to fight monsters, not deal with paperwork. His next step was founding a company for future use. After an intense thinking session, that is, 5 minutes staring at nothing while the receptionist continued to read her romance novel, he decided to name his in-game company AFK, mostly to play on the popular term. But for him, it would always mean approximate future knowledge. As he signed the paperwork, Sam couldn't help but feel proud. Truly, my naming sense is outstanding. After squaring away the nitty-gritty detail of the founding of a company, he spent a little more money to have a contract drawn up with very specific details, then went out hunting. He had a person to find. It was a pretty basic gaming drama. She had talent and knowledge, but nobody wanted to pay for it without gaining anything immediately. So she spent her time moping around Ironwood, collecting information and observing the markets, both players and NPC, while developing her skills and connections. But in the end, it was for naught. Most top guilds that could utilize her talents were filled with gamers who either thought that girls shouldn't game or that all they needed was the power to crush their enemies. Then one visionary guild leader from a middling guild decided to take a chance with her. Meaning she was hot, so he seduced her with promises of position, money, and the chance to use her talents. Surprisingly, it worked. She quickly rose to a leading position in the guild as people realized that when they learned in history lessons about the logistics of old armies, that wasn't a coincidence. An army marched on their stomach. Thus, it came to that the middling guild was purchased by a bigger guild, whose leader was friends with the first one's leader. She was instantly transferred to the new guild, along with the contract she had signed while being head over heels for her guild leader, which came as a surprise to her, as the guild leaders conducted the sale in utmost secrecy. Apparently, her guild leader grew jealous of her talent and wanted to punish her for daring to dream big and reach beyond her station. The fallout wasn't pretty. Because she was in a leading position in two very prominent guilds, she naturally had access to their secrets and other dirty dealings. The release of that information was the talk of the game for months. Sam remembered the other Sam watching with avid interest, feeling a little schadenfreude about the situation. Sadly, the story didn't end there. After basically ruining two guilds, she left the game and sued her guild leader for basically selling her like a slave. They found her body hanging from a lamppost near her house. Nothing ever came from the investigation and nobody was ever charged, but it was clear to everyone who was responsible for it. The only reason the gaming community knew about all of this was she prepared for the worst-case scenario and arranged several drops in case something happened to her. And as Sam stood in a side alley, hidden by his skills, hood, and his chameleon mask, watching, admittedly, creepily, the woman in his thoughts, sitting on the patio of a rather expensive cafe and reading some kind of book, he had to admit she was pretty. Long brown hair with small curls here and there, delicate features, and beautiful blue eyes. Beauty and talent, the full package, Sam grinned. He couldn't wait to give her the means to take over the world. After making sure he was presentable and his paperwork was in order, he shed his hooded cloak, canceled the mask's effect, and headed directly to the cafe. The greeter seemed to have a sixth sense for money because the moment Sam stepped up to the hostess desk, the woman, dressed in a crisp white shirt with a black vest and skirt, immediately bowed to him, ignoring several grumbling guests that were already there. "How can we help you today, sir?" Sam gave her a small smile. "I'm here to talk to a friend." Brown hair, always reading. The hostess, left eye twitched a minute, obviously twigging onto the fact that he didn't actually know the woman, but she was professional enough not to mention it. "Of course, sir. She is out on the patio. Would you like anything to drink while you talk to her?" "Yes, an apple juice, please." The woman's eye twitched again. "Also, put her bill on my tab. I'll take care of it after I'm finished." "Naturally, sir." The woman bowed her head, and as Sam began walking towards his target, he saw her making a few hand gestures at the man at the bar before turning towards the next guest with a true customer service smile. Sam navigated between the tables until he arrived next to the one where she was reading, immersed in her book, while on the table was the remnant of a tea and some appropriate tea cakes surrounding her notes. Sam cleared his throat and then spoke up. "Is this seat taken?" The woman jumped a little in fright, then looked at him, her eyes squinting in annoyance while throwing a glare at the empty tables not far from them. Before she could open her mouth to tell him where exactly he could go, Sam continued. "I heard about what you want. I'm here with an offer." She blinked several times at him, but then nodded, motioned towards the chair across from her, and began to tidy up her notes while placing the book, closed, on the table. Sam nodded with a small smile, then took the proffered seat. For a moment she said nothing, just stared at Sam, but before she could open her mouth, a waitress appeared holding his drink. "Your drink, sir." "Thank you," he said while accepting the glass of high-quality apple juice. The waitress then turned to the woman opposite him. "Anything for you, miss?" "Nothing for now, thank you," she said quietly with a small shake of her head. The waitress nodded. "All right, please don't hesitate to call me if you need anything." And with that, she turned around and left back to the cafe. Sam returned his attention to the woman. "My name is Solar. For the NPCs, it's Sam." There were a few seconds of silence, but then she sighed. "Logie Queen, but I use the name Lucy here. What do you want?" Sam smiled. "I heard that you're looking for work, but the guilds are not biting." She just scoffed while crossing her arms. "Fools, the lot of them." "I agree, that's why I'm here." "Really?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "You don't have any guild symbol on you." "Because I'm not from a guild. I have a company, though." "Oh," another eyebrow joined the previous one, and Sam could see she was beginning to get interested. "Yes, and I want to hire you to lead it." "Me?" "Yes, you." "Why?" Sam just gave her an indulgent smile. "Don't act stupid." Doesn't look good on you. Lucy scoffed again. What's the goal of the company? Here Sam's smile turned into something that was not dissimilar to a shark's. To take away as much money from the guilds as possible. And how would you do that? Came the biting reply, but Sam could see in her eyes that she was interested. You must have noticed that this game is not like other games. She nodded hesitantly. There is no point in rushing for the highest level. You need a pretty good foundation to even achieve anything, right? Yes, and we will provide that foundation. Temporary housing in an area, food and ration service, armor cleaning and weapon maintenance at the same place, and for those who have money. A concierge service, luxury apartments, delivery of orders, everything that is tedious for a power player. We will do everything for them until they can't function without us. By the end of the small speech, Lucy's eyes were big enough that she was closer to an anime girl than a real one. But then she shook herself and gave him a small glare. Lofty plans, I admit, but we'd need more than ideas and dreams to accomplish this. Sam smiled a little at her use of we, then simply retrieved a lone piece of paper and slid it across the table. He waited until she glanced at it, and her eyes bugged out once again. The amount of money in the company account. How the no? I don't want to know, she mumbled as she raised the paper in front of her to better read through it. Are you some second-gen rich guy? Sam snorted. All legitimately acquired in the game, no worries. Even have a recommendation from one of the nobles. Lucy slowly placed the paper down on the table and looked him in the eyes. Who? The Greens or the Singh? I heard the Blackmarsh family sell their recommendation for silvers. I made sure to research it as I wanted to create my own company. Who gave you yours? Silvercrest. Lucy's mouth hung open for a moment, and then she exclaimed. How the hell did you get them to write one? According to the records I managed to access, they haven't given one out for at least a decade. Quest tilde tilde, he answered in a sing-song voice. She closed her eyes and then took a deep breath. All right, we established you have the money connection. And properties? He interrupted in a cheerful voice while sliding over several more papers for her to peruse. And apparently properties. She silently began reading the documents in front of her, then looked up at him with a weird expression. What the hell have you been doing? Oh, you know, this and that, he replied with a small smirk. Sam let her think for a few minutes while he sipped his admittedly very good apple juice. Then, as she put down the last paper, he spoke up again. I prepared a contract. Want to see it? In the end, after half an hour back and forth, they agreed that Lucy would review the contract with the agreed-upon modifications and would get back to him soon. Not wanting to go far from the city or get embroiled in another long quest, Sam simply left the cafe, leaving a thoughtful Lucy, of course. He paid his and her bill and a lightly glaring hostess and directly headed to the library. The old librarian greeted him with a smile, and after Sam spent a few minutes talking with her, asking about her day and anything interesting, he continued his education in languages. By the time he received a message from Lucy deep into the evening, he managed to level up the dark elven language and started on a small skill, cryptography. Thanks to the librarian's help, he managed to quickly gather the books that taught the basics of the skill. Congratulations, you gained the skill Basic Cryptography. Basic Cryptography, level 010, 0%. Passive allows you to spot patterns and codes, and you have the basic knowledge to begin breaking or solving them. At the moment, it wasn't a very useful skill, as at most it could only help at codes on the level of a basic child puzzle. But in the later stages of the game, where they were delving into ruins that were thousands of years old, locked behind some of the most frustrating codes and puzzles, it would pay dividends. Plus, a lot of runic carvings were encrypted by their creators, so the skill would synergize well with his runecarver profession. Leaving the library, he was met by Lucy in front of the cafe, clutching her book, notes, and documents, including her contract in her arms as if shielding herself from something. He approached her slowly, then stood across from her and looked into her blue eyes. Your decision. I'll be the leader of the company. Yes, I'm going to provide the directions, but you're driving the car. And you'll listen to me. If you explain it properly, then yes. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then let it out. All right, I'm in. Sam grinned and held out a hand for her. She grabbed it and pumped it up and down a few times. Welcome to AFK. Hope you enjoy your stay. Congratulations. You founded a company and acquired your first employee. You are granted the founder title. Founder, you founded a company, AFK, and this comes with a certain amount of respect. Employee loyalty will increase by 5%. He read his notification, then glanced at Lucy, who seemed to be reading her own notifications with a weird look on her face. Finally, she was finished and looked back at Sam. Now what? Now I show you where the office will be. Character Progress Update. Sam, known in the game as Solar, remained at level 23 and continued to carry the title of Magical Genius, reducing the mana cost of his spells through his exceptional talent. A new achievement marked an important milestone in his journey. Sam had founded his own company, known as AFK, earning the new title of founder. This title increased the loyalty of those who worked under him, reflecting his growing influence beyond simple combat and magic. His overall condition remained stable. Health, 429. Mana, 1,320. Mana regeneration, 19 points per second. His physical abilities remained balanced, while his magical power continued to be his greatest strength. Sam's collection of magical equipment remained impressive. The chameleon mask allowed him to create and store multiple identities for disguise and infiltration. A ring of minor health regeneration could slowly heal injuries by consuming stored mana. His trusted longsword, Moonlight, channeled mana with remarkable efficiency and greatly enhanced shadow-based attacks, becoming even stronger beneath a dark moon. His mastery over mana continued to advance. Advanced mana control allowed him to cast spells more efficiently while maintaining exceptional mana recovery. Mana Shield could protect him with multiple magical layers. Mana Sense detected magical energy, enchantments, and hidden dangers around him. Mana Well greatly expanded his magical reserves, while Mana Body slowly transformed magical power into physical resilience. Sam possessed a wide range of magical abilities. He could create light, ignite flames, gather water, cleanse objects, raise walls of earth and stone, and command powerful wind magic. His combat spells enhanced his attacks with raw mana, extended the reach of his strikes, and allowed him to unleash devastating magical sword techniques. Mana Body enhancement strengthened his physical capabilities during battle, while Mana Disruption allowed him to interfere with enemy magic. Spell layering promised even greater combinations of magic in the future. His shadow techniques continued to improve. Shadow Cloak concealed him in darkness. Shadow Footwork increased his speed and stealth. Shadow Burst granted explosive movement during combat. Shadow Mirage created convincing shadow copies to confuse opponents. His swordsmanship and physical training steadily advanced through constant practice. His accuracy, defensive ability, footwork, breathing control, and calm state of mind all continued to improve, making him a more complete fighter. Outside of combat, Sam's utility skills became increasingly valuable. Meditation greatly accelerated his mana recovery. Discernment helped him judge the strength of others. His magical grimoire automatically recorded new knowledge and spells. His skill as a runecarver continued to grow, and he had begun studying the basics of cryptography, learning to recognize hidden patterns and coded messages. The bond between Sam and his spirit companion remained strong. Through Spirit Link, both could sense each other's location and condition, allowing them to work together seamlessly. Lucky, the juvenile shadow spirit wolf, remained a loyal and formidable companion at level 18. His natural mastery over shadows and mana continued to grow. Lucky strengthened his allies through his unique aura, enhanced his attacks with shadow energy, and could travel between shadows using shadow jump, making him both a dangerous hunter and an invaluable partner. Perhaps the greatest change of all was not a new spell or a stronger weapon. Sam had begun building something larger than himself. With the founding of AFK and the arrival of his first true companion in the organization, his journey was no longer that of a lone adventurer. but of a leader gathering allies for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 43. The building itself was nothing to write home about. Built in the same style as the rest of the city, it was somewhat dark and severe. But so was the entire city, so it didn't really look out of place. It was one of the taller buildings, but not the tallest. 5 floors made especially for the purpose he wanted. Apparently, not so long ago, a new company decided to base the headquarters in the building, but the leader of the company wasn't competent enough to keep up with the business world, so the company folded within months. Thankfully, the city kept up with the maintenance of the building as it was in a prominent location, but because of its unfortunate history, he managed to get it for a rather good price. The top floor was divided into 2 apartments and 1 office, used by the head of the company in the past. Now the smaller apartment, which according to Julia belonged to the man's mistress, would be his to use when he was in the city, while the bigger one would go to Lucy, who would use that and the office to rule over their financial empire with an iron fist. They walked up to the door and Sam opened it and held it for Lucy, then entered, following her. For a moment they stood in the empty lobby with only a simple counter in the middle of the room and behind it several staircases. "It's not in the best, I know. But it has a future," Sam said with a small smile as he watched Lucy look around with a queer look on her face. Finally, she had seen enough and turned to him. "How the hell did you afford this? It's practically perfect for a company headquarters, especially after some renovations." "Good luck and a handsome face," he answered cheekily. Lucy just snorted and began to head toward one of the staircases. They systematically went over the entire building, including the limited basement, and made some plans for it. The basement would be extended and converted into a warehouse. The courtyard would receive the products, and they would distribute them from there to the other businesses. The ground floor would be the reception area, while the first floor would be used by other office workers to deal with the deluge of paperwork in the endless battle against bureaucracy. The second, third, and fourth floors would be meeting rooms and apartments for the workers. Sam planned to provide meals and living arrangements to win their loyalty, and Lucy was in full agreement. Plus, with them living so close, they could keep a better eye on them. Finally, they reached the top floor and with it, their last stop. They stood side by side in front of the giant windows that allowed light to reach the office and looked out at the city. "So, what do you think?" he asked, not looking at Lucy. For a moment there was only silence, then she began to speak, hesitantly at first. "This all seems to be perfect, as if it was made for me. The building, the contract, your ideas." Sam raised a hand and shook it a little. "Kinda. When I heard you were looking for a job and did a little research about your experience, I decided to tailor the entire thing to you." Sam took one last look at the city as the lights began to shine with the advent of twilight and turned to Lucy. "Any questions?" Lucy just shook her head and kept looking over the city, her eyes shining with unshed emotions. Sam nodded and turned around to leave the room. "Send me a message when the renovations are done and we can begin." Not even waiting for the reply, he simply swept out of the room. With the company in good hands, he would be free to go out and do a little farming. Before starting with farming, it was time to open the grimoire he received from Lady Silvercrest for saving her life. Sam carefully closed the curtains in his room, made sure that nobody was close, and with Lucky watching eagerly, he carefully retrieved the book from his inventory. He took a few moments to observe the outside of the book, but it was rather plain, so he couldn't really tell what kind of grimoire it was. In the end, he could do nothing and trust that the system of the game would give him a skill or spell that would synergize well with his build. Or something funny. Slowly, he placed his hand on the book and channeled a little mana inside it. For a moment, he feared he received a dud, but then the room darkened as if the very light was being sucked into the book. Then the grimoire turned fully black and instantly shattered into motes of dark energy, which in turn were sucked into his chest. The notification screen followed immediately. "Congratulations, you have read the Grimoire of Transubstitution of Shadows. A new spell has been inscribed into your own grimoire. You have learned the spell, Shadow Transformation. Shadow Transformation, level 025, 0%. Active-passive, the spell allows you to turn your body or parts of your body into shadows, granting you immunity from physical attacks. You can turn into shadows for 1 second for each skill level, while transformed spells and skills connected to the shadows are enhanced by 1% for each skill level. Sam stared at the spell and let out a chuckle. Apparently, the lady of the manor knew what she was about. At first, he was a little disappointed that he would only get one spell, but now that he saw what he got, he was supremely satisfied. Shadow transformation was called a god-tier skill by some, though that was years later, after the spell was upgraded several times. Now it was just a good lifesaver in a pinch. He tried out the spell a few times, trying to get used to the strange feeling as his body turned slightly translucent. Then, after being satisfied that the spell worked just as he remembered from his inherited memories, he turned his attention towards preparing for the coming farming. And that's what he did for the next week. He went out to the forest near Ironwood and did quests, ranging from the simple collection quests to the investigation quest that required him to find certain places, and to see if the animals were all right, or the local natural phenomenon, like waterfalls or beautiful glades, were still in one piece. They were inconsequential, as they gave out too little gold and experience points, or any other meaningful reward aside from the increase of his reputation in the city. But Sam only used them for the fact that it allowed him to refine some of his skills in relative peace while also generating some income. After investing almost all his money, aside from a small emergency stash, into the soon-to-be world-famous AFK company, he would need to shore up his finances a little. He spent a day or two just slashing at monsters with his blade skills, trying to perfect his spell layering and integrate his newest skills into his repertoire. He also spent a little time getting used to his new sword. It was leagues ahead of the old mass-produced inferior-quality steel swords he used so far. Sadly, he didn't have access to a shadow spell that he could channel through it, but the wind spells were much easier to cast with the sword, so he took it as a win. With Lucky's help, he hunted wolves in the local forest, helped to get rid of marsh gremlins plaguing several local farmers. He made sure that several vicious trolls, quest mobs, didn't get too close to a mountain path. It was rather ironic that the quest rewarded him with the Life of Blood skill book. He simply threw it into the auction house, while sending a reminder to Lucy not to pick up the skill and a general warning about blood magic. The reply Sam got back was somewhat incomprehensible, something about construction workers and local legislations. Although, somewhere in the tirade he received, there was an acknowledgement of his advice. So he decided to ignore the rest. Lucy was a smart girl. She could handle those people. On his breaks, when he got tired both in body and mind, he spent hours just simply meditating and playing with his mana, trying to move it every which way. One afternoon, he simply climbed the nearest mountain and spent a few hours meditating there, simply trying to become one with the end. He simply expelled the mana in his body. Rather than letting it disperse, he maintained his hold on it while letting the winds blowing around him carry it around. It was a fascinating experience. It allowed him to simply focus on himself and examine his emotion and feelings while practicing his magic. The fact was that he still wasn't sure what he wanted to do with himself. The game, Magic Unbound, currently was just that, a game. But soon, maybe even in a year, it would be so integrated into the lives of the people that it would truly become a second life for the players. If one could confidently declare that they were great at the game, or had some manner of success in it, like gathering enormous riches, influence, or power, then that would directly translate into the real world as riches, influence, and of course power. Sam didn't really crave power, but he definitely wasn't willing to live under someone's shadow. To be at their beck and call. Altogether, it was a rather complicated issue. Most importantly, he just wanted to enjoy the game. It was so amazing that even after more than a month of playing, he could hardly believe how real it felt to exist in this new world. He wanted to enjoy it as long as possible, and for that, he would have to do enough that nobody could hinder him. As he thought over the idea and looked over the view visible from his spot, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. It would be a lot of work, but it would be oh so worth it. Closing his eyes, he returned to his meditation, trying to feel the next step in mana control. From basic to advanced, mana control was only the beginning. It allowed the players to get used to the idea and concept of controlling this new phantom appendage. However, stepping over that last hurdle on their own, without the help of any teacher, was what stopped most people from becoming great magicians. After advanced, the mana control turned from general mana control into something personal. Those who broke through this barrier with the help of teachers, either human or NPC, would never achieve this. They would be, at least partially, copying their teacher's mana control technique. Thus, in the future from his memories, those who could boast of a fully personal mana control technique were in rather high demand. This was also what he planned to achieve. He had the inherited memories of the other Sam watching lectures by famous mages and the information he gathered. Sam was pretty sure he could manage. But not today. He slowly let the sped-up mana slow down in his body, then stretching lightly, stood up and shook his head gently. Sam felt he was close, but he was still missing something. He sat in his room at the Cloudy Day Inn, his head resting on Lucky's side as his loyal wolf slept on the bed while he slowly went over the gains to his status over the last week. Tomorrow the new office building would be done, and after that he wouldn't have much time to laze around or grind without aim, as he had to be ready for the announcement. And after a week of mind-numbing standard MMO experience, he was ready for a change. There was only so much grinding a person could take. Mana Shield is now level 38. Mana Synergy is now level 9. Mana Body is now level 4. Lightball II is now level 4. Fire Spark is now level 10. Condense Water is now level 10. Clean II is now level 3. Earth Wall II is now level 5. Electric Spark is now level 10. Water Bullet is now level 10. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Fire Spark II. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Electric Spark II. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Water Bullet II. Fire Spark II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to conjure sparks of fire. You can control the direction and intensity of these sparks. Electric Spark II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to conjure sparks of electricity around your hand or other body parts. You can fire this spark, which will go in a random direction. You can fire multiple sparks at the same time. Water Bullet II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to launch a ball made of concentrated water from your hand. You can control its speed and temperature. Sam made sure to level all of his basic elemental skills. While it was tedious, he hated seeing them not at 10%. Interestingly, when he leveled up Water Bullet, he didn't get a barrage skill but instead a stronger Water Bullet. Probably from how I used it. Phasing Strike is now level 2. Extended Mana Strike is now level 6. Double Mana Slash is now level 6. Mana Body Enhancement is now level 25. Mana Influenced Body is now level 2. Spell Layering is now level 7. Honestly, Sam couldn't get enough of the Extended Mana Strike skill. It was so funny to watch whenever his enemy, usually some annoying mob, thought that they dodged their strike yet they would still be wounded. It just never got old. Wind Blade II is now level 4. Wind Flurry is now level 3. Wind Bullet is now level 10. Wind Bullet Barrage is now level 3. Healing Wind is now level 6. Wind Jump is now level 3. Wind Edge is now level 10. Wind Drill is now level 4. Wind Affinity is now level 13. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Wind Bullet II. Wind Bullet II, level 010, 0%. Active, a spell that allows you to launch a bullet made of concentrated wind. You can control its speed, size, and direction much better. Thanks to making proper use of the spell, you learned Wind Edge II. Wind Edge II, level 010, 0%. A spell that allows you to enhance the edge of any bladed weapon you wield with the wind. Thanks to the spell, the speed of your strikes will also increase. The power and reach of the blade will be increased further. Practicing his wind magic at this point was almost like second nature. He would use it in every strike, every cut, every attack, and the level of skills showed this. Meditation is now level 24. Discernment is now level 5. While it felt a little annoying to be stuck at the edge of advancing the meditation skill, in his sessions where he meditated in different places, he realized that probably the skill would level up when he solved the issue of the mana control. Sam also made sure to continue to level up his shadow-natured skill. Sadly, his hunt for other shadow skills in the auction house resulted in nothing. Probably a lot of people realized that they were powerful or somebody is hoarding. Shadow Cloak is now level 15. Shadow Footwork is now level 21. Shadow Cover is now level 2. Shadow Burst is now level 7. Shadow Mirage is now level 9. Shadow Transformation is now level 3. He was looking forward to being able to leave the city and head for areas where he could acquire more potent shadow-natured skills. Intermediate Sword Mastery is now level 14. Freeform Defense is now level 3. Intermediate Breathing Technique is now level 7. Calm Heart is now level 22. Flow is now level 21. Multitasking is now level 51. Efficiency is now level 8. You gain the sub-skill Parallel Processing. Parallel Processing, level 010, 0%. Active whenever you use 2 or more skills or spells, they cost less. The cost decreases by 1% for each skill level. Sadly, he was also approaching a barrier with his sword skills. One could only learn so much from memories, and apparently he didn't have the same talent for it as he had for controlling mana. Still, he had a few ideas for that, and if those didn't pan out, then he knew where he could find the best teachers. Thanks to his breaks in the library, he also leveled up his cryptography and runecarver skills. He would also need a proper workshop to improve them further, and for that, he would have to wait until his plan for the company came to fruition. Finally, he took a look at his personal levels. He managed to level up 3 times while Lucky almost caught up to him with 4 level-ups. His mana and health rose a little, but he managed to get all of his status points, except for luck above 15, which would mean that several very specific quests would be open to him. Letting out a small smile, he closed the windows and relaxed back into the bed while enjoying the smooth feeling of Lucky's fur. After a few minutes of enjoyment, he finally clicked on the logout button and left the game. Sam stood across from the newly renovated building that housed the headquarters of his company, and he couldn't help but feel happy. The dust and cobwebs were knocked off the building. It was repainted, and the metal parts of the facade were freshly shined. He could even see a few places where the wooden parts were changed. It seems if one had money, things moved much faster than usual. Stepping into the building, he wasn't met with an empty hall. It had become a hall cleaned and tastefully decorated with the characters AFK on the wall. Opposite the door, behind the counter that seated 2 people, a beautiful man and woman were the receptionists. Apparently, Lucy knew what she was doing. The rest of the space was filled out with neutral artwork, plants, and sofas for people to sit on. He made a note to have someone enchant up a water dispenser and then approached the counter. Both the man and woman looked at him, and he was glad that both had the light of recognition flash through their eyes. Ultimately, it was the woman who greeted him, while the man just simply nodded at him respectfully, then went back to reading some documents. Sam was pretty happy that the company paid enough that he wasn't reading a trashy romance novel. "Welcome, sir. How may I help you today?" said the woman with a level voice, but Sam could still hear a little hesitation in her voice. "I'm here to meet Director Lucy." "Is she in?" She nodded. "Yes, sir. Do you need an escort?" "No, thank you." "Then have a nice day." Sam returned the greeting and then headed for one of the staircases protected by a simple glass door, very aware that both receptionists were staring at his back. On the way up, he checked all the floors and saw that everything was cleaned and repaired. The meeting rooms held simple but good quality furniture, while the living space was a bustle of activity, as several people dressed in unfamiliar uniforms were completing their move-in procedures. He even saw a few children running around happily. Good, happy employees are loyal employees. Most people ignored him as they had much more important things to do, but several people stared at him curiously. Some even pointed out that he wasn't wearing a uniform, so maybe he was a new hire. Some just backed away when they saw his sword. Eventually, he reached the final floor. First, he checked his own room and saw it was also filled with basic furniture, a few empty shelves, and several boxes for storage. Nodding in appreciation, Sam ignored Lucy's apartment and headed directly to her office. Outside of the office sat an older woman with a severe expression, dressed sharply in what looked like clothing that was patterned after a two-piece business suit, just with a little medieval flair. The moment she saw him, she sat up straighter and when he stood in front of her desk. She simply stood up and bowed her head a little. "Welcome back, sir. The director is waiting for you." "Thank you," Sam answered with a small smile. Lucy really managed to find some competent help. The woman stepped forward and opened the double doors, of course made from ironwood, leading towards the office after a small knock. Sam stepped into the office, and the doors were closed behind him. The office was the same as the rest of the building, minimalist but very inviting. In the middle of the room was a giant desk. It was filled with papers and other assorted products of bureaucracy. The chair behind the desk was turned towards the giant windows, and as he began walking towards one of the available chairs set out for guests, the chair behind the desk turned around and he was met with the grinning face of Lucy. She was in similar clothing to her secretary, but instead of black and white, it was dark blue, matching well to her eyes. Her grin increased, and he could see the enjoyment in her eyes. Hell, he would even swear that she looked years younger. "Well, what do you think?" she asked with a rather smug voice. Status update. Time passed. While the world moved on, Sam refused to stand still. Days turned into weeks. Training replaced rest, and every battle, every experiment, every lesson carved another step into his path. When he finally opened his status, the results spoke for themselves. Level 26. The boy who had once struggled to survive was gone. Now 2 titles stood beside his name: Magical Genius, a gift that allowed him to shape mana with frightening efficiency, and Founder, proof that he was no longer walking alone. He had built something of his own, gathering allies and resources for the battles yet to come. His body had grown stronger. His mana reserves had expanded once again, becoming a vast ocean of magical power waiting to be unleashed. The treasures at his side remained loyal companions. The chameleon mask still allowed him to hide behind countless identities. The enchanted ring slowly healed his wounds, keeping him alive through battles that would kill lesser adventurers. And moonlight, the dark blade that seemed almost alive in his hands, growing deadlier whenever darkness covered the sky. But equipment was only part of his strength. His mastery over mana had reached a terrifying level. His magical defenses became harder to break, his control sharper, his understanding deeper. He could now weave multiple spells together, combining them into techniques far more dangerous than before. The elements themselves answered his call: light, fire, earth, water, lightning, wind. The simple spells he had once struggled to cast had matured into more advanced forms, each one stronger, faster, and more versatile. Yet perhaps his greatest growth lay elsewhere. In the shadows, his stealth had improved. His movements had become nearly impossible to predict. His bursts of speed could turn him into little more than a blur. His shadow illusions could deceive his enemies with multiple false images. And he had gained a terrifying new power: shadow transformation. For a brief moment, flesh became darkness itself. Steel could pass through him. Physical attacks became meaningless. And while wrapped in shadow, every shadow technique grew stronger. His swordsmanship continued to evolve alongside his magic. His body and mind learned to work together. His talent for multitasking allowed him to cast spells, fight, and think several steps ahead at the same time. His knowledge of runes deepened. Ancient symbols and hidden secrets slowly revealed themselves. Even forgotten codes and cryptic messages no longer seemed impossible to understand. And Sam was not the only one who had grown stronger. His loyal companion, Lucky, the shadow spirit wolf, had reached a new stage of power. Its bond with Sam had strengthened. Its mastery over the shadows had grown. Its ability to leap between shadows covered greater distances than ever before, making escape or pursuit almost impossible. Weeks of relentless effort had changed them both. Sam was no longer just a promising young mage. He was a warrior, a shadow walker, a master of growing magical talents, a skilled runecrafter, the founder of a rising organization, and the leader of a pack that was only beginning to reveal its true strength. The road ahead would only become more dangerous. Stronger enemies, deadlier conspiracies, greater mysteries. But as Sam closed his status screen, only one thought remained. He was ready, and this was only the beginning. Chapter 44. They spent a good amount of time discussing business. Lucy went over the happenings, but ultimately it wasn't anything interesting. With the seal of the Silvercrest family on their recommendation, a lot of doors opened, and a lot more doors stayed closed that otherwise would have opened when a new business wanted to set up in the city of Ironwood. Sam made sure that she still had enough money to continue with their plans, then jumped to the next topic after receiving confirmation. What's the next step? I already had the team start on the warehouse renovation, answered Lucy as she organized the papers on her desk. I'll let them get a head start on it, as people will be more likely to rent storage area with the insane farming levels, then move half the team on to one of the housing projects. Sam nodded thoughtfully. What about the luxury building? Still in the planning phase, came the answer immediately. I have a friend who is an architect. I had them mock up a few things. In-game or out? Both, Lucy answered, then retrieved a file from one of her drawers and passed it over to Sam. He opened the file, and it was filled with very nice and detailed drawings, both artistic and technical, about the planned building. Sam spent a few minutes looking through them, but as his only connection to architecture was system architecture, he couldn't tell much about the technical drawings, but he quite liked the artistic renditions of the building. It was understated and minimalist, yet exhibited an aura of nobility. Just what guests of a certain type would expect. Honestly, Lucy, this looks amazing. Lucy visibly perked up after the praise. But can he be trusted? And yes. Good, bring her in as a full-time employee. Have her sign a contract both here and out of the world. Confidentially. Yeah. All right, I'll ask her. Thank you. There was a small moment of silence as Lucy made a few notes. When Sam saw she was finished, he continued. Also make sure that every worker who works on the project, let's call it Project Honey. Lucy sent him a deadpan glare, but he just shrugged with an easy smile. Signs a confidentiality agreement. Make it very elaborate. Play up the hush-hush aspect of the entire thing. Also, tell the project manager that they should be okay to accept bribes, but we need a list of who paid and how much. Lucy stared at him for a full minute, then let out a small snort. You're evil. Sam just smiled at her. When he wasn't planning his ascension to a powerful player in Magic Unbound, he usually fell back on his old hobby. Reading, he mostly spent his time reading about the history of the world, trying to see where the differences were. Most historical figures were the same, but the events that happened around them were subtly different. And he just read about the history of the potato and thought he might as well try a similar tactic. Also, start looking for a proper managing team for the luxury building. We want them to look distinguished and posh. Of course, anything else. Try making connections to groups of crafters. I want to sponsor one and develop it into a crafter guild or company, depending on how things go. Lucy opened her mouth, then closed it and nodded and began writing again. Also, do you have an email address I can send stuff to? It would be nice if we could communicate outside of the game. Lucy stared at him for a second, scrutinizing him before answering with an email address. Sam and Lucy spent a little more time arranging the details of the company projects, but then Sam was shooed out by Lucy as she was going to a meeting. Feeling victorious, Sam returned to the Cloudy Day Inn to talk to the owner of said establishment. Unfortunately, Andrea was in, so he had to suffer through her emotional goodbye. My dear Samuel and Lucky, I shall miss your radiant presence in my fair establishment, exclaimed the big woman. Sam watched, deadpan, as the big woman cried crocodile tears as she desperately hugged Lucky's neck. The happy wolf just sat there, panting, his tongue lolling out in happiness. With his increased size, the two of them together looked like normal-sized dog and their owner. "I mean, I still need to eat," he mumbled, wanting to get out of the awkward situation. The rest of the people in the building either stared at them with open curiosity or were laughing their asses off. Andrea moved so fast that to Sam it seemed she teleported as suddenly as she was standing in front of him, grabbing his hand in her own. Her eyes shined with unshed crocodile tears, and she was also beaming with a megawatt smile. "Yeah." "Excellent," came the joyous exclamation from the woman as she let go of Sam's hand and began cheering. At least several eyes moved on from Sam toward her movement. After a few seconds, she calmed down, though she was still beaming, and spoke up. "I'd hate to tell my friend Sarah that her protege had given up on enjoying my welcoming presence." "Sure." Andrea may have said something, but it was smothered in laughter from the people watching and the woman's squeals as she did her best to hug poor Lucky to death. After escaping the inn and making a thankfully not magical oath to return to eat there, he decided it was time to pick up another big quest. Sam knew about several quests in the area, though thanks to him foiling the monster break, most of them would never happen now, or maybe they would start differently. Thankfully, there were several of them that wouldn't be affected by the absence of the catastrophic event. With Lucky safely hidden in his shadow, the chameleon mask active on his face, and a low-quality sword hanging from his belt, he began to walk around the city. The tension was still there, but more than likely the guilds that were at each other's throats not so long ago realized that something was not kosher and maybe began talking, or moved their focus onto other things. He did a quick check-in at the auction house, but nothing interesting was being auctioned, so he just unloaded a few items he gathered during his quests. Mostly, some of the more high-quality weapons and armors he looted back from the bandits' hideout. Thankfully, in Magic Unbound, items didn't really have levels or associated damage values. A sword didn't do 4/6 damage. It did as much damage as the metal or other material it was made of could do at the speed the players were swinging it. It made evaluating the value of a piece of equipment much harder, but it prevented the usual equipment farming prevalent in other MMOs. People only changed their weapons when their blacksmiths found a way to craft better ones, or their enchanters figured out another enchantment, not when they found one that did one more damage. It emphasized the talent of the players and creative skill use, instead of every fight becoming an arithmetic problem. That was why players' health and mana didn't grow with level up. They would only grow from skills that anyone could acquire, technically, or status points that can be worked for. While some people were still stronger than most of the player base, it still eliminated the fact that in most games, those who were higher level had an insurmountable gap between them and the newer players. In this way, if the higher-leveled player didn't pay attention to their health because they used their strength to make sure everything died before they could be attacked, then they could be taken down by a newbie. Sadly, for the rest of the player base, Sam was cheating. As he walked up to the objective of his walk-around, he observed the other players who were also entering said building or leaving it either happy, exhausted, or angry. The building was a rather simple affair. A big square with equally big doors, and behind it, a giant yard, filled with all manner of people training with familiar and unfamiliar equipment. Sam knew for a fact that the only reason this building was allowed inside the city was that every year there was a humongous amount of money spent on sound and smell enchantments that prevented them from reaching the population. He dodged around the throngs of people and entered through the simple doors. Instantly, he was hit by the smell. The smell of sweat and exhaustion could be almost seen physically in the air. Sam felt as if he was walking underwater. Instead of water, however, it was perspiration. He felt like he should be casting clean on himself continuously. Cautiously, Sam walked around people going to and fro and approached one of the workers that were just standing around, watching out for people. "Hello." The worker, a young man, turned towards him and as a greeting, flexed his pectoral muscle at him through his thin undershirt. "Hey, need anything?" "Yeah, want to talk to somebody for training with swords," Sam said while slapping his sword on his hip. The medieval gym bro glanced at the sword and then took a long, measuring look at Sam, evaluating him. Then he grunted and turned around and began to walk away. Sam, somewhat familiar with gym lingo, simply followed him. After a short walk, they left the building and approached a part of the giant courtyard, where a harsh-looking man, equally jacked as his impromptu guide as well as dressed in the same style, was yelling at several players holding swords or sword-adjacent weapons. Balance. Balance, my grandmother could disarm you, and she can't even lift a broom. Several people changed their stances, and the man grunted either in satisfaction or despair. Sam couldn't tell. All right, you sad tryhards, let's do a break here. You guys go away and rethink your life. The assorted people let out a giant sigh of relief and with forced calm began to power walk away from the man. He then turned towards Sam and his guide, who stepped forward and motioned towards Sam with a different type of grunt. Seeing the other man's nod, Sam's guide gave him a small wave and walked away. The trainer, hearing the grunt, immediately began to examine him. What do you want? Training. With what? Sword. Show me. Sam nodded and unsheathed his sword. He took a deep breath, trying to slip into a meditative mindset, then began to execute the basic sword arts that he had learned from his inherited memories and mixed with a few things he thought would be useful. He moved through the movements that had become familiar over his time in the game. A few months ago, back in his old life, an old, somewhat overweight body, he would have never imagined that he would have been this into swordsmanship. Sam stepped, lunged, and slashed. He moved through the forms, imagining as the monsters he had fought were in front of him. Slowly but surely, he slipped into a rhythm, and he could only hear his own heartbeat and the whistling noise of the sword. He didn't know when, but he was roused from his routine by a harsh grunt. That's enough, boy. Sam stopped mid-lunge and took a deep breath. Ignoring the notifications flashing in the corner of his vision, he turned towards the trainer. He absent-mindedly noted that he was drenched in sweat and his limbs were trembling. Apparently, his meditation mindset worked. He took another deep breath and looked at the man. The man, instead of saying anything, flexed all of his upper chest muscles and began walking around him, humming gently. The older man walked around and then finally stopped right in front of Sam. For some reason, he once again flexed at Sam. It was kinda awkward because he felt that he should be flexing back, but he had no idea how to do it. Good, do it again. And that's how the rest of his day was spent. He went through his routines while the trainer walked around him and quietly corrected his stance with a few pokes of a stick, or gave him some advice about something he did. It was rather educational. Because while he had his memories, they didn't always come with explanations. So it helped him put everything he knew, which wasn't much, about swordsmanship in order. Finally, after Sam was totally exhausted, limbs shaking and he could barely hold the sword in his hand, the old trainer once again raised his voice. Stop! Sam stopped and had to actively fight against the instinct to collapse to the floor. Instead, he began to cool down. While he did that, the trainer began talking. You've little talent, but you work hard. Fundamentals are good, your body is in shape. Can't teach you much. You need better trainers. Sam was still breathing heavily, so made to speak up. But before he could gather enough oxygen to speak, the other man continued to talk. But I can run you through our graduation test. That will help you achieve your goals. He frowned a little as he ran his eyes over Sam's body. And maybe get a little muscle on your bones. Thank you, Sam finally managed to spit out between taking in big gulps of air. When? Go home and rest. Come back tomorrow, I'll take you there, came the answer. And with one last flex, the muscled man turned around and left towards the building. With great effort, cursing the realism of the game, Sam managed to crawl back to the office building, and as he trudged up the stairs, he made a note to talk with Lucy about getting someone to invent a magical elevator. Finally, he staggered into his apartment, threw off his stinky clothes, and fell face first into his new bed. Lucky appeared directly over his own bed, landing on it with a small huff. Sam turned around, looking up at the ceiling, then as his last action before logging out to get rid of the exhaustion he was feeling, opened his notifications. Mana Body Enhancement is now level 25. Mana-influenced body is now level 2. Mana body is now level 7. Meditation is now level 25. Thanks to mastering meditation and taking another step towards enlightenment, you learned the skill active meditation. Active meditation, level 050, 0%. You mastered the basics of meditation, which allows you to meditate while moving. You need to meditate for 100 seconds stationary before you can activate this skill. It decreases your stamina and endurance consumption while increasing your mana regeneration. Sam managed to scrounge up enough energy to smile a little. Active meditation was the bread and butter of every warrior. After maxing out the skill, it would be able to be activated instantly, not to mention the sub-skills it would provide. It was very useful for a wide variety of situations. Several monk-type players did some ridiculous things with active meditation in his inherited memories. He wanted to replicate those things. Shadow footwork is now level 27. Intermediate breathing technique is now level 7. Calm heart is now level 24. Flow is now level 16. Freeform defense is now level 2. Intermediate sword mastery is now level 15. Thanks to an instructor's help, you gain the sub-skill Strong Grip. Strong Grip level 050%. Passive, your grip is strong. Enemies will have a harder time separating you from your chosen weapon. Thanks to a competent teacher pointing out your mistakes, you broke through with the skill Intermediate Sword Mastery. You gain the skill Advanced Sword Mastery. Advanced Sword Mastery, level 020, 0%. Passive, you stepped into a realm where you can call yourself a swordsman without embarrassment. You know how to handle the sword and how to be deadly with it. Further increases the damage done with swords. Decreases the mana and stamina required for sword-related skills. Strong Grip was one of the most common skills, but then it was something that could be gained by anybody who spent any time under the tutelage of a trainer. Still, it was nice to know that the rumor that if you went to the training hall with all stats at least at 15, then you would be fast-tracked to the graduation test. He didn't want to spend at least one in-game month in the hall, so this worked out well for him. He turned off the screens, and with the last dregs of energy, he clicked on the logout button. A note from Kexcapaster. Author note: a new quest line is about to begin, and Sam's company continues to grow. He may have even found a true friend. Maybe. Thanks to everyone who has left corrections and feedback. They have been incredibly helpful. Character sheet. Name Solar. In-game name, Sam. Level 26. Titles: Magical Genius. Founder: Health 480. Mana 1380. Special Equipment: Chameleon Mask. A magical mask capable of creating and storing 3 different identities, allowing the wearer to change their appearance. Ring of Minor Health Regeneration. A mana-powered ring that continuously restores health while charged. Moonlight. A finely crafted longsword that channels mana with ease and becomes even stronger under the cover of darkness. Core abilities. Sam has mastered the fundamentals of mana manipulation and advanced into high-level magical control. His specialties include powerful mana shields, enhanced mana sensing, efficient mana training through mana synergy, a greatly expanded mana well, a mana body that strengthens both health and regeneration. His grimoire automatically records every spell, rune, and magical discovery he makes. Combat magic. Neutral magic. Mage Sight Mana Strike, Extended Mana Strike, Mana Slash. Double Mana Slash, Mana Body Enhancement, Mana Disruption, Spell Layering, Elemental Magic. Light Ball. Fire Spark, Condense Water, Clean Earth Wall, Electric Spark. Water Bullet. Advanced versions of several elemental spells have also been unlocked. Wind Magic. Sam has become especially proficient with wind magic, including Wind Blade, Wind Flurry, Wind Bullet. Wind Bullet Barrage, Healing Wind, Wind Jump, Wind Edge, Wind Drill. His natural affinity with the wind continues to grow stronger. Shadow magic. His shadow abilities continue to evolve. Shadow cloak, shadow footwork, shadow burst, shadow mirage. Shadow transformation. These skills greatly improve his stealth, speed, mobility, and survivability. Swordsmanship. Sam has progressed well as a swordsman. He possesses basic sword mastery, intermediate sword mastery, advanced sword mastery, precise strikes capable of bypassing enemy defenses, improved defensive techniques, stable footwork and breathing control. Utility skills. His supporting abilities include meditation, active meditation, discernment, flow, multitasking, basic cryptography. These allow him to train, analyze situations, and use multiple abilities simultaneously. Languages and crafting. Sam can communicate in Dwarven, Elven, Dark Elven. He is also a skilled journeyman runecarver capable of creating and understanding magical runes. Resistances. He has begun developing resistance against illusions, corruption. Companion bond. Spirit link connects Sam with his spirit companion, allowing them to sense each other's location, emotions, and well-being. Their bond also helps the companion develop complementary abilities. Pet companion. Lucky. Juvenile shadow spirit wolf. Level 22. Natural talents. Strong jaw. Lucky aura, animalistic mana control, animalistic shadow control, shadow spirit body, shadow strike. Shadow jump. Lucky remains one of Sam's greatest allies, growing stronger alongside him. Current status. Sam has grown from a talented young mage into a capable adventurer, skilled swordsman, accomplished runecrafter, company founder, and master of both wind and shadow magic. With a loyal spirit wolf at his side and a new quest line approaching, his journey is only just beginning. Chapter 45. The next day, he returned to the training hall that was still filled with people training, of course. He was met near the doors by one of the workers. He was wearing the same undershirts that the people were wearing yesterday. He flexed at Sam, in what he would say, recognition, then with a simple motion gestured at him to follow. Sam glanced down at his body, sighed a little sadly, then followed the man while dodging around the people clashing with each other with a variety of weapons. Finally, they arrived at the side of the building after traversing through a few corridors. There in the open was the trainer, dressed in light leather armor with a sword at his side. Sam's guide flexed, and it was returned by the older man. He then turned to Sam and gave him a respectful nod. Sam watched the man walk away and said a quiet thank you, to which the other guy responded by raising his hand in a wave without looking back. Sam then turned back to the trainer. "Hello, sir." The older man didn't reply immediately. Instead, he took a good look at him and then nodded. "Good, you're going to take the test." It wasn't a question, but a statement. Seeing as Sam was exactly after this test, he simply nodded in understanding. The man, seeing this, let out a small smile. "Excellent, you know what's important, follow me." With that, he turned around and started for the door at the end of the corridor with Sam on his heels. After going through the door, they appeared in an alley behind the training hall. After that, the man headed towards the gate, Sam recognizing some of the streets they took. Over the course of the next few minutes, they left the city through the north gate, with the guards greeting the older man with cheer and recognition, though some threw pitying looks at Sam, and entered the tamed nature around the city of Ironwood. Sam looked around as they stood on the lightly worked road leading out of the city and turned to the man. "Where to, sir?" The man cast his gaze around, then tensed a little. "Follow me." With that, he launched himself forward, running with impressive speed towards where Sam knew some of the mining sites were. Sam just sighed, activated Shadow Burst, and shot off after the trainer. They weaved through the trees, following the road, but every time that Sam felt like he was catching up to the man, he sped up, and Sam was once again using every ounce of his knowledge to gain even more speed. Sam would have complained, but honestly, he rather enjoyed the challenge. The other Sam only took this test way later, when it was much more streamlined due to the huge influx of people to the world of Magic Unbound. They were simply led through a very easy gauntlet that granted everyone a basic skill that, while good, was nothing on the original reward of the test. Soon, they left the trees and reached a heavily deforested area. It was one of the massive mining sites around Ironwood. There was a small shanty town built from reclaimed wood and stone from the mines, with a few ironwood decorations here and there. Aside from that, there was a throng of people going to and fro, with a rather sizable and very visible guard detachment that glared at anybody and anything that even blinked suspiciously. They didn't enter the shanty town, but instead walked by the robust gates with the guards saluting Sam's guide, and approached an area that was devoid of anything aside from remnants of past mining operations. Sam could see several mining shafts that led to the depths of the mountain range. They were, of course, barren of anything valuable. Occasionally, one could find a minuscule vein and mine for a day or two. Aside from that, industrial mining was not profitable in those shafts. Most people would only enter when somebody commissioned them to clean out some kind of monster that had decided it would be its new home. As Sam's eyes panned over the entrances shrouded his darkness, a memory came to the forefront of his mind. The treasure. There was an actual quest line where the patriarch of an old family hid their treasure in the mines when it was decommissioned, and now the last descendant was an old man. They would actually willingly give up the entire treasure if the player returned one item. Thankfully, Sam had no need for that item. The problem with the treasure and why it became famous was that people only got to know about it after the fracture. One enterprising drake decided that it wanted to be a big boy dragon and claim the mine shaft and the treasure on its own. Thus, people couldn't acquire the entire treasure, just the drops from the boss monster. The item that the quest-giving NPC desired became an ultra-rare drop. There were many ways that people devised to get the treasure, but sadly, the way the fracture worked, nothing stuck. And just like that, an enormous treasure was left to forever taunt the players. Fortunately, Sam knew exactly which mine shaft hid the treasure, as the other Sam had gone up against the silly drake several times in the hopes that he could do what countless others couldn't, and change his life with the wealth that was hidden there. Unfortunately, he couldn't just go up there and find it, as that would be beyond suspicious. He would have to do it the old-fashioned way. Finally, after some more running, they reached their destination. A much more cared-for section of the mining area with two mining shafts blocked by enormous ironwood doors with a little shack sitting between the two doors. The trainer stopped, looking no worse for wear, while Sam was lightly panting from the exertion. He gave his thanks for his stamina consumption decreasing skills, took a big breath, and turned towards the trainer, who watched him with an approving eye. "Where are we, sir?" "Training gauntlet. We run through every graduating student. One door in, one door out." "And what do I have to do inside?" The man smiled somewhat sinisterly. "Prove you are ready." Ready for what? Sam thought, but instead of speaking it out loud, he just nodded. Then he gazed curiously at the many mine shafts dotting the side of the mountain. "If you use these for the test, what are those used for?" he asked, pointing at the mine shafts. The older man followed his eyes, then chuckled a little. "Nothing. This gauntlet is here because it is convenient for now. We are currently building one under the training hall. When it's done, we'll be moving the entire thing there." Sam opened his mouth to ask another question, but the man continued. "However, I suppose if you're really interested in them, you could ask old Thomas." "Old Thomas?" Sam asked with a twinkle in his eye. "That's the NPC." "Yes, he has been the one maintaining the catalog of the decommissioned mine shafts." "Useful but boring work." He turned back to Sam and clapped his hands together. The sound it made lightly echoed off the mountain. "Now, let's return to the task at hand." Sam unconsciously straightened up and focused on the man. Seeing this, he was rewarded with a small smile and several flexes of the man's impressive pectoral muscles. "Your task is the following. Go in. Do the challenges, prove your mettle, then get out." He then pointed at the shack between the gates leading to the mine shafts. "I'll be watching as well as measuring the time." Sam nodded in understanding. "Anything special I need?" "No. Just your body and your sword, and iron will. Good luck." Then, without saying anything else, the man walked away toward the shack. Sam shook his head and made sure his sword, Moonlight, was in order, rotated his mana a few cycles to get used to it, and with a heavy swallow approached the door that was marked with a simple, painted arrow pointing inside. The moment his hand touched the rather large door handle, a notification screen popped up in front of him. Congratulations, your trainer found you ready to attempt the Gauntlet of Body. Warning, all status point gains, experience point gains, and skill gains will be frozen the moment you step into the gauntlet. You will receive the accumulated gains after finishing the gauntlet. You receive a 10% bonus experience to experience gains related to body skills. New quest acquired. My body is my temple. Enlightenment is exhaustion. You have been granted the opportunity to enter the Gauntlet of Body. This gauntlet will test your body with varied challenges. Your reward will depend on how much work you put into it. Time limit: none, but the faster you go through it, the better the reward is. Bonus: 1. Go through the Gauntlet of Body without any help. That means no pets, minions, summons, followers, or anything similar helping you. 2. Finish the Gauntlet of Body in under 3 hours. 3. Finish the Gauntlet of Body without taking any damage. Hidden bonus. Penalty: your teacher will be disappointed. You won't be able to try the Gauntlet of Body again until it gets relocated. Reward based on your performance. Sam read through the quest description and smiled a little. Lucky, he called out. The silly wolf immediately jumped out of his shadows and began to nuzzle his face. Sam laughed a little, then gave him a few pats on the head. He then pointed towards the shack. See that building? Go there and wait for me, Sam said while looking directly into the eyes of the wolf. Lucky let out a little whine, but after a small encouragement in the form of a bag of jerky, he happily trotted towards the shack. Sam watched as the wolf sat down in the shadows of the building, almost vanishing into them, and happily pushed his snout into the bag and fished out a lone jerky to munch on. Sam turned back to the door and with a mighty heave opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, a bright light lit up the room. Behind him, a thin line of runes flashed in green under the door, signaling that the gauntlet had begun. With mana brimming under his skin, Sam stopped and closed his eyes. Before he started meditating to activate the active meditation skill, as he knew from his other memories that it was one of the hidden achievements to complete the quest with the skill active. And it would also be a good chance to level up the skill with the bonus from the gauntlet. The moment he sensed the active meditation suffusing his body, he opened his eyes and took a look around the room for the first task. The gauntlet was separated into different rooms, with each room giving the player a different challenge, mostly something to be done with the body. Lifting weights, running, and so on. He didn't have to look long, as in the middle of the room were 3 waist-high poles, with the first pole having 6 levels of circular weights on them, made from some kind of metal. Starting from the bottom, the weights got increasingly smaller, indicating their purpose. Hanoi Tower, and I left my Medigil at home, he muttered, then with a small sigh approached the tower. He took the top weight and lifted it off the pole. Instantly, another set of runes blazed to life on it, and Sam knew that if he put it anywhere but a pole, he would be punished in some way. Well, I wanted this, he softly exclaimed, then placed down the weight on the second pole and went to pick up the next one. It was definitely heavier than the first one. Sam saw how big the rest of the weights got and let out another, deeper sigh. After finishing the tower puzzle, a section of the wall opposite the entrance door lit up in a door-sized square, and with a grinding noise it slowly rose, allowing Sam to pass through. The next room contained an unadorned long corridor with a running man symbol at the beginning, and a white line next to the symbol. He walked up to the line and got into position. The moment he stopped moving, a red light showed up at the end of the corridor, then another, and finally a green. Sam shot off, making sure to enhance his body as far as possible. He could have used his shadow burst, but he knew that another hidden achievement was not using any of the active skills aside from mana manipulations to enhance the body. After an intense burn, he reached the end, and instead of slowly opening, this door shot up so fast that Sam could feel the shaking in the walls as the slab of stone came to stop. all this to allow him to launch himself through the door. Briefly, he felt as if he was gliding, then suddenly he was stumbling forward in a sand pit. He didn't have time to reorient himself as suddenly he was attacked. Managing to get his sword out in time, he somehow parried the incoming blow, only to see a very nicely made stone golem wielding a basic steel sword. Hearing a small thud, he glanced behind him and saw it was another golem. Thankfully, after the second one showed up, that was it, though he knew later there would be more. There was a moment of silence, then both golems charged at once. After defeating the golems, he went forward. Sam then moved even more weights. Run bursts, run some long distances, climbed walls, jumped down into holes, swam in pools, and fought even more golems throughout the gauntlet. It was backbreaking, exhausting, and plain annoying. Running after taking a swim in full armor wasn't the most pleasant experience, though he made a note to get some anti-water enchantments. But despite all of this, the pain, the shakes, bone-deep weariness, and fatigue, Sam found that he was enjoying himself. It was exhilarating to see how much the game allowed him to act like a superhuman from the movies, and he knew without a doubt that later he would be capable of much more. Facing off against first 3, then 4, then 5, and then an even dozen golems just caused a giant grin to appear on his face. By the time he reached the room, he was drenched in water and sweat in equal amounts, as well as the sand and other debris that stuck to him after his tumble through several arenas. The room was circular with only one thing in it, a simple slab of stone with a circle and a small sentence on it: "Your best punch." Sam, familiar with the task from his inherited memories, walked up to the stone slab and took up a stance that was now rather familiar to him. Ignoring his exhaustion, he closed his eyes and grabbed the remaining mana in his body. He slowly got used to moving it around, moving it faster and faster until he could barely follow the mana with his senses granted to him by the game. With deliberate slowness, Sam moved his body into a punching position, his arm ready to deliver his best punch. He slowly saturated the arm, then his entire body with mana, while keeping up the fast-paced rotation of his mana. Letting the mana pool into his body for a while, he then slowly began to thicken the mana in his right arm and shoulder, making sure that it was ready to deliver a punch. Finally, he took another part of his mana and pooled it into the tip of his fist, ready to be released at the moment of the fist hitting the stone. Sam had 2 objectives with this action. One was to protect his arm and hand from the blowback of punching a heavy stone slab, and the other one was to increase his punching power. He knew that monks learned something similar, but as the other Sam never really got that familiar with monk skills, he didn't know how they worked. He hoped this was enough. For a moment he just held everything in place, feeling the strain on his body and mana, the entire thing feeling as if it would burst and the mana would flee from his grasp. But with the sheer force of will, he held it there. 1, 2, one last rapid rotation, and he let it go. 3. BAMMM, a note from Kexcapaster. Author note: a short quest comes first, followed by a much bigger adventure that will pull Sam into a larger conflict. After that, the game itself will receive a major update, bringing dungeons and accelerating the pace of the story. Thank you for reading, and I hope you enjoy it. Character sheet. Name: Solar. In-game name: Sam. Level 26. Titles: Magical Genius. Founder: Health 480. Mana 1380. Stats: Strength 15. Dexterity 15. Agility 15. Vitality 15. Magic 23. Perception 16. Endurance 16. Wisdom 16. Luck 11. Magical items. Chameleon Mask. A magical mask capable of storing 3 different identities and changing the wearer's appearance. Ring of minor health regeneration. A magical ring that converts mana into continuous healing. Moonlight. A mana-conducting longsword that grows stronger in darkness and reaches its full potential beneath a dark moon. Core mana abilities. Sam has mastered advanced mana manipulation. His major abilities include Advanced mana control. Mana shield. Mana sense. Mana synergy. Mana well. Mana body. These abilities improve his magical efficiency, defenses, regeneration, and long-term growth. Mage abilities. Combat magic includes a Mage Sight, Mana Strike, Extended Mana Strike, Mana Slash, Double Mana Slash, Mana Body Enhancement, Mana Disruption, Spell Layering, Elemental Magic. Sam has mastered the basics of several elements and unlocked advanced versions of many spells. Elements under his control include a light, a fire, a water, a earth, a lightning, wind magic. Wind remains Sam's strongest elemental specialization. Current abilities: a wind blade, a wind flurry, a wind bullet, a wind bullet barrage, a healing wind, a wind jump, a wind edge, a wind drill. His natural affinity with wind continues to increase the power and efficiency of these spells. Shadow magic. Sam's shadow abilities continue to evolve. Current skills: shadow cloak, shadow footwork, shadow burst, shadow mirage, shadow transformation. These skills grant stealth, speed, mobility, deception, and temporary protection from physical attacks. Utility abilities. Important support skills include a meditation, active meditation, a discernment, a grimoire. His magical grimoire automatically records every spell, rune, magical formation, and recipe he learns. Swordsmanship. Sam has become an accomplished swordsman. His training includes basic sword mastery, intermediate sword mastery, advanced sword mastery. Supporting techniques improve his accuracy, defense, breathing, balance, and overall combat performance. Support skills. Additional talents include flow, ecom heart, multitasking, basic cryptography. These increase concentration, movement efficiency, mental resistance, and the ability to perform multiple actions at once. Languages. Sam can communicate in Dwarven, Elven, Dark Elven, Crafting, Journeyman Runecarver. Sam has become a skilled rune craftsman, capable of creating and understanding magical rune formations. Resistances. He has begun developing resistance against illusions, a corruption, spirit companion. Spirit link binds Sam to his spirit companion. The bond allows them to sense each other's location, emotions, and overall condition while helping both partners grow stronger together. Pet companion. Lucky, juvenile shadow spirit wolf. Level 22. Natural abilities: strong jaw, lucky aura, animalistic mana control, animalistic shadow control, shadow spirit body, shadow strike, shadow jump. Lucky continues to grow alongside Sam and remains one of his greatest allies. Current status. Sam has grown far beyond an ordinary mage. He is now a magical genius, the founder of his own company, a skilled swordsman, a talented runecrafter, a master of wind and shadow magic, the owner of a magical grimoire, the partner of a powerful shadow spirit wolf. With a small quest ahead, a larger conflict approaching, and a major game update introducing dungeons, Sam's adventure is entering an exciting new chapter. Chapter 46. The room shook, and as Sam's fist connected with the slab of rock, he released the mana that he had pooled in it. Instantly, he felt his entire body relax as the gathered mana evacuated his body rapidly. At the same time, a wave of relief passed through his body. Sam would have compared it to finally being able to breathe through a stuffy nose. His entire body felt much lighter. But before he could revel in the feeling, the mana that left his body began to swirl around, and another runic circle lit up around him with the stone slab in the middle. Thankfully, Sam was perfectly aware of what the purpose of the runic circle was. It was for this very reason that one of the hidden achievements was not using active or not using skills with non-neutral mana. So he simply took a step back, closed his eyes, and relaxed. Through his other senses, granted to him by the game, he could feel the mana swirling around the room, coming down from the ceiling and transforming into a mana tornado. He felt as the mana moved around him, sometimes a few strands entering into his body on one side and leaving on the other, carrying with it something intangible. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still feel the runic circle begin to shine brighter and brighter with it as the cyclone of mana began to speed up. Sam smiled. The true purpose of this test was to let the player prove their mettle and then funnel the mana they shed, and use during the gauntlet into a giant runic ritual that then used said mana to refine the individual's mana and body. That's why it was so important not to use mana with any kind of attribute. The attribute would then mix into the ritual and would hinder the purification process. Granted, there were times when you wanted it to happen if you were going for certain builds or skills, but Sam's goal was to build his foundation. He was planning long-term. And for that, an extremely well-made foundation was worth much more than any skill or ability. When he felt that the cyclone of mana has reached top speed, Sam began to circulate his own mana, trying to match it to the ritual while wisps of mana began to enter and exit his body in increasing numbers. He felt that every hit was on a different spot, seemingly the ritual trying to hit every spot on his body. He didn't mind, as after every hit, he felt as if he was lighter. As the effects began to permeate his body, he could only think of the mythical body cleansing scene in cultivation novels. Though in this case, there was no black sludge emerging from his pores. Finally, the small wisps of mana began to grow bigger and bigger, joining together until finally, he could feel one giant concentration of mana swirling around him like a shark circling its prey. Then with a swift movement, the mana clump flowed upwards, stopped for a second over his head, and then crashed down on Sam, drenching him in mana. He felt as if the mana altered by the ritual circle surged through him, touching every part of his body, yet leaving his circulating mana intact. Then the next second he was standing in the circular room, the runic circle nowhere to be seen, breathing harshly and still drenched in water, sweat, and everything that managed to get attached to his clothing and skin. However, on the inside, he felt wholly different. It was as if he had shed several stones off his body. He felt practically feather-light. Sam hopped a little around, executing a few kicks and punches, and he grinned at the difference he felt. "This is amazing." The moment he exclaimed, another grinding sound could be heard, and on one of the walls a part shimmered a little, and a gate appeared. Based on how familiar they looked, they would lead him to the outside, proving that he was finished with the gauntlet. Instead of leaving, he simply plopped down on the ground, heedless of the dirt that covered it, and opened the notification screens with a grin. He wanted to know his gains right now. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Gauntlet of Body. The quest, My Body is My Temple, Enlightenment is Exhaustion, is completed. Your time was 03:42:72. You completed the following bonuses. 1. Go through the Gauntlet of Body without any help. That means no pets, minions, summons, followers, or anything similar helping you. 3. Finish the Gauntlet of Body without taking any damage. You completed the following hidden bonuses. 1. Only use neutral attributed mana skills. 2. Only use one weapon during the entire trial. 3. Complete the gauntlet while under the influence of a meditation type of skill. Sam nodded at that. He never aimed for the fastest time. Instead, he wanted to get the most out of it. You broke through with a skill. Advanced Mana Control reached level 20. You gained the skill, Mana Manipulation. Mana Manipulation, level 0-100, 0%. Passive, you mastered basic mana control. You are no longer controlling it. You are manipulating it. Decreases the cost of mana skills by 20%, and increases the mana regenerated beyond what the basic, intermediate, and advanced mana control skills grant you. Grants your spells resistance against being disturbed. Plus mag WIS, mana regeneration per skill level. Mana shield is now level 41. Mana well is now level 3. Mana body enhancement is now level 31. Mana influenced body is now level 4. Thanks to participating in the ritual of the purity, you gain the skill tempered body. Thanks to your abilities with mana, your skill, mana body fused with tempered body. You gain the skill mana tempered body. Mana tempered body, level 0-100, 0%. Passive, you tempered your body with exercises and mana. Thus, the mana permeates your body as well as cleans it and supports its purity. The better your control of your mana is, and the more mana you have, the bigger the effect is. For every 100 mana points, it grants you 2 base health gain. For every skill level, it increases the health regeneration by 2. For every 10 skill levels, it grants you plus 1 SDR, AGI, VIT, end. Your previous experience with the mana body skill has been transferred to the new skill. Mana tempered body is now level 5. Sam grabbed hold of his mana and did a quick rotation with it. It was simply a marvel how easy it had become. Now that's more like it. Not to mention the swell in his health and mana capacity. Sam could say with confidence that he doubted any mage had a higher mana capacity at his level. Mana-tempered body was a skill that everybody wanted, but was rather hard to get if you hadn't started the game at the moment of release, as after the huge influx of players, the training halls and other institutions where it could be achieved changed to a more conveyor belt type of gauntlets. That is, one person went in, had an hour to do the test, then the next went in immediately. There was simply no time for elaborate gauntlets like the one he had done. And the guild only allowed those people to participate in their rituals who either proved their loyalty in some way or had an in with the leaders of the guild. Having the skill later in the game was either a sign of great luck or, more likely, deep pockets, and now Sam had it. He stretched a little and continued reading the rest of the notifications. Active meditation is now level 25. You gain the sub-skill, Serene Movement. Thanks to your usage of the skill during the gauntlet, you gain the sub-skill, Battle Awareness. Serene Movement, level 0-5, 0%. Passive, while moving during active meditation, your stance is more stable, and it is harder to break you out of the skill. Battle Awareness, level 0-5, 0%. You have an excellent awareness of your surroundings. During fights, time will slow down 10% for every skill level if a strike comes close to you that would gravely or mortally wound you. Sam stared at the battle awareness and let a quiet gasp. It was an amazing skill, especially later in the game where 50% of the time slow would be another ace in the hole for him. He expected something good, but this was beyond that. Shadow Footwork is now level 32. Freeform Defense is now level 5. Strong Grip is now level 5. Advanced Sword Mastery is now level 3. Intermediate Breathing Technique is now level 10. You gain the sub-skill Mana Breathing. You gain the skill Advanced Breathing Technique. Mana Breathing, level 0-5, 0%. Passive, your excellent control over mana allows you to restore mana while simply breathing. Gain +1 mana regeneration for every skill level when not in a fight. Advanced Breathing Technique, level 0-10, 0%. Passive, you breathe along with the world. The air is the same inside your lungs as it is in your surroundings. Further decreases stamina consumption during any activity and further increases stamina regeneration when not in a fight. Gain +1 stamina regeneration for every skill level. Calm Heart is now level 27. Thanks to keeping calm and doing things beyond what was expected of you, you gain the sub-skill Steady Heartbeat. Steady Heartbeat, level 0-5, 0%. Passive, your heart beats to your own rhythm. Anything that would disrupt this rhythm faces increased resistance. Flow is now level 21. Thanks to your understanding of the flow of the battles, you gain the sub-skill Focused Flow. Focused Flow, Level 05, 0%. Passive, when focusing intently on any enemy, your ability to read their flow becomes clearer and more precise. Multitasking is now level 51. Efficiency is now level 7. Parallel processing is now level 1. Finished with the reading, he lay on the ground for a while, then with a heavy sigh, Sam heaved himself up and approached the doors leading outside. Outside, he was met with a grinning giant wolf next to the old trainer who still had the stern look on him. The moment he spotted Sam, he took one look at him and nodded. "Good job, young one." "Thank you, sir," he replied with good cheer. It was hard not to be happy after what he gained, even despite the bone-weary tiredness saturating his body. "Any advice?" "Yes, try to use your sword skills without mana. Currently, you use it as a crutch. For now, it works, but later, it will be your undoing." Sam listened, then nodded in understanding. "Yes, sir." The man gave him another once-over, then flexed once, twice, and 3 times. "We are finished. You can't learn more from our training hall. Go out and experience life." "That was the plan," Sam replied cheerfully, then watched as the man began to turn around and called out. Sir, do you know perhaps where can I find old Thomas?" The old trainer glanced at him and then answered. "Administration building, old wing. He keeps track of all old mine shafts." "Thank you." After getting licked almost clean by an excited Lucky, he watched as the old trainer, whose name he still didn't know, left and stared up at the mine shafts. The location of the treasure was etched onto the inherited memories, so it was really hard not to go straight up there and claim it. The only thing stopping him was that he was dead tired and that the system would probably either punish him somewhat or worse. With a quiet sigh, he clambered up onto Lucky's back and pointed towards the city. "Back to the headquarters, Lucky." The loyal wolf let out a huff that sounded as if he was laughing at Sam, then simply launched towards the forest with blinding speed. After half an hour, they charged through the gates and arrived at the headquarters of the company. Sam stepped off the giant wolf's back and, after a quiet thank you and pat on the head, sent him back to his shadow, then with slow movements entered the building where he realized that there still weren't any elevators. Letting out a giant sigh to signify his suffering, he began his crawl upwards under the amused gazes of the receptionists. After returning to the game, waking in his new apartment, Sam played a little with Lucky, checked on the progress of other construction with Lucy's secretary, then went out to get his damn treasure. At this point, he had enough money to realize the plans, but the gamer in him wouldn't let the treasure that was lying around alone. "I need my shiny." Quickly navigating through the streets of Ironwood City, he arrived at the administration building, and with much aplomb, he entered. The winds were immediately taken out of his sails as he beheld the lines sneaking around the hall. After standing in line for an unsurprisingly long time, he was finally before one of the ever-smiling officials of the administration building. "How can I help you today, sir?" asked the smiling woman. "I'm looking for a man named Old Thomas. He deals with the old mine shafts." "Yes, sir," finished the woman for him. She rose a little over her seat and pointed down one of the corridors. "See that corridor? Go down until you can't go further. Door 199. "Thank you." Wandering through the corridor was fascinating. The farther Sam went, the older and crummier the doors and walls got. Finally, after a dozen minutes, he reached the door marked with the number 199, seriously wondering why he hasn't been attacked yet by feral dust bunnies. He knocked softly and waited for an answer. "Come in," came the feeble answer. Opening the door, he was met with a fascinating room. One entire wall was filled with a giant map of the mining areas around the city of Ironwood. The legends of the map were on a separate piece of paper that was on a stand in one corner. The entire thing was full of handwritten detail, and Sam suspected it was the most detailed map of the area. 2 other walls were filled with metal shelves packed to the gills with boxes and rolls of papers, and one wall contained a giant architect's desk with even more paper on and around it. Before the desk sat an old, stooped-over man with a long, white beard sitting on a rolling chair. And as Sam stepped into the room, the man slowly turned towards him, and Sam could see his old eyes, still clear but clouded over with some kind of feeling, take him in. "Yes, young man?" the old man asked, his voice feeble. "Hello, sir." Sam bowed a little while, greeting the man. "I'm here because I recently visited the abandoned mine shaft area and I had a few questions about them." Sam knew he was in the right place, as the moment the words, abandoned mine shafts, left his lip, the old man sat up straighter and his eyes began shining with excitement. "Are you here to help old Thomas?" Sure." "Excellent," exclaimed the old man, then began waving at Sam. Come closer, young man." Sam stepped up next to the man at the desk and took the contents in. It was details of one of the mine shafts. "How can I help you, sir?" The old man grinned, then excitedly pointed at the shaft and began explaining rapidly. "See this. See this? A shaft, I think, is the right one." "Right one for what, sir?" "The treasure." What kind of treasure?" The man's eye grew bigger and turned to Sam. "You don't know?" "No, sir." "My family's treasure. My great-great-great-grandpa hid our treasure in one of these shafts. I spent my youth searching for it, but found nothing. But I feel I'm closer. It's one of these." "And you want me to help get it back?" "Bah, no," exclaimed the old man with a negligent wave of his hand. "The treasure is probably long gone. People have gone over those tunnels hundreds of times since my ancestor hid it. All I want is a symbol." "My family's symbol," he rambled with unshed tears. "It's an amulet, you see, seemingly not worth anything, but it means everything to my family. My hope is that it was left behind by those who found the treasure, as it wasn't deemed valuable enough." "So, you want me to check out the tunnels where you think it can be found?" "Yes, young man, are you up for it?" Sam looked around and then back at the excited old man and nodded with a smile. "Sure, why not?" "Thank you, young man, you won't regret it. Old Thomas still has friends. Yes, he does." The old man began to ramble to himself, and while listening with half an ear, Sam began to read the notification. "New quest acquired. Go without my axe. Old Thomas has tasked you to seek out remnants of his family's treasure. Find the amulet and return it to him, or not. It is up to you. Time limit. Old Thomas is rather old, so better hurry. Penalty, if you don't find the amulet, then nothing. If you find it and don't give it back, then you will receive Old Thomas' hatred. Reward, Old Thomas's recommendation letter to the mining guilds." The moment Sam returned his focus to the still rambling old man, he stopped and began running around the room with renewed vigor. "You'll need this and this too. Oh, don't forget this one." Finally, breathing heavily, he stopped in front of Sam and handed over 4 things. 4 maps precisely. As Sam held them in his hands, the old man began to explain. "That one is the map where I marked the 3 most likely shafts. The other 3 are the newest maps I could find of them." "Thank you, sir. These will be very useful." "You betcha, Old Thomas maps are the best. You better believe it," exclaimed the old man. After extracting himself from the old man who decided to regale Sam with tales of his old adventures while prospecting for moon silver after handing over the map, he found himself back in the dilapidated corridor. Pocketing the maps, he turned towards the exit and began the long and arduous journey while keeping an eye out for mutant dust bunnies. At the end of the corridor, however, he was met with a surprise. The lady who directed him towards old Thomas was waiting there, and with a small wave called him towards herself. "Yes, ma'am," he asked, wondering what this was about. The lady, dressed sharply, bit her lip and looked around a little uncomfortable. "Well, sir, when you were at my desk, I didn't have the time to warn you, but I hope you weren't taken in by the old man's tales about grand treasures. He is a sweet old man, but everyone knows there is no treasure in the mine shafts." People looked. "A lot," she finished her little speech with a heavy emphasis on the word lot. Sam simply smiled at her. "Don't worry, ma'am. I just wanted to know something about the old mine shafts, and the old trainer at the training hall directed me towards Thomas." "Oh, Mitchell, that old grouch." The lady then smiled and nodded at him. "That's good, then I won't bother you any more." "Good day, sir." And with that, she abruptly turned around and walked away with rapid clicks of her shoes. Sam spent a moment admiring the view as he began heading out. He had a treasure to find. Character status. Sam, whose true name is Solar, has reached level 26. He holds the titles Magical Genius and Founder, reflecting both his extraordinary magical talent and his growing influence in the world. Among his most valuable possessions are the Chameleon Mask, which allows him to assume different identities, the Ring of Minor Health Regeneration, and Moonlight, a powerful enchanted sword that grows stronger in darkness. Sam has become a master of mana manipulation, capable of controlling, sensing, shielding, and strengthening himself with mana. His magical efficiency, durability, and regeneration continue to improve rapidly. While he possesses knowledge of multiple elemental magics, wind magic remains his greatest specialty. He has also developed powerful shadow magic abilities focused on stealth, mobility, and deception. In addition to his magical talents, Sam is now an accomplished swordsman and a skilled rune craftsman capable of creating complex magical formations. His magical grimoire automatically records every spell, rune, and magical discovery he encounters, making it one of his most valuable tools. Sam is accompanied by Lucky, a level 22 juvenile shadow spirit wolf. Through their spirit link, the two companions can sense each other's emotions and location while growing stronger together. At this stage of his journey, Sam has evolved far beyond the talented young mage he once was. He is now a powerful spellcaster, an accomplished swordsman, a respected runecrafter, and the founder of his own company. As new opportunities and dangerous rivals emerge, even greater adventures await him. Chapter 47. Leaving the administration building after the warning, he made a quick stop at the general store to stock up on perishables. But because the mine shafts he had to examine were rather close to the city, he didn't make much more preparations. He left the city of Ironwood as soon as possible, launching into a run as soon as he cleared the gates. Thanks to the old trainer, he already knew the way over there, so he simply turned off his brain and ran. Sam arrived after a half-hour of leisurely exertion at the area where he could see the mountainside filled with countless holes that led to abandoned mine shafts, while in the distance he could see the walls protecting the current mining area. Ignoring the thriving crowd heading toward the mining headquarters, he simply checked his weapons, whispered a few instructions to Lucky, then began to climb the ramps that were carved from the mountain a long time ago. He kept an eye out for trouble, then activated his mana senses, knowing that there was at least one magical artifact, however small. Sam hoped that it would speed up the search, though as he beheld the mountain with his mana sense, he knew why people didn't succeed before. The entire area was saturated with mana, probably from the excavation made by all manner of magic, or maybe even by the mountain's own mana. Sighing a little, he made sure to filter out the background mana radiating from the mountain and headed for the mine shaft. He knew that the treasure was in the third one, but he needed to make it realistic. Plus, who knows what kind of obstacles the game system would arrange against him. The first mine shaft was exactly like he expected a mine shaft to be. It was dark, dusty, and painfully empty. The ground was littered with debris fallen from the ceiling or mined out of the walls by desperate people looking for gold or any other metal ore to sell. Sam had seen beehives with fewer holes than the walls of the mining shaft. Taking the map given to him by old Thomas and his trusty light ball spell, he began walking through the tunnels and corridors looking for the elusive treasure, or at least pretending to search. He knocked on walls, pulsed his mana sense, and even tried breaking down a few walls to see if it was behind them. But as expected, he found nothing, just even more dust. Shaking his head theatrically, he put away the first map, took out the next one, and began heading for the exit. After leaving the first mine shaft, he began climbing the mountainside again. Entering the second mine shaft, Sam was much more careful as he could sense something flickering with his mana sense. Because it was so faint, he couldn't say for sure what it was, but based on his experience, either it would be something wanting to eat him, or worse. Cautiously moving forward, Sam had his sword in his hand, his mana shield up at 100%, and his other hand was ready to let a beefy wind blade rip at the slightest provocation. Knowing about the cliches, he also made sure to regularly look up at the ceiling. Nobody liked to be surprised by ceiling spiders, or anything falling from the ceiling. Sam frowned a little as the mana signals flickered a little more, as if moving around, but because they were really faint, they almost got lost against the background mana of the mountain. So Sam was really surprised when, by his estimation, in the middle of the mine shaft, something happened. Suddenly, a circular part of the wall popped off and a giant spider, fangs glistening with unknown substances, launched itself at him, followed by several others. He would have liked to say that he had dealt with the entire situation calmly and in a collected manner, but that would be a lie. When he calmed down enough to take stock of the situation, the entire area of the mine shaft, the walls, ceiling, and even the ground were covered by deep grooves after being struck with a barrage of wind blades. And surrounding Sam were the diced-up corpses of at least dozens of corgi-sized spiders. At least that was the number he could count. The rest were in so little pieces that he couldn't even make out their individual parts. Taking a quick breath, he tried to calm down. "All right, Sam, they are dead." After reassuring himself, he quickly harvested the parts that were still in one piece and continued even more cautiously forward. Despite expecting to be attacked, it was still hard to overcome his instinctual fear of giant spiders attacking him from the darkness. So the visit to the second mine shaft was finished with fewer spiders in the tunnels and even more pockmarks and grooves carved everywhere, as well as spider bits everywhere. Everywhere. Sadly, Sam's level was high enough that the spiders only gave a few experience points, not enough for anything serious. Still, the parts he harvested from the spiders would be useful later on. Taking a few calming breaths outside of the entrance of the second mine shaft, Sam gave a once-over of the map while making sure to mark where he was ambushed by spiders, then put it away into his inventory to give it back to old Thomas with a very stern warning. Then his eyes zeroed in on the last mine shaft on his list. Retrieving the map, he did a final check and continued his journey upwards on the debris-covered slopes of the mountain. Arriving before the last entrance, he took another deep breath, and with sword held high, magic ready, and his heart steeled, he stepped inside. Though he did say a quick prayer for spiders not to appear in this mine shaft. The last tunnel system looked the same as the previous two, but as he walked deeper and deeper, he noticed that there was a small amount of fog rolling on the floor. And as Sam walked forward, said fog began to fill up the tunnel he was in, making it hard to see. When he first noticed the fog, he used his mana sense to see what was causing it and found a few weird mana signatures deeper inside. Is it an ambush or an ambush? Place your bets, people, he mused to himself with a small smirk. Outwardly, however, he showed nothing on his face. Just simply raised his sword a little higher and continued to walk forward. Not so surprisingly, nothing happened aside from the fog thickening up to suffocating levels. He could, however, see several holes on the walls that reminded him of the spiders in the previous tunnel. Shuddering a little, he continued forward, knowing that soon he would be even richer. Deep in the tunnels, he finally reached a turn that he knew would lead him toward the treasure. However, the fog thickened up enough that even with the light ball spell up, he couldn't see anything. He had to rely on his mana sense so that he could walk forward in a straight line. Turning on the corner, he had to move fast as a lot of things happened. He heard a noise like a whip and had to move fast with his sword to protect against the arrow heading straight at his torso. Thankfully, his newest enemies used mana-based skills to guide the arrow, thus he could sense its direction. Clang! The arrow was stopped by his hastily raised sword, covered by his mana. Immediately a short laugh rang out, and Sam could hear footsteps approaching him from the direction the arrow was fired from. Sam settled into a comfortable stance with the sword held in front of him pointing downwards, ready to parry, and the other hand behind his back, shining with mana, ready to be unleashed. From the fog, 4 people appeared. One at the back, decked out in leather armor and his face hidden by a hood, was holding a long bow with another arrow ready to be let fly, aimed at Sam. Basic archer. The person on the right of the group was holding a simple staff that Sam could feel radiating minuscule mana. It was shining red, leading Sam to believe that the mage preferred fire magic. At this level, it was rather easy to distinguish the types of magic being cast, as they had usually one nature. Later in the game, where mages could combine mana natures as they liked, it would become exponentially harder. The man on the left was holding 2 daggers, so Sam designated him as a rogue, while the man in the middle was holding a circular shield and axe. "Welcome, stranger," cried out the man with the shield, banging his axe on his shield. "Are you looking for the treasure?" he asked, his words dripping with sarcasm. "And if I am?" Sam replied glibly, mentally marking where to attack if diplomacy broke down. The others laughed when he said that, while the man with the axe just smirked at him. "Then you'll only enrich our pockets, my friend. After all, do you think you're the only one who got that quest from the old fool? He gives it to anyone who goes near him." Sam didn't actually know that, as by the time the other Sam heard about the situation with the treasure, the dungeons were everywhere, and nobody ever mentioned the quest. Still, it made sense. He did acquire the quest rather easily. So, the man's smirk grew even bigger. "So that means you either pay us or we take it from your corpse, just as we had taken it from many others," explained the man, satisfaction dripping from his words. Then the mage spoke up, mumbling a little. "You're probably going to be the last because we couldn't ambush you." The man holding the axe threw his friend a glare, but in the end shrugged. "Well, yeah, a smart man knows when to cut their losses." Sam just snorted. A smart man would know not to let their enemy prepare. His enemy's eyes grow big after realizing what he had said. The moment the last word left his lips, Sam activated Shadow Burst. He launched himself forward, aiming at the gap between the shield-bearer and the dagger-wielding person. He arrived next to the archer, who had enough time to let out a surprised noise before his sword skewered him. Sadly, the rest of the players playing bandits weren't too stupid, so Sam had enough time to pull out the sword from the archer's body, but before he could move again, the mage let loose a rather potent fire missile. Sam simply raised his hand in front of his face, letting the first layer of his mana tank the spell. "Yeah, take that, asshole," came the exclamation from the shield-bearer and apparent leader of the band of idiots. Sam ignored the damage and simply let go of the spell that he gathered in his other hand. A very tightly controlled wind bullet barrage slammed into the guy with the shield, though he was fast enough to raise his shield in front of him, which resulted in him being pushed back as several dozen wind bullets slammed into his shield. With the same motion, he ran mana through his sword and let out a smooth vertical wind blade with a slash, while at the same time dodging the rogue's lunge towards him with his dagger sparking with a dangerous light. The mage wasn't as fast as his physically focused friend and didn't manage to put up any protection against Sam's spell. He fell to the ground short of several parts of his body, oddly reminding Sam of the spiders he had run into at the previous mine shaft. "Bastard!" growled the dagger-wielding rogue and exclaimed. "Poison slash." Instantly, a sickly green-colored light enveloped his daggers, and he slashed them toward Sam angrily. Sam reacted with a simple burst of wind from his palm, which slowed the two projectiles enough that he could duck under them. This distraction allowed the guy with the axe to return and charge, while yelling some kind of war cry at Sam. With Shadow Burst on cooldown, Sam used the wind jump skill to dodge to the side and let the angry man continue his charge right toward his friend. He spun around and smirked as he saw the realization crystallize on the rogue's face too late. Sam watched with barely held-back laughter as the axe-wielder smashed into the rogue, and the two of them went down in a tangle of limbs and curses. Just to make sure they knew that he was aware of their humiliation, he spoke his next spell out loud. "Wind Drill." With a powerful step, he appeared next to the two and struck down, his sword going through both of their bodies. They struggled for a second, but then both went still. Sam pulled his sword out of the body but didn't put it away. Just because the idiots were dead, it didn't mean there wasn't any other danger present. He also spent a few moments rifling through the drops of the would-be bandits, coming away with a few silver and gold coins, as well as a bottle of basic health potion. Player killing in Magic Unbound was handled rather weirdly. As long as nobody knew you were doing it, then you didn't get red names like in other games. But as soon as somebody figured out, then you would get a reputation. The more people knew, be it players or NPCs, though in this, important NPCs knowing was worth more, the redder your name became. Inversely, the longer you can keep your activities secret from others, the better the rewards from the people you kill. So, seeing as only Sam knew about them, their drops were rather tame. Not that Sam expected that they had anything good. Watching as their bodies transformed into light and then fell apart into pixels, he shook his head and continued toward his original goal. He did a quick check of his map to make sure that he was in the right place, then resummoned his light ball and began walking forward slowly. He sharpened his senses and used the pommel of his sword to knock on the walls every few steps. Those four idiots probably already searched every inch of the tunnel, so it wouldn't be there. Then, as he was reaching where the mining stopped, he felt something with his mana sense. A small blip in the ocean of background mana radiation of the mountain. Stopping in front of the wall, he stepped closer and placed his ear on it, while he struck it with the pommel of his sword. He smiled when, instead of a dull tone, he heard the knock echo behind the wall. Sam put the weapon back in its sheath, then placed his palm on the wall and used his earth wall spell to move the material in the wall somewhere else. In the next second, he stepped through a newly created hole into another tunnel that seemed to be partially filled with stone and other debris. Probably a cave-in, he mused as he walked forward, his sword back in his hand. As he continued to walk forward, soon the features of the small offshoot tunnel became familiar, thanks to his inherited memories. Hastening his steps in excitement, he walked along the corridor until he reached a small cavern that seemed partially unnatural. Probably a natural pocket in the mountain enlarged by a human hand. And in the middle of said cavern were two chests partially sunk into the ground, partially covered by fallen stone, but spilling out silver with green patina on it, while the gold coins mixed in them sparked thanks to the light that his spell showered the room with. Sam stepped forward, raising his sword, pointing upwards, and let loose a powerful wind blade without taking his eyes off the treasure. He ignored the body that fell behind him with a small thud and began carefully to excavate the chests. Behind him, the greedy drake, with brown skin and scales like rocks, glared at Sam, but the spell almost cut it in half. Thus it could do nothing but watch as his treasure was stolen away as the life slowly drained from its body. Author's note: we meet a few ambitious people in this chapter. Whether that turns out to be good or bad remains to be seen. I hope you enjoy the story and thank you for reading. Character status: Solar, known in-game as Sam, has now reached level 26 and continues to grow at an astonishing pace. Holding the titles of magical genius and founder, he has advanced far beyond the talented young mage he once was. Among his most valuable possessions are the chameleon mask, which allows him to create and maintain multiple identities, the ring of minor health regeneration, and moonlight, a powerful enchanted sword that grows stronger in darkness. Sam's mastery over mana has reached a new stage. Through advanced mana manipulation, mana shielding, enhanced perception, and strengthened physical abilities, he has become a formidable mage capable of adapting to nearly any situation. His combat style combines powerful magic with refined swordsmanship, allowing him to seamlessly blend spells and blade techniques in battle. While he has learned several elemental disciplines, wind magic remains his greatest specialty. His mastery of wind grants him exceptional mobility, offensive power, and battlefield control. At the same time, his shadow magic continues to evolve, providing stealth, speed, deception, protection, and unique methods of movement. Beyond combat, Sam possesses a magical grimoire that automatically records spells, runes, magical formations, and discoveries, making it one of his most valuable tools for growth and research. He has also become a skilled journeyman runecarver, capable of creating and understanding complex magical rune formations. Through his spirit link, Sam remains closely connected to his companion, Lucky, a level 22 juvenile shadow spirit wolf. Their bond allows them to sense each other's emotions and location while growing stronger together. Lucky possesses powerful shadow-based abilities and has become one of Sam's most trusted allies. Sam has also begun developing resistance against illusions and corruption, further strengthening his ability to face future dangers. At this point in his journey, Sam stands as a powerful mage, a skilled swordsman, a talented runecrafter, and the founder of his own company. As new opportunities emerge and dangerous rivals begin to appear, his adventure is only just beginning. Chapter 48. He first started by removing the stone covering parts of the damaged chests, and then spent a moment admiring the small hill of wealth in front of him. Finally, he retrieved several bags holding expanded spaces and began carefully putting away the treasure. The first bag got the tarnished silver, the second the bronze coins, and the final one got the gold coins. The bank would probably charge him a fee for cleaning those coins, but it should be a negligible amount compared to their value. Then came the time to look for any artifacts. In his inherited memories, people could find the amulet as a rare drop after defeating the Drake at the end of the dungeon, which then could be given to the quest NPC. But it never amounted to anything more than a few more pieces of money and some additional experience points. It was rather disappointing to see all that treasure and come away with only a dinky amulet. It didn't take Sam much time to find the amulet old Thomas was looking for, as he could feel the tightly wound mana around the item under one of the chests hidden in its own small chest and bundled in rotting fabric. Congratulations, you found the amulet belonging to old Thomas's family. Amulet of grants its bearer plus 10 mana regeneration, stamina regeneration, health regeneration, as well as an artificial mana shield. The artificial mana shield can be filled with 1,000 mana, currently 1,000. For each mana point, it protects the wearer for 2 direct damage. Additionally, it does. You have the choice of using the artifact or returning it to old Thomas. Sam stared at the amulet for a long while. That's suspicious as frick, he thought while contemplating the situation. He could probably take it to somebody who could properly identify it, because he sure as hell would not inject his mana into it to try to identify it. To chance it or not. For a long while he stared at it, turning it this way and that way, hoping to discover some clue about it. But the only thing on the amulet was some lines acting as decoration on the edge, and in the middle was a coat of arms of some family, probably old Thomas. But he didn't recognize it. In the end, he shrugged and chucked the amulet into his inventory. He would deal with it later. After removing the coins from the ground and the remains of the chests, he found a small metal box that opened without trouble. Inside were 3 spell books, but as the covers were blank, he couldn't say if they were worth anything. He would have to read to see. Then he spent some time looking around, making sure he gathered every last piece of coin and item. Sadly, he didn't find any more artifacts. Even so, he was pretty much happy with the gold coins, as this wealth added to his bank account, or more like to the company's bank account, would make him fabulously wealthy later on. Even more so than he was now. The return trip was peaceful, even though Sam expected the 4 idiots to rush back and attack him again to regain their lost reputation. At least that was how it went in the novels he had read in his past life. Apparently, people in real life were smarter who knew. He walked through the gates and immediately headed for the bank. In the bank, he was met by a smiling woman, dressed to impress, with a rather airier shirt than last time. It seemed they really liked his money. "How can we help you today, sir?" she asked with a gentle bow. "Deposit today, too," he stated simply. The woman's eyes lit up with excitement and gestured for him to follow her. They walked through the lobby, ignoring all the players that were standing in line and glaring at Sam for the preferential treatment. Soon they arrived in a room where he was led through a giant metal door that shut behind him, surprisingly silently. Already used to it, he waited until the woman motioned at the desk in the middle and simply retrieved the bags and placed them there. The woman immediately began examining them. Credit where credit is due. The moment she opened the bag containing the gold, she only let out a small "oh" sound. Otherwise, she acted very professionally. It took a while, but his money was counted and ready to be deposited. The moment the woman slid over the piece of paper listing the value of the money he brought with him, her top 2 buttons were mysteriously missing. Sam thanked her with a polite smile, looked over the document, then began to list his instructions for the money. The woman was initially a little disappointed, but she was still professional and began taking notes. Sam left the bank happily with a new stack of documents to hand over to Lucy, and a smiling bank employee waving him goodbye. He put away the documents and began walking towards the administration building. An amulet was looking for its owner. The administration building was full of people queuing as always, but Sam just ignored the lines and headed directly for the very long and dirty corridor. This time he ignored everything, as the unknown parts on the amulet were somewhat freaking him out, and he wanted to know what it was about, one way or another. He reached the door that hid the old man from casual observers and stopped for a second. Sam took a deep breath and activated all his protective spells and skill. It was probably unnecessary, but he wanted to make sure. With a final sigh, he knocked on the door, and when he heard the weak "come in," opened the door with a deft motion. Old Thomas was sitting on his rolling chair in front of his desk, drawing something, but the moment Sam entered the room, he looked up and gave Sam a giant toothy smile that showed that he had a few of them missing. "Young man, you've returned." "Indeed I did, sir," Sam answered with a forced cheer. The old man leaned forward with hope basically radiating from him. Did you find it?" he asked, stuttering a little. Sam reached into his pocket and retrieved the artifact in question. Instantly, the old man's eyes zeroed in on the amulet, and as Sam offered it to him, he reached forward with trembling hands. Sam watched as Thomas brought the amulet closer to himself and basically hunched over it. Just to be sure, he took a step back and watched the old man. At first, he was scared that the old man would have a heart attack as seemingly he began to take short and sharp breaths, and the hunching got worse while mumbling under his breath. Sadly, thanks to the beard, Sam couldn't understand anything. He was about to call out when he felt the mana in the air move. Focusing on his senses, he directed them directly at the old man and the amulet held in his arms. The previously minimal amount of mana in the amulet seemingly unwound from its dormant status, and now it was as if a blazing light was present in the room. Sam raised his mana shield even stronger and took another step back. Sadly, he was stopped moving even more backward by the door. Meanwhile, the old man's mumbling turned into quiet laughter that frighteningly began to grow and grow in volume. Sam watched with his senses as the mana surged from the amulet and swirled around the man for a second. Then seemingly it was absorbed by the old man. Sam watched equally fascinated and horrified as the mana visibly swirled around the man, and the old man's body began to grow and twist in unnatural ways. Most of all, the years seemingly began to melt from his body. Even if he wanted to interfere, it happened so fast that by the time he prepared a strike, the swirling mana was settling down, and in the middle of the room was a tall man, head full of black hair instead of the sparse, yellowish-white hair that old Thomas had. Notably, he had a grayish pallor, with a rather satisfied smirk on his face, and the room around them was in shambles, with shelves broken and buried under uncountable piles of shredded documents. The maps on the wall were also torn to shreds, and the area where old Thomas stood was surrounded by grooves carved into the flooring. The windows were letting in a gentle breeze as the mana explosion had summarily blown them out. The mana that was radiating from him told Sam that while he was strong compared to other players, the being in front of him could crush him with a snap of his finger. "Finally!" the being exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. "After hundreds of years, I'm finally free." Sam swallowed and moved his hand on the pommel, but before he could even grasp it, the newly appeared being's eyes found his eyes, and Sam found himself frozen in place. Well, if it isn't my savior," he spoke, enunciating the word savior rather weirdly. "How should I thank you, I wonder?" Sam wanted to answer, but because he was frozen in place, he couldn't even open his mouth. The being in front of him hummed a little, then snapped his fingers. "I know," he exclaimed happily, showing his menacing smile. "Come find me in the Dark Lands, adventurer. If you can find me, I'll reward you." Then Sam just stared at the being helplessly, having finally recognized their race from his inherited memories as a cliché demon, which weren't all full-blown evil, but they were all rather mercurial. The demon looked around with a scoff, then gave Sam a thumbs up. "Later, my new friend," and then vanished in a swirl of dark magic, leaving Sam alone in the trashed room. Thankfully, his body was released at the same time, so he could grab a cloak out of his inventory, throw it on, and jump out of the window. He wanted nothing to do with the entire thing. Sneaking around in the shadows, changing his face a few times, he managed to get out of the area even as he heard the alarmed cries of the guards of the administration building. Half an hour later, he was in his apartment petting Lucky and staring at his notification screens. The quest, "Go Without My Axe," is completed. You chose to return the amulet to old Thomas. Big mistake, or is it? New quest acquired. Just walk in there. A mysterious being was freed from their mortal prison thanks to your actions. They bid you to find them in the Dark Lands. Supposedly to reward you. Go and find out what they want. Penalty, if you don't go, they will come to you. You don't want that. Reward, they won't come to you if you go. He reread the quest a few times, then closed the screens and laid back in his armchair with a sigh and closed his eyes. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the game made sure to balance the acquisition of the treasure with something bad, as he didn't get the recommendation and got the attention of somebody rather powerful. Still, it wasn't like he really needed that recommendation, as he had other ways to acquire it, and a contact in the Dark Land would be rather useful in the future, no matter how nebulous. He entered Lucy's office with renewed vigor, putting the entire thing with the demon out of his mind for now. The Dark Lands were beyond his abilities as of now, so there was no need to worry about it. Lucy was sitting behind her giant desk, furiously writing something while several stacks of documents surrounded her. As the door clicked shut behind Sam, she looked up at him and smiled. "Welcome back, Sam. How are you doing?" Sam simply walked to one of the chairs in front of her desk and unceremoniously plopped down while letting out a sigh. "Could be better. Anything I need to know?" "I was never near the administration building, if somebody asks." There was silence as Lucy also sighed. "So, should we plan to rapidly relocate?" Sam shook his head ruefully. "Not yet." "All right, but please warn me next time." "It wasn't like I planned any of it. It just happened." "Why do I feel like I'll hear that excuse a few more times in the future?" asked Lucy with a wry smile. He just shrugged helplessly. Then, with a mischievous smile, retrieved the documents and put them on the desk. "Here, these might cheer you up." Lucy cautiously reached for the documents. Then Sam watched with glee as her eyes progressively grew in size while reading about his latest windfall. Is this real, Sam?" "Yup. How the hell did you get this much money?" "Just don't ask, it's rather stupid." Lucy took a few minutes to read the documents again, then finally placed them on the desk and steepled her fingers together and looked at Sam. "All right, we have more money. What do you want me to do with it?" "Hasten the constructions. I want Project Honey to be ready before the announcement." "How is the warehouse going?" "Because it is so simple, they are doing the finishing touches on the security enchantments." "Did you pay for encrypted enchantments?" "As you instructed." "Good, for now it's useless, but later it will be a godsend." "If you say so." "How about the management team?" "Already doing the interviews. We already have the in-house blacksmith and armorsmith. The kitchen and cleaning staff are full." "Good," Sam said, then stood up. Before he headed for the door, he reached into his inventory and took out the 3 skill books and placed them on the desk in front of Lucy. "Take a look at these. Either I don't need them or already have them." Lucy stared at the books, then back at Sam and nodded. "Thanks." As Sam left the room, he heard Lucy paging through the skill books. It was a pity that none of them were right for him, but that is life. With the announcement coming soon and the most recent quest done, he would need to spend some time grinding. It was time for the local population of a certain animal to learn of him.